Qin Feng did after being reborn on his wedding day was to break off his engagement with his fiancée. It was because in his previous life, this vicious woman not only robbed his father of his life-saving money when he got married, but also secretly sold his only daughter. The reason was to repay her brother's loan-sharking debt. As a result, Qin Feng lived to be 98 years old and still couldn't find his only daughter. He eventually left this world with hatred. But when he opened his eyes again, he was back to the wedding day. At this moment, the wedding car pulled up to the wedding venue. Qin Feng's bride, Wang Ming, was sitting inside, coldly looking at the people welcoming the bride. She suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "Want me to get out? Sure, but add another 100,000 yuan for the get-off fee. Any less, and I'll leave it at that." The scene erupted in an uproar. 100,000 yuan. In 2000, housing prices had just begun to rise, and even in the capital, the price was only 2,500 yuan per square meter. And for Qin Feng's parents, this 100,000 yuan was almost 10 years of savings. Qin Feng's parents were just ordinary farmers. They had already spent all their money to support such a grand wedding. But now, Wang Ming's unreasonable request left them at a loss. "Xiaoming, you also know our family situation. Isn't 100,000 yuan too much?" Qin Feng's mother Qin Yuanyuan forced a smile and said in a low voice. Wang Ming sneered, not giving Qin Yuanyuan any face at all. "In-laws, stop talking nonsense. My little Ming is our baby. We have poured so much effort into her. Now you want 100,000 yuan. Is that too much?" Then, Wang Ming's mother, Zhang Xia, stood up angrily and said, "That's right. Wang Ming is a first-time bride and a graduate of a prestigious university. Marrying Qin Feng is really unfair to her. He has to pay her 100,000 yuan or 500,000 yuan." The scene became increasingly awkward, and everyone's eyes fell on Qin Feng's parents. Qin Feng's father, Qin Li, stood up with the help of a cane, his face livid. He said in a deep voice, "Okay, isn't it just 100,000 yuan? I'll get it for you right now." However, Qin Yuanyuan hurriedly grabbed Qin Li. "That's your medical money. 10 days ago, Qin Li was in a car accident while working outside. Although he recovered, his legs were broken. The 100,000 yuan was all the cost of Qin Li's subsequent treatment." However, facing the dilemma of his son's wedding, Qin Li made a difficult decision. If the 100,000 yuan could save his son's wedding, then it would be worth it. For his son, Qin Li was ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. "Dad, Mom." Qin Feng listened to their conversation, his heart churning. He knew clearly that it was this moment of concession that led to the further deterioration of his father's health, and the sequelae of the past few years eventually took his father's life. His mother also passed away prematurely because of this, and he himself cannot undo these things. The regrets of his previous life were like a heavy stone weighing on his heart. In this life, he could not allow such a tragedy to happen again. He took a deep breath, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to his parents 3 times. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for all the hardship you've put in for me over the years." His parents quickly pulled him up. "Child, get up quickly. I'm so happy." Qin Feng's voice was a little choked, but he seemed particularly determined. God can make amends, but regrets are hard to erase. In this life, I can't make another mistake. He wiped away his tears and looked at his parents. "You have done enough for me. From today on, it is my turn to repay you." Qin Feng turned around, his eyes fixed on Wang Ming. He would never tolerate this again. Facing this woman, he had no room for compromise. Wang Ming thought Qin Feng was just a man who endured humiliation silently, and his previous tolerance made her even more unscrupulous. However, today, all this will have a different ending. "You won't get off the car without this 100,000 yuan?" Qin Feng asked coldly. The anger in his eyes seemed to burn everything. Wang Ming was stunned, suddenly feeling a surge of unease. She had grown accustomed to Qin Feng's tolerance, used to this seemingly docile man bowing his head. But today, the look in Qin Feng's eyes made her heart tighten. It was no longer the obedience of the past, but a calmness that made her shudder. "If you say one word less, I won't get off the car," she responded loudly, trying to regain her previous pride. "Okay." Qin Feng's tone was light, but it was resolute. "Then you can go back. Today's wedding is canceled." This sentence was like thunder, and the whole audience fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in astonishment, and they could hardly believe their ears. Chapter 2. "Qin Feng, what do you mean?" Wang Ming looked at him coldly. His expression turned ugly. Obviously, he didn't expect things to turn out like this. "Don't you understand what I mean? I can't come up with 100,000 yuan, and you refuse to get out of the car, so the wedding is canceled. Qin Feng's tone was cold and a bit playful. Otherwise, what do you say we should do? You? Wang Ming was stunned. She had not anticipated the situation before her. This was completely out of her control. What she wanted was Qin Feng's compromise, not for him to turn around and leave. Qin Feng, you can't do this. Wang Ming's father, Wang Ergu, interrupted, furious. How could this wedding be so chaotic? Xiao Feng, we spent 100 years to be together, 1,000 years to sleep together. How could we end up in such a mess just because of 100,000 yuan? Wang Ming's mother Zhang Xia also hurriedly interrupted. This 100,000 yuan is just a formality. When you get married and become one as husband and wife, won't the money still be yours? She looked anxious and dissatisfied, and obviously wanted to save something. Really? Qin Feng turned around and looked at their innocent faces. The anger in his heart became increasingly difficult to suppress. If I remember correctly, you want this 100,000 yuan. Isn't it to repay the loan sharking for your precious son? When these words were spoken, Wang Ergu and his wife were stunned. They had never expected that Qin Feng actually knew about this. Don't worry about how I know. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. Anyway, I still say the same thing. I don't have any money. If you want to leave, turn right. Bye. Wang Ming was furious, and a feeling of humiliation she had never felt before rose in her heart. Qin Feng, don't talk to my parents like that. Her expression changed. Her eyes widened with disdain. You're just a second married man with a child. No car, no house, and I only married you out of pity. Do you know your place? Today I'm giving you one last chance. Apologize to me and my parents, and prepare 100,000 yuan within 10 minutes. Otherwise, there's no deal. Qin Feng stared at her coldly, his eyes filled with coldness, and said indifferently, Just you? He suddenly smiled with a hint of sarcasm. I really doubt it. How can you have the nerve to speak? Don't you know in your heart that my parents have already spent all their savings on this wedding? Qin Feng's eyes were like knives, piercing Wang Ming fiercely. They are ordinary farmers who work hard and only earn a little over 10,000 yuan a year. The wedding gift was 300,000 yuan. The wedding photos were 38,000 yuan. The wedding venue decoration was 19,000 yuan, and the fleet cost 40,000 yuan. You said you spent all this money. Why? For face? For the so-called glory? Do you think it's worth it? Qin Feng's voice was filled with deep disappointment. My parents have done everything they can to provide you with this wedding, and now you're forcing my father to give you the money for medical treatment. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Wang Ming's face turned pale instantly, as if she had been slapped. She knew that what Qin Feng said was true. She had taken all this for granted until this moment when she realized that she had actually done such an excessive thing. You? Wang Ming froze in her tracks, clearly flustered. Suddenly, however, she calmed down, her eyes sharp as if realizing something. No, Qin Feng, you clearly only gave 200,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. Where did the 300,000 yuan come from? She stared at Qin Feng, trying to turn the situation around. Did I remember it wrong? Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth. No, 300,000 is 300,000. I counted it myself this morning. Bullshit. It's clearly 200,000. Wang Ergu and Zhang Xia suddenly jumped out, obviously getting anxious. Qin Feng ignored them, grabbed the red envelopes, and started counting the money one by one. 100, 200, 300, 10,000. He counted attentively, completely ignoring the noise around him. 10 minutes later, he wrapped the red envelope and quickly put it in his arms without changing his expression. It seems I remembered it wrongly. Sorry, Qin Feng smiled faintly. However, since the wedding is canceled, the betrothal gifts must be returned to the original owner. Please keep them safe. The scene fell into dead silence again, and everyone stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that all this happened so easily. Qin Feng's actions were calm and decisive, giving no one time to react. Did I really remember it wrong? Wang Ergu and his wife looked at each other, obviously not yet back to their senses. They had never expected Qin Feng to take back the betrothal gift, and they themselves didn't know how to respond. The surrounding relatives were whispering to each other, and the situation quickly deteriorated. Wang Ming's family wanted to find Qin Feng's handle, but found themselves in a huge quagmire, and in the end, they didn't even get the betrothal gift. Good. Qin Feng's brothers stood up one by one and applauded excitedly. How dare you play tricks on us? Come on, beat him to death. Their voices were full of excitement and support. We support you, someone shouted from the crowd, with obvious excitement in their voice. Wang Xiaojun stood there, stunned. He had never expected the situation to develop like this. Don't stop! Beat him to death! Angry roars came from all directions. Qin Feng's brothers shouted in unison and surrounded Wang Xiaojun. You forgot, Qin Feng studied law. Someone suddenly revealed the truth. He studied law and knows how to use the law to fight back. Chapter 3. Yes, I remember that there's a crime of intentional injury in the law. If the situation is serious, the person will be sentenced. A voice suddenly broke the silence. The situation suddenly became clear. This was no longer just ordinary cheering, but a trap, a bottomless trap. If one was not careful, they would fall into it and get a free meal. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Wang Xiaojun, their expressions full of joking. How will Wang Xiaojun respond next? How will he face all this? Some people excitedly followed Qin Feng's brothers, shouting, beat him, kill him. We support you. Wang Xiaojun's face turned from red to blue, and then from blue to black. He could no longer control his anger and was almost about to cry. Beat me? Qin Feng sneered, his tone so calm it made people's hair stand on end. Do you dare? At that moment, Wang Xiaojun fainted from anger. Xiaojun! Xiaojun! Wang Ergu rushed forward, helped his son up, and looked at Qin Feng with anger. Qin Feng, don't go too far. Qin Feng smiled coldly, his eyes icy. Going too far? Let's see who will do it first. To be honest, seeing you makes me sick. His tone then turned cold and firm. Now, I give you 10 minutes to take your relatives and get out of my sight. Otherwise, I don't mind discussing the wedding expenses with you again. These words were like thunder, and Wang Ergu and his family were stunned. They realized that if they didn't let go today, the losses would only be greater. Wang Ming glared at Qin Feng angrily and said with gritted teeth, You are so cruel. Today's matter is not over yet. Then, he turned around and left in shame. Once Wang Ming left, the remaining people were defeated and the scene became deserted in an instant. Brothers, although today's matter is over, the mess left behind is huge. The brothers did not say anything else. They left after saying, If you have anything to say, just ask. Qin Feng did not stop them, but just nodded slightly and watched them leave. He understood that although today's matter was resolved, the pain and humiliation left behind could not be easily washed away. Qin Feng knew that canceling a wedding and breaking off an engagement was not a glorious thing anywhere, especially in 2000 when people's customs were still simple and such disturbances at a wedding were almost unprecedented. Xiaofeng, your parents are sorry for you. Without the interference of outsiders, Qin Li and Qin Yuanyuan finally showed their vulnerable side, their eyes full of guilt and self-blame. Qin Feng looked at his parents in front of him, his heart aching. Dad, Mom, please don't say such things. It's my fault for not living up to my expectations and making you worry. You've tried your best. Qin Feng took a deep breath. This wedding is not worth all your sacrifices in any way. He paused, his eyes becoming resolute. If you hadn't dissuaded me, I would have kicked that woman Wang Ming out long ago. She's not worth losing the family's honor for her. You're right. Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help rolling her eyes and tried hard to smile to ease the atmosphere. Qin Feng's jokes eased the tense atmosphere a little, and his mother's tears began to flow unconsciously. Dad! Suddenly, Qin Chichi's voice came from behind. Qin Feng turned around and looked at his daughter standing at the door. Tears glistened in the little girl's big eyes as she tried hard to suppress her inner sadness. Xiao Qi. Qin Feng's eyes became hot, and he couldn't help but shed tears. He immediately spread out his hands. Xiao Qi. She threw herself into Qin Feng's arms, tears pouring out like a flood, crying miserably. Her cry was filled with helplessness and anger. She wanted her father to be happy, but she was also worried about the harm this marriage would bring. I held it back, Dad. I hope you can be happy. She choked, and her vision blurred with tears. Qin Feng looked at his daughter in his arms, feeling a pang of regret. In the past year, because of Wang Ming's obstruction, he had hardly paid much attention to his daughter. Qin Feng, you deserve to die. The self-blame deep in his heart made him almost unbearable. Xiao Qi's crying finally subsided. She sobbed and looked up at her father. Dad, I will definitely help you find a better wife. Qin Feng's heart was deeply touched. This young girl in front of him was still thinking about him at such a moment, and his heart was filled with emotion. Okay, then I'll have to trouble my little princess to take care of it. Qin Feng lifted his daughter's chin and nodded with a smile. But before my Xiaoqi helps me find a girlfriend, let's go to the amusement park and have some fun? He winked mischievously. Xiaoqi's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Her voice was full of surprise, and a bright smile appeared on her face instantly. Of course it's true. Qin Feng nodded with a smile. However, before we go to the amusement park, let's help Grandpa see a doctor first. How about it? Okay. Xiaoqi agreed without hesitation. Xiaoqi, Dad is fine now, don't waste money. Qinli whispered, wanting to comfort his son, but thinking of what happened just now, he took back his words. Dad, Mom, your health is the most important. Qin Feng interrupted them hurriedly. You don't need to worry about my affairs anymore. In the following days, Qin Feng ignored his parents' objections and took his father directly to the best hospital and arranged the best ward for him. The next day, Qin Feng took Qin Chi to the playground to play and enjoyed the long-lost father-daughter time. On the third day, early in the morning, after Qin Feng sent Qin Chi to kindergarten, he went straight to the seafood market. Today, there was a big sale waiting for him there. Chapter 4. Shanghai, this rapidly rising metropolis at the beginning of the new century, is home to countless legends. Some achieve success through steady progress, while others, struck by sheer luck, become overnight riches, instantly ascending to the pinnacle of status. Quafu Street is precisely the kind of place where such fortunes can be made overnight. Open the clams. Open the clams. Look, these are the big clams that have just been shipped in. They are of first-class quality. You will make a profit if you open them. The vendors shouted enthusiastically on the street. This is a good product personally identified by Master One-Eyed. Today it's on sale for only 1,000 yuan. Shouts of hawkers rang out in the crowd. Clearance sale, $100 each. You won't get cheated. This street is full of vitality and danger. Qin Feng lowered his head and searched carefully, his mind replaying memories from his past life. Today he knew that Quafu Street would yield a rare treasure worth over 20 million yuan. The 7 hearts pearl, 6 small clam pearls, and 1 large clam pearl, each of top-notch quality and worth at least 1 million yuan, all 7 adding up to 20 million. Moreover, these 7 pearls came from the same clam. It was a miracle, unrepeatable. However, there are also dangers here. While the clam business can make people rich overnight, it can also cause them to lose everything in an instant. Qin Feng didn't have much money, most of which he had left for his father's medical expenses. Now, he only had 100,000 yuan. He continued walking, knowing in his heart that he couldn't act rashly. After all, no one knew whether his luck would come today. Suddenly, a shout broke his thoughts. Hurry up, move it down. Qin Feng's eyes turned and a large basket of giant clams that had just been transported appeared before his eyes. His heart skipped a beat. He had found it. A large clam, as big as 3 ordinary clams, lay quietly among a pile of clams. This large clam instantly attracted many onlookers. Wow, a clam this big must be more than 5 years old, right? Someone sighed. These clams are enough for our family of 3 to have a meal, another person laughed. If pearls can be found in this clam, it would be absolutely amazing. More discussions began to spread. Despite the constant chatter, no one asked the price. Everyone seemed to agree that this clam, while large, was nothing special. After years of development, the art of opening clams had become a well-established body of knowledge. This giant clam, besides being large, was nothing special. Perfect. Qin Feng nodded secretly, knowing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as he was about to step forward to ask the price, suddenly, a familiar voice broke into his ears. It's you. Qin Feng was stunned. The scene before him left him speechless. He had never expected to meet Wang Meng here. Now Wang Meng is leaning in a man's arms, her eyes full of hatred and disdain for Qin Feng. Weren't you very arrogant 2 days ago? Why? Do you regret it now? Want to keep me? It's too late. I tell you, I was blind when I was with you. Only after leaving you did I know what a man is. Wang Meng sneered. She dried her wrist, and the pure, white, and translucent pearl bracelet on her hand was extremely dazzling. This is a gift from Brother Chong. It's worth 100,000. It's so dazzling that it's blinding. Well, I'm really blind. Qin Feng responded indifferently, his eyes full of sarcasm. Are you Qin Feng? When the man Lu Chong saw Qin Feng ignoring him, a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. Qin Feng didn't want to get entangled with him at all. He pointed at the big clam and said coldly, I want this clam. Name your price. Lu Chong was ignored and felt a little angry, but he calmed down and said proudly, This clam is so big. Once it is shipped, its value will naturally be high, so the price must be higher. You name a price. Qin Feng said coldly. Okay. Lu Chang pondered for a moment. 50,000 yuan. 1,000. Qin Feng directly responded. Lu Chang was stunned. What? Your price is too high this time, isn't it? The crowd watching were also shocked and couldn't believe their ears. Even the shills who were trying to drive up the price were stunned. It seems like you are here to cause trouble, brother. Lu Chang said with a gloomy face and a threatening tone. Qin Feng sneered, unafraid. The normal price of a clam is 2 to 500, and a top-quality one is about 1,000. You and I both know that this clam has nothing but size. I'll give it 1,000, which is already my limit. Lu Chang was stunned and fell silent. True, the clam wasn't worth much. It was only because of its size that it attracted attention. He'd originally paid only 200 yuan for it, hoping to attract customers. 1,000 yuan deal? Lu Chang finally nodded and agreed. The transaction was completed, and Qin Feng got the big clam. With the signature and fingerprints completed, the transaction was successfully completed. Finally got it. Qin Feng smiled slightly, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Chapter 5. Qin Feng, if I remember correctly, your unlucky father should be lying in the hospital now, right? If I remember correctly, this 1,000 yuan should be equivalent to your parents' monthly income, right? Wang Ming sneered and teased mercilessly. You always say you want your parents to enjoy life with you. So this is how you show filial piety. You used the money originally intended for your father's medical treatment to buy a clam. You are such a filial son. As soon as she said this, the crowd around her suddenly became quiet and turned to look at Qin Feng, with a hint of disgust in their eyes. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he responded calmly. I would rather spend 1,000 yuan to buy a clam than give it to you. His words were simple but extremely sharp, hitting Wang Ming's sore spot. Wang Ming's expression froze, and she was stunned for a moment. She had never imagined that Qin Feng would dare to fight back like this. She secretly hated herself for being so choked by his words that she was speechless. Seeing this, Lu Chang stood up and pretended to be a peacemaker. Brother, women are meant to be loved, not to be scolded. Since we have broken up, the past is like smoke. Don't hurt everyone's harmony. He paused and continued. Besides, even though you've taken care of my business, I can't help but say a few words to you. Your father's condition is the most important thing. Don't waste your father's medical expenses just to get angry with a woman. Qin Feng smiled faintly. You are right. How about I not buy it? Can I return it? Lu Chang's smile froze. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so direct, and it was clear he was stumped. He had just spoken so nicely, but if he didn't back down now, wouldn't all his word have been in vain? However, Lu Chang was a seasoned businessman after all. He prioritized profit over dignity, and he quickly made a decision. Brother, although I really want to help you, we're all adults now, and we should all pay the price for our decisions. Besides, we've already signed the agreement, and we can't break the rules just because of you, right? Really can't retreat? Qin Feng confirmed again. No. Lu Chang's tone became more firm. Well then, Qin Feng looked at the large clam in his hand with a trace of regret, and even a hint of hatred between his brows. He waved his hand, and the clam shell cracked open with a crisp sound. The expressions of the surrounding crowd changed instantly. The joke just now seemed to have become a reality, and there seemed to be a strange atmosphere in the air. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted out from the cracked shell, instantly filling everyone's nostrils. Everyone was stunned, their eyes unconsciously focused on the crack. Did they really get some good stuff? A thought flashed through everyone's mind. Lu Chang and Wang Ming's hearts suddenly jumped into their throats, and their faces turned extremely grim. What on earth was opened? Could it be? Qin Feng exerted force on his hands again, and the crack in the clamshell became bigger. Suddenly, a round and smooth clam pearl was revealed. The pearl, a dark yellow hue as warm as sandalwood, lay quietly within the shell, emitting an alluring fragrance. The fragrance in the air became increasingly rich, refreshing. Holy shit! At this moment, the atmosphere on the field completely exploded. Oh my god, this bead is at least 12 millimeters in diameter. It's such a dark yellow, with no extraneous colors. The most amazing thing is the refreshing fragrance. It's so refreshing. Just for this reason, the price of this pearl will definitely soar tenfold. At least 500,000. The discussion in the crowd suddenly exploded, and everyone began to discuss the value of this bead. Lu Chang and Wang Ming's faces instantly turned livid, the regret and remorse in their hearts almost driving them crazy. They thought they had ruthlessly killed Qin Feng, But who would have thought that they were the real victims? A pearl worth 500,000 yuan was sold for only 1,000 yuan. They almost wanted to die. Brother, this pearl is worth 400,000. I want it. Lu Chong spoke directly, with a ferocious smile on his face and greed in his eyes. Although this pearl is top-notch, it still requires a lot of processes to be processed into a finished product. For 100,000, just nod your head and the pearl will belong to me. You can take the money. How about it? Lu Chong's tone suddenly softened, wanting to take the opportunity to buy it at a low price. Qin Feng looked at Lu Chong coldly. Sorry, not for sale. His words were crisp and clear, without any hesitation. Then, Qin Feng inserted his hand into the clamshell again and continued to exert force. At this moment, everyone focused their attention on Qin Feng's movements. Everyone had already seen one bead. Could it be that Qin Feng was going to open more beads? A bumpkin will always be a bumpkin. Even if he's lucky, he still can't change his rustic nature. Wang Ming sneered and mocked Qin Feng. Her voice was filled with obvious disdain, clearly disdainful of Qin Feng's behavior. Qin Feng, today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Listen carefully, this is a sea clam. You understand sea clams? You can only get one pearl from a sea clam at most. Stop embarrassing yourself. However, before she could finish her words, the scene before her completely stunned her. Her face turned pale in an instant, her mouth opened, and her face was full of shock. Impossible. Wang Ming could hardly believe his eyes. Everyone was looking at the scene in astonishment. Another pearl appeared next to the first one. The two beads are exactly the same in terms of color, size, and even aura. How is this possible? Wang Ming finally exclaimed, completely shocked. Everyone present stared in amazement, as if they had seen a ghost. This was not a common occurrence. How could two pearls emerge from a sea clam? I never thought that in my lifetime, I would see a sea clam produce two pearls. A voice came from the crowd, full of surprise. This is simply a miracle. These two pearls must be worth at least 1 million. Bullshit. 1 million, 2 million. I'll pay right now. Everyone's talk became louder and louder, and the envy and jealousy in their eyes almost overflowed. Qin Feng smiled secretly in his heart. This was exactly the good show he had expected. He looked at Lu Chong and Wang Ming nonchalantly and said coldly, "Do you still want to continue bidding?" Chapter 6. Qin Feng's luck was incredible. When he offered 500,000, everyone could barely accept it. But now, 500,000 has become 2 million. The two of them suddenly felt unable to accept it. To Lu Chong, he had just acquired the clam, which meant he had already pocketed 2 million yuan, yet he sold it for only 1,000. Thinking of how Qin Feng had just wanted to return the clam, but he refused to let him, Lu Chong was furious and wanted to slap himself twice. After years of hard work, he had finally amassed a fortune of over 1 million, only to have Qin Feng easily surpass him. Lu Chong felt a tightness in his chest, and Wang Ming wasn't feeling much better. A single thought kept resonating in her mind. If I hadn't called off the engagement 2 days ago, wouldn't these 2 million be mine now? She had once thought that, given Qin Feng's devotion to her, the 2 million should be hers. Thinking about how she had worked so hard to please Lu Chong just to get a bracelet worth 100,000 yuan, Wang Ming couldn't help but feel a little regretful, feeling like she had lost the big picture while picking up sesame seeds. Qin Feng was completely unaware of the change in the situation at this time. He still held a knife, and his movements were as firm as ever. As everyone watched Qin Feng's actions, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. Everyone held their breath, silently thinking in their hearts, could it be? There's another one? When they saw the third pearl appear before their eyes, everyone's eyes almost fell out. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was simply incredible. Each pearl was worth 2 million. The appearance of the third pearl was almost breathtaking. Time seemed to freeze as pearl after pearl appeared, like a divine gift from heaven. The fourth, the fifth. When the seventh pearl appeared, the atmosphere in the arena had become as still as a ghost. No one dared to speak, and everyone's eyes were wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lu Chong completely lost his mind and rushed towards Qin Feng frantically. "This pearl is mine." Qin Feng dodged lightly, and Lu Chong immediately fell to the ground, looking very embarrassed. Lu Chong got up and prepared to continue snatching, but was restrained by the security personnel. "Mine, al mine." Lu Chong was still struggling. The security guard coldly warned, "This is your last warning. If you cause trouble again, you will bear the consequences." Lu Chong finally calmed down and glared at Qin Feng angrily. Boy, you were lucky. Wang Ming also jumped out at this time. Great husband, let's go home. She quickly approached and tried to hold Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng slightly moved away and said coldly, "We have broken up." Wang Ming looked at him with a pitiful look. "What breakup? Didn't I joke with you a few days ago? Why did you take it seriously? We are already married, a legal couple, husband." There was temptation in her words, and she wanted to pounce on Qin Feng again. Qin Feng smiled coldly and pointed at Lu Chong. "Then what's the relationship between you and him?" Wang Ming's expression changed instantly. "There's nothing between him and me. I'm absolutely innocent. My heart only belongs to you." As she said that, she secretly took off her pearl bracelet. Qin Feng looked at her clumsy tricks and made no effort to hide his disgust. "I'm warning you again. You and I no longer have any relationship, and there won't be any relationship in the future. If you dare to come close to me again, I'll call the police." Wang Ming's expression changed instantly. "Okay, no more ties," you said. "It's not that easy to get rid of me. Although we've canceled the wedding, you have to compensate me for the loss of my youth over the past few years. At least 5 million. Qin Feng sneered. "All the food, drinks, and money you've eaten, drank, and spent over the years, including all the expenses of your father, mother, and brother, were paid by me, right?" Wang Ming ignored him and remained stubborn. "I don't care. You slept with me for so many years. You can't just let it go like this." Qin Feng smiled and said, "Okay, I'm here now, and the pearl is in my hand. Come and get it." Wang Ming's face changed drastically again. Would she dare to go up and get it? Lu Chong's previous experience was still before her eyes. She knew that if she dared to snatch it, Qin Feng would probably call the police immediately. At that point, she wouldn't even get the pearl, and she'd have to eat a free meal. Although she was short-sighted, she wasn't completely ignorant of the value of the pearl. The people around her talking about the pearl made her increasingly uneasy. Each of these pearls was worth at least 1 million. Wang Ming didn't dare to take them, but her heart was filled with regret and anger. At this time, Qin Feng broke away from Wang Ming and Lu Chong and turned to the security officer beside him. "I want to set up a stall here to sell pearls. How much money do I need?" He planned to sell these 7 pearls. These 7 pearls were not only precious for their color and size, but also multiplied in value by their background and significance. Coming from the same sea clams, their very existence was a miracle. Qin Feng knew the value of these pearls would likely double, and if he seized the opportunity, they would surely fetch a good price. He stayed at the scene not only to show the value of the pearl, but also to let the people around him witness it. The eyes of the crowd are the best witnesses. Of course, but the booth fee is 200 yuan, the security officer readily agreed. The transaction was complete, and a simple booth appeared. 7 pearls lay quietly on the rags, emitting a faint luster. The crowd gradually gathered around, marveling at the rarity and value of the 7 pearls. Lu Chong and Wang Ming stared at Qin Feng, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. They felt as if they had been severely struck, unable to endure what was happening before their eyes. Chapter 7. Qin Feng underestimated the allure of the 7 stars in a row. In just half an hour since he set up his stall, the number of spectators had already exceeded several thousand, and the number was still increasing rapidly. However, the vast majority of people were simply there to watch the spectacle. After all, the 7 stars in a row were so valuable that only the wealthy and the nobility could access them. Qin Feng had originally planned to stay for 3 days, but the situation had changed his mind. Suddenly, a man and a woman appeared in front of the stall. The man was in his 40s, with a calm demeanor and penetrating eyes. Although his tone was calm, he exuded an irresistible dominance. The woman was 16 or 17 years old, wearing sportswear and twin ponytails. She had a slender figure and stunning looks, and the cunning in her eyes caught the attention of the men around her. The appearance of these 2 people immediately caused the surrounding audience to consciously avoid them. The middle-aged man stared intently, while the young woman showed a hint of displeasure, frowning slightly, but quickly regained her composure. "Hey, did you hear that? We want this pearl. Name your price." The girl shouted impatiently, obviously dissatisfied with Qin Feng's attitude. Qin Feng glanced at the 2 men before him, his heart stirring. The man before him was Lu Hongwei, the chairman of Hongshan Construction Group and a well-known figure in Shanghai. The Lu family held a significant position here. Lu Hongwei's father, Lu Yun, had been a city-level official. Though retired, his influence remained. Leveraging his father's connections and his own outspoken personality, Lu Hongwei had thrived. As for Lu Hongwei's niece, Lu Changsheng. She was the youngest daughter of Lu Tianlan, the second son of the Lu family. Although the family was now at its peak, in Qin Feng's eyes, all this was nothing. After all, at his peak, Qin Feng was one of the world's richest men. Compared with his former glory, the Lu family's background was insignificant. Qin Feng knew that the two people were interested in the 7 stars in a row because Lu Yun's 80th birthday was 3 days later, and the 7 stars in a row had the effect of refreshing the mind and relieving fatigue. Most importantly, it symbolized the prosperity and unity of the family, making it very suitable as a birthday gift. I won't sell it, Qin Feng said coldly, his words concise and to the point. What? Lu Hongwei and Lu Changsheng obviously didn't expect Qin Feng to refuse so directly. Lu Changsheng, a spoiled child, was treated like a dog by all men. She could get whatever she wanted. She had never expected to be rejected directly by Qin Feng upon returning to China. The Qin Feng she faced was exactly the type of person she despised, unsuccessful and lacking in generosity. Lu Changsheng was furious and couldn't help but lose her temper. I'll give you 20 million. Take the money and get out of my sight. She said this arrogantly with a look of deep disdain in her eyes. Plop! Wang Ming, standing next to him, fainted instantly, and Lu Chang was also shaken by the shock. However, almost no one paid any attention to them. 20 million was no small sum in Shanghai, enough to make most people never see such a large sum in their entire lives. Not for sale. Qin Feng still maintained a lazy attitude. When Lu Changsheng heard this, she was so angry that she almost bit her teeth. You greedy bastard, how much do you want? She couldn't believe that she was despised by someone she looked down upon. I won't sell it no matter how much it is. I'm not happy with you, Qin Feng replied bluntly. Lu Changsheng was so angry that she almost lost control. Her eyes were full of fire, and her heart was full of humiliation. She looked at Qin Feng, her heart already filled with anger. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more difficult to handle, Lu Hongwei finally stood up and said, Little brother, I'm sorry. My niece has been spoiled since she was a child. I apologize to you on her behalf. We really need this pearl. As for the price, I will definitely not let you down. Qin Feng pointed at Lu Changsheng and said, She apologized to me first. To be honest, her attitude just now really upset me. When Lu Changsheng heard this, she was completely furious. She immediately stood up and roared, I won't apologize. Forget it. Even if I die, I will never apologize to you. Her eyes shot towards Qin Feng like a sharp sword, full of hostility. Then there's no room for negotiation. Qin Feng waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Please make way and don't interfere with my business. Lu Changsheng had completely lost control at this point, wishing she could tear Qin Feng in half. She briefly considered turning away, but the thought of her elderly grandfather made her stay put, the uncontrollable rage in her heart nearly consuming her. Finally, after some torment, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and whispered, I'm sorry. This apology was almost squeezed out from between teeth, and the tone was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Chapter 8. I can't hear you. So no sincerity. I am sorry. After saying that, Qin Feng bowed deeply again. Okay, just enough. Qin Feng finally nodded. Lu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief, and could hardly help thinking that if Qin Feng continued to pester her, she would definitely rush up and bite him to death. Little brother, the price of this pearl. Seeing that the conflict had eased, Lu Hongwei immediately spoke. One price, 50 million. Qin Feng quoted the price without hesitation. What? When this number came out, everyone on the field was shocked and almost fainted. Soon, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Feng. They looked at him as if they were seeing a god. Do you really dare to offer this price? This question arose in someone's mind. Little brother, is this price too high? After some twists and turns, Lu Hongwei's face became obviously gloomy. As a business tycoon with Lu Yun as his backing, Lu Hongwei had thrived in the business world for years, but this was the first time he had been humiliated by a young man in his 20s. Furthermore, in all of these clashes, Lu Hongwei hadn't gained the upper hand. As a successful businessman with many years of experience in the real estate industry, Lu Hongwei had accumulated considerable wealth. However, the real estate industry is known for its high investment and high returns, and the vast majority of his funds were locked up in real estate, leaving him with only around 100 million yuan available. Spending 50 million on this gift would indeed seem a bit extravagant. Moreover, if there is a problem with the capital chain during the transaction, it may trigger a series of turmoil. He can't afford the gamble. As Lu Hongwei's anger accumulated, the powerful aura of a superior began to emerge, and a sense of oppression enveloped the surroundings. Even the people standing nearby could feel a suffocating pressure if they stood a little closer. In this situation, Qin Feng, the main target, seemed to be unconcerned and continued to sit there with a lazy attitude. Whether the price is high or not depends on its value. To me, this 7 stars in a row is worth this price. Buying and selling are transactions. Sellers sell and buyers buy. If you think the price is too high, you can choose not to buy it. Am I forcing you? Qin Feng responded calmly. Little brother, this price is too high. Can you make it cheaper? Just consider that I, Lu Hongwei, owe you a favor. In desperation, Lu Hongwei finally revealed his identity. As soon as the name came out, the scene immediately exploded. Lu Hongwei, a tycoon with a net worth of over 1 billion, is famous in Shanghai. A favor from him is worth a fortune. However, no. Qin Feng refused firmly. Rejected again? Everyone in the audience was almost going crazy. They found it hard to believe what kind of young man Qin Feng was who dared to reject Lu Hongwei like this. They were thinking, is 50 million enough to do whatever they want in this magic city? If you offend the real boss, you will lose nothing of the 50 million. But how could they understand Qin Feng's heart? How could a sparrow understand the ambition of Swan? Is there any capital tycoon whose rise was not achieved through blood and rain, and by fighting desperately? Even if it was Lu Hongwei, or even his entire family together, they were not worth Qin Feng's glance. Qin Feng had another purpose for wasting time on Lu Hongwei. He wants to conquer Lu Hongwei. No, it's about conquering him, not relying on him. Now, Qin Feng has enough confidence to stand at the top of the world again. But as his power expands, he needs a capable assistant. Lu Hongwei is a suitable candidate. However, just a suitable candidate. Judging from the brief encounter, although Lu Hongwei was forthright, he wasn't very smart. As a veteran in the business world, he couldn't even handle such a small situation. He is of no use. Qin Feng gave him this opportunity only for the sake of the old man behind him. Lu Hongwei's face was full of helplessness, and Qin Feng sighed. Actually, it's not impossible to be cheap. Lu Hongwei and Lu Qingqing's eyes suddenly lit up. They had been preparing to retreat, but they hadn't expected the situation to take a turn for the better. Little brother, if you have any requests, just ask. Lu Hongwei's tone was a little excited at this time. In this negotiation, Lu Hongwei was completely led by Qin Feng. 30 million, one price. Qin Feng offered a new price. 30 million. Lu Hongwei and Lu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although the price was higher than they expected, it was still within their affordable range. Thank you very much, little brother. Lu Hongwei nodded quickly. No rush, besides the 30 million. I have another request. Qin Feng pointed at Lu Qingqing's wrist. I want the jade bracelet on her hand. Jade bracelet? Lu Changsheng was stunned, his eyes falling on the jade bracelet on his wrist. This jade bracelet is about the thickness of a thumb. I bought it by chance in Chinatown. After identification, it was found to be a relic from the Tang dynasty. Although the material is ordinary, it is worth about 1 million yuan. Are you sure? Lu Changsheng looked at Qin Feng suspiciously. From the previous negotiations, Qin Feng acted extremely greedy. Now he is giving up a profit of 20 million for a jade bracelet worth 1 million. This is so strange. Forget it if it doesn't work. Qin Feng's face changed, and he made a gesture to drive people away. Okay, I promise you. Lu Changsheng nodded quickly. She had seen how quickly Qin Feng could change his attitude, so she didn't dare to object anymore. A moment later, the transaction was completed. Qin Feng instantly transformed from a penniless loser into a multimillionaire. Little brother, I, Lu Hongwei, mean what I say. I owe you a favor for what happened today. This is my business card. You can contact me at any time. After the pearl transaction was completed, Lu Hongwei looked at Qin Feng with gratitude. Uncle Lu, this bastard just cheated you out of 30 million, and you still. Lu Changsheng said dissatisfiedly. Shut up. Lu Hongwei shouted coldly. Lu Changsheng jumped up in anger and turned away. I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. Lu Hongwei said awkwardly. It's understandable for children to have a temper. They will be fine when they grow up. Qin Feng responded with a smile. Lu Hongwei nodded, suddenly reacted, and looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. However, young people may be willful, but sometimes being too willful may not be a good thing. Qin Feng suddenly changed the subject. What do you mean, little brother? Lu Hongwei realized that there was something else in his words. It's nothing. Qin Feng waved his hand. I see your niece's forehead is black, which may be a sign of great misfortune. It's best to send someone to look after her. Chapter 9. Little brother, can you also tell fortunes? Lu Hongwei looked at Qin Feng in confusion, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. No. Qin Feng answered without hesitation. Lu Hongwei was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. Then you just said it casually, let's go. Qin Feng waved his hand impatiently and left without even giving Lu Hongwei a chance to ask again. On this day in her memory, Lu Changcheng was framed. Several people maliciously insulted her, and photos were taken of her. These photos were then released publicly on Lu Yun's 80th birthday. Elder Lu Yun died of rage, and this incident brought the Lu family to its knees. The Lu family's foundation collapsed. Although all those involved in Lu Qingqing's insults were subsequently brought to justice, the Lu family had no chance of recovery. From that moment on, the Lu family began its rapid decline. In order to subdue Lu Hongwei and obtain the jade bracelet, Qin Feng secretly nodded to Lu Hongwei. As for whether he understood or not, that was beyond Qin Feng's control. After this series of events, it was already dark. Qin Feng first went to pick up Qin Shiqi from school, and then went to the hospital to see his father. At night, Qin Feng lay in bed, feeling that Qin Shiqi was holding him tightly like an octopus. Qin Feng's heart was filled with happiness. Perhaps someone else would have sympathized with Lu Qingqing's plight and offered a helping hand, but unfortunately, that person wasn't Qin Feng. In his previous life, Qin Feng had experienced the world's darkest years and witnessed the most ruthless methods of women. If he had been even slightly softer, he would have been devoured, leaving nothing behind. His heart had long been as hard as iron and as cold as ice. Aside from his family, the only thing he cared about was profit. None of your business is my business, Lu Changcheng said angrily and rushed out of the house. Young master, the butler Lu Qingming beside him was full of worry. Lu Qingming is the Lu family's chief steward and Lu Hongwei's most capable assistant. Go, send a few people with good skills to protect Cheng Cheng, Lu Hongwei said after a moment of silence. Several people quietly followed Lu Changcheng and disappeared from sight. Young master, do you really believe what that kid said? After settling everything, Lu Qingming couldn't help but ask. That kid is not simple. Lu Hongwei's face was solemn and his voice was low. Oh, Lu Qingming was stunned. Although Lu Hongwei was somewhat slow in business, he could always judge a person's potential at a glance. This was the first time he had heard Lu Hongwei praise a young man so highly. What surprised him even more was that this young man was only in his early 20s. I even see the shadow of my father in him, Lu Hongwei continued. It was easy to say, but once it got out, who knows what kind of storm it would stir up. Old man Lu Yun was a nationally renowned figure, a figure who had experienced countless deaths and bloodshed. Now, Lu Hongwei was actually comparing him to a young man in his 20s. After returning home, Lu Hongwei recalled what happened during the day several times. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying Qin Feng became. First, an ordinary person would be ecstatic upon suddenly receiving a huge sum of 50 million yuan. But what about Qin Feng? He remained calm from beginning to end, not even glancing at the 7 stars bead that changed his fate for a second. This was a treasure worth over 50 million yuan, and there were countless security personnel guarding it. But what if someone stole it? Secondly, when Qin Feng knew his identity, ordinary people would be terrified and submissive. But Qin Feng remained calm, and Lu Hongwei vaguely felt that the identity he was proud of seemed worthless in front of Qin Feng. Third, Lu Qingqing's beauty captivated everyone, and many men were captivated by her. However, Qin Feng's eyes were clear, and even when Lu Changcheng was angry, Lu Hongwei could clearly see that his eyes were full of disgust. It wasn't a playful trick, but sheer disgust. He is not tempted by fame and fortune, not moved by power, and not invaded by women. This Qin Feng is not simple. He will definitely achieve something. Lu Hongwei finally came to the conclusion. Go, send someone to check Qin Feng's information. The more detailed, the better. Soon Lu Hongwei was the only one left in the hall. It was late at night, but he had no desire to sleep. He is waiting for a result. After a long time, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Master, something happened to the young lady. A voice came, and Lu Hongwei stood up suddenly. It's actually true. At this moment, Qin Feng's figure appeared involuntarily in Lu Hongwei's mind, and his heart trembled. The next day, after sending Qin Shiqi to school, Qin Feng was about to go to the hospital, but he met Lu Hongwei, who was waiting at the hospital door. Lu Hongwei had obviously been waiting for a long time. When he saw Qin Feng, he immediately came forward. Mr. Qin, I really don't know how to thank you. It was you who saved Cheng Cheng's fate and saved the future of our Lu family. As soon as they met, Lu Hongwei thanked him repeatedly. Although the incident has passed, Lu Hongwei is still frightened when he thinks of the thrill of last night. Lu Qingqing's classmates had clearly planned this. Once they succeeded, they moved to several different locations, even bringing high-definition cameras. If Lu Hongwei's men had reacted more slowly, the consequences would have been disastrous. Especially since it was on the eve of the old man's 80th birthday, a catastrophe was nearly inevitable. It's a small matter, Qin Feng said lightly. Qin Feng seemed not surprised at all by Lu Hongwei's gratitude. No, it's a small matter for you, but it's a big deal for our Lu family. I really don't know how to repay Mr. Qin's kindness. Lu Hongwei said repeatedly. Okay, stop flattering me. Qin Feng waved his hand. Qin Feng smiled, and Lu Hongwei was obviously relieved. Honestly, Lu Hongwei's feelings towards Qin Feng were becoming increasingly complex. He was deeply in awe of Qin Feng's potential, even a little wary. This young man in his early 20s possessed exceptional perseverance and intelligence, rivaling any top-tier figure. Strangest of all, Qin Feng seemed to be able to predict the future, far beyond his wildest imagination. If he could make friends with Qin Feng when he was in obscurity, perhaps he could completely change his fate. Which ward is my dad in? Qin Feng asked casually. In Ward 001. Lu Hongwei answered subconsciously. As soon as he said that, his eyes immediately turned into horror. Don't look at me like that. You've almost done all the research. If you want to thank me or make friends with me, the most direct way is to take good care of my dad, isn't it? Qin Feng said indifferently with a cold look in his eyes. Yes. Under Qin Feng's gaze, Lu Hongwei nodded quickly, cold sweat pouring down his face. In the hospital, Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. His father was placed in the best ward, with a dedicated attending physician providing 24-hour care. He began to have a slight liking for Lu Hongwei. After staying in the hospital for a while and answering his parents' questions, Qin Feng left the hospital and took a taxi to Jubiozai. Chapter 10. Jubiozai, the largest antique appraisal place in Shanghai. The entire Jubiozai is divided into 2 floors. The first floor is dedicated to serving ordinary people. People from all over the world can come here to appraise and sell their antiques. Whether it is appraisal or sale, Jubiozai charges a certain fee. The second floor is prepared for the upper class, where treasures that reach a certain level can be auctioned. Brother, you didn't even tell me you were coming. What's the matter? Are you here again to promote the virtue of saving all living beings? As soon as the two arrived, Wen Chu came to greet them. Wen Chu is the young master of Jubiozai, and Qin Feng recognized him at a glance. Who do? Your sister. Can you please not mention this matter anymore? Lu Hongwei cursed and punched Wen Chu. Lu Hongwei enjoyed browsing antiques at Jubiozai, but his taste wasn't great, and he always lost more than he won. Last time, he'd been badly ripped off by a rival, a common topic for Wen Chu to tease him about when opening. Who is this? After Wen Chu scolded with a smile, his gaze fell on Qin Feng, and a hint of inquiry flashed in his eyes. Qin Feng looked ordinary, dressed in ordinary clothes, and had no special temperament. Standing in the crowd, he was not conspicuous at all. But in his conversation with Lu Hongwei just now, it was obvious that Lu Hongwei was very respectful to Qin Feng, which made Wen Chu have to guess that this person was extraordinary. Brother, come here. Let me introduce you solemnly. Lu Hongwei pointed at Qin Feng. This is Mr. Qin, and he is also the great benefactor of my Lu family. While speaking, Lu Hongwei briefly recounted what had happened in the past few days, including the fact that Lu Changsheng was almost insulted. Obviously, Qin Feng holds a special position in Lu Hongwei's heart. Oh, after hearing this, Wen Chu looked at Qin Feng with a more ordinary look. He had a deep understanding of his brother. Although Wen Chu was sometimes confused, he was very accurate in judging people. Since you are Brother Lu's friend, then you're my Wen Chu's friend. From today on, I will not charge any handling fees for your appraisal or auction. Wen Chu said, patting his chest. Generally speaking, Jubiozai charges a 5% handling fee for appraisal and auction. Are you sure? Qin Feng's expression was subtle, and his tone was a little strange. Just a few coins, not worth mentioning. When Shu waved his hand, seeming indifferent. Then I'd rather obey than be disrespectful. Qin Feng smiled and took out the jade bracelet he got from Lu Changqin. Is this it? Lu Hongwei and Wen Shu were stunned when they saw the jade bracelet in Qin Feng's hand. To Lu Hongwei, Qin Feng's image in his heart was already so high that he could not even begin to catch up. How could such an amazing person actually come to Jubiozai to appraise such an ordinary item? Wen Shu also felt a little strange, but he quickly reacted. The color of this jade bracelet is even, and judging from the patterns on it, it should be an item from the Tang dynasty. Although the quality of the jade is average, it is well preserved. If Mr. Qin is willing, I can buy this jade bracelet for 2 million. Wen Shu's offer was obviously sincere. That's a reasonable price. Qin Feng nodded, knowing full well that the jade bracelet alone was worth at most 1 to 200,000 or 300,000. When Shu had offered 2 million, clearly hoping to build a closer relationship with him through this transaction. Qin Feng and Lu Hongwei both understood this. As the chairman of Hongwei Construction Group, Lu Hongwei was busy with work, but he was still paving the way for Qin Feng. Qin Feng was naturally aware of Wen Shu's good intentions. In that case, I will. Wen Shu prepared to take action. No pity. Qin Feng interrupted Wen Shu. You too, have you ever thought that this jade bracelet actually has a hidden world? Oh, Lu Hongwei and Wen Shu's eyes lit up, obviously intrigued by Qin Feng's question. Last night, Qin Feng was even willing to earn 20 million less to get this jade bracelet. In other words, the value of this jade bracelet is at least 20 million. Could it be that this jade bracelet has an unknown origin? Wen Shu's eyes moved, and he obviously began to ponder the deeper meaning of it. Correct. Qin Feng clapped his hands, a smug smile on his face. This jade bracelet was worn by Emperor Taizong of Tang Li Shimin. Emperor Taizong of Tang. Wen Shu and Lu Hongwei were both shocked, their eyes revealing disbelief. If this jade bracelet was really worn by Emperor Taizong of Tang, its value would undoubtedly double. Mr. Qin, what proof do you have? Wen Shu hesitated and asked. The material of this jade bracelet is too ordinary. Without solid evidence, it is difficult to connect it to that ancient emperor. Of course there is evidence. Qin Feng smiled slightly, picked up the jade bracelet, and suddenly smashed it towards the table in front of him. There was a crisp ding sound, and everyone's heart tightened. This is a jade bracelet worth at least 1 or 2 million, and Qin Feng smashed it so casually? Chapter 11. Wen Shu and Lu Hongwei were both shocked by Qin Feng's actions. When the jade bracelet broke, everyone was stunned. The jade bracelet was actually hollow, with a piece of rolled paper leaking out from the broken part. This is... Wen Shu picked up the paper curiously and opened it quickly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wen Shu's body began to tremble slightly. His face gradually turned red, veins bulged, and his breathing became rapid, like a dying salted fish. Old one, what's wrong with you? Lu Hongwei looked at Wen Shu in confusion, a sense of inexplicable worry rising in his heart. He had known Wen Shu for many years and had never seen this guy lose his composure like this. Wen Shu took a deep breath and opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything. After a moment, Wen Shu suddenly roared, Uncle Hu, Uncle Li, Uncle Amo, Uncle Tang, come here quickly. The roar resounded throughout the entire Jubiozai, shattering the surrounding area into silence. What's wrong with the young master? Hearing the shout, from middle-aged and elderly people rushed over quickly. They are the 4 chief appraisers of Jubiozai. Young master, the auction is going on now, we still need... Uncle Hu just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Wen Shu. The auction is not important. Let's look at this first. Wen Ku's voiced humbled. You're so bold to say that an auction worth hundreds of millions is not important. You second-generation rich kid. The 4 chief appraisers complained, but they hurried to Wen Shu. The 4 of them looked down at the paper at the same time. Their eyes widened instantly, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Plop! Uncle Hu fainted without saying a word, and the scene was in chaos. What on earth is this? Lu Hongwei finally couldn't help but ask. His voice trembled slightly, and the confusion and puzzlement in his eyes deepened. In fact, not only him, but everyone present was extremely shocked, especially Wen Shu and the 4 appraisers. They were all worldly wise people, and it was unbelievable that they would lose their composure over a small piece of paper. This is... Wen Shu took a deep breath and finally spoke, the best running script in the world by the calligrapher Wang Shiji. He spoke slowly, as if every word required all his strength. After the last word fell, when Chu almost collapsed, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, as if he had just been through a heavy rain. However, everyone's attention was attracted by that sentence, and no one even looked at Wen Chu's appearance. Lanting Preface, the preface to the Lanting Collection, the world's greatest running script by Wang Shiji. Everyone's eyes widened, unable to believe their ears. Isn't this possible? Lu Hongwei smacked his lips in surprise. He couldn't understand why the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion would appear in an ordinary jade bracelet. It's absolutely impossible to be wrong. Wen Chu shook his head, his face full of excitement and confusion. Then he walked up to Qin Feng, with excitement in his eyes and deep doubts in his eyes. Mr. Qin, what is going on? Wen Chu's voice was low, but revealed confusion. Wen Chu represented everyone's question. How could the lost Lanting preface be hidden in this ordinary jade bracelet? This was truly bizarre. Who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Who would dare to believe it? But Qin Feng's actions just now clearly told everyone that Qin Feng had already known the secret of the jade bracelet, which was why he made such an astonishing move. In the past, Wang Shiji wrote the Lanting preface on Mount Kuaiji, and it became a treasure in the hearts of countless calligraphy enthusiasts. Qin Feng spoke slowly, with an extremely calm demeanor. Since then, the Lanting preface has become a treasure that people all over the world compete to collect. It has also been passed down from generation to generation in the Wang family, and eventually fell into the hands of Bian Kai, the apprentice of Wang Shiji's seventh-generation grandson. At that time, Emperor Taizong of Tang ascended the throne. He had great respect for Wang Shiji's calligraphy and even mobilized the whole country to search for his calligraphy. But the only thing missing was the preface to the Lanting collection. Qin Feng continued. After years of searching, the Lanting Su was finally found in the hands of Bian Kai. Qin Feng continued. But after Emperor Taizong's death, the tomb robber Wen Tao didn't find the Lanting Su when he dug up his tomb. There's a saying that Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji, swapped the originals, but this statement is totally untrue. Qin Feng shook his head with a firm tone. Why? Wen Chu couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng took a deep breath and replied calmly. Emperor Taizong went to such great lengths to obtain the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion. He would have buried it with himself. Moreover, Emperor Taizong had been scheming his entire life. How could he not have anticipated that his son would be cunning? Therefore, Emperor Taizong must have used some clever trick to deceive everyone. At that time, the tomb robber Wen Tao excavated the tomb of Emperor Taizong of Tang and unearthed a large number of treasures. But few people know that among them was an ordinary jade bracelet. Qin Feng continued to explain, although the jade bracelet looked rough, it was eventually sold because it was related to the Tang dynasty. The craftsmanship and pattern of this jade bracelet confirm that it is from the Tang dynasty, but its roughness and size are very unusual. Qin Feng's eyes were bright. It is precisely because of this unusualness that the secret of the preface to the Lanting collection is hidden. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal, Qin Feng said firmly. After he finished speaking, the place fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Qin Feng's words. Until now, I still can't believe it. Wen Chu held the paper of Lanting Su in his hands, as if its weight exceeded tens of millions. Mr. Qin, I have a request. Wen Chu hesitated for a moment and finally mustered up the courage to speak. Chapter 12. I hope Mr. Qin can allow me to rent the original copy of the preface to the Lanting poems for 1 month. Of course, I will not make things difficult for Mr. Qin. I am willing to pay a rent of 20 million. Wen Chu made his request. The reputation of the Lanting preface is truly immense. If word spreads, it will surely attract calligraphy enthusiasts and antique collectors nationwide to admire it. Wen Chu knows that while he is absolutely certain the calligraphy is authentic, many appraisers nationwide may disagree. If multiple appraisers gather and debate, Jubiozai will ultimately benefit. This opportunity will significantly enhance Jubiozai's influence and potentially even expand its sphere of influence. As soon as Wen Chu finished speaking, there was an uproar. 20 million, just for a month's rent. This was beyond comprehension. But when they thought about the fact that the item being rented was the most precious copy in history, the preface to the Lanting poems, they couldn't help but nod in agreement. It was definitely worth it. Wen Chu stared at the original copy of the Lanting preface, his eyes filled with burning desire, as if he had beheld a peerless beauty. His face was a mixture of excitement and loss. If possible, he would naturally buy the Lanting preface and own it outright. But he knew he simply couldn't afford it. Although Jubiozai now possesses over $1 billion in assets, acquiring this treasure would require at least half of it. The Lanting preface is absolutely worth the price. In the history of calligraphy, Western Jin Dynasty calligrapher Suo Jing's ode to the marching army sold for 22 million yuan. Emperor Qianlong's record of White Pagoda Mountain fetched 116 million yuan, and Wang Shiji's Ping and Tai fetched 307.8 million yuan. The Lanting preface is at least twice as valuable as the Ping and Tai. However, Wen Chu understood his own financial situation and knew that he could not afford to buy a house, so he could only choose to rent one. No problem. Qin Feng agreed readily. Since we are friends, I will give you an ultra-low friendship price of 50 million. Qin Feng added. Wen Chu's expression stiffened instantly, and Lu Hongwei frowned slightly. Clearly, they felt Qin Feng's request was excessive. While the preface to the Lanting poems was truly unique, 50 million yuan for just 1 month's rental seemed excessive. Brother Wen, don't be anxious. I have my reasons for saying this. Qin Feng saw through the doubts of the two people, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. To be honest, Qin Feng walked up to the two of them and lowered his voice. Brother Wen, I see black energy gathering on your forehead. I'm afraid it's a sign of great misfortune. This sentence made Wen Chu and Lu Hongwei's hearts skip a beat. Recalling what Qin Feng said yesterday about Lu Changsheng being a bad omen, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Sir, do you have any solution to this problem? Wen Chu asked anxiously, obviously beginning to worry about his future. Don't worry, I naturally have a way to crack it. Qin Feng pointed to the second floor. Is there an auction going on upstairs? Yes. Wen Chu nodded and replied. This is a tradition of our Jubiozai. We hold an auction every other week. Today's auction is the largest in the past 6 months. The total value of all the auction items has exceeded 400 million. Wen Chu's face lit up with excitement when he mentioned the 400 million. A 400 million transaction would have cost 20 million in commissions alone. That's the problem. Qin Feng said, opportunities are accompanied by dangers. I have a feeling that this auction may very well destroy Jubiozai's long-standing reputation. Wen Chu reacted instantly, his eyes fixed. Mr. Qin, are you saying there are fakes at this auction? Do you believe me? Qin Feng asked back. Wen Chu was silent for a moment. This matter was too serious. If there were fakes at this auction, it would be a disaster for Jubiozai. He knew that the people sitting on the second floor were all the top bosses in the Magic City. If a fake was found, the reputation of Jubiozai would be severely damaged. It might even be suppressed by competitors and completely lose its foothold. However, if Qin Feng was wrong, stopping the auction rashly would have a huge impact on Jubiozai and even affect Wen Xu's position as the heir. After all, although Wen Xu's father doted on him, he was not the only heir. Wen Chu was faced with a difficult decision. At this time, Qin Feng and Lu Hongwei looked at Wen Chu quietly, without saying a word. After a moment of silence, Wen Chu finally made up his mind. Okay, I'm going all out today. I believe you. After Wen Chu finished speaking, he quickly ran to the second floor. When screening auction items, it is best to select some appraisers from outside. Qin Feng added. Wen Chu was slightly stunned, but did not turn around. He understood the meaning of Qin Feng's words. Jubiozai's 4 chief appraisers personally appraised all the items for auction. If a fake really appeared, it meant that one of them was an insider. I hope this kid can withstand the pressure, Qin Feng said in his heart. On this day in history, 3 counterfeits did appear at Jubiozai's auction, with a total value of 350 million yuan. This incident directly caused Jubiozai's reputation to plummet. Qin Feng chose to come to Jubiozai today for 3 reasons. One is to deepen Lu Hongwei's impression of him. The second is to get the original copy of Lanting Su. And the third is to take advantage of the turmoil in Jubiozai to win over Wen Chu. Of course, whether Wen Xu can help Jubiozai overcome this crisis depends on his own ability. If he succeeds, Wen Xu will usher in a greater situation. If he fails, then he can only blame his own fate. On the second floor, the auction is in full swing. At this time, the item being auctioned was a long-necked gourd bottle with a light yellow ground and foreign-style enamel pattern. The icing on the cake, and the Wanzhou Linyan, longevity and longevity, from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. This was the most valuable antique at the auction. The bigwigs in the audience raised their signs and bid. 90 million. I'll give you 100 million. 130 million. In just a few minutes, the price had soared to a staggering 170 million. Wen Chu's father, Wen Taisheng, stood excitedly on the stage, watching intently. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Wen Chu walked in hurriedly. "Father, this auction must be ended immediately." Wen Chu's voice was full of urgency. "Terminate? Are you kidding me? Stop when I say stop. Are you kidding us? Give me a perfect explanation." The atmosphere at the auction froze instantly. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Chapter 13. At that moment, even though Wen Chu had fully prepared himself mentally for the situation before him, he couldn't help but feel his knees weaken and he almost fell to the ground. Pressured by the auras of so many big men, his mind went blank in an instant. However, at this critical moment, Qin Feng's figure and the words, "Since I dare to ask for this price, I must have my reasons," suddenly flashed in Wen Chu's mind. A series of thoughts followed, and they quickly intertwined in his mind. Could it be that Mr. Qin had anticipated all this? A flash of lightning flashed through Wen Chu's mind, and all his doubts disappeared in an instant, and everything became clear. It turned out that Qin Feng's offer of 50 million was not an impulsive move, but he had already anticipated such a situation. If Wen Chu had doubts about Qin Feng's words just now he was completely convinced. At the same time, the huge pressure from the surroundings seemed to disappear without a trace at this moment. What on earth is going on? Wen Chu's father, Wen Taisheng, asked in a low voice, with a hint of confusion on his face. "Father, don't worry." Wen Chu's face was more calm at this time, and there was a different kind of firmness in his tone. "Everyone, I'm sorry. Today's Jubiozai auction has to be terminated early due to an unexpected issue. On behalf of our museum, I would like to apologize to you all," Wen Chu said in a firm tone. His voice was steady, drawing the attention of everyone present. The auction had been canceled, undoubtedly making everyone's trip in vain, but waiving the handling fee would be substantial compensation. "To make up for your losses," Wen Chu smiled, a hint of propriety on his face. "From now on, I will not charge any handling fees for any items auctioned in my Jubiozai." After Wen Chu said this, almost everyone's expression relaxed. Although they're all big bosses with a lot of wealth, who wouldn't care about the extra handling fee? For them, this is undoubtedly a huge benefit. Also, when Chu's tone changed, his smile even brighter. There's another piece of good news. The long-lost masterpiece of running script in the world, the preface to the Lanting poems, has appeared and is now on public display in the lobby on the first floor. Is Wang Shiji's running script the best in the world? As soon as Wen Chu finished speaking, the bigwigs on the scene could no longer remain calm. The name of Lanting Su is well known, and being able to see the original work with one's own eyes is enough to make everyone present's heart beat faster. Although the auction had been canceled, crowds still flocked to the event, rushing downstairs to get a glimpse of the original Lanting preface. In a blink of an eye, only Wen Chu, Wen Taisheng, and a group of staff were left on the second floor. "It's actually real." Wen Taisheng looked at the 3 fakes in front of him and the 4 chief appraisers, his face full of disbelief. "You 4 actually teamed up to betray me." Wen Taisheng's angry voice was full of shock and disbelief. Wen Chu was also sweating profusely, his heart in a state of panic. Who could have imagined that the 4 chief appraisers of Jubiozai would actually betray them? The 3 fakes before him were worth a total of over 300 million. Fortunately, the auction ended in time. The father and son sighed at the same time, feeling relieved. If the 3 counterfeits were not stopped in time, once they were leaked, the reputation of Jubiozai would be completely ruined. That would definitely be an irreparable disaster. "Son, let's go. We have to thank that friend." Wen Taisheng hurriedly pulled Wen Kudonster. As for the 4 chief appraisers, it was obvious that someone had already dealt with them, and they should no longer appear in Jubiozai. At this time, the first floor hall of Jubiozai was already packed with people. Whether they were masters or ordinary calligraphy enthusiasts, they were all attracted by the reputation of Lanting Su, and the scene was extremely lively. Everyone had long forgotten about the cancellation of the auction, and even any negative impact was overshadowed by the appearance of Lanting Su. "Little brother, you are truly a god." When Taisheng burst into tears of gratitude, his voice trembling. "My Jubiozai was able to escape this disaster thanks to your brilliant foresight. Although I, Wen Taisheng, am a rough man and don't know what Mr. Qin likes, please accept this small token of my appreciation." When Taisheng handed over a check for 50 million, his eyes full of gratitude. Uncle, you're too polite. Brother one and I hit it off right away. It's only natural for me to help you out. Qin Feng smiled and declined. Okay, since you don't want to accept it, I won't force you. Wen Taixing smiled and said proudly, but I still have to say this. If you have any questions in the future, you can always come to me. As for this afternoon, you have to stay here no matter what and show me your hospitality. We won't go home until we're drunk. Wen Taisheng said in a heroic tone, I'm afraid it's too late to eat. Qin Feng changed the subject, his expression becoming serious. I'm afraid this turmoil in the Liu family is not over yet. What do you mean? Wen Chu, Wen Taisheng, and Lu Hongwei were all stunned when they heard Qin Feng's words. Brother Wen has been very successful lately, both in business and in love. But lust is like a sword hanging over one's head, and even a hero can't resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. Mr. Qin means, Wen Chu's face suddenly became solemn, and a beautiful figure quickly flashed before his eyes. Wen Chu knew that he was a playboy by nature. Although he was married, he still had many confidants. Among them, the most favored one was that woman. Thinking of this, Wen Chu could no longer sit still. Fuck! He stormed out angrily, his voice echoing throughout the room. The other party's first conspiracy has been exposed, and they must have been alerted. Brother, you'd better be faster. Qin Feng's voice echoed in Wen Chu's ears. Boom! The door of a villa was kicked open with a deafening sound. Why did you come back early? Yang Lulu, 19, a top student at Shanghai's premier dance academy, possessed a beautiful figure and a remarkable temperament. Her eyes seemed to evoke the deepest desires in a person. At this moment, Yang Lulu was startled by Wen Chu's sudden intrusion. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. You're back, that's great. I learned a new move today. Please teach me, master. Yang Lulu pounced on him with a sweet voice, full of charm. However, Wen Chu was not moved at all and pushed her away coldly. Get out. Turning to the bodyguard behind him, he ordered, search this room inside and out. Don't miss any corner. Yes, the bodyguards took immediate action. Yang Lulu's face turned pale in an instant, and the panic in her eyes was completely exposed. Wen Chu watched coldly, his expression becoming even gloomier. Chapter 14. A moment later, a miniature camera and a hidden folder were placed in front of Wen Chu. Looking at the contents of the folder, Wen Chu's face gradually became gloomy, and then he slapped him in anger. You hit it so well. Wen Chu yelled, How dare you say that I broke it when I was playing on the horizontal bar when I was a kid? That's bullshit. The folder contained not only his company's trade secrets, but also videos of him and Yang Lulu. These videos were carefully edited, and every time Yang Lulu appeared on the screen, she looked like an innocent victim with tears in her eyes, making him want to tear her apart. If these videos were to be circulated, Wen Chu would face at least 7 years in prison. What made him even more angry was that the videos also contained intimate shots of Yang Lulu with other men, in which she performed with great skill and proficiency. Wen Chu suddenly realized that the shyness and innocence Yang Lulu displayed during their relationship was completely a disguise when she was with other men. He felt like a fool who had been fooled. Mr. Wen, please forgive me, I was forced. Yang Lulu's face was full of panic, and she knelt on the ground and begged for mercy frantically. Ling Ling, Yang Lulu's cell phone suddenly rang. A hint of coldness flashed in Wen Chu's eyes. Thinking of Qin Feng's previous warning, he immediately took the phone and quietly turned on the recording function. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. The auction house incident has been exposed. To be on the safe side, come to me with all the evidence. It turns out to be Mr. Kong. What a great idea. Wen Chu said coldly. Kong Qing, the young master of the Kong Group, is also Zhubi Ozai's biggest competitor. Over the past decade, the Kong Group has been at a disadvantage, but Wen Chu never expected that the Kong family would quietly lay out such a big plan. First, the Kong family bribed Zhubi Ozai's 4 appraisers to disrupt the most crucial auction, creating a fake auction and significantly damaging Zhubi Ozai's reputation. Now, if he was imprisoned for rape, it would undoubtedly be the last straw that broke the camel's back. If it weren't for Qin Feng, Wen Chu knew that he had fallen into the trap long ago. But today the situation has taken a drastic turn. He now has the evidence. Yang Lulu, the video footage of the 4 appraisers, everything is in his hands. Zhubi Ozai's business secrets and strong evidence make Kong Qing's conspiracy impossible to turn around. Wen Chu was not in a hurry. He waited calmly, knowing that he had taken the initiative. What are you going to do? The voice from the other end of the phone came again, with deep helplessness. I don't have any special thoughts, when Chu responded lightly. I just hope that your Kong group can survive this crisis. He hung up the phone, his heart filled with indifference. Then he pointed at Yang Lulu and said coldly, "Take her away, pry open her mouth, and tell me everything she knows." When Chu looked at Yang Lulu and muttered to himself, "I'm really in big trouble this time." His whole body was soaked with cold sweat. If I hadn't met Qin Feng today, if Qin Feng hadn't helped me, if I hadn't believed Qin Feng, the consequences would be unimaginable. After when Chu warned Qin Feng, he refused when Taixing's attempt to keep him, left Jubiozai directly, and went to the bank. At this time, although Qin Feng had no money in his hand, he had two checks. One was for 30 million, which was the money Lu Hongwei paid for the purchase of the 7 stars linking beads. The other was for 50 million, which was the money Jubiozai paid for the rental of the Lantern collection. The two checks gave Qin Feng some peace of mind, but he knew that this amount of cash accumulation was far from enough. He planned to deposit the money in the bank and wait for the stock market to hit bottom tomorrow before taking the next step. There weren't many people in the bank lobby. Only a few staff members were busy with their own things. When Qin Feng walked in the lobby, the staff member raised his eyelids slightly, then continued to work with his head down. Although Qin Feng is now worth over 100 million yuan, he still wears cheap white t-shirts and blue jeans that never fade, looking no different from an ordinary loser. The bank staff don't take him seriously at all. Qin Feng didn't care. He walked up to the first staff member and said softly, "Hello, I want to deposit money." The staff member ignored Qin Feng without even looking up and continued playing with his phone. Qin Feng smiled and walked towards the second staff member. "Hello, I want to deposit money. The ATM is over there. Please look up the operating procedures yourself." The second staff member rolled his eyes at Qin Feng with an indifferent attitude. "I want to save money." Qin Feng spoke to the third staff member again. "You should find a specialized staff member. I'm only responsible for loans." The third staff member rolled his eyes and was not polite. Qin Feng continued walking calmly until he found the fourth and fifth staff members. Each of them rejected him in different ways, with obvious contempt and ridicule in their eyes. However, a new staff member finally couldn't help but walk over and said gently, "Sir, it's a pleasure to serve you. If your deposit amount is less than 20,000, I recommend using an ATM. It's easy to use and saves you the trouble of waiting in line. If you have any other needs, I'm always happy to help." Qin Feng smiled faintly and responded directly, "I want to save 80 million. "What? 80 million? Wang Feng shouted in surprise, her voice almost out of control. She had only been working for 3 days, and the situation before her was simply unbelievable. Qin Feng seemed low-key and simple, but his words shocked her completely. The entire bank hall was silent. All the staff members stopped what they were doing and cast questioning glances. When Qin Feng took out the 2 checks, especially when he saw the seals representing Hongwei Construction Company and Jubiozai on the checks, everyone's questioning voices disappeared instantly. 80 million is definitely a huge sum for a bank. Wang Feng's eyes flickered and her face suddenly became excited. The staff standing by were filled with regret, secretly cursing themselves for being short-sighted and missing the opportunity to contact the big customer. Chapter 15, The Fox's Tale, is finally revealed. Just now, these staff members treated Qin Feng like a monkey with a condescending attitude. But the moment Qin Feng showed the 2 checks, the situation changed drastically. They treated Qin Feng as a fool, but they didn't know that Qin Feng no longer took them seriously. How could he bother with them when he was not on the same level as them? How could an elephant fight with an ant? However, the next second, the staff finally reacted and the atmosphere changed completely. "Sir, I'm so sorry." The first staff member, who hadn't even looked at Qin Feng before, rushed up with a smile on his face. "I was busy dealing with important matters just now. Now, all my energy is devoted to serving you." "No, sir, let me do it." Another staff member, obviously not wanting to miss the opportunity, immediately came over and struck a very seductive pose. "I'm 23 years old, good at dancing, and I'm free tonight. I can serve you. No, choose me, choose me." Other staff members also joined in, almost all vying to serve Qin Feng. Wang Feng, standing nearby, was completely ignored. Having just joined the bank and still on probation, she knew that if she offended these people, her future would be difficult. But seeing others vying for sales, she felt a little resentful. "Excuse me, can you help me with a deposit?" Qin Feng ignored the staff and spoke calmly to Wang Feng. Of course. That's fine, Wang Fong said in surprise. After hearing Qin Feng's words, she instantly felt that she was valued, and all her previous unhappiness was swept away. However, sir, your deposit amount is too large, which exceeds my service scope. Please wait a moment. I will go and ask the supervisor. Wang Fong immediately turned around to find the supervisor. Qin Feng sat leisurely in the bank's VIP seat. The staff around him hid quietly aside, not daring to show any dissatisfaction on their faces. A few minutes later, the bank manager appeared, beaming. The deposit process was smooth and quick, with virtually no delays. Mr. Qin, this is your bank card. Please keep it safe. From now on, you'll be a special member of our bank. This is my business card. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. The bank manager handed over the business card respectfully, his tone full of respect. This 80 million deposit not only helped the supervisor complete the annual deposit quota, but also made him far ahead in performance, and even had the possibility of being promoted to a higher position. With such a large deposit, he naturally had to treat Qin Feng well. This staff member service attitude is very good. You are lucky to have such an employee. Qin Feng nodded with a smile and turned his gaze to Wang Fong. Mr. Qin is right. The supervisor responded immediately, a look of deep gratitude on his face. After all, being able to make such a large deposit must be a big client. Wang Fong's praise from Qin Feng also means she has the opportunity for promotion. Wang Fong, right? The supervisor turned to Wang Fong. Because Mr. Qin thinks so highly of you, starting today, you're officially an employee of the bank. For your performance with Mr. Qin's deposit, you'll receive an additional bonus of 240,000 yuan, which will be paid out along with next month's salary. Wang Fong was so shocked by this sudden reward that she was completely unable to react. And because you have met the bank selection criteria, you are now the lobby manager here. The supervisor's voice was full of pride and joy. Me? Lobby manager? Wang Fong was completely stunned by the surprise. The other staff members also felt regretful as they watched a newcomer suddenly surpass them. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. For Qin Feng, this little episode was just a small episode in his life. After finishing his bank affairs, he rushed directly to the hospital. However, the situation in the hospital surprised Qin Feng. The ward, which should have been a peaceful environment, was now filled with noise, with a group of familiar yet unfamiliar faces arguing. Qin Feng took a closer look and found that these people were actually neighbors from his hometown. Because Qin Feng's family was poor and his wife died young, Qin Feng's family had suffered from the cold eyes of neighbors over the years. In his previous life, Qin Feng's family had been torn apart by Wang Meng, and the neighbors had also been taking advantage of him. Seeing the tiredness and sadness on his parents' faces, Qin Feng's expression instantly turned cold. What's going on? Qin Feng asked coldly with sharp eyes. Oh, it's just right that Xiao Feng is here. Auntie has something to discuss with you. The neighbors showed hypocritical smiles on their faces, obviously with a hint of expectation. What's Xiao Feng? You got the wrong person. Qin Feng said coldly. The impatience in his tone stunned everyone present. They were speechless for a moment, and the smiles on their faces were so stiff that it made people laugh. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's reaction was so strong that everyone was at a loss. Oh, Xiao Feng, you're such a jokester, a neighbor said with an awkward laugh, then quickly got to the point. Xiao Feng, we're here today because we really want to help you. Help us. Qin Feng sneered, his eyes sharp. Did I hear wrongly? Were you guys crazy? When I couldn't pay my college tuition a few years ago, did you lend us money? Qin Feng's voice grew colder and colder. Some time ago, my father was hit by a car and his leg was broken. When the hospital couldn't pay the medical bills, my mother took me and practically knelt in front of you. What did you do? Now you come and say you want to help us. How is that possible? Qin Feng asked questions one after another, leaving the neighbors speechless. Oh, that's all in the past. One of the neighbors forced a smile. We came here today because we really want to help you. Oh, tell me about it. Qin Feng responded with a sneer. Look, the neighbor finally spoke. Look at your father's leg. It's obviously going to take some time for him to fully recover. The medical expenses and hospitalization fees are very expensive. I guess you don't have much money left, right? Then what? I'm willing to lend you 100,000 yuan, the neighbor said, patting his chest. But you have to transfer the ownership of your house in your hometown to my name. In a word, the neighbor's true colors were finally revealed. Chapter 16. Qin Feng's hometown house is located on the edge of Shanghai, but because of the reform and opening up, It was spotted by developers a few years ago and included in the demolition range. Demolition back then was not like it is now, where profits are almost guaranteed. In particular, back then, demolition meant getting rich quick. That's why Wang Ming married Qin Feng, who was married for the second time. She was attracted by the house, not Qin Feng himself. These neighbors obviously also had their eyes on the house in their hometown and planned to take advantage of the financial difficulties of Qin Feng's family to buy it at a low price. Wanting to buy this house for just 100,000 yuan is really an underestimation. After all, Qin Feng's 200 square meter house is worth at least 300,000 yuan at the current market price. If it is demolished, it can be exchanged for at least 3 million yuan. And the neighbor in front of him actually dared to ask for a price of 100,000. When Chu sneered in his heart. However, Qin Feng did not get angry. Thinking of all this, memories of his past life flooded back to him. He knew that if he did not fight back, he would eventually be eaten by these greedy neighbors until not even a bone was left. "Aunt, now that you're here, I won't hide it anymore." Qin Feng showed a helpless expression on his face. "In fact, our money won't last for a few more days. We need money. Judging from the current situation, selling the house is indeed the only option." Qin Feng paused for a moment, then looked directly at the other party and changed his tone. "But, aunt, your price is too low." Yes. The aunt's face showed a slight embarrassment. "Xiaofeng, you know that my family's financial situation is not good. How about I add another 50,000 yuan? Qin Feng smiled. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and then he turned his gaze to the other neighbors. "What do you uncles think? Judging from the current situation, selling the house might be a good option." Qin Feng paused. "Since you want to buy my house, you have to show some sincerity. The offer of 150,000 is too low. Don't offer any more." These words struck the aunt's heart, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Xiaofeng. Qin Feng's parents wanted to stop him. After all, although the house in their hometown is not worth much, it is the only thing they have left for Qin Feng. If the house is sold, it will be equivalent to cutting off Qin Feng's retreat. They couldn't help it, but they also knew Qin Feng's character, and even persuasion would be of no avail. At this time, Qin Feng had not had time to tell his parents what had happened in the past few days. They even thought that Qin Feng had spent money to enter the high-end ward and had no idea what was behind it. Seeing the fatigue on his parents' faces, Qin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. "It's funny that you want to help us so much." Qin Feng sneered. "A few years ago, when I couldn't pay my tuition, did you lend us a penny? Some time ago, my father was hit by a car and broke his leg. When he couldn't pay the medical bills, my mother brought me and almost knelt in front of you. What did you do?" As soon as these words came out, the neighbors were all speechless. "Oh, that's in the past," a neighbor said with an awkward smile. "Today, we really want to help you." "Oh, tell me about it." Qin Feng responded with a sneer. "Look," the neighbor finally couldn't help but speak. "Look at your father's leg. It's obvious that he needs time to recover. The treatment and hospitalization fees are quite expensive. You guys shouldn't be very poor now, right?" Qin Feng looked at the neighbors and sneered. And then, "I'm willing to lend you 100,000 yuan, the neighbor said, patting his chest. "But you have to transfer the ownership of your house in your hometown to my name." This sentence directly revealed their true purpose, which was to acquire Qin Feng's family's only asset at a low price. 100,000? Qin Feng pretended to hesitate. "This price is almost half off. I paid for my father's hospitalization, and the remaining money is not enough for future expenses." The neighbors' faces became more and more ugly, and they looked at Qin Feng anxiously. "Uncles and aunts, our family still has some arable land. Would you like to consider it?" Qin Feng suddenly said. He sneered in his heart, but pretended to be desperate on the surface. "Are you willing to sell it?" The neighbors were surprised for a moment, then ecstatic. Although those acres of arable land are not as valuable as the house, they can still generate a considerable profit once they are demolished. In their eyes, Qin Feng seemed to be overwhelmed by the immediate interests and completely lost his mind. Of course, a cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and he sneered in his heart. After some discussion, the neighbors decided to add another 50,000 yuan, totaling 1.05 million yuan to purchase Qin Feng's 6 acres of farmland. On the day the contract was signed, the neighbors smiled with satisfaction. "Xiaofeng, we really thought about you today," the neighbor said a little proudly. However, when Qin Feng and his parents returned home, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. "Dad, Mom, don't get excited. I want to show you something." Qin Feng opened a text message on his mobile phone. The screen displayed information that 80 million had arrived. "What is that?" Qin Li was stunned, looking at the numbers on the screen with shock in his eyes. The string of zeros made him feel like he was in a dream, and he simply couldn't believe what he saw. Chapter 17. What on earth is going on? After being shocked, Qin Li and his wife Qin Yuanyuan stared at Qin Feng. This was unbelievable. 2 days ago, they were penniless, and in the blink of an eye, their son had become a billionaire. Dad, Mom, listen to me. Qin Feng calmly recounted in detail what had happened in the past 2 days. This is simply unbelievable. Although they still had some doubts in their hearts, all the facts before them were irrefutable, and Qin Li and his wife finally chose to believe it. Son, since we have so much money now, why did you just... Qin Yuanyuan frowned and looked at Qin Feng. She didn't finish her words, but her meaning was very clear. Since we have money, why should we sell the house and make a loss? Dad, Mom, do you think your son is the kind of fool who gives away money? Qin Feng chuckled. That 1 million or so is nothing to me. Actually, Qin Feng paused. Do you remember the middle-aged man who came with me the day before yesterday? He's the one who bought my pearls, Lu Hongwei. He told me that the developer of our village had a funding problem, and the original demolition plan has fallen through. It's a failure? Qin Li and his wife were stunned and instantly understood Qin Feng's intention. Their hometown is so remote that before it was demolished, few people were willing to offer it for 100,000 yuan. But if it is demolished, the value of the house will double, and it can be sold for at least 3 million yuan. They want to take advantage of the situation, so I'll give them this opportunity. Qin Feng sneered. Qin Li and his wife were silent. They began to sympathize with their neighbors. They had thought they could make a fortune, but instead of earning a penny, they lost most of their life savings. But sympathy aside, they naturally wouldn't stop Qin Feng's decision. After all, these neighbors were too greedy. If they weren't greedy, how could they have taken the initiative to fall into the trap set by Qin Feng? In any case, after learning that their son had become a billionaire, Qin Li and his wife finally stayed in the hospital peacefully. After settling his parents, Qin Feng took time off after dinner to return to his hometown. The villagers looked at him like a fool, but Qin Feng didn't care and went directly to the notary office to sign the house and land transfer agreement. After signing the agreement, the neighbors were obviously relieved. They originally thought that Qin Feng had changed his mind, but everything went according to plan. Okay, Xiaofeng, you see the agreement has been signed. When are we going to pack up the furniture and clothes? A neighbor said with a smile on his face, obviously no longer nervous and trying to please, but with a bit of pride. Qin Feng still sneered, his expression calm. Of course. He knew in his heart that only by doing things thoroughly would he avoid leaving room for regrets. Thinking of this, Qin Feng called Lu Hongwei. I want to move. Can you come and help? Lu Hongwei was about to attend a meeting to decide on a 50 million project, but after hearing Qin Feng's call, he immediately agreed. Okay, no problem. Absolutely no problem. After hanging up the phone, Lu Hongwei quickly ordered, You, make arrangements immediately. In 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes, prepare 2 trucks and 10 brothers, and gather downstairs. The secretary was stunned for a moment and reminded, Boss, the meeting is about to start. Tell them that the meeting has been postponed. If they are unwilling to wait, the cooperation will be canceled. Lu Hongwei walked with firm steps without even looking back. The secretary was shocked. She didn't expect her boss to give up an important meeting for a friend. Qin Feng, I really admire you. While Qin Feng was waiting for Lu Hongwei to arrive, Qin Damon hurried over with his girlfriend. Qin Damon, a classmate of Qin Feng, lived in the same village from elementary school to high school. Innately jealous of Qin Feng's intelligence, Qin Damon was often beaten and scolded by his father as a child because of his poor grades, who always outperformed him. After high school, Qin Damon failed to get into university and took a job as a construction contractor. Today, he came back with his girlfriend specifically to ridicule Qin Feng and get back the grievances he had in the past. Qin Feng saw through Qin Damon's thoughts at a glance, smiled coldly, and ignored his provocation. Oh, you're worthy of being a college graduate. You have broad vision. You naturally don't take those of us who haven't been to college seriously. Qin Damon was obviously a little unhappy and continued to make boring, sarcastic remarks. How could we, the unsophisticated folks, be as knowledgeable as you? We can even ruin a wedding. Only a top student like you can do that. He continued sarcastically. We're incompetent, so we can only marry a wife. But you're rich, single, and live a carefree life. He kissed his girlfriend's face again, as if to show off. Look, I don't have any big ambitions. I'm a small contractor with a monthly salary of just over 10,000 yuan. I've had some money lately, and I'm planning to buy my girlfriend some jewelry and a new car. It'll cost me about 100,000 yuan. As a top student, can you give me some advice? My girlfriend cooperated in a sweet voice, and the atmosphere became relaxed and happy for a while. However, Qin Feng smiled coldly. Looking at their smug looks, he sneered in his heart. He didn't expect that they were so naive. You guys are quite good at talking, Qin Feng said coldly. But do you know that you even sold your own house and became a piece of meat on someone else's plate? Oh, how could that be possible? Xiaofeng, look at Damon. That's enough. Qin Feng interrupted her. There's no need to mention the matter of selling the house today. At this time, the performance of the surrounding neighbors and Qin Damon made Qin Feng sneer. It was obvious that their plan had succeeded. All arrangements are under Qin Feng's control. Chapter 18. How arrogant I was just now. How cowardly I am now. Boss, why are you here? Qin Damon was obviously stunned when he saw Lu Hongwei suddenly appearing and hurriedly greeted him the next second. Could it be that my luck is coming? Qin Damon felt a surge of emotions in his heart. Lu Hongwei is the superior of his superior's superior. According to normal logic, such a legendary figure is simply beyond his reach. Who would have thought that it would come to my door today? If you can successfully hold on to that thick thigh, why not just take off? It seems that I, Qin Damon, am destined to be the brightest boy in this village. How do you say that? Yes, even Jesus can't stop me. Although he was fantasizing in his mind, his actions were decisive. Boss, let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Daming, a small contractor in our company. As he spoke, Qin Daming took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Lu Hongwei. The neighbors on the side were also watching this scene with smiles on their faces. Whether it was Lu Hongwei's temperament or Qin Daming's attitude and address, it showed that the Lu Hongwei in front of him was definitely a great man. It's truly remarkable that Damon can even talk to such an important figure. Maybe he'll become the pride of our village in the future. Who says not? Look at the way he behaves. He's obviously someone who's seen a lot of things. He's calm and composed. No doubt he was raised in our village. Why is there such a big gap between people of the same age? Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Hongwei ignored Qin Damon, walked up to Qin Feng, and said with a smile, It's troublesome. Qin Feng nodded. Mr. Qin, you are too polite. Mr. Qin's business is my business. Lu Hongwei looked flattered. No wonder Lu Hongwei is so in awe of Qin Feng. It's really amazing. I just bought a sea clam and unexpectedly found an unprecedented 7-star chain. The original copy of Lanting Su, which had long been lost, was found in the jade bracelet he exchanged from Lu Changqing. If there are still traces of these two things, then what about Lu Qingqing's incident? What about the Wenxiu auction house counterfeit incident? What about the Wenxiu case, where someone framed him? Lu Hongwei doesn't believe in God, but he has to believe in Qin Feng. Be careful with everything. Lu Hongwei called his men to start taking action. Almost a minute had passed since Lu Hongwei appeared, but Qin Damon and a group of neighbors were still completely dumbfounded. They feel that their brains are no longer enough. In their eyes, Lu Hongwei, who is a godlike figure, actually seemed to be very familiar with Qin Feng, and even a little flattering. This is beyond their understanding. Could it be that Qin Feng met Lu Hongwei by chance? But if that were the case, if Lu Hongwei had just given a little charity, Qin Feng would not have fallen to the point of selling his ancestral property, right? Especially for Qin Damon. The scene before him was no less than a nightmare. No matter how Qin Feng met Lu Hongwei, judging from the current situation, the two obviously have a good relationship. He had put in a lot of effort and finally got a small position as a foreman on the construction site. If Qin Feng said a few words in front of Lu Hongwei, then Qin Damon didn't even dare to think further. Thinking of this, Qin Damon did not dare to delay for a moment and walked in front of Qin Feng. Chun Feng, I'm sorry. I. After a long pause, he suddenly had an idea. I was drunk just now, and what I said was all bullshit. Don't take it to heart. At this moment, Qin Damon was very humble, which was in sharp contrast to his arrogance just now. What on earth is going on? Lu Hongwei was stunned. It seems like this guy just introduced himself as his own employee. Before the boss could curry favor with Qin Feng, his younger brother's younger brother actually offended Qin Feng. Damn bastard. Qin Damon became even more panicked when being stared at by his boss. Although he wanted to hide it, Qin Feng, the real boss, was right in front of him. He couldn't hide it, even if he wanted to. He could only tremblingly recount what had just happened. Damn it. Qin Daming had just finished speaking when he was kicked out by Lu Hongwei. Get out from now on. You are fired. Lu Hongwei announced Qin Daming's fate with just one sentence. No, no, you can't fire me. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Qin Daming panicked. Seeing that Lu Hongwei was indifferent, Qin Daming turned his gaze to Qin Feng again. Qin Feng, since we grew up together, will you forgive me? Sorry, there's nothing I can do. Qin Feng shook his head indifferently. Although he was too lazy to argue with Qin Daming, he was not a saint and could not repay evil with kindness. It's over, it's all over. Seeing that his request for help was fruitless, Qin Daming was completely dejected. After a moment of silence, he exploded. Either explode in silence or perish in silence. Since you don't let me live a good life, then no one can live a good life. I will kill you. Qin Daming rushed towards Qin Feng with a roar. However, the next second, Qin Daming's movements came to an abrupt halt. At the same time, a limited edition blue supercar appeared in front of everyone and the door opened. At that moment, everyone felt that the world suddenly became bright. Lu Changcheng was wearing a white shirt and jeans, just like a clean little poplar. There was a blush on that youthful face, and her eyes moved around the field before finally settling on Qin Feng. Smiles bloomed like flowers. At that moment, the hearts of all the men on the field, from the 99th to the youngest who could just walk, stopped beating. This damn love. Everyone's lower body let out a sigh. I finally found you. With a lark-like voice, Lu Changcheng ran towards the crowd like a flying swallow. Finally, in full view of everyone, he walked up to Qin Feng and timidly grabbed Qin Feng's sleeve. Hello, uncle. Lu Changcheng hid beside Qin Feng and made a face at Lu Hongwei. At that moment of click, all the men's hearts were broken. They experienced the shortest love in history. The flame of love was extinguished by a pea before it even had a chance to burn. However, although it only lasted a dozen seconds, it was enough to take root in their hearts for a lifetime. They were envious, jealous, and hated Qin Feng to the core. The case is solved. The case was finally solved. When they saw Lu Changcheng standing next to Qin Feng with a budding look on her face, the villagers on the scene thought they had found the answers to all their questions. Chapter 19. You won't know until you try it. No wonder Qin Feng was able to get along with Lu Hongwei. It turned out that this bastard was lucky enough to hook up with Lu Hongwei's niece. The toad actually ate the white swan. It's really unforgivable. TSK tisk, it's worth all my careful preparation. Looking at the stupid looks of the man on the field, Lu Changcheng said proudly in her heart. In fact, the reason why she appeared here was all for revenge. That's right, revenge. And this enemy, of course, is Qin Feng. It turned out that although Lu Hongwei's men arrived in time that day, Lu Changcheng was still quite frightened. In the past 2 days, whenever she closed her eyes, the scene of that night would involuntarily emerge in her mind. In her mind, Lu Hongwei's men did not appear. What was even more terrible was that the person who insulted her in those pictures was actually Qin Feng. Such strange scenes and strange thoughts appeared several times in the past 2 days, driving Lu Changcheng almost crazy. She naturally put all the blame on Qin Feng. Since that bastard already knew about this, why didn't he stop me at all costs? Since he didn't stop me, he definitely wanted to see me make a fool of myself. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Are you kidding? I have never suffered such a big loss since I was a child. I must make Qin Feng pay a heavy price. But how to take revenge on Qin Feng? His uncle had obviously been deceived by Qin Feng and would not help him at all. So if he wanted revenge, he could only rely on himself. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles without defeat. In the past 2 days, Lu Changcheng specially sent someone to collect some information about Qin Feng. Finally, after a whole night of thinking, Lu Qingqing's revenge plan finally came up with. In Lu Qingqing's opinion, the shame of having a wedding cancel halfway through is hard for any man to accept. Since that's the case, she will let Qin Feng experience this humiliation again. He has been married twice in a row, and both times his wife ran away midway. He has to bear such humiliation twice in a row. Let's see how Qin Feng can still be so arrogant. With this thought in mind, this scene happened before our eyes. She decided to make Qin Feng fall in love with her first, and then dump him at the last minute. The carefully dressed Lu Changcheng is absolutely worthy of the title of a beauty of the country and of heaven. Especially when her eyes flicker, she looks more like a fairy fallen into the human world. Although fairies and angels both have extremely delicate faces and figures. But if given a choice, I'm afraid all men would choose the fairy. It's simple, just sexy, beautiful, and rich. Who would want a woman like this? Chung Chung, what are you doing? Lu Hongwei looked at his niece helplessly. If his niece really were to be with Qin Feng, he would certainly support it with both hands. After all, this way, Qin Feng and their Lu family can be completely tied together. But is such a thing possible? Lu Hongwei did not forget that when Lu Changchang mentioned Qin Feng last night, he was gritting his teeth as if he wanted to skin him alive and drink his blood. Although women are fickle, this attitude change is a bit too fast in just one night. Uncle, I like Qin Feng and I want to be with him, Lu Changcheng announced loudly. After that, Lu Changcheng directly grabbed Qin Feng's hands and said affectionately, Qin Feng, first of all, I want to apologize to you for my behavior the day before yesterday. Secondly, I really like you and want to be with you. I'm not afraid to tell you. Ever since what happened the night before last, I've been thinking about you all the time. Every time I think about what would have happened if you hadn't warned me in advance. It was because of your appearance that I avoided that nightmare. When I was little, I always thought that my beloved must be an extraordinary person. He would appear before me in a moment that everyone was watching, wearing golden armor and standing on golden clouds, and save me from the sea of suffering. I've been waiting and waiting. Just when I was about to despair, you appeared and saved me. At my best age, I believe this is God's best arrangement. Qin Feng, I like you. Are you willing to be with me? Lu Chengsheng stared at Qin Feng with anticipation in his eyes. Could it be that this girl has really figured it out? It must be said that Lu Qingqing's performance was successful. Even an old fox like Lu Hongwei, who had been through many battles, was fooled. But Qin Feng couldn't hide all this. Qin Feng and Lu Hongwei are different. When Lu Hongwei encounters problems, he can still get help from his brothers and father. But Qin Feng can only rely on himself. In his previous life, he went from being penniless to being one of the best people in the world, relying only on himself. His cunning, his calculations, and even his ability to judge people far surpass Lu Hongwei's. After all, Qin Feng in his previous life could not afford to fail. One failure could very likely mean eternal failure. Lu Qingqing's acting skills are good, but he can't fool Qin Feng. But Qin Feng was not going to expose it. Since this little girl wants to play, then let her play. Do you really like me? Do you want to be with me? Qin Feng pretended to be interested. He took the bait. Lu Changcheng was ecstatic and nodded repeatedly. Well, before I agree to you, let me first state my views on love. Qin Feng pretended to be serious. Before I do anything, I always like to think about the results first. If the result is not good, then I will directly deny this matter. They say the ultimate destination of love is marriage, and marriage, after all, is nothing more than two people, one bed, and a lifetime. When two people live together, compatibility is crucial. If they're not, they won't be together forever. Don't you agree? Yes, what's wrong? Lu Qingqing's big eyes were full of confusion, not knowing what Qin Feng was up to. So, if you want to be with me, let's skip the dating stage and go straight to the end result. Tonight, is it your house or mine? Compatible or not? We'll find out in one night. Bang! As soon as Qin Feng said this, most of the people on the field fainted. Grass beast. Bastard. Even though Lu Changsheng had received Western education, she couldn't cover Qin Feng's wild theory. Whether this bastard is talking about feelings or not is not about personality. At this moment, Lu Changsheng even had an impulse to disregard everything and die together with Qin Feng. Ahem, Mr. Qin, Changcheng is still young. What do you think about this matter? Lu Hongwei on the side finally couldn't help but speak. God knows, although he wants to see Qin Feng and Lu Changsheng together, this is not the way they should be together. If I don't stop them now, my brothers will definitely fight me to the death in the future. Brother, do you really want to stop us young people from having a relationship? Do you understand the freedom of love? Did Cheng Cheng and I stop you when you got married? Did we stop you when you were looking for mistresses outside without your wife's knowledge? Qin Feng asked questions one after another, making Lu Hongwei sweat profusely. Chapter 20. Drink more hot water. Yes, you are right. Lu Hongwei nodded subconsciously and suddenly reacted the next second. That's not right. Well, I got married. You, Qin Feng, seem to be only 2 or 3 years old, right? What the hell did you do to stop me? Also, I'm very secretive about finding mistresses, so what do you know? No, it is possible that Qin Feng really knows. After all, he can predict the future. Would Qin Feng also know when I was having sex with my lover? Thinking of that scene, Lu Hongwei's face turned green. How about it? Have you thought about it? Qin Feng ignored Lu Hongwei and looked at Lu Chengsheng in front of him with a teasing look on his face. Lu Chengsheng was confused. Although she wanted to seek revenge on Qin Feng, she could only do superficial work at best. She didn't want to let the bastard Qin Feng get away with it for nothing. But if I don't agree, will this guy just dump me? Wouldn't that mean that the revenge plan he had just started would fail? I'm not ready yet. Lu Chengsheng acted hesitantly. It's okay. I'm not ready either. It just so happens that we can learn from each other, exchange ideas, and make progress together. Well, I have my period, so it's not convenient for me these few days. When one plan failed, Lu Chengsheng came up with another one. My period has come. That's such a pity. Qin Feng pretended to be disappointed. Then I'll reluctantly wait for you for another 7 days. And remember to drink more hot water. When the words drink more hot water came out, many people on the scene were shocked. Damn it, drink more hot water. Thank you, you were so nice to me. Although he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, Lu Chengsheng pretended to be extremely touched on the surface. Anyway, at least these 7 days are safe. However, it was obvious that Lu Chengsheng was too happy too early. Although my period is a bit of a letdown, we can use other things to replace it, Qin Feng murmured. Something else as a substitute. Lu Chengsheng was stunned, seeing Qin Feng staring at his lips thoughtfully the next second. Qin Feng, you bastard. Lu Chengsheng no longer cared about her inner shyness. She broke free from Qin Feng, got into the sports car, and disappeared in an instant. That bastard actually wanted. In the sports car, Lu Chengsheng's face flushed. Qin Feng's words kept replaying in his mind, and the panic in his heart was spreading rapidly. Ha! Qin Feng laughed out loud when he saw Lu Chengsheng running away like a frightened rabbit. He had a very hard life in his previous life, and he was reborn in this life with too much to bear. This was the first time he was so happy. Mr. Qin, if my second brother were here, you would have died a miserable death. Lu Hongwei looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. The little white flower that I raised with great effort was actually teased like this. If I were that person, I would probably go crazy. This is called romance. You, a guy who only knows how to have sex, don't understand shit. Qin Feng said, giving Lu Hongwei a blank look. I want sex. Lu Hongwei looked at Qin Feng dully. I recalled Qin Feng's theory of love in my mind. Lu Hongwei was dumbfounded. Compared to you, I am as pure as that little poplar. While the two were chatting, Qin Feng's things at home had been almost packed up, and a group of people disappeared like the wind. Only a group of completely numb and stupid neighbors are left. After being interrupted by Lu Chengsheng, Qin Damon no longer had the courage to fight Qin Feng until Qin Feng disappeared. This Qin Feng was able to get such a beautiful girlfriend, and that sports car, it must be worth a lot of money, right? Nonsense. Qin Damon's girlfriend, who was almost ignored, jumped out at this time. This is a world-class sports car. There are only 10 in the entire country. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy it. The current market price is at least 3 million. 3 million. When this number came out, everyone present gasped. They spend their entire lives, but still can't earn enough money to buy a sports car. So you say that Qin Feng has hooked up with such a big shot. So he should not be short of money, right? Another voice sounded. Since you are not short of money, why do you want to sell the ancestral home? This is also what puzzles all the neighbors the most, especially the 7 families who joined forces to buy Qin Feng's ancestral home. They have an ominous premonition in their hearts. Okay, you bunch of country bumpkins, just have fun by yourselves. I won't serve you anymore. Qin Daming's girlfriend rolled her eyes and left in a cool manner. Qin Daming lost his job, and there was no need for the two of them to continue. Mr. Qin, if you are short of money, I can. On the way back, Lu Hongwei finally couldn't help but speak. This question had been in his mind for a long time, ever since he knew Qin Feng was going to sell the house. He had investigated Qin Feng before, so he naturally knew about the demolition of Qin Feng's village. Apart from the problem with the capital chain, Lu Hongwei really couldn't understand why Qin Feng would do such an obviously losing business. If I tell you that this demolition project is going to fail, would you believe it? Qin Feng suddenly said. The demolition is going to fail? Lu Hongwei was stunned. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Qin Feng's old house, if it is not demolished, can only be sold for about 100,000 yuan at most. Being able to earn more than 1 million now is already considered an excess return. Actually, there's a more important reason. Qin Feng explained what several neighbors in the ward had done. Shameless. Even though Lu Hongwei had experienced big scenes, he was still disgusted by this incident. Umph. Everyone in the world is motivated by profit. Qin Feng sneered. Since they want to drink my blood, I will take this opportunity to skin them alive. This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. Lu Hongwei, who was standing by, looked at Qin Feng's cold eyes and shuddered. The aura emanating from Qin Feng at this moment was so strong that even someone like him, who had truly experienced the bloodshed on the battlefield, couldn't help but feel terrified. I haven't found a place to live yet. Please keep these furniture for me until I find a house. Mr. Qin, I have a house there. Lu Hongwei was stopped by Qin Feng as soon as he opened his mouth. There's no need to trouble Lu Hongwei with such a trivial matter as buying a house. There is no need to owe this favor. Come here. I want to know everything about Konoha village within an hour. Lu Hongwei gave the order as soon as he returned home. Konoha village is the name of the village where Qin Feng lives. Soon, a thick stack of information was placed in front of Lu Hongwei. This Konoha village was actually acquired by the Jiang family, but this is even more impossible. Lu Hongwei looked at the information in front of him, frowning. The Jiang family used to be in the coal mining business and was one of the earliest coal bosses. In recent years, with the advent of a new era, they began to get involved in the real estate sector. Chapter 21: Troublemakers and Evildoers. Relying on the huge family fortune accumulated in the early days, the Jiang family became very successful in the real estate industry in just a few years. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like they are short of money. But since there is no shortage of money, why should the established plan be changed? Lu Hongwei was puzzled, and this question finally had an answer early the next morning. The next day, early in the morning, shocking news exploded throughout the entire circle of superiors. The Jiang family's suspected involvement in financial fraud and money laundering has been exposed, and now all important members of the family have been invited in for tea. He's right again, Lu Hongwei murmured. The fall of the Jiang family has become an established fact. With the fall of the Jiang family, all the original plans will naturally go to waste. The so-called demolition naturally became empty talk, and everything happened just as Lu Hongwei said. That afternoon, the entire Konoha village received the news that the demolition was canceled. As soon as the news came out, the whole village exploded. God knows, ever since the news of the demolition came out a few years ago, the whole village has been in a frenzy. Those who need to buy a car should buy a car. Those who need to buy luxury goods should buy luxury goods. And those who need to travel should travel. As for spending money, just kidding. After the demolition, money will come in big time. This is called spending all your money and making it back. It is even said that many of the boys' wives in this village came here to marry because of this news. Now the demolition is over. The money is gone. Some are even about to lose their wives. For a moment, the entire village was plunged into a doomsday. Especially those 7 neighbors who joined together to buy Qin Feng's ancestral home. They felt like they had fallen from heaven to hell. They have also been extravagant over the years. In order to buy Qin Feng's house, some of them even borrowed a lot of money, but now it's all gone down the drain. With no tears left to cry, these people found Qin Damon's family. Since it was you who came up with the idea of buying Qin Feng's house, and now that something has gone wrong, you have to give us an explanation. Otherwise, you will compensate us for our losses. Can you still have some shame? Qin Damon's family's faces were equally gloomy, as if water could drip out. They were also involved in the acquisition plan. Now, the demolition plan has failed. Qin Damon has lost his job and his wife has run away, and they're even more miserable. When we first proposed this plan, you begged us to join it. Now that something has gone wrong, you put the blame on us. Do you have any shame? Qin Damon roared. I don't care. If you don't compensate us today, we won't leave. A group of neighbors started to act like scoundrels. Okay, from yesterday to today, the ups and downs in life had already made Qin Damon almost collapse. Now, being provoked by this group of neighbors, Qin Damon's ferocity was completely aroused. Facing Qin Feng, he might not dare to take action, but facing this group of neighbors, he is not afraid of anything. Don't you want to confess? In full view of everyone, Qin Damon went back to the house. When he appeared again, he was holding a big machete in his hand and chopped it on the table in front of him. Come on, who wants to confess? Step forward? Come on. Qin Damon was like a mad beast at this moment. These neighbors were originally a group of bullies who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Seeing that Qin Damon was about to risk his life, they all became obedient in an instant. Lao Qin, what should we do now? Can you give us some advice? After a while, a man spoke softly. The old Qin he mentioned was Qin Damon's father, Qin Suqing. the previous village chief of Konoha Village. Chin Suching has served as the village chief of Konoha Village for more than 10 years, so his wisdom and insight are naturally beyond the reach of ordinary people. After a brief panic, he had made up his mind. Let's go find Chin Feng. Chin Feng. Everyone was stunned. Oh, I almost forgot about this culprit. Don't you think this is a bit strange? We just acquired Chin Feng's house yesterday, and today the demolition plan was cancelled. Dad, do you mean that Chin Feng is behind this? Chin Damon frowned. That's not the case. Chin Suching shook his head. Demolition is no small matter. It's a business worth tens of millions. Chin Feng doesn't have that much ability. I think Chin Feng might have known about the cancellation of the demolition in advance, so he deliberately set up a trap to lure us in and take the opportunity to make a killing from us. So what should we do now? Everyone spoke up. If Chin Feng is willing to return the money to us, then everything will be fine. If he doesn't, then we'll make a scene, a big scene. After all, the barefoot are not afraid of the ones wearing boots. Chin Feng is not afraid, but Lu Hongwei is. For these big corporations, reputation is even more important than money. If we start making trouble, they will probably pay a mere 1 million yuan for their own reputation. Good. Having made up their minds, a group of people rushed into the city to settle accounts with Chin Feng. On the other hand, after parting with Lu Hongwei, Chin Feng called a taxi and headed straight to Sunlan Ecological Community. This is a residential area that has been recently developed. In my previous life, it was here that I built my own business empire. Now that he has returned to his hometown, Chin Feng felt a little emotional for a moment. Of course, there is another more important reason for choosing this place. This community has its own green space and artificial lake, which is also suitable for retirement. In addition, it is very close to my father's hospital. It was already around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Sunlan Ecological Community was targeted at high-end people when it was first developed. Therefore, there are not many people looking at houses, and even fewer who can afford to buy them. 308 detached apartment, 5 million. As long as you are willing to spend night with me, I will pay immediately. At this moment, in the hall, a man in his early 30s was sitting calmly on the sofa, looking at Lu Wen in front of him with a playful and aggressive look. Mr. Jiang, I advise you to give up. I will not be with you. Lu Wen said coldly. Are you sure? Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. I'm making this clear today. As long as I, Jiang Hao, want something, there's nothing I can't get, including you. If I remember correctly, your grandmother's illness should be of no use any longer, right? Are you sure you want to continue to oppose me? Jiang Hao's words hit Lu Wen's soft spot. Her grandmother was diagnosed with cancer, but fortunately, it was discovered early and a matching bone marrow was found. As long as she underwent surgery, she had a great chance of survival. But the handling fee of up to 600,000 yuan stumped her. She has depended on her grandmother since she was a child. In order to support her college education, her family has not saved much money over the years. In addition, she has undergone chemotherapy again and again, which not only exhausted all her savings, but also left her with a large debt. In desperation, Lu Wen had to work nonstop for 24 hours a day. However, this is still far from enough. What's worse is that she met Jiang Hao while working together, and her nightmare began from then on. Chapter 22, Don't Force It Before You Start. Lu Wen is very beautiful. Although she doesn't wear makeup, she can still stand out among a group of beautiful girls. Moreover, unlike the general female beauty, perhaps due to her childhood experiences, Lu Wen's expression and temperament are inherently heroic. Jiang Hao fell in love with Lu Wen the first time he saw her because of her androgynous temperament. Thus began his crazy pursuit of Lu Wen. Jiang Hao has only one way to pursue girls, and that is to spend money on them. If 5,000 won't work, use 10,000. If 10,000 won't work, try 20,000. Anyway, I will knock you all the way to the bed. With this nouveau riche approach, Jiang Hao has always been successful, but he hit a snag with Lu Wen. Lu Wen didn't even glance at Jiang Hao's financial offensive. After raising the price several times without success, Jiang Hao became annoyed. This guy went straight to Lu Wen's workplace and started threatening her openly. After all, Jiang Hao's identity was there. On the one hand, Lu Wen's previous bosses did not dare to anger Jiang Hao. On the other hand, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they usually fired him on false grounds after failing to persuade Lu Wen. This is Lu Wen's third job this month. Yesterday, the hospital had already sent a message that if her grandmother did not pay the bill, all medical treatment would be stopped. You have to think clearly. Rather than letting other men get you rich in the future, it's better to follow me. At the very least, I can save your grandmother's life. How about this? If you stay with me for one day, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Besides, you don't have to worry about not being able to get rid of me. I'm a person whose interest in novelty is limited. It will only last a month at most. Well, I've had enough fun. I'll naturally let you go. How about it? Jiang Hao said unscrupulously. Is indeed unscrupulous enough. At this moment, in the sales hall, besides Jiang Hao and Lu Wen, there were a few scattered sales staff and a few people looking at houses. But Jiang Hao remained unconcerned. As for the onlookers, some had angry expressions on their faces, lamenting Jiang Hao's lawlessness, while others had envious expressions on their faces, envying Lu Wen's good luck. In short, no one dared to step forward. Lu Wen hesitated. On the one hand, it was her grandmother's life, and, on the other hand, it was her own self-esteem and pride. This is your last chance. I'm not afraid to tell you that if you miss today, you still can't escape from my palm. However, by then, you won't get a penny. Jiang Hao looked evil. At that moment, Lu Wen's eyes instantly turned dim. She had no doubt about Jiang Hao's words. After all, this second-generation rich man's past behavior is well known, and countless women have been ruined by him. But so what? In this society, money can make anything go smoothly. He, Jiang Hao, still lives a happy and prosperous life. I promise. Lu Wen sighed and was about to speak when a voice came from the side. I want this 308 square meter single-family apartment. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Qin Feng. Sir, Lu Wen looked at Qin Feng in front of her. I said I want this 308 detached apartment. Is there any problem? Qin Feng frowned and repeated. No. Lu Wen was interrupted by Jiang Hao as soon as she opened her mouth. Hey, you're a hero saving the damsel. Huh? Just 3 seconds to get out of my sight, and I'll pretend this never happened. You're sick, Qin Feng replied with 2 words. Okay, Jiang Hao smiled. I haven't encountered such an interesting thing for a long time. You made me very happy today. Right now, immediately, kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Slap yourself 100 times. This is your last chance to atone for your sins. Whose zipper was not zipped up properly, exposing you? Qin Feng looked puzzled. With just 1 word, Jiang Hao's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Very good. In my entire life, you're the first person who dares to speak to me like this. Very good. You have successfully angered me. From now on, no matter who it is, no one can save you. Come here. Yes. As soon as Jiang Hao opened his mouth, more than a dozen of his men rushed in instantly. Give him a good greeting. Also, get ready to call an ambulance. We can't let him die so easily. Today I'm going to beat you half to death, then I'll heal you, and then I'll beat you again. Let's play a few more times. What do you say? Yes. A group of people rushed towards Qin Feng. Stop. Seeing that everything was about to become irreversible, Lu Wen rushed out and stood in front of Qin Feng. Jiang Hao, I promise you let him go. After saying that, Lu Wen turned to Qin Feng and said, Sir, I appreciate your kindness, but you should leave as soon as possible. TSK, what a touching scene. Jiang Hao sneered. He looked at Lu Wen and said, You stinky woman, you flatter yourself too much. I tell you, I want you and I want to beat this guy too. What are you still standing there for? Come on. Jiang Hao waved his hand. Too late. A cold voice sounded. Following the principle of striking first when the situation is irreversible, Qin Feng rushed out the moment Jiang Hao opened his mouth, and before anyone could react, he had already rushed in front of Jiang Hao. A knee strike hit Jiang Hao's stomach, and Jiang Hao bent over in pain. An elbow strike hit Jiang Hao in the back of the head, knocking him to the ground. Young master, things happened too quickly. When they realized what was happening, a group of men rushed forward and tried to rescue Jiang Hao. However, accompanied by a scream, the figures of these men were frozen in place. Qin Feng stepped directly on Jiang Hao's wrist. Judging from the degree of bending of the wrist, it was obvious that the bone was broken. You still have 4 chances, Qin Feng said coldly. A man has 5 limbs. If 1 limb is broken, he still has 4 limbs. Let's see which of you rescues him first, or I cripple his limbs first. A group of thugs stood still. What are you all standing there for? Come on, kill him. Jiang Hao roared madly. Snap, another kick came down, and the other wrist was broken. Now, no matter how much Jiang Hao shouted, no one dared to step forward. Brothers, let's talk it over nicely. This is the eldest son of the Jiang group. Don't be impulsive, a group of thugs said with pale faces. They were not afraid of Qin Feng, but they were afraid that Qin Feng would hurt Jiang Hao again. After all, they were Jiang Hao's bodyguards and thugs. Now that Jiang Hao is seriously injured, they would definitely not have a good time after returning. Jiang Group? Are you from Jiang Group? Qin Feng looked at Jiang Hao with a strange expression. It's no wonder that Qin Feng didn't recognize Jiang Hao. After all, in his previous life, even Jiang Hao's father had to look up to him. He is just the son of an ant. Why should we pay attention to him? But if I remember correctly, the Jiang Group seemed to be the force that originally wanted to acquire Konoha Village. If I remember correctly, the bomb of Jiang Group should explode in the next 2 days, right? It should be tomorrow. No, to be precise, it should be tonight. After all, tomorrow will only show the results, and today is the process of the downfall of the Chiang Kai-shek Group. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's expression became even weirder. Chapter 23, Wrong Thought. However, this expression, when seen by others, paints a completely different picture. They took it for granted that Qin Feng was scared. Sir, you'd better leave as soon as possible. The farther the better. Luwen looked at Qin Feng anxiously. Want to leave now? It's too late. Being stepped on by Qin Feng and in severe pain. Jiang Hao's expression looked particularly distorted. I, Jiang Hao, swear to heaven here that I will take revenge. How you treated me today, I will make you pay back 10-fold or 100-fold. As I said before, I will make you wish you were dead, but you can't live. Are you sure? Qin Feng's expression became even weirder. Shall we make a bet? What are you betting on? Jiang Hao is obviously confused by Qin Feng's behavior. Let's bet tonight. I bet you, Jiang Hao can't survive tonight. Even the Jiang Group behind you can't survive tonight. It's doomed, Qin Feng said with certainty. Ha ha, what a joke. Although the pain was unbearable, Jiang Hao still laughed so hard that tears almost came out. It seems you're nothing but a lowly, pitiful creature. Ants are ants after all. Today, I will teach you one thing. Dreams are just dreams. From the day I was born, I was destined to be someone you look up to. However, as soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, a group of people in uniform rushed in. The leader looked around the field and then fixed his gaze on Jiang Hao. With a wave of his hand, a group of people came forward and surrounded Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, this is an arrest warrant. You are arrested. The leader took out an arrest warrant, and then a group of people rushed forward and took Jiang Hao away. As for Jiang Hao's group of thugs, they were as obedient as grandsons in front of a group of uniformed personnel armed with real guns and ammunition. As for Qin Feng, according to past circumstances, this was already considered a serious injury incident. Even if Qin Feng was acting in self-defense, he would still have to be interrogated for a while. But perhaps the Jiang Group was in such a big trouble this time that the higher-ups ordered to avoid involving unnecessary people and causing unnecessary disturbances. Therefore, after the leader had a brief understanding of the situation on the scene, he simply walked away. Qin Feng naturally guessed something strange about this, but the onlookers didn't know. They naturally attributed all these strange things to Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had just said that Jiang Hao was going to die, and then Jiang Hao was taken away. This is simply a heaven-reaching method. It turns out that there is always someone stronger than you. Jiang Hao has a strong background, but who would have thought that the person in front of him is even more powerful? The Jiang Group is already a giant in Shanghai. So what about the person in front of him? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Qin Feng with a bit of awe in their eyes. Can you process it for me now? Qin Feng looked at Lu Wan and said, Oh, of course. Lu Wan came back to her senses. Sir, let me first explain to you the specific situation of apartment 308. No need. Qin Feng shook his head. Does the gentleman need to see the house? Need not. Sir, would you like to pay in installments or in full? Full payment. Oh, the whole process was extremely simple and crude, and it took less than 5 minutes in total. 5 minutes later, Qin Feng was about to leave with the apartment key. Sir, please wait a moment. Lu took a deep breath and called Qin Feng. Is there something wrong? Qin Feng looked at Lu Wan with a distant gaze. Thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do today. Moreover, it is because you bought that apartment and with this commission that I can finally get the money for my grandma's medical treatment tomorrow. Thank you. As she spoke, Lu Wan bowed to Qin Feng very seriously. Looking at Lu Wan in front of him, the words Jiang Hao said in the hall flashed through his mind, and Qin Feng couldn't help but recall the situation in his previous life. In his previous life, Wang Ming took away all the money in the family. Later, his father's old illness relapsed, and his mother became depressed. He was in the same situation and begged for help from everyone, but in the end, he still couldn't raise enough money for the expensive medical expenses. Qin Feng thought he had developed a heart of stone, but at this moment, Qin Feng softened his heart. It was a feeling of intimacy and sympathy. I'll wait for you at the Hongqiao Securities Hall tomorrow. Qin Feng left after leaving the sentence. I have already wasted long enough here. Xiaoqi should be almost out of school, so I have to hurry up. Wait for me. Looking at Qin Feng's departing back, Lu Wen had a complicated expression. She naturally thought that Qin Feng wanted to ask for compensation. I have no money, and all I have left is this body. It turns out that he is the same as Jiang Hao. At this moment, Lu Wen suddenly felt like she had just escaped from the tiger's mouth, but fell into the wolf's den. Jiang Hao himself is unable to do anything, let alone this person. Forget it. Maybe Jiang Hao is right. I have to give it to someone eventually. I might as well just follow this person. At least, I am still valuable now. Lu Wen said self-deprecatingly. As for escaping, where to? Could she escape? After all, little people have no human rights. The next day, after Qin Feng had packed everything up, he came to the Hongqiao Stock Exchange. However, to Qin Feng's surprise, there was another person waiting here besides Lu Wen. Lu Chengqing. Qin Feng, you are finally here. Lu Chengqing cheered and hugged Qin Feng's arm. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. With such determination, Lu Chengqing squeezed her body against Qin Feng's arm again. What are you doing here? Qin Feng frowned and looked at Lu Chengqing. I like you and want to be with you forever. Lu Chengqing said coquettishly. Whatever you want. Qin Feng had been a powerful figure in his previous life, so of course he couldn't be scared by a little girl. Since this girl wants to play, then just play with her. Anyway, you won't suffer any loss. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly reached out and hugged Lu Chengqing's waist. The intimacy between the two has reached a new level again. A strong masculine scent instantly enveloped Lu Chengqing. The breath was as vast as the ocean, giving Lu Chengqing an unprecedented feeling. She was sent abroad to study since she was young, and has long been accustomed to relying on herself for everything. Solve any problems that arise in life by yourself. But at this moment, when Qin Feng hugged her, she suddenly felt a sense of security, a feeling that a ship that had been wandering outside for many years had finally reached the shore. Here, she felt more at ease and comfortable than ever before. She actually had an urge not to leave. Calm down, Lu Chengqing, you must calm down. All this is an illusion, a false illusion. Lu Chengqing kept reminding herself, trying to break free from Qin Feng's arms. But Lu Chengqing forgot. In addition to its infinite tolerance, the sea has another greater characteristic. It is so big that people cannot escape. This is how Lu Chengqing feels at this moment. She wanted to break free, but she was wrapped in this breath and couldn't even exert a bit of strength. She could only be forced to continue sinking in this breath. Mr. Qin, I'm here. At this moment, Lu Wen walked in front of Qin Feng. In fact, Lu Wen had already noticed what was happening here. Seeing Lu Chengqing rushing into Qin Feng's arms with a look of joy on her face, she naturally thought that the two were a couple in love. Since this person already has a lover, he is still unwilling to let me go. Scum. Scum. Although I can't escape, I still want to discuss this scum. So Lu Wen deliberately chose to appear suddenly when the ambiguous atmosphere between the two was at its peak. Qin Feng, who is she? Lu Chengqing, who was a little confused by Qin Feng's action, asked subconsciously. I am Mr. Qin's woman. Lu Wen glanced at Qin Feng and said, Chapter 24 Monster Stocks. In Lu Wen's opinion, Lu Chengqing in front of her had extraordinary temperament in conversation, and her dependence and enthusiasm on Qin Feng showed that she was obviously different from herself and should not have been coerced. Since she was not coerced, she was an ignorant girl who was deceived by Qin Feng's sweet words. Now that she appeared openly as Qin Feng's mistress, Lu Chengqing would definitely see through Qin Feng's true nature as a scumbag and leave him. I am upholding justice. However, in Lu Chengqing's eyes, Lu Wen's actions had another meaning. This guy actually has another woman. Damn it. This was Lu Chengqing's first thought. I have already thrown myself into his arms, but this guy is still not satisfied and even dares to fool around outside. What a scumbag. By the way, he is still a scumbag who only cares about his sex. No. The next second, Lu Chengqing's expression became strange. Something seems wrong with this situation. Logically speaking, when Qin Feng already has me, he still goes out to look for other women. What does this mean? It means that in Qin Feng's heart, he is obviously not as good as the woman in front of him. How can I not compare to her? Lu Qingqing's competitive spirit instantly rose. She looked at Lu Wen carefully. The same exquisite face, well, no difference in appearance. I am young, barely 37%. The curvy figure, well, seems maybe just a little bigger than mine, just a little bit, maybe 46 centimeters, Lu Changsheng admitted reluctantly. Of course, the most fatal thing about Lu Wen is her androgynous temperament, which even Lu Changsheng couldn't help but be moved. Hermaphrodite, in other words, attractive to both men and women. Humph, I'm even more beautiful on the inside. Lu Changsheng argued in her own defense. This woman is obviously a poor woman with big breasts and no brains. To be deceived by Qin Feng, how good can her brain be? No, I will help those in need when I see injustice. Lu Changsheng made up his mind instantly. Rescue the ignorant woman. How to rescue? Naturally, he wanted to hold Qin Feng's heart tightly and make the woman in front of him give up. On the other hand, he had to do this. After all, if Qin Feng really was with this woman, wouldn't his revenge plan be ruined? Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng took her head out of Qin Feng's arms, raised her face, looked at Qin Feng, and said with admiration, "You are worthy of being the man I chose. Your charm is extraordinary." Boo! She stood on tiptoe and kissed Qin Feng on the chin, then turned to look at Lu Wen. "Sister, although you are very beautiful, you should be old. You don't need to spend time training other people's husbands. While you're still young, find an honest man to marry." While declaring sovereignty, he also mocked Lu Wen harshly. After hearing this, Lu Wen's face darkened. "What a little girl. I help you out of kindness, but not only did you not appreciate it, you even dare to call me old. It's really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing the kindness of a good person. Don't worry about my sister's affairs. I'm a few years older than you, so I'll remind you that unripe persimmons may look good, but they're not tasty. I hope you can grow up quickly." Damn, isn't this just saying that I'm young and not worth anyone's attention? Lu Changsheng also got angry. "Okay, let's go." Seeing that a storm was about to come, Qin Feng finally couldn't help but speak. The commotion here at this time has already attracted the attention of many people. Although it was quite exciting to see two beautiful girls fighting for his favor, Qin Feng would not forget the main business of today. Oomph. As soon as Qin Feng opened his mouth, Lu Changsheng and Lu Wen shut up at the same time. "Honey, let's go in." Lu Changsheng hugged Qin Feng's arm and walked into the exchange hall. As for Lu Wen, she followed Qin Feng quietly. She is not Lu Changsheng, and she has no right to leave without permission before Qin Feng speaks. One in front and one behind, accompanied by two peerless beauties. As soon as they entered the hall, without exception, the three of them once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Fuck, this guy doesn't play by the rules. Isn't the stock exchange a place for showing off your wealth? Why is he showing off his women here? Brother, you know shit. In this society, if you have money, how can you not have women? Money and women go hand in hand. But let me be honest, these two girls are both top-notch. If either of them lets me sleep for just one day, I'd give up 10 years of my life. Unlike the situation when Qin Feng went to the bank in sales hall alone and was ignored, this time, when Qin Feng appeared with two women and one man, several security service personnel rushed up instantly. Are you kidding? How can you be short of money if you can have two such beautiful girls at the same time? "Sir, how can I help you?" A salesperson at the front said to Qin Feng with a smile. "Open a stock account for both of us." Qin Feng pointed at Lu Wen and himself. As for Lu Changsheng, are you kidding? For the children of these big families, shouldn't they start playing with stocks from a young age? Me? Lu Wen was stunned and was about to refuse, but in the end she wisely shut up. Do you have the right to refuse someone else's decision? It's better to play your role well. When the other party gets tired of playing with you, maybe they will let you go. Qin Feng carefully searched the information in his memory. No one knows at this moment that today will be a legendary day in the entire history of stock trading. It was a rather strange day. On this day, as if there was an invisible hand pushing behind the scenes, more than a dozen stocks hit their daily limit. It's not that they hit the daily limit at the same time, but that they hit the daily limit one after another. It seems like a cue. Of course, this is not the most important thing. These stocks that hit the daily limit are just appetizers for Qin Feng. The highlight of today is the stocks that are almost about to be delisted. Zigangao, Legade. This stock can be said to be a thorn in the hearts of all so-called stock trading masters. A shameful existence. This stock shattered all their previous technical analysis, value investment, and information investment. This stock is a composite stock that covers various components such as medical care, building materials, and food. Perhaps because its components are too mixed, this stock has started a series of declines since its listing. In just 1 month, it fell by about 50 points. At the beginning, some people followed the principle of left-side trading and kept adding to their positions, but the more they added, the more they lost. Gradually, some people started to cut their losses, and the stock price fell even more sharply. The number of people cutting meat continues to increase. Today, the share price of Yegon Company Limited is only 20% of its original value. Some even asserted that within 3 days, Yegon shares would be delisted. The comment section of Yegon Company Limited is also filled with various comments. I once regretted cutting my flesh, but today I celebrate cutting my flesh. This stock has no bottom. It's never too late to sell. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be reborn. The listed company behind this stock is crap. In short, this is a stock that even a dog wouldn't want to look at. But what no one expected at this moment was that this stock would create the most enchanting growth curve in the history of the stock market. From today on, this stock seemed to take off like a rocket, hitting the daily limit for 20 consecutive days. The daily fluctuation limit of Yegon shares is 20%, which means that if you succeed in bottom fishing, you can get a huge profit of 400% in just 20 days. 10,000 yuan turn into 50,000 in 20 days. 1 million becomes 5 million in 20 days. 100 million. Chapter 25, Make an Offer. Although this stock attracted the attention of the regulatory authorities afterwards, and the share price fell after severe measures were taken, that was no longer Qin Feng's concern. All he has to do is seize this wave of growth. It's a pity that the capital is too small. Qin Feng felt a little regretful. There are only 80 million. Even if all is invested, after 20 trading days, the assets will only be 400 million. Moreover, he has a big business to do next, and the maximum investment he can make is about 50 million. It only made 200 million. Only earning 200 million? If this complaint were to get out, Qin Feng would probably be drowned by the spit of countless shareholders in the next second. Since the birth of the stock market, countless investors have gone bankrupt because of it. If you can earn 2.30 points a year, you are qualified to be called a master. But Qin Feng is still not satisfied with the 400-point increase in 20 days. No matter what, at this moment, Qin Feng was quietly waiting for the stock market to open. At this time, a man and a woman also came to the exchange. This man's identity is obviously extraordinary. Since he entered here, people have been coming to greet him, and those people are all big shots without exception. The woman next to the man is beautiful, and her seductive charm is so charming that it makes people feel hot. After the two came in, their eyes subconsciously swept over everyone on the field. Suddenly, both of them froze in silence. The man's gaze was fixed on Lu Wan and Lu Changxing. It was a look of intense aggression and unscrupulousness, with greed in his eyes that was not concealed at all. The woman's gaze was fixed on Qin Feng, with deep hatred flashing in her eyes. "Damn bastard," the woman cursed fiercely. "Do you know him?" The man next to her glanced at the woman and asked. "That person is Qin Feng," the woman said, gritting her teeth. "Qin Feng? The one who dumped you at the wedding and then got lucky enough to have 7 stars in a row?" The man raised his eyebrows. This woman is Wang Meng, and this man is not Lu Chang. Obviously, Wang Meng has found a new target. It's him. Although it was a bit embarrassing to reveal his scar in public, Wang Meng did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. After all, the master in front of him was much stronger than Lu Chang. Serving the king is like serving a tiger. Although he earned more, he also paid more in return. Wang Meng was very upset. She worked hard day and night to earn a living, but Qin Feng was making 50 million, partying every night, and now he even had 2 beauties with him. In comparison, it would be strange if she could maintain her mental balance. In that case, that would be great. A hint of ecstasy flashed in the man's eyes. He ignored Wang Meng beside him, straightened his appearance, and walked in front of Qin Feng. "Ladies, please introduce yourselves. I'll be here next week. I wonder if I'd be honored to have you two over for dinner. Zhou Tong? Zhou Tong, the new stock god in Shanghai. Oh my God, I didn't expect him to come here today. If I had known, I would have brought all my belongings with me. Who says it isn't true? I heard that any stock Zhou Tong picked this week is bound to go up. We have to keep our eyes open later. We'll buy whatever he buys. I'm going to make a fortune today." I heard that Zhou Tong went from being penniless to having a net worth of 200 million in just 10 years. Moreover, it is conceivable that with his accurate judgment of the stock market, Zhou Tong's personal wealth will continue to increase. As soon as Zhou Tong opened his mouth, he caused the onlookers to exclaim, and sigh. Such assistance was very useful to Zhou Tong. In his opinion, it had only been a few days since Qin Feng and Wang Ming broke up, but Qin Feng suddenly had these two beautiful girls, which was obviously the result of money. Since it was bought with money, just use the money to take it away. With a net worth of 50 million and 200 million respectively, these two beauties will naturally make the right choice unless they have a mental problem. At this time, Zhou Tong had already begun to fantasize about his happy life tonight. However, what happened next was far beyond Zhou Tong's expectations. First, it was Lu Wan, who simply ignored Zhou Tong. Next came Lu Changcheng. The girl was stunned at first. Husband. The word husband, with 3 inflections, is enough to make one's bones go numb. Honey, this guy is so disgusting. Can you help me get rid of him? While speaking, Lu Changcheng kept shaking Qin Feng's arm, acting coquettishly and cutely. Lu Changcheng's idea was very simple. The person in front of him was obviously extraordinary. If he could use this person to make Qin Feng fall flat on his face, it would be a good thing. And Lu Changcheng's plan was obviously successful. With just one sentence, Zhou Tong's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The scene here naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. Looking at the people around him who wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, Zhou Tong became even angrier. Are you Qin Feng? Zhou Tong looked at Qin Feng condescendingly. It's you. Qin Feng was surprised when he saw Zhou Tong and Wang Ming in front of him. Even Qin Feng had to sigh that his ex-wife was really not a simple person. From the time they broke up at their wedding to now, it had only been a little over 3 days. This guy has actually changed 2 masters. His methods are really impressive. In this week's pass, Qin Feng had also heard of this guy's name in his previous life. He was known as the young stock god. In just over a decade, he had built up a fortune of hundreds of millions from nothing and became famous. It's a pity that this guy was too high profile in his actions and was eventually framed and his family was destroyed. What's even more dramatic is that Zhou Tong has a crazy pursuit of women. After he became rich, he changed women more frequently than he changed clothes. Moreover, this guy is also a ruthless person. As for his requirements for women, as long as they are beautiful and cooperative, everything else is nothing. Anyway, I'm not going to marry them, so I'll just have fun with them. Why bother with so much? This is what Zhou Tong said in his previous life. It was precisely because of this careless style that he contracted AIDS without knowing when and eventually ended up becoming a beggar on the street. Life is unpredictable, nothing more than this. Do you know me? But at this time, Zhou Tong obviously misunderstood Qin Feng's meaning. That's even better. No more nonsense. I want these 2 girls. Just name a price. Zhou Tong waved his hand with an air of dominance as if the whole world was in his hands. 1 billion, Qin Feng said lightly. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar. Oh my God, are these 2 girls made of gold? Everyone was shocked. Zhou Tong's face turned from dark to ashen blue. Chapter 26, Lu Changcheng's counterattack. It seems that brother is clearly trying to go against me, right? Zhou Tong looked at Qin Feng coldly. Didn't you ask me to name the price? Qin Feng asked back. Zhou Tong was speechless. Or maybe you can't afford the price? Qin Feng asked again. Zhou Tong fell silent again. Could he afford it? Of course not. And even if he couldn't possibly spend decades of savings on just 2 girls. However, although this is the truth, Zhou Tong understands it, and everyone here understands it, but Zhou Tong cannot say it out loud. It's simple. It's Zhou Tong's fault for bragging just now. Just like Qin Feng said, you were so arrogant that you asked me to name a price. Now that I have named a price, you can't afford to play with it? Is there anything else? Qin Feng spoke lightly, looking at the silent Zhou Tong. If you have something to say, say it. If you don't, get out. Don't delay me from making money. It was this sentence that completely woke Zhou Tong up. If he was dismissed by Qin Feng with just these 2 words today, he would have no time to stay in the Magic City. Besides, the 2 beauties in front of me are so stunning that it would be a pity to give up on them. At the critical moment, it was Wang Ming next to Zhou Tong who spoke. Qin Feng, you really don't know how to live or die. Can you afford to offend Mr. Zhou Tong? Don't think that just because you got lucky and got a 30 million yuan thing, you can be arrogant. To tell you the truth, you are not even qualified to carry Mr. Zhou's shoes. If you know what's best for you, kneel down and apologize to Mr. Zhou, and obediently offer the 2 girls next to you to Mr. Zhou. Maybe you can save your life in exchange. Not bad. Faced with Wang Ming's understanding, Zhou Tong nodded with satisfaction and patted Wang Ming's skin to show encouragement. Feeling encouraged, Wang Ming became even more motivated. This time, she set her sights on Lu Changsheng and Lu Wen. What are you two still standing there for? It's your good fortune that Mr. Zhou has taken a liking to you. It's the blessing you've accumulated in your past lives. As long as you serve Mr. Zhou well, isn't it better than following such a loser? Faced with Wang Ming's attack, Lu Wen simply ignored it, but Lu Changsheng couldn't stand it anymore. This little girl comes from a prominent family. When has she ever suffered such a big loss? Sister is Wang Ming, right? I would like to thank you in advance. Lu Changsheng bowed to Wang Ming. If you hadn't given up Qin Feng, I wouldn't be able to be with Qin Feng. Indeed, as you said, my Qin Feng's net worth is only 30 million, which is not as good as Mr. Zhou's 200 million. If we only talk about net worth, I should really follow Mr. Zhou, but I don't want to do it now, and I naturally have my reasons. At this time, Lu Changsheng didn't know that Qin Feng's current net worth was no longer the 30 million he had before. He sold the 7 stars in a row for 30 million and rented the preface to the poems composed at Orchid Pavilion to Jubiozai, earning another 50 million. That's already 80 million. If we add the value of the Lanting preface, the best-running script in the world, Qin Feng's net worth would be at least around 600 million. Lu Changsheng continued to attack. First of all, sister, I am different from you. Qin Feng and I are truly in love, and we're going to get married in the future. This means that Qin Feng's 30 million belongs to me completely. Sister just said that Mr. Zhou has a net worth of 200 million. I wonder how much of that is yours. With just one sentence, Wang Ming's face changed. Will Zhou Tong marry Wang Ming? No. So, you're just a plaything of Zhou Tong. Moreover, Lu Qingqing's real output has just begun. Or, how much can my sister earn a day by following Mr. Zhou? Another brutal attack directly pointed out the true relationship between Zhou Tong and her Wang Ming. At this time, Wang Ming's face looked a little embarrassed. In this era, making quick money by hanging out with rich people is not uncommon, but it is still embarrassing to be exposed in front of everyone. You're talking nonsense, Wang Ming retorted angrily, but this rebuttal was too weak. The onlookers were not fools, and they could naturally judge who was telling the truth and who was lying. Nonsense, not necessarily. Lu Changsheng looked Wang Ming over carefully from head to toe. Sister, I've assessed you. With your looks, you can only make 1,000 yuan a day at most. Let me calculate it. Lu Changsheng pretended to pinch her fingers and said, at 1,000 yuan a day, if I want to earn 30 million, that means I need 30,000 days, which is about 82 years. Come on, sister, you can do it. You. Wang Ming was so angry that she couldn't speak. All right, Lu Changsheng said as if she suddenly understood something. Sorry, sister. I forgot to start from the practical point of view. Judging from Mr. Zhou's temper, just now, I think he likes beautiful girls. I'm not sure how long you can work. So, Lu Changsheng clenched her fists vigorously. To prove that dumping Qin Feng was the right decision, you have to work hard and earn 30 million soon. I'll fight for you. A series of attacks completely exposed Wang Ming's last fig leaf and indirectly cut off the possibility of Wang Ming continuing to follow Zhou Tong. After all, although Zhou Tong doesn't care about Wang Ming's past, he still has to save face. After being confronted by Lu Changsheng in such a way, it is hard for Wang Ming's past not to attract attention. He didn't mind that his woman had made quick money in the past, but he minded that everyone knew that his girlfriend had made quick money in the past. The big brother that Wang Ming finally got close to was gone just like that. It would be strange if she didn't fight to the death with Changcheng. However, Wang Ming underestimated Lu Qingqing's fighting ability. The little girl seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time, and she seemed to have practiced before. She easily dodged Wang Ming's attack and then slapped her in the face. Bang! This slap was crisp and loud. Wang Ming was knocked to the ground. What's even more terrible is that after Lu Changcheng finished beating Wang Ming, he took out a wet wipe and wiped his hands carefully. Nausea. He couldn't beat him, nor could he scold him. Now he was disgusted by him. Wang Ming actually fainted from anger. Honey, am I awesome? Lu Changcheng raised her head, looking proud and asking for praise. Amazing. Even Qin Feng was astonished by Lu Qingqing's output. After realizing what was happening, he gave her a thumbs up without hesitation. Mr. Zhou, the commotion here had long attracted the attention of the staff in the trading hall. Seeing that both parties involved in the trouble had some status, they had not dared to act rashly. Now that they saw that someone was about to die, they hurried over. What are you still standing there for? Drag him out right now. Zhou Tong pointed at Wang Ming with a cold and disgusted look, as if he was throwing away not a person, but a piece of trash. Wang Ming was thrown out so happily. Chapter 27A Gamble with No Limits. What a sharp-tongued little girl, Zhou Tong said after dealing with the garbage. He looked at Lu Chengsheng and said, I've never played with a hottie like you before. Congratulations, you've successfully caught my attention. If you're smart, just stay with me for a few days. By the time I make a move, it will be too late for you. Have you ever played with your mother? Lu Chengsheng cursed. Okay. Zhou Tong laughed angrily. At this moment, he had already designed thousands of endings for Lu Chengsheng in his mind. He turned his gaze to Qin Feng. What's the point of hiding behind a woman all the time? Since you're here today, I think you want to get a piece of the stock market pie. Do you have the courage to take a gamble? What are you betting on? Qin Feng asked. It's simple. We each pick a stock. Whoever stock price increases the most by 3 p.m. before the market closes wins. As for the bet, Zhou Tong said with a wicked smile, I heard you offered 30 million for the 7 stars conjunction. So our bet is 30 million. Whoever loses will give the other 30 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers all exclaimed in surprise. A bet of 30 million is definitely a huge one in the 2,000-year-old Magic City. However, although they were amazed, no one had much hope for this bet. After all, Zhou Tong is known as the stock god of Shanghai, while Qin Feng, from the previous argument, is just a nouveau riche who got lucky. Unless this guy has a problem with his brain, he would not agree to such a bet. This bet is unfair. Sure enough, Qin Feng spoke. What? You don't dare to bet. At this moment, Zhou Tong finally had the opportunity to be proud. The look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Feng was filled with undisguised provocation and contempt. No, I think you misunderstood my meaning. Qin Feng said calmly. I mean that the rules of this gambling game should be changed. Simply discussing who wins and who loses isn't very challenging. Why don't we just compete on points? Match points? What does that mean? Zhou Tong was stunned. What this means is that we all use 50 million as chips. Whoever earns the most points before the stock market closes at 3 p.m. will win. The difference between us is 1 point, which means 10 million. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. 1 point is 10 million. You should know that the daily increase or decrease of most stocks is 10 points. But there are also many stocks whose maximum increase is 20 points. 1 point equals 10 million. That's 200 million. Do you have that much money? Zhou Tong looked at Qin Feng in confusion. Qin Feng's gambling method is equivalent to directly raising the upper limit of this gambling game. This is no longer a matter of 30 or 50 million. If something goes wrong, it will directly reach hundreds of millions. Does Qin Feng have that much money? Isn't it said that this thing is only worth 30 million? That's none of your business. If I lose, I'll pay if I can afford it. If not, I'll let you do whatever you want for the rest of my life. How's that? Of course, if you're worried, we can sign a document. Could this guy really have something to rely on? Seeing Qin Feng so confident, Zhou Tong began to wonder in his heart. Would Qin Feng make this kind of gamble that would involve his entire life, unless he was absolutely sure of the outcome? Thinking of this, Zhou Tong was a little hesitant to gamble. What? Do you want to bet or not? Just one word. If you don't, I'll leave. Seeing Zhou Tong's intention to retreat, Qin Feng spoke provocatively. Is this guy bluffing? Zhou Tong's heart moved when he saw Qin Feng turning around and about to leave. Yes, that must be the case. This guy knew he couldn't beat me, but he'd be embarrassed not to gamble. So he did this on purpose, just to scare me off. I am a stock god in Shanghai who has studied the stock market for more than 20 years. There is no way I can be scared by a loser. Okay, I'll take the bet. Zhou Tong made the decision. What happened next was much simpler. Under the witness of the staff at the securities hall, the two signed a document. The moment the bet was established, the mood in the entire stock exchange hall was instantly pushed to a climax. Everyone's expression became extremely excited. 50 million chips, possibly more than 100 million in total, completely aroused everyone's emotions. More importantly, they are waiting for Zhou Tong to select stocks. This is a rare occasion when the Shanghai stock god makes a move in public. They must seize this opportunity and make a fortune. As for Qin Feng, he was directly classified as a fool whose brain was clogged with too much money. Even Zhou Tong couldn't help getting nervous about the bet of over 100 million. He took a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, and began to analyze it carefully. After a full hour, Zhou Tong finally selected a stock. Northwest Real Estate. This is a real estate stock that has just been listed for 2 years. Riding the real estate boom, Its share price has doubled in just 2 years. Buy in 50 million. Northwest Real Estate. I'll give you 50,000 too. I'll give you 10,000. Damn it. It's rare to see a stock god take action. I'm going all in. 200,000. Following Zhou Tong, a group of investors who could no longer wait took action. After completing the operation, Zhou Tong obviously breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to Qin Feng. Is this what you chose? Zhou Tong was dumbfounded when he saw the stocks Qin Feng chose. At this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly felt that the nervousness and worry he had just felt were completely unnecessary. This guy is truly a newbie among stock market newbies. Chalon Bouquefond Agriculture. These are the stocks Qin Feng selected. Hey, should we change one? Looking at the stocks selected by Qin Feng, Lu Changcheng was also dumbfounded. Originally, she was very happy to see that the bet was successful. Her idea was the same as everyone else's, which was to wait for Qin Feng to lose money. But when she saw Qin Feng was really about to take action, she suddenly felt a little regretful for some reason. Regretted angering Zhou Tong. I regret not stopping Qin Feng in time, especially when she saw that Qin Feng chose Chero and Pakfan agriculture. She seemed to have seen the scene of Qin Feng's defeat. When Lu Changcheng thought about Qin Feng going bankrupt one day and becoming Zhou Tong's plaything from then on, he suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. When seeing Qin Feng preparing to go all in on Zhengda agriculture, Lu Changcheng finally couldn't help but speak. Just as Qin Feng had imagined, thanks to her family's training, she had been involved in the stock market since she was 11 or 12 years old and had a certain understanding of this business. But it was precisely because of this understanding that she had to stop Qin Feng. If Qin Feng's chances of winning this bet were slim, then after Qin Feng chose Zhengda agriculture, his chances of winning were truly zero. This is not to say that Chero and Pakfan agriculture is a bad stock. On the contrary, this stock is very good. In just 3 years since its founding, the stock price has more than doubled, a growth rate that rivals the rapid growth of the real estate industry in recent years. Chapter 28. If you want to destroy it, you must first make it expand. But as the saying goes, everything that goes up must come down. Anyone with a little knowledge of stocks can see that Zhengda agriculture is undergoing a slow and long-lasting correction. Qin Feng, it seems that I have underestimated you. When Zhou Tong saw Qin Feng going all in on Zhengda agriculture, he seemed to have seen the dawn of victory, as well as the scene of Qin Feng kneeling at his feet and begging for mercy. I'm curious, Zhou Tong said with a triumphant look on his face. How much do you know about the stock market? I only know not to chase rising prices and sell falling prices. A big drop means a big opportunity. Since Zhengda agriculture has fallen so much, I think it should rebound. Qin Feng said seemingly innocently. Of course, it only looks simple. After all, Qin Feng's heart is so dark. For most people, the most satisfying way to defeat an opponent is to defeat him openly and honestly, so that the opponent is convinced. But Qin Feng would never be like this. He wants to defeat his opponent and make him feel neither convinced nor convinced, so that he can deal the most fatal blow to the opponent. I knew you were not convinced, but you just lost. Isn't that infuriating? What do you do to me? Sometimes, showing weakness to others is the only way to put them to death. As I said, Qin Feng didn't want to cause trouble, but he was not a saint and could not repay evil with kindness. Zhou Tong's style of doing things had obviously made Qin Feng very unhappy. If you make me unhappy, I will make you even angrier. In fact, when it comes to research on the stock market, Qin Feng could be considered one of the best in the world. Adding to that Qin Feng's Reborn identity as a plug-in, the outcome of this fight between Zhou Tong and Qin Feng is just one word: death. Don't chase rising prices and sell falling prices. A big drop means big opportunities. Zhou Tong laughed so hard that tears came out. It seems you are not completely ignorant. Not bad. However, today I will teach you a lesson. To judge whether a stock will rise or fall, we need to consider 3 aspects. First, the technical level, moving average, trading volume, MACD index, etc. Second, the information level. Third, policy. Take your Chia Thai agriculture stock, for example. From a technical analysis, the 5-day moving average has crossed below the 20-day moving average, forming a death cross. The 5-day trading volume has crossed below the 20-day trading volume, also forming a death cross. The MACD index DEF has crossed below DEA, also a standard death cross. When all 3 death crosses occur simultaneously, the stock is bound to fall and a big drop. Congratulations! Out of so many stocks, You were able to choose Chia Thai agriculture, which showed 3 death crosses. I have to say, you're quite lucky. As for news and policy, I don't need to elaborate. I believe everyone is familiar with the recent agricultural market. In short, today's competition has ended early. After a series of analyses, everyone present nodded, and some even looked as if they had suddenly understood. I don't understand what you are saying, but I believe that I am lucky, Qin Feng said. After saying that, Qin Feng turned his gaze to Lu Wen. Do you want to buy some too? Okay, I'll buy it for 50,000. Lu Wen said expressionlessly. In her opinion, Qin Feng asked her at this time, obviously asking her to save face. I have no human rights, so I just need to cooperate well. If I can make Qin Feng happy, maybe my own value will increase. As for the consequences of losing the bet, she was not worried at all. She had witnessed Qin Feng's strength with her own eyes. How could someone who could easily bring down the Jiang group not be able to come up with a mere 100 million or 200 million? You must be kidding. Very good, how about you? After seeing Lu Wen place the order, Qin Feng turned his gaze to Lu Changqing. TSK to SK, I really feel a little sorry for you. Zhou Tong looked at Lu Changqing and Lu Wen. As you can see, this man will soon become a dog beside me. If you follow the bet now and lose everything later, don't blame me for not warning you. After all, this money may have taken you many hard nights to earn. Eat shit. Lu Changqing was originally very reluctant to Qin Feng's request for her to place the bet. After all, she also believed that this was a losing bet. But Lu Wen had already placed a bet, so if I didn't place a bet myself, I would be outdone by this woman. In addition, Lu Changqing was also very unhappy with what Zhou Tong said. I'm placing an order too, 10 million. 10 million. When this number came out, everyone was shocked. Okay, since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Although he was surprised by the huge amount of money Lu Changqing bet, now is not the time to think about it. Because at the same time, everyone's bet was successful. The stock market is open. It's going up. It's really starting to go up. Many people became excited at the first moment. Oh my God, this is too much. Starting at 3 points, Northwest Real Estate is going to hit the daily limit today. Zhou Tong is truly worthy of being called the Magic City stock god. He said it would go up, and it really did. Oh, I didn't buy enough. If I had known this would happen, I would have sold the house and gone all in. Countless people were talking about it. We haven't even started yet. Everything has just begun, Zhou Tongshuan said confidently. As if to confirm Zhou Tong's words, on the stock price chart, the share value of Northwest Real Estate seemed to have taken off like a rocket, rising straight up. In just 3 minutes, it rose by another 5 points. In other words, from the opening to now, in just 3 minutes, Northwest Real Estate has risen by 8 points. Today is a great day. The investors who followed Zhou Tong and bought Northwest Real Estate are now excitedly turning their attention to CP Agriculture. Seeing this, everyone laughed again. On the stock chart, Chero and Pak Fan Agriculture and Northwest Land are like 2 completely symmetrical figures, except that one is going up and the other is going down. As of now, Chero and Pak Fan Agriculture has fallen 7 points and is currently sprinting towards 8 points. Qin Feng, just a friendly reminder, according to the rules you set, the difference between us is now 16 points, which means you owe me 160 million. Zhou Tong said proudly. Don't be anxious. This has just begun. Why are you so anxious? Is it so short-lived? Qin Feng asked back. I wonder how long you can keep being stubborn. After being ridiculed again, Zhou Tong suppressed his anger and sneered. And during this period of time, the trends of the 2 stocks continued to change. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Northwest Real Estate continued to surge upward with an unstoppable momentum, and in the blink of an eye it had reached 12 points. Chero and Pak Fan Agriculture is even worse, having now fallen by 15 points. The situation seems to be irreversible. At this time, the 2 stocks are still changing. Chapter 29 Heaven and Hell, Limit Up and Limit Down. It's gone up again, huh? It's already 14 points. Holy shit, I got 14,000. It feels so good. I've already earned 28,000 yuan, which is almost equal to my annual income. Well, if I sold my house today and mortgaged it, wouldn't I be rich? In the stock exchange hall, almost everyone was cheering. For a veteran stock investor, when is the happiest time? Of course, it's time to make money. However, this is not the happiest thing. The happiest thing is when you're making money while someone else is losing money right under your nose. This is simply double the happiness. And at this moment, Qin Feng was unfortunately regarded by everyone as the unlucky guy who took the blame. After all, at this time, Chero and Pakfan Agriculture had already fallen by 18 points. Northwest Real Estate has 14 red points. CP Agriculture has 18 green points. What is the concept? Oh my god, based on the current situation, Qin Feng must pay Zhou Tong at least 320 million. Oh my god, making money is so damn easy for Zhou Tong. I don't know if Zhou Tong is interested in men. No matter whether he likes it or not, I have to give it a try. A burly man frowned and muttered. As soon as these words were spoken, no one within a 3-meter radius of this person disappeared. As time goes by, the carnival for Zhou Tong and others continues. 15 points, 16 points, 17 points, 18 points. It has reached the daily limit. There is no doubt about it. Everyone has seen the money waving at them. Huh? Stopped rising? No, it seems to be starting to fall. A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's expressions were shocked. Looking around, I found that Northwest Real Estate stock had stopped rising at some point and even dropped slightly by 1 point. Nothing unexpected will happen, right? An idea manifested in everyone's minds. Before they could react, swish! A big negative line fell from the sky like a comet, and Northwest Real Estate, which was just standing tall, suddenly began to fall straight down. In the blink of an eye, it has fallen 2 points. Don't worry, it's just some small retail investors clearing their positions to take profits. Today, Northwest Real Estate will definitely hit the daily limit. I say it. Zhou Tong said confidently. In this way, we can rest assured. Luckily, Mr. Zhou is here. Otherwise, I would have been scared away. Me too. Follow Mr. Zhou and eat big meat. While canceling their selling operations, a group of investors also spared no effort to flatter Zhou Tong. No, it seems to be dropping again. Suddenly, another voice sounded. Everyone's heart skipped a beat again. Look over. On the stock chart, Northwest Real Estate's share price is still falling rapidly. 14 points, 12 points, 8 points, 5 points. The entire trading hall became deathly silent at some point. Everyone who bought Northwest Real Estate stared at the trend chart intently, even forgetting to breathe. Their hearts were falling along with the trend chart. No. Suddenly, a scream rang out. At this moment, all the shareholders who bought Northwest Real Estate cried out in their hearts. Lost. What the hell, we lost. Who could have imagined that Northwest Real Estate, which had been up 18 points, would go directly into the red in just over a minute? At this moment, everyone's face looked as if they had lost their parents. How excited I was just now. How disappointed I am now. The duck that was already in hand flew away. I should have sold it when it rose to 18 points. Many people had obvious disappointment on their faces, and their eyes were filled with undisguised doubts and complaints when they looked at Zhou Tong. Aren't you known as the Magic City's gambling god? Are you really that good? Damn, if you hadn't stopped us by bragging just now, we would have sold it long ago. Being stared at by everyone, Zhou Tong's old face was obviously a little embarrassed. Don't worry, as I said before, only those who can hold on will win in the end. Don't forget, in the stock market, only a small number of people make money. As for the current situation, the stock price is falling rapidly. Your panic is justified. When you can no longer withstand this panic, you will liquidate your positions and leave, and the main force's goal will be achieved. I'm betting my reputation on Zhou Tong. This stock will rise back up, just as it fell. As if to echo Zhou Tong's words, Northwest Real Estate's stock price fell rapidly again. Another minute. This time, there was not even a chance for people to cut their losses and escape, and the stock price fell straight to the limit. Minus 20%. Fuck. At this moment, everyone in the hall kept swearing and surrounded Zhou Tong with murderous eyes. You're the god of stocks in Shanghai, eat shit. Because I trusted you, I invested all the money I had to marry my wife. I really want to kill you. Who isn't? I can pick stocks with my toes, and I'm still better than this bastard. How could this happen? How could this happen? Zhou Tong was also dumbfounded. Wow, it's starting to rise. Just when everyone was distracted, Lu Changcheng screamed and drew everyone's attention back. It's gone up? Is Northwest Real Estate taking off again? Everyone looked over with a hint of fantasy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Northwest Real Estate's stock price remained firmly at minus 20%. Didn't Northwest Real Estate increase in value? Could it be? An idea emerged in everyone's mind. Look over. Really? At some point, the stock price of Chero and Pakfan Agriculture started to rise. Just now, Chero and Pakfan Agriculture has fallen nearly 19 points, very close to the limit. However, at this moment, it has become minus 18%, minus 16%, minus 12%. Your own stock has hit the limit down, but the other party's stock has started to rise continuously. Is there anything more tragic than this? Among them, Zhou Tong was the most nervous. Take the current situation, for example. Even if Qin Feng's Chero and Pak Fan agriculture closes at minus 12%, he still wins by 8 points. According to the agreement, he needs to pay Qin Feng 80 million. A full 80 million. That's more than a third of his net worth. Fall down quickly, you must fall down. Zhou Tong's teeth were almost broken. However, reality is always so cruel. Chero and Pak Fan agriculture's real estate is still on a straight upward trend. Minus 10%. Minus 6%. Slowly, the atmosphere on the field changed strangely again. The shareholders who were so miserable just now had smiles of gloating on their faces. Although they lost money. But some people paid more. Moreover, not only did he lose money, he also lost a bet. Even according to the current situation, Zhou Tong would have to pay Qin Feng 140 million. So cool. Chapter 30. Rising. 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 Chero and Pak Fan agriculture, a stock that has not been paid attention to for more than a year, is now attracting everyone's attention. Minus 4%. Minus 2%. Plus 0.6%. It's actually become famous. When this number appeared on the big screen, a series of exclamations rang out. It's not over yet. This is all an illusion. It will definitely fall. Zhou Tong kept roaring. However, reality is always so cruel. At the moment Zhou Tong's voice fell, another big bullish candlestick appeared, like a rainbow piercing the sun and a rocket shooting into the sky. In just 1 second, Chero and Pak Fan agriculture stock price has reached plus 6%. 26 points. Oh my god. If I remember correctly, has Zhou Tong already lost 260 million? Some kind-hearted people reminded me seemingly casually. Bang! Zhou Tong staggered and almost fainted. He seemed to be trapped in a nightmare. After working hard for more than 10 years, I have now made wedding dresses for others. Over the past 10 years, he has seen more than once that one stock investor after another lost everything in the stock market. At that time, he even laughed at them for not being well-trained and that they deserve the losses. Who would have thought that today it would be my turn to go to the rooftop? I haven't lost yet. Everything is not over yet. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and suppressed his inner panic. As he said, the stock market has not yet closed, so everything is uncertain. Winning is definitely impossible. His only hope now is that Chero and Pak Fan agriculture will also hit the limit down, and then the two will end in a tie. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Chero and Pak Fan agriculture stock is still rising wildly. Plus 10%. Plus 15%. Rise, keep rising. Everyone on the field started murmuring at some point. Because Zhou Tong lost money, these shareholders naturally don't want him to have an easy time. What makes Zhou Tong most uncomfortable at this moment is the continuous rise of Chero and Pak Fan agriculture. Plus 16%. Plus 19%. It really hit the daily limit. When people saw that Chero and Pak Fan agriculture had hit the daily limit, the scene instantly exploded. It's over. Everything is over. The last glimmer of hope was completely shattered, and Zhou Tong collapsed to the ground. Daily limit up and daily limit down. A full 40 points difference. That's 400 million. I worked hard for more than 10 years to accumulate a net worth of more than 200 million, but now it's all gone. He even owed Qin Feng nearly 200 million. Mr. Zhou, the technical indicators you just mentioned are a bit too profound. I haven't learned them yet. Could you please repeat them so I can remember them? Besides, your indicators are pretty good for minesweeping. Lu Chengsheng quickly added another blow. The reversal was so huge that when Lu Chengsheng said this, Lu Wen finally couldn't help laughing. It wasn't just Lu Wen. Many investors present at the event all showed gloating smiles. Mine sweeper. Zhou Tong felt a mouthful of blood rush to his throat, but he swallowed it back. However, at this time, the staff of the trading hall came over. Mr. Zhou, do you admit defeat? If you do, we will declare this gambling game over early, and the funds in your account will be directly transferred to Mr. Qin Feng's account. Of course, in addition to this, you still owe Mr. Qin 180 million. I wish you good luck. No, I haven't lost yet. With a roar, Zhou Tong jumped up from the ground. Qin Feng, don't be too proud. You were lucky this time, but the rule we set before is that the stock market will close at 3 p.m. Now, the time is not up yet, and I haven't lost yet. As he spoke, Zhou Tong withdrew his money directly from the stock market. After losing 20 points, ignoring the transaction fee. Zhou Tong only had 40 million left. The little money you have now belongs to my Qin Feng. Be careful when using it. Lu Cheng Huzing added another stab. However, Zhou Tong couldn't care less at this moment. All his energy was used to study the stock chart in front of him. Then, all in 40 million. Buying was just a matter of moving a finger, but Zhou Tong seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Seeing Zhou Tong making another move, everyone around him fell into hesitation. To follow or not to follow? Follow? The bloody lesson just now is right before our eyes. Why not follow? After all, Zhou Tong is known as the stock god of Shanghai. For a stock god, a failure is an accident. After all, as far as today's situation is concerned, the trend of Northwest real estate is really too weird. It is understandable that he failed. This time, Zhou Tong is under great pressure to turn defeat into victory, so he shouldn't make any mistakes, right? I'll bet 50,000. Finally, a stock investor took action. I'll also bet 20,000. The bold ones will die of overeating, and the timid ones will die of starvation. Whether I can make a profit depends on this one. Another person made a move. I'll follow too. In the end, nearly 80% of the people followed suit and placed their bets. Okay, since you want to gamble, I'll accompany you to the end. Qin Feng didn't care. Similarly, Qin Feng also sold his shares in Chero and Pak Fan Agriculture, and then picked a stock, Guizhou Liquor, and went all in for 60 million. A new round of competition has begun. Unlike the ups and downs and twists and turns of the previous game, this time, the outcome was decided in an instant as soon as the game started. Guizhou Liquor, which had been hitting the daily limit for 2 consecutive days, suddenly rose sharply and hit the daily limit within less than a minute after Qin Feng bought it. It's reached its daily limit again. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Amazing. Everyone in the hall who saw this scene was shocked. Qin Feng, the man who was regarded as a novice in the stock market by everyone, picked 2 stocks in succession, and they both hit the daily limit. Such a miracle was beyond their imagination. Although the stocks selected by Zhou Tong this time are also slowly climbing, no one cares anymore. Everyone's attention was firmly attracted by Qin Feng. Swish, without any hesitation, Qin Feng directly took out all the 72 million funds, and then chose a stock and went all in. 5 minutes later, it hit the daily limit again. Take it out and buy it all in. Limit up. Take it out and buy it all in. Everything seems to be running mechanically. Everyone seemed to be trapped in a nightmare. Qin Feng's performance today is destined to be deeply imprinted in their minds. Like ghosts and gods. After all, in their opinion, choosing a stock must be done after careful consideration. After all, it is real money that is at stake, and if you're not careful, you will lose everything. But what about Qin Feng? He didn't even think about it, just chose and bought. That series of smooth movements seemed to be telling people something. He really bought it randomly. But can any purchase you make continue to hit the daily limit? This question has not been answered yet, and Qin Feng has already carried out 6 consecutive rounds of selling operations. Chapter 31, 13 Daily Limit UPS. The entire stock exchange hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's expression was as if they had seen a ghost. Finally, I don't know how long it took. It's over. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone suddenly realized that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon and the stock market was closed. The trading is finally stopped. This was the thought of everyone present. If this continues, they will probably be scared to death. A total of 14 operations were carried out, and the stock price hit the daily limit 13 times. Among them, there were 7 stocks that increased by 20% and 6 stocks that increased by 10%. Someone revealed Qin Feng's performance today. This, although they had prepared themselves mentally, everyone present was still shocked when the number was actually placed in front of them. The stock market is ever-changing and changing rapidly. For ordinary stock investors, it would be good enough to encounter a daily limit increase once a month. Qin Feng encountered this 13 times in one day. Such a record is absolutely unprecedented and will never be repeated. Who on earth is this Qin Feng? This operation is simply amazing. Compared to him, Zhou Tong is just shit. TSK, who cares who he is? Anyway, he's someone we can't afford to offend. What I'm curious about now is, how much money did Qin Feng make today? Tisk, no matter how much money you make, it's not yours. What I'm more interested in now is how much money Zhou Tong is going to lose today. Countless people were whispering. When someone asks, someone answers. 13 waves of limit up. Qin Feng has earned a total of about 270 million today. If you add the principal, it's about 320 million. As for this gambling game, Qin Feng gained a total of 200 points, while Zhou Tong, the voice paused noticeably, lost a total of 68 points. In total, Zhou Tong lost a total of 268 points. According to the rule of 10 million per point, Zhou Tong needs to pay Mr. Qin 2.68 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, the field fell into a ghostly silence again. While marveling at Qin Feng's amazing operation, he couldn't help but look at Zhou Tong with a silly look on his face. This guy is called a stock god, but he's probably just bragging, right? I use my feet to pick stocks, but I can't lose so much in one day, right? However, everyone on the scene wrongly accused Zhou Tong of this. Zhou Tong was able to build a fortune of over 200 million from nothing, so he must have the ability. It's a pity that he met Qin Feng. At the beginning, I was lucky enough to come across the evil stock Northwest Real Estate, but Qin Feng directly destroyed my confidence. Later, Qin Feng's behavior became too abnormal. Anyone who faces such a Qin Feng would be in great confusion. In the end, Zhou Tong's mentality completely collapsed, and he made frequent mistakes in stock selection, which led to a series of defeats. This is not true. This is not true. Zhou Tong at this moment was like a complete fool. His eyes were dull, and his expression was wooden. Just now, when the stock market was suspended, the notary on the side had transferred all of Zhou Tong's funds of nearly 230 million to Qin Feng's account. He is now a penniless pauper. No, to say he is penniless is an exaggeration. After all, he still owes Qin Feng nearly 2.4 billion yuan. Let's go. Ignoring Zhou Tong, Qin Feng prepared to leave. No, you can't leave. Zhou Tong directly blocked Qin Feng's way. Do you want to pay back the money? Qin Feng said directly. Zhou Tong's expression changed. Today's bet doesn't count. Give me back my money. Zhou Tong roared. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but look at Zhou Tong with disdain. If you can't beat others, you start to cheat. Before Qin Feng could speak, the notary beside him couldn't help but speak. Mr. Zhou Tong, please be careful with your words, otherwise we will definitely sue you. Zhou Tong's face changed after hearing these words, but he still didn't move away. Qin Feng, I don't believe you can beat me. I want to bet with you again. Okay, what do we bet on? How do we bet? Qin Feng said calmly. Of course, before we bet, 1, you must pay back the money, and 2, you must have money in your pocket. In one word, another decisive victory. Zhou Tong would never be able to pay off the 2.4 billion yuan debt, even if he spent his entire life on it. Qin Feng and the other two walked out of the door of the stock exchange hall, bypassing Zhou Tong directly, leaving behind a group of stunned people. Is what just happened true? I picked 13 stocks in a row, and they hit the daily limit 13 times in a row. It's amazing. No, didn't Qin Feng do it 14 times in total? As this voice sounded, everyone was stunned. Yes, how could they have forgotten about this? The next second, everyone looked towards Yegang Company, Ltd. Buy or not buy? From a normal logic point of view, Qin Feng's successive attacks have fully demonstrated his strength. Follow and buy, you won't go wrong. But the problem is, isn't this Yegang shares too rubbish? It's so rubbish that they dare not follow it. Forget it, I'd better not follow him. Although Qin Feng is amazing today, there is no guarantee that he won't make mistakes. I've been tricked by Zhou Tong once. If he does it again, my wife will run away with someone. Someone shook his head slightly. Damn it. Wealth and honor are achieved through risk. I've already lost so much anyway. The worst that can happen is I'll go begging on the street. I'll go all in. Some people choose to go all in. As soon as Qin Feng and his two companions left the securities trading hall, they were stopped by Qin Dameng and his group. Is there something? Qin Feng seemed to have expected this scene and was exceptionally calm. Qin Feng, you are so brave. You have screwed me over so badly. Qin Dameng looked at Qin Feng with hatred. Because of Qin Feng, he lost his job, his wife ran away, he lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he only got 1/7 of the property rights of a dilapidated house. In just over a day, I was left with nothing. But Qin Feng can be surrounded by women, each of whom is so exquisite. It's strange that Qin Dameng can have a balanced mind. If I remember correctly, you were the ones who provoked me. Qin Feng said lightly. If you hadn't provoked me, would you have lost your job? Would your wife have run away? And you too. Qin Feng looked at the neighbors in front of him. Did I force you to buy a house? With just one sentence, everyone who was confronted blushed. After all, they were in the wrong in this matter. If they hadn't wanted to take advantage of Qin Feng's family's financial difficulties and make a fortune, they wouldn't have ended up like this. But is it really necessary to swallow this bitter pill? Qin Feng, we don't want the house anymore. Just return the money to us. Qin Daming's father, Qin Suqing, spoke. You guys are so shameless. Before Qin Feng could say anything, Lu Changsheng beside him couldn't help it. Chapter 32, isn't it just money? I dare to give it, but do you dare to take it? You can buy whatever you want and regret whatever you want. Does that mean the whole world has to support you? Qin Feng, we won't give them any money. I want to see what they can do to us. You little bitch, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Qin Damon looked at Lu Changsheng with a gloomy face. Before, he would be afraid of Lu Qingqing's identity, but now, he is penniless and the barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. At this moment, Qin Damon seemed to be ready to fight to the death. Lu Changsheng was about to continue speaking, but was stopped by Qin Feng. What do you want to do? Qin Feng looked at Qin Damon and others, his eyes as calm as before. We want our money back, Qin Suqing said slowly. How can it be so cheap? Qin Daming smiled grimly. Qin Feng, you have climbed up such a big tree like the Lu family. No matter what, you have to give us a share of the profits. That's right. As soon as Qin Damon opened his mouth, the neighbors reacted instantly, with greed flashing in their eyes. Qin Feng, after all, you came from our village. Now that you've become successful, you should remember the people who dug the well when you drink the water. You must not forget the people in our village. That's right. After all, our village has raised you. Now it's your turn to contribute to the village. We don't ask for much. 500,000 per person here. That's not too much, right? 500,000 is too little. With Qin Feng's current status, 500,000 is simply a humiliation to him. In my opinion, it should be at least 1 million. You are so shameless. Lu Qingqing's face turned ashen with anger. She had lived under the protection of her family since she was a child, and even if she went abroad, she had enough material foundation. This was the first time she had seen the dangers of human nature. Even Lu Wan, who was standing beside her, frowned. 1 million per person, right? It's no big deal, no problem. Qin Feng agreed very readily. Agreed. Seeing Qin Feng agree so readily, the neighbors were stunned at first, then ecstatic, and finally looked disappointed. Aren't we asking for too little? Even if each of us gets 1 million, it's only a little over 10 million. Lu Qingqing's uncle is said to be worth over 10 billion. What's the rush? If you ask me, Qin Feng is a coward. We can come and make trouble when we are short of money. This is called steady and long-term development, isn't it? The neighbors seem to have found a shortcut to getting rich. However, Qin Feng changed the subject as he looked at the excited faces of the people opposite him. However, my money has just been invested in the stock market. Otherwise, you guys should leave first, and I will send the money to your home tomorrow. Qin Feng, do you really think we are 3-year-old children? Qin Daming sneered. Right now, I don't care what method you use. In half an hour, we want to see the money. Otherwise, today, none of you can leave. Desire makes people crazy. Okay, then I'll make a call. Qin Feng acted helpless and dialed Lu Hongwei's number. Mr. Qin, I was just about to call you. Tonight is my father's 80th birthday, and I want to invite you. Lu Hongwei said respectfully. Don't worry about that matter for now. I'm at the door of the securities exchange. Bring 1.4 million in cash and come over. After saying that, Qin Feng hung up the phone. Qin Feng, what do you mean? We agreed on 1 million per person. What? You want to go back on your word? Qin Damon and others threatened. I think you've misunderstood, Qin Feng said calmly, holding down Lu Changsheng, who was about to go berserk. This 1,400,000 is just for you to buy the house. In addition to that, I'll give you 1 million each. You're a sensible kid. Qin Damon and others smiled with satisfaction after hearing this answer. On the other end of the phone, Brother Lu, is this a call from Mr. Qin? Wen Chu asked in a low voice as he watched Lu Hongwei, who was about to go out in a hurry after hanging up the phone. Yeah, Lu Hongwei nodded. Mr. Qin is in trouble. After all, he was a tycoon who had been dominating the business world for decades. Qin Feng had only mentioned 1.4 million, and Lu Hongwei immediately thought of the group of neighbors buying Qin Feng's house. I briefly explained it to Wen Chu. Fuck, he dares to cause trouble for Mr. Qin. Let's get him. Wen que Guotong Grianstondi. Qin Feng not only saved him, but also saved the entire Wen family in the preface to the Lanting collection. Because of the existence of the preface to the poems composed at Lanting, the number of visitors to Jubiozai has at least doubled compared to usual days. Not only that, during this period, famous appraisers from all over the world have been gathering at Jubiozai, wanting to see the true appearance of the original preface to the poems composed at Lanting. Jubiozai also took this opportunity to hire several famous appraisers at high prices to fill the vacancies left by their 4 traitorous appraisers. Qin Feng's kindness to the one family is greater than heaven, and when Xu Jing doesn't know how to repay him, when he hears that Qin Feng is in trouble, he instantly becomes anxious. Originally, Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu were busy preparing for Mr. Lu Yun's 80th birthday tonight. When they heard that Qin Feng was in trouble, they didn't care about anything else. Just 5 minutes. Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu each brought 20 or 30 men to the scene. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to have scared you, Lu Hongwei said respectfully. Mr. Qin, Wen Chu will always remember your kindness to the one family. Today, with me here, no one can hurt you. Yeah. Qin Feng nodded, passed by the two of them, and looked at Qin Damon. By the way, how did you ask me to compensate you? Looking at the scene in front of them that they had only seen in movies, 40 or 50 well-trained bodyguards surrounded them. Each of them was well-equipped, especially the gleam in their eyes that appeared from time to time. Qin Damon and others were almost scared to death. I kept saying "I" for a long time, but couldn't say a word. In the end, it was Qin Suqing who stood up. Qin Feng, this is a society ruled by law. There are so many people watching here. What? Do you still dare to act recklessly? This sentence woke up Qin Damon and others. That's right, Qin Feng, don't do anything rash. If you hurt us, you won't be able to escape. A group of people shouted, but they looked cowardly. Did I say something to you? Qin Feng smiled. Again, you want money, don't you? Tell me, how much do you want? The neighbors fell silent again. Just now he was complaining that 1 million was not enough, but now he is surrounded and doesn't even dare to say a word. Alas, Qin Feng, what we did just now is wrong. Now, we just want to get back the money that belongs to us. Qin Suqing sighed. No problem. Qin Feng always agrees so readily. Chapter 33. The strong will always be strong. The losers will leave. But before that, let's sort out some logical issues. First of all, you took advantage of my family's financial difficulties and wanted to buy my house at a super low price, right? None of the neighbors dared to say a word. This is already a shameful matter, and now it is exposed in public. What else can be said? However, not saying it means tacit consent, and everyone understands this. Finally, I agreed to sell the house to you. We signed the agreement at the village committee notary office, right? Now that you've heard the village won't be demolished, you feel like you've made a loss and want to break the contract, right? Legally speaking, I have no obligation to deal with you. Personally speaking, to be honest, I don't have any good feelings towards you. But after all, we are all from the same village. So today, I will give you a chance. I can give you the money back. But as a villager, I still think it's necessary to remind you not to show your wealth to others. After all, the world today is not as peaceful as we imagined, especially since our village is remote and sparsely populated. At night, it's pitch black, let alone cameras. There aren't even streetlights. What if something happens? In short, everyone should be careful. Qin Fengqing warned sincerely. The faces of the neighbors changed instantly. This is already a naked threat. Qin Feng, do you really want to fight us to the death? Qin Suqing's face changed. A fight to the death. Qin Feng sneered. I'm not praising you, but you don't have the qualifications. To be frank, you guys don't even have the qualifications to fight me right now. Take right now, for example. I'm standing here. What can you do to me? But you're different. Admittedly, we live in a society ruled by law now, so I won't touch you. But what about your families? What about your loved ones? They all have jobs, right? Believe it or not, with just one word from me, they'll all be out of work tomorrow. Qin Feng at this moment is completely different from before. At this moment, his figure truly towered above all living beings. Just looking at his eyes, even overlords like Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu couldn't help but shudder. As for Qin Damon and others, they were even more miserable. Several of them were so scared by Qin Feng that they wet their pants. A foul smell spread across the field. Now, do you still want money? Qin Feng said lightly. This time, there were no so-called harsh words, nor any so-called gentleman's revenge. 10 years is never too late. All the neighbors lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Qin Feng again until his figure completely disappeared. Qin Feng, aren't you being too ruthless? After all, what if these people are desperate and do something desperate? Lu Chengsheng said worriedly as he watched the other party leaving. Have you watched too much TV drama? Qin Feng directly interrupted Lu Qingqing's question. What do you mean? Lu Qingqing's face changed. Let me tell you, the so-called repaying evil with kindness and leaving a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future only exist in TV dramas. As a member of the Lu family, If you still hold such ridiculous ideas, it will sooner or later bring disaster to the family. Qin Feng said in a cold tone. In the business world, there is no shared prosperity, only a life and death struggle. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will be defeated and leave. Take your Liu family, for example. Your Liu family has grown to where it is today, annexing countless forces, large and small. Behind your prosperity, many people have lost their jobs, even left their homes, and become homeless. But are you afraid of retaliation? These words made Liu Chengsheng completely silent. She had never thought about these issues before, so when faced with Qin Feng's questions, she had no idea how to answer them. As for people like Qin Dameng, they're simply a group of greedy jackals. You have to scare them and make them fearful so that they won't dare to provoke you, because they can't afford the consequences. When saying this, Qin Feng didn't expect that he was different in this life than in his previous life. In his previous life, he was alone and acted recklessly. But he is different in this life. He has parents and Xiaoqi. These relatives are the goals of his efforts, but they will also become his ties. His neglect today almost led to irreversible consequences in the near future. Anyway, it's all over now. Liu Hongwei, the peacemaker, stood up at this time. We're in trouble today. Qin Feng turned his gaze to Liu Hongwei and Wen Chu. Mr. Qin, you're too polite. Liu Hongwei and the other man shook their heads repeatedly. Qin Feng, always repay favors. For today's matter, I will give you 2 fortunes. Thank you very much, Mr. Qin. Liu Hongwei and the others were overjoyed. By the way, Mr. Qin, tonight is my father's 80th birthday. Here is the invitation. As he spoke, Liu Hongwei handed over a big red invitation. The Liu family's invitation? When the big red invitation came out, the eyes of many people around instantly turned red. Old Master Liu Yin has been active throughout his life, making friends with many bigwigs and having many disciples all over the world. There is no doubt that many bigwigs will gather at his 80th birthday party. If you can get involved and get on anyone's good side, you will enjoy endless happiness for the rest of your life. In view of this, I don't know how many people are trying their best to get an invitation. Even on the black market, the price of this invitation has been driven up to 500,000 yuan per piece, but even so, it is still priceless. Okay, I will definitely be there tonight. Qin Feng accepted the invitation and chatted for a few more words, and then Liu Hongwei and Wen Chu left. After all, Liu Yun's 80th birthday is approaching, and they still have a lot of things to prepare. As for Liu Changcheng, she left with Liu Hongwei. After all, it takes some time to prepare birthday gifts. Go away, Qin Feng said to Liu when beside him. Oh, Liu nodded subconsciously, and after a moment she suddenly realized, me go? What else? Seeing Liu Wen's incredulous expression, Qin Feng said with a smile, could it be that you really want to have my body? This sentence made Liu Wen blush. But Liu Wen no longer cared about these things at this time. From Qin Feng's brief words just now, combined with what happened in the past 2 days, Liu Wen's mind quickly flashed. Everything is clear now. From the beginning to the end, I was just overthinking it. Qin Feng was not interested in me at all. The reason why he asked me to come here was simply to let me make some money by following him. Just now at the stock exchange, I followed Qin Feng and bought from the beginning to the end. 50,000 yuan in exchange for nearly 320,000 yuan now. Although it's still half the distance to paying for my grandmother's medical expenses, at least there's hope, right? More importantly, now these 320,000 yuan were also invested in Yegong shares along with Qin Feng. If you don't need that stock urgently, you can keep it for 20 days. Now I'm leaving. Qin Feng left after leaving a few words. Looking at Qin Feng's back, Liu Wen fell into deep thought. When a misunderstanding about Qin Feng was resolved, what followed was deep gratitude. It was Qin Feng who helped her when she was desperate. Such kindness is worth her repaying with her whole life. Of course, in addition to this gratitude, Liu Wen also felt a little dissatisfied. I am so beautiful and have already surrendered, but Qin Feng doesn't even touch me. This is simply a humiliation for me. Unforgivable. Chapter 34. Kowtow? Admit your mistake? Get out? Women are such strange creatures. If Qin Feng wanted her, she would definitely hate Qin Feng for the rest of her life. But now that Qin Feng didn't want her, she was actually a little unhappy. After this day, Liu Wen used herself as a bargaining chip and bought 20 days from the hospital. 20 days later, 320,000 yuan was successfully turned into more than 1 million yuan. With this money, Lu Wen paid off her grandmother's medical expenses and renovated her family's house. With the remaining money, Lu Wen applied to the Shanghai Theater Academy. She chose to pursue her dream of becoming an actress. Perhaps even Qin Feng did not expect that his casual action would create our country's first internationally renowned film queen. At 7:30 that evening at the Lu family. Uncle Chi, long time no see. I found the painting you asked me to find last time. How about we go over and take a look now? Uncle Zhu, I found out the background of that girl you liked last time. If you just give me a nod, I'll personally send her to you after the banquet. Uncle Zhang, I asked someone to buy a few bottles of fine wine from abroad. They're limited edition collector's editions. Let's get drunk tonight. A group of younger generations of the Lu family stood at the door, welcoming the guests. Each of them had a big smile on their face and couldn't hide their excitement. They tried their best to display their social skills. This is the 80th birthday of Mr. Lu Yun, the pillar of the Lu family. Those who can come here are at least worth hundreds of millions. The Lu family sent these youngsters out to help them make friends. After all, the Lu family's huge fortune will eventually fall on their heads. The connections they make today may turn into huge amounts of money tomorrow. Suddenly, several people's faces were stunned at the same time. They saw Qin Feng, still wearing that loser outfit. Compared with the upper-class people around him, he seemed so out of place. Does anyone know him? The younger generations of the Lu family looked at each other, all with confused expressions. Although the abilities of these second-generation rich people vary, their families have been constantly instilling in their minds some important figures from all over the world, including their descendants, since they were young, in order to prevent them from offending people they shouldn't. But they searched all their memories, and obviously there was no such person as Qin Feng. Another toad wanted to eat swan flesh, everyone concluded. Before the Lu family held the old man's 80th birthday party, in addition to sending invitations to those important figures, some invitations were also released to the market. According to Mr. Lu Yun, we should give those from small and medium-sized forces some opportunities for development. Obviously, Qin Feng regarded these people as people who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to curry favor with him. Forget it, this is the old man's intention after all. Let's just pretend we didn't see it. The group made up their minds. He stood there quietly, with no intention of greeting anyone, and even when he looked at Qin Feng, there was a hint of the aura of a superior in his eyes. Be smart later. Don't make loud noises. Don't walk around randomly, and most importantly, don't offend anyone you shouldn't offend. You must recognize your own status. Being able to come here is already a blessing earned in your past life. Don't bother others. What is given to you is yours. Don't expect things that are beyond your status. Also, you must always remember your position. Until everyone is seated, you must stand obediently. Also, your seats are at the outermost edge of the banquet hall. Do not cross the edge. Do you understand? The group of second-generation rich kids arranged everything for Qin Feng clearly. That sense of superiority is so obvious. Qin Feng was speechless. The Lu family was a military family after all, so how come it became so rubbish after only being passed down to the third generation? No wonder the Lu family declined so quickly in the previous life. With such a group of snobbish trash, it would be strange if the Lu family could prosper. Also, what era is it now? Do we still rely solely on giving gifts to win people over? As a qualified business person, you should also know that relationships gained through gift giving are only temporary. If you want to truly develop your own network, it ultimately depends on your strength. You must have enough strength to let the other party see the real benefits they can get from cooperating with you. Only in this way can such a network of contacts be stable. I'm here as a guest, not to be a servant, Qin Feng said calmly. Oh, you really think you're a big shot? Lu Qin Feng snorted coldly. As the eldest son of Lu Hongwei, this guy is also a leader among the second-generation rich people in the Lu family. Just because you receive an invitation from my Lu family, you really naively think that you have become a superior person? You can sit on the same level as us? Ridiculous. I tell you, servants will always be servants, understand? Today is my old man Lu's 80th birthday. I'm in a good mood and don't want to argue with you. Kneel down, kowtow 10 times, and then get out of here. What if I don't? Qin Feng didn't want to bother with these juniors, but these guys kept getting in his way again and again, and Qin Feng was obviously a little unhappy. Don't want to. Seeing that a tiny ant dared to disobey his orders in public, Lu Qingfeng's face was obviously a little embarrassed. Kowtow, and let's settle this matter today. Otherwise, tomorrow, your family will be destroyed because of you. Lu Qingfeng said coldly. Really? Come on, Qin Feng said. A simple word of encouragement made the veins on Lu Qingfeng's face tremble violently. Even the second-generation rich people beside him couldn't help but feel ashamed as if they had punched shit. I said, I'm going to kill you. You're the one who's telling me to cheer up. This is absolutely a naked mockery. Good, very good. The group of second-generation rich kids were completely furious. Security, catch him. I now suspect that he is carrying dangerous weapons and wants to disrupt this banquet. Keep him under control for me. After the banquet is over, I will interrogate him personally. Lu Qingfeng ordered coldly. Yes. A group of security guards surrounded them instantly. What are you doing? At this moment, a delicate voice rang out. At some point, Lu Chengxing appeared. Today, Lu Chengxing was wearing a white gauze dress, looking like a princess in a fairy tale. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but brighten his eyes. I didn't expect that I was wrong. This little girl is quite good. Qin Feng thought to himself. Get out of my way. Lu Chengxing stood in front of Qin Feng and looked at Lu Qingfeng and the others opposite him. Second brother Lu, you are so bold that you even dare to touch my people. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Stinky girl. Lu Qingfeng's eyes showed a hint of fear when he saw Lu Chengxing appear. Although he was the first male of the third generation of the Lu family, he was the second child. Because of this, Lu Chengxing gave him the nickname Lu Lao Heir. Moreover, although on the surface he is the first heir to the Lu family's business, unfortunately, the entire Lu family has poured most of their love and affection on Lu Chengxing. This also cultivated Lu Chengxing's lawless character. Since he was a child, he has been beaten by Lu Chengxing many times. Chapter 35 God, save us. So much so that even though he is in his 20s now, he still can't help but feel scared when facing Lu Chengxing. You little bitch, even if you can protect him for a while, can you protect him for a lifetime? Lu Qingfeng snorted coldly. Mr. Qin, I didn't expect you to come too. Just as Lu Chengxing was about to refute, suddenly an extremely excited voice came from his side. I saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walking quickly to Qin Feng and looking at him with burning eyes. I was out for something today, so I didn't get to see Mr. Qin show off his skills. It's such a regret for the rest of my life. But I heard from the staff that Mr. Qin and Miss Lu have a good relationship, so I came to this banquet to try my luck. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to actually show up. After seeing the true face of the man in front of them, Lu Qingfeng and other second-generation rich kids were stunned for a moment, with a hint of licking in their eyes. Tian Jiming, the boss of the Hangzhou Stock Exchange, also does overseas investment and is one of the earliest people to enter the stock market. According to incomplete statistics, his current net worth is at least 2 billion. Such a person who is 3 times more awesome than Lu Hongwei is actually talking to the loser in front of him who only dares to hide behind Lu Chengxing. The tone and attitude are so pious. I have to say this scene is really shocking. So much so that Lu Qingfeng and others were unable to react for a while. Hello, Mr. Tian. It's just luck. Qingfeng recognized the identity of the person in front of him, nodded and smiled. Luck is also part of strength. Tian Jiming nodded repeatedly. After the banquet, I wonder if Mr. Qin is free? I have something important to discuss with Mr. Qin. I'm afraid not tonight. My child is waiting for me to come back home. Qingfeng responded with a smile. Qingfeng hadn't said anything else. That means tonight's banquet is destined to be full of turmoil. On this day in history, on his 80th birthday, Mr. Lu Yun passed away under the heavy pressure of his granddaughter, Lu Chengxiang, being humiliated, Lu Hongwei being framed, and enemies coming from all sides. Later, the Lu family, which had been prosperous for decades, collapsed overnight. Although it finally rebounded, its scale and momentum were no longer the same as before. In this life, because of his appearance, Lu Chengxiang escaped his fate, but the enemy will definitely not give up easily, and today will be the best time for them to take action. Those hidden enemies will definitely not miss this great opportunity. The tree wants to move, but the wind does not stop. It is destined to be windy tonight. Mr. Qin is so young, yet he already has a child. Since the child is waiting for him at home, I won't force him. Tomorrow, Mr. Qin must give Tian a chance no matter what. Tian Mingjie invited again. Okay. Qin Feng had no choice but to agree. In fact, Qin Feng could also guess the purpose of Tian Mingjie looking for him. He must have noticed the abilities I demonstrated at the Hangzhou Stock Exchange and wanted to use them to expand his influence to a higher level. Of course, I have my own reasons for agreeing to this. All I can say is that when adults interact, it's all about interests. Looking at Qin Feng and Tian Mingjie chatting and laughing, Lu Qin Feng and other second-generation rich kids were completely stunned. Although they're crazy, they're not brainless. A big shot who is even slightly inferior to Lu Hongwei is so familiar with Qin Feng. What does this mean? Obviously, Qin Feng was able to come here not because of Lu Qingqing's face. Could it be that this person is Tian Mingjie's man, and he deliberately wants to use this banquet to build connections for him? Lu Qin Feng and others excuse themselves. If that's the case, then they can still make up for the mistakes they made before. Hey, isn't this old Tian? Long time no see. I miss you so much. How is your business lately? Just as Lu Qin Feng and others were thinking about how to apologize to Qin Feng, another voice rang out. A fat man who was 1.5 meters tall and weighed 250 pounds staggered over. Ishihara, the boss of the China-Singapore Stock Exchange, and Tian Mingjie of the Hongqiao Stock Exchange are sworn enemies. They are enemies in the same industry, and the two of them have almost monopolized the entire stock market in Shanghai. The two sides are like water and fire, and they're always thinking about swallowing up or bringing down the other side. This must be Mr. Qin, right? Hearing about him is truly better than seeing him in person. A hero emerges young. After hearing about Mr. Qin's legendary deeds, my admiration for him is like the farts in a fart bug's belly. It's endless. Sir, tomorrow, we will go to heaven on earth and provide one-stop service. You can go in standing and come out lying down. How was that? Ishihara said generously. Bang! Lu Qin Feng and others almost fell to their knees after hearing and seeing Ishihara also trying his best to please Qin Feng. Obviously, their judgment just now was wrong. Qin Feng is not just Tian Mingjie's man. Well, maybe Qin Feng is just good at stock investment, so Tian Mingjie and Ishihara are competing to win him over. That's all. A second-generation rich man spoke, not only to comfort himself, but also to comfort others. I hope so. Lu Qin Feng swallowed. Mr. Qin, you didn't even tell me you were coming, so I could go and greet you. Before Lu Qin Feng and the others could solidify this idea in their minds, another voice rang out. When Lu Qin Feng and others saw Wen Chu jogging to Qin Feng and continuing to play the role of a bootlicker, they almost bit their tongues off. How to explain this time? The hearts of the second-generation rich were in their throats, and they didn't even dare to look in Qin Feng's direction. An unprecedented fear began to grow from the bottom of their hearts and grew stronger in a very short period of time, like a flood or a beast trying to swallow them up. If Tian Mingjie and Ishihara's attitudes can be explained, what about Wen Chu? Being licked by three big guys at the same time is enough to explain one thing. They hit a wall this time, and it seems to be a relatively hard iron plate. Thinking about what had just happened, Lu Qin Feng and others wanted to die. However, the nightmare of several people has not ended yet. Mr. Qin, you are finally here. You made me wait so long. Another person came over. When they saw the true face of this last person, Lu Qin Feng and other second-generation rich people were shocked and almost urinated on the spot. This last person was Lu Qingfeng's father, Lu Hongwei, a man who even needs to lick his own father's ass. But he actually asked him to kneel down and kowtow. Thinking of this, Lu Qin Feng almost cried. There was unconcealable resentment in the look he gave Qin Feng. Boss, can you please not be so low-key? We can't stand it. What now? Oh God, please save us. A group of second-generation rich people who never believed in Buddhism, at this moment, prayed to all the gods and demons in the sky. Chapter 36, How did you give birth to these things? By the way, you little bastards come here. Lu Hongwei waved to Lu Qin Feng and others. Several people approached tremblingly, with smiles on their faces that were uglier than crying. Mr. Qin, let me introduce you to these people. They're the younger generation of our Lu family. I'll have to ask Mr. Qin to take care of them in the future. What are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you go meet Mr. Qin? Lu Hongwei scolded with a smile. Have you met Mr. Qin? The second-generation rich kids who were so arrogant and domineering just now were now as cowardly as groundhogs, wishing they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Everyone, can I go in now? Qin Feng said to Lu Qin Feng and others. Of course. Lu Qin Feng and others were shocked, wiped the cold sweat from their faces, and nodded hurriedly. Really? Those security guards won't arrest me, right? No, absolutely not. Lu Qin Feng and others' legs began to tremble, and they could not speak clearly. Then you won't destroy my family tomorrow, will you? Plop. Several timid, second-generation, rich kids collapsed directly to the ground. What is going on? At this time, Lu Hongwei finally realized that something was wrong. What on earth happened? Lu Hongwei's face changed, and he looked at Lu Qingfeng and others. This is we. Lu Qingfeng was pushed to the front and stuttered for a long time, but couldn't make any sense. Uncle, let me tell you. At the critical moment, Lu Chengxing stood up and recounted the whole story in full. Bang! After hearing the whole story, Lu Hongwei almost fainted. After he came to his senses, he looked at Lu Qingfeng and others with eyes full of anger and sadness. Why did he insist on inviting Qingfeng here today? Wasn't it so that Qingfeng could give some advice to these younger generations? If they could establish a relationship with Qingfeng, then, with Qingfeng's ability, the future of the Lu family would be just around the corner. Who would have thought that these prodigal sons would actually become enemies with Qingfeng? I worked so hard to invite the gods back home, and you guys are so arrogant that you told them to go away. Why did my Lu family give birth to a bunch of bastards like you? Lu Hongwei felt like he was about to be mad to death. Mr. Qin, although these bastards are naughty by nature, they're still good at heart. I hope Mr. Qin will not take it to heart with them. Why don't you guys apologize to Mr. Qin right away? No need, Qingfeng said lightly. This little episode was temporarily over with Lu Hongwei's apology. After all this trouble, the banquet was about to begin. The banquet hall was already full of people. The banquet was not big. After all, Mr. Lu Yun did not like extravagance. So, apart from his family members, those who could attend were basically business partners. However, the quality of the guests is more important than the number. Every one of them can be said to be an absolute celebrity in the magic world. A big shot who can make the whole city tremble with just a stomp of his feet. Qingfeng politely declined Lu Hongwei's request to sit in the front row and directly nestled in the corner of the last row, starting to feast on his food as if no one was around. Isn't a banquet just for eating? Eat well, and you will have more energy to work. As for Lu Changsheng, she was directly pulled away by Lu Hongwei. It is inappropriate for women to appear at this banquet where many bigwigs are gathered. Mr. Qin, you are really a hidden talent, Tian Mingjie said with a smile as he approached Qingfeng. Heroes have always emerged from youth. Mr. Qin is so young, but he can achieve such achievements. It really makes us old guys ashamed. Ishihara, on the other side, no longer had some deliberate boldness on his face, and his eyes were solemn. Just before, the two were shocked by Qingfeng's amazing performance in the stock market today. They were attracted by his talent and wanted to recruit him. But at this moment, the two of them no longer had such thoughts. Would a person who, even when Shu and Lu Hongwei have to curry favor with, be willing to obey others? Besides, Qingfeng is still so young. Youth is capital. This also applies to the business world. What does it mean that Qingfeng can achieve achievements that are no less than theirs at such a young age? This means that Qingfeng's future achievements will be far above theirs. Such a powerful and mysterious existence actually appeared in the Magic City silently. Although they didn't know Qingfeng's purpose, they knew that this might be their chance. Making friends with Qingfeng is worth it for them, whether it is Qingfeng's control over the stock market or his mysterious background. You two are joking. I'm just an ordinary person with a little luck. Qingfeng smiled and shook his head. Don't worry about you two laughing at me, but just 3 days ago at the wedding, I, as the groom, was kicked by the bride. Mr. Qin is such a joker. Tian Mingjie and Ishihara laughed at the same time. Qingfeng was also speechless. The banquet is about to begin, but Mr. Lu Yun, the main host, has not yet appeared. Under the arrangement of the Lu family, the entire banquet appears to be full of joy. Many important figures took advantage of this opportunity to rush around. Those younger generations were even busier than dogs, constantly smiling, fawning, and licking the boots of one big boss after another. But before anyone knew it, the atmosphere on the field slowly changed. Although the big guys were chatting and laughing, many of them kept looking in Qingfeng's direction. There's a glimmer of inquiry in his eyes. Obviously, what happened at the entrance of the hall just now was seen by many people. In such occasions, class status is even more obvious. The big guys naturally have their positions in circles. Seeing that the two big bosses, Tian Mingjie and Ishihara, actually gave up their identities and took the initiative to come to Qingfeng, the other big bosses became even more curious about Qingfeng. Finally, one person couldn't help it and found a random excuse to join Qingfeng's table. Then, there was another person. There's another one. Slowly, a strange scene appeared. In a huge banquet hall, quite a number of people were crowded in a corner at the back. However, there were only a few people scattered in the center of the hall. As time goes by, this strange scene continues to intensify. Cousin, my stomach hurts and I need to poop. In front of a round table, a young man from the Liu family said to Liu Qingfeng with a pitiful look on his face, "If you want to take a shit, just go ahead and do it. What's the point of telling me?" Liu Qingfeng cursed angrily. "I'm scared, my legs are weak, and I can't walk." The young man of the Liu family looked in the direction of Qingfeng with a sad face, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his face. Chapter 37 Boya and Ziki, High Mountains and Flowing Water. The current situation has exceeded their imagination. Seeing that one after another big guys who might not even pay attention to them, even if they fawned over them, actually took the initiative to fawn over Qingfeng. These second-generation rich guys were completely shocked. They actually provoked such a terrifying existence. The thought of Qingfeng taking revenge on them in the future. "No, cousin, I can't hold it anymore." A second-generation rich man rushed out with his legs clamped together and his back hunched. "No, I have to go too. Count me in." In the blink of an eye, only 3 or 4 of the dozen or so Liu family juniors were left. "Fortunately, I was hiding at the back just now. I hope Mr. Qin didn't notice me." A junior sighed, patting his chest. "I didn't say a word from beginning to end. Even if Mr. Qin wants to settle the score, it shouldn't be my fault, right?" Another junior murmured. Beside the two of them, Liu Qingfeng's sweat kept dripping. "The more I listen, the more scared I get. The more I think about it, the more scared I get." After all, if Qingfeng really wanted to settle the score, he, as the culprit, would definitely be the first to be targeted. "What are you looking at? Do you want to watch me take a shit?" He was nervous and scared, and his stomach started to hurt. Finally, with a roar of anger, Liu Qingfeng rushed out. Time passes slowly. It seemed that because of Qingfeng's presence, the entire banquet was heading towards another strange track. Finally, the auspicious time has arrived. Accompanied by a voice, a group of people slowly walked out from the backstage. The leader is naturally Mr. Liu Yan. Behind him are Liu Hongwei and Liu Tianlan, Liu Qingqing's father. After that, it was the younger generation of the Liu family. Among them, Liu Changsheng was holding the arm of a woman. The two were of similar age, and both were wearing white lawn dresses. Both women are equally beautiful, but they give people completely different feelings. Liu Changsheng is beautiful with a bit of playfulness. The woman was charming, yet also had a certain tenacity and indomitable spirit. Her face and lips were a little pale, but her figure was so tall and straight. Liu Yangyang, Liu Qingqing's biological sister. "Old friend, we finally meet again." When Qingfeng saw Liu Yangyang appear, a rare gleam of light flashed in his eyes. In his previous life, after experiencing what happened to Wang Ming, Qingfeng no longer had any affection for women, but Liu Yangyang was an exception. She is Qingfeng's most important partner. The two of them worked together to create Qingfeng's huge business empire. It's a pity that Liu Yangyang didn't stay with Qingfeng until the end. Liu Yangyang had suffered from a serious illness since childhood, which later turned into cancer. Doctors predicted that he would not live past the age of 15. But this girl has lived to this day, at the age of 23, with her strong perseverance. This is one of the few people Qingfeng admires. She possesses a will and determination that is unimaginable to ordinary people, and she dares to put it into action and implement it resolutely. The doctor predicted that she would not live past the age of 15, but she struggled to live to this day. No one could cure her disease, so she studied it herself and treated herself. After the Liu family collapsed in her previous life, it was also her who pulled the Liu family back up from the ruins. Although it did not have the power of its peak period, she was able to continue the family. Later, she worked with Qingfeng and broke the impossible by developing a drug to treat cancer. Unlike conventional anti-cancer chemotherapy, this drug has no side effects on the human body. The main reason why cancer is difficult to treat is that the disease cells will continue to engulf and mutate and are difficult to kill. This drug breaks the convention, and its main function is to enhance the immune function of normal cells in the human body. These strengthened cell tissues can spontaneously phagocytize and eliminate disease cells, thus restoring the body to health. In his previous life, it was thanks to this anti-cancer drug that Qingfeng was able to build a huge business empire. Unfortunately, just 1 month before the drug was about to be successfully developed, Liu Yangyang finally couldn't bear it anymore. After his rebirth, The secret recipe of anti-cancer drugs and the preparation methods of various medicinal materials had already been deeply rooted in Qin Feng's mind. In this life, Qin Feng will never allow this girl to leave with regrets again. Lu Yangyang is as tough as a poplar tree, but grows toward the sun. On the stage, perhaps feeling Qin Feng's gaze, Lu Yangyang frowned and looked at Qin Feng. At that moment, both of their bodies shook. Qin Feng was excited to see his old friend again after a long time. Lu Yangyang was because of Qin Feng's eyes. There was no sympathy, no pity, and no encouragement in that look. It was a look she had never seen before. It is a kind of equality, appreciation, and recognition. I'm waiting for you. He's waiting for me. I finally see you. Boya and Ziki. High mountains and flowing water. Qin Feng and Lu Yangyang laughed at the same time. At this moment, the two did not communicate at all, just a glance, but it seemed as if they had been together for many years. Lu Yangyang's strange behavior did not attract anyone's attention, but it did not escape Lu Qingqing's attention. When Lu Chengcheng saw the smiles on Lu Yangyang and Qin Feng's faces at the same time, he suddenly panicked. What's wrong with me? I seem to be worried about something. Why should I worry? I don't have any feelings for that bastard Qin Feng at all. I'm clearly taking revenge on him. Besides, this bastard Qin Feng and my sister have never even met each other before. How could this be possible? I must be overthinking it. Lu Qingqing's mind was constantly working, but her eyes kept wandering between Qin Feng and Lu Yangyang. The appearance of Mr. Lu Yun finally brought the banquet back to normal track. After a few opening remarks, the banquet officially began. Finally, it's time to eat. Of course, although it is called a meal, it is actually a time for everyone to chat and gossip. After all, as a person of status, who would eat at a banquet? But Qin Feng didn't care about that. Thanks to Mr. Lu Yun, those annoying flies were finally gone from Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng had a hearty meal. Then his body tilted and he just fell asleep. At the lively banquet, Qin Feng slept particularly recklessly. Snoring was heard everywhere. Everyone who noticed this scene was stunned. You know, this is Lu Yun, the boss among bosses. At his birthday party, even a big shot like Wen Chu couldn't help but be a little more reserved and cautious in his behavior. Qin Feng, on the other hand, actually fell asleep. Awesome. I'm in awe. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng was awakened by a loud noise. At this time, the banquet has reached its final stage, and it is finally time to give gifts and blessings. I saw the big guys presenting the gifts they had carefully prepared. Of course, apart from family members, gifts from outsiders are usually just a token of their appreciation. When Lu Qingqing's 7 stars appeared, it naturally triggered a series of exclamations. Grandpa, these 7 beads in a row were opened from the same sea clam. The 7 beads form one. Your granddaughter uses these 7 beads to wish you good health and the prosperity of our Lu family. Lu Chengcheng said obediently. Okay. Facing his most beloved granddaughter, Lu Yun couldn't stop smiling and was about to take the 7-star beads. Wait a minute. A voice suddenly sounded. The 7 stars in a row have a good meaning, and the little girl is very beautiful. It's a pity that this wish may not come true. A middle-aged man stood up and spoke softly. Chapter 38. Hitting people in the face, scolding people to expose their shortcomings. As soon as the middle-aged man opened his mouth, the scene suddenly became quiet. Saying such unlucky words on such a happy day is obviously looking for trouble. You are so brave. Lu Qingfeng was the first to rush out. His face was filled with anger and urgency. Of course, he knew this middle-aged man. Liang Zheng is also a legendary figure. 5 years ago, he suddenly rose to fame in Shanghai. In just 5 years, he accumulated a fortune of 500 million. But so what? Dare to mess things up on my Lu family's territory. Isn't this courting death? This is a great opportunity for me to show off. If I can do it well, it will obviously be a great achievement. At the same time, several other younger members of the Lu family who were slower to react showed obvious expressions of regret on their faces. But Lu Qingfeng overestimated himself after all. Facing Lu Qingfeng's aggressive approach, Liang Zheng stood with his hands behind his back, with an undisguised look of contempt on his face. There was no anger at being contradicted by the younger generation, not even the slightest emotional fluctuation, not even a single extra word. However, the immense aura of a true superior burst out without warning. Standing above the blue clouds, looking down at all living beings, surrounded by this aura, Lu Qingfeng felt so insignificant in an instant. In the other party's eyes, he was as small as an ant. Lu Qingfeng even had a feeling that if he took one more step forward, he would be swallowed up without leaving even a trace. In full view of everyone, Lu Qingfeng's figure was instantly nailed to the spot. The anger on his face had disappeared at some point and was replaced by deep fear. Sha! Liang Zheng slowly took a step towards Lu Qingfeng. However, this seemingly ordinary step to Lu Qingfeng was like the approaching scythe of the Grim Reaper. A huge fear came like a flood in an instant. Plop! Lu Qingfeng collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, with feces and urine flying everywhere. A fishy smell mixed with the aroma of food instantly spread throughout the banquet hall. Liang Zheng looked at the younger generation of the Lu family again. The younger generation who had just wanted to rush up and tear Liang Zheng into pieces, now turned into turtles again after seeing Lu Qingfeng's end and wanted to bury their heads under the table. The Lu family is so big, but it's really disappointing. Seeing this situation, Liang Zheng's face showed a hint of pride, and he sneered without mercy. However, it was too early for Liang Zheng to be happy. Pa! The next second, Lu Changsheng slapped him in the face with a decisive slap. This slap completely destroyed Liang Zheng's so-called dignity as a superior, and also exposed Liang Zheng's body that had long been hollowed out by wine, sex, money, and anger. With one slap, Liang Zheng was knocked to the ground. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that Lu Changsheng would do this. Even Qin Feng's face showed a hint of surprise. Not bad. For the first time, Qin Feng looked at Lu Changsheng with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. The timing and strength of this slap were just right. Liang Zheng was also confused. The high-end appearance he had painstakingly designed was shattered by Lu Qingqing's slap. No matter how you look at it, he is considered a local tyrant in the Magic City, but he was slapped in the face by a little girl in public. Wherever he looked, the expressions of people who wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh were like a catalyst, making Liang Zheng explode instantly. You naughty girl. Liang Zheng stood up and was about to argue with Lu Changqing. Bah! Another clean slap. Two slaps, one on the left and one on the right, completely destroyed the image of a big boss that Liang Zheng had built up over the years. I'm gonna fucking kill you. With a pig's head on his head, Liang Zheng was ready to fight with Lu Changqing. Come on, try to touch me. Lu Qingqing's expression changed, and he looked at the other party provocatively. Liang Zheng's figure came to an abrupt stop. The raised fist couldn't fall down no matter what. Can he fight? It seems that it is not possible. Although it was a bit embarrassing that Lu Changsheng beat me, the responsibility lay with Lu Changsheng. But if he beat up Lu Changsheng in front of so many big guys, that would be a lot of fun. After all, he is a big boss and old enough to be someone's father. How could he hit a woman? Do you have any shame? For a moment, Liang Zheng didn't know what to do. The scene seemed a little funny. Throughout the banquet hall, the expressions of the bigwigs were even more strange. While sympathizing with Liang Zheng's situation, there was also a bit more appreciation in his eyes when he looked at Lu Changsheng. I didn't expect that this delicate-looking girl actually has some beauty and courage. Judging from the situation just now, the performance of Lu Qingfeng and other young people of the Lu family is tantamount to throwing away the reputation that the Lu family has built over decades. The situation seems to be irreversible. But Lu Changsheng turned the whole situation around with these two almost brutal and unreasonable slaps. Who dares to say that the children of the Lu family are bloodless? I'll beat you up, okay? What do you do to me? Time passes slowly. After all, he was a big boss, so Liang Zheng quickly regained his composure. His gaze shifted away from Lu Changsheng and turned to Lu Hongwei, Lu Yun, and others. Is this the Lu family's way of entertaining guests? No. Old Master Lu Yun said quietly. I've made a fool of myself. Cheng Cheng has been spoiled by me since she was a child. Xiao Zheng, you must not have the same opinion as her. Cheng, why don't you apologize to Xiao Zheng right away? Although they were scolding Lu Changsheng, everyone was not fools. After all, the smile on Lu Yun's face was so undisguised. It's almost like saying it's a good job. Uncle Xiao Zheng, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Lu Changsheng looked well-behaved, with a hint of apology on his face. Although he was unwilling to give up, there were more important things waiting for him next. Liang Zheng was about to say a few polite words to end this embarrassing scene. Uncle Xiao Zheng, does your face hurt? Lu Qingqing's seemingly caring words made the veins on Liang Zheng's face twitch. Don't hit people in the face, and don't expose people's weaknesses when scolding them. You have both of these today. Okay, stop making trouble. At the critical moment, it was Lu Tianlan who stepped forward and called Lu Chengqing back. Oh, time flies. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye, Lu Yun said as he waved his hand, signaling several people to come up and drag Lu Qingfeng away. Xiao Zheng, I still remember when you first came to Shanghai. It was winter, and you were wearing faded jeans. You were already in your 30s, and you couldn't even afford to eat, let alone find a wife. But I never thought that in just 5 years, you would have achieved what you have today. It's really not easy. With these words of sigh, Liang Zheng's face turned red and white. When he first came to Shanghai, just as Lu Yun said, he was already in his 30s and had nothing except his age. Despite running into obstacles everywhere, Lu Yun still felt a liking for his talent and gave him a position in Lu Hongwei's company. Later, Liang Zheng had another opportunity and gradually developed to where he is today. It can be said that without the Lu family, there might not be who he is today. My Lu family trained you, and you still have the nerve to cause trouble here today? Do you have any shame? Chapter 39. The truth is revealed, a dead end. I have to say, old ginger is still spicy. Lu Yun's words directly confirmed Liang Zheng's accusation of being ungrateful. However, Liang Zheng is definitely not an ordinary person, as he has made a name for himself in a place like Shanghai, where all kinds of people gather. At least this kind of thick skin is something that ordinary people can never compare to. I, Liang Zheng, have never forgotten the kindness the Lu family has shown me. However, Liang Zheng changed the subject. A true man in this world has his ways and his limits. If you ask me to do something shameful to repay a favor, I, Liang Zheng, will absolutely not allow it. Can't be seen in public? Many people's expressions changed, and they started to look serious. The highlight is finally about to begin. You're talking nonsense. Lu Hongwei cursed. Shut up. Lu Yun stopped Lu Hongwei from speaking and looked at Liang Zheng calmly. Keep talking. After all, he had actually been to the battlefield. In front of ordinary people, Liang Zheng could be regarded as a hero, but in front of old man Lu Yun, he was still not good enough. At this moment, Lu Yun was just looking at him calmly. Liang Zheng's pores seemed to be about to explode. He even had an urge to turn around and run away regardless of everything. However, when he thought about the plan he had prepared for a long time and the consequences he would face if he failed to complete the task today, Liang Zheng took a deep breath and forced himself not to look into old man Lu Yun's eyes. Don't worry, there will be news soon. As if to confirm Liang Zheng's words, the next second, Lu Hongwei's cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as the phone was connected, "Boss, city-state number 1 has collapsed." With just these few words, Lu Hongwei's hands shook uncontrollably. City-state number 1 is a major project recently undertaken by Hongwei Construction Company. The entire project cost 300 million yuan, which can be regarded as the most important and critical investment of Hongwei Construction Company in recent years. Collapsed. Collapsed. No one understands better than Lu Hongwei what this news means to him. Once the news spreads, it will be an extremely fatal blow to the entire Grand Construction Group. Because of Liang Zheng, the moment Lu Hongwei's phone rang, the entire banquet hall became deathly silent. Therefore, the words on the other end of the phone now fell into the ears of everyone on the field. All those who knew the relationship between them changed color. What's going on? Lu Hongwei forced himself to remain calm. He knew very well in his heart that he was now the backbone of this family. If he panicked, the situation would be irreversible. I don't know either. The assistant on the other end of the phone sounded a bit panicked. I only heard a huge roar, and then the whole house collapsed. It is said that. At this point, the assistant's voice sounded a little hesitant, or perhaps a little overwhelmed. It seemed as if the remaining half sentence required a great deal of strength. Speak. Lu Hongwei's uneasiness was gradually growing. It is said that 3 migrant workers were killed. Boom! As soon as these words came out, not only Lu Hongwei, but all the Lu family members on the field turned pale in an instant. As pale as snowflakes. No one doesn't know what this means. If only the building collapsed, although the reputation of the entire Grand Construction Company would be severely damaged, there would still be a glimmer of hope. But now someone is dead. Everything is completely out of control. The police have cordoned off the scene, and the assistant paused and continued. The police also took away the company's account books. Boss, what should we do now? The assistant's panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't be nervous. Wait for my call. After saying that, Lu Hongwei hung up the phone. You tampered with the house and the account books. What a clever trick. Lu Hongwei looked at Liang Zheng. Everyone present was an old fox who had been in the business world for decades. Just from the content of the phone call, they inferred that it was Liang Zheng. No, just Liang Zheng alone, even if he had 10 times the courage, would not dare to confront the Liu family. Obviously, there is someone behind Liang Zheng. Liang Zheng was just pushed out to be used as a gun. Their plan was simple. They tampered with the houses and company accounts in City-State Number 1. Now that they are involved in a murder case, as long as the police check the accounts, the Liu family will be doomed in an instant. Brother Liu, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Although it was an open matter, Liang Zheng certainly would not admit it. Aren't you all curious about why I left the Liu family? The answer is simple. I've discovered that the Liu family makes their money in a dishonest way. They cut corners on every house they build, disregarding the safety of ordinary people and making a fortune from it. I couldn't bear it. After trying to persuade them to no avail, I had no choice but to bear the stigma and leave the Liu family. Although I know the truth, I should expose this dirty deal to the public. However, firstly, I am of limited ability, and secondly, I am a person who remembers the favors I received, so I have endured it until today. I didn't expect that something would happen in the end. Uncle Liu, Brother Liu. Liang Zheng looked at Liu Yun and Liu Hongwei with seemingly sincerity. Now that the incident has happened, it's too late to say anything. The police will be here soon. I hope you can cooperate with the police and atone for your sins as soon as possible. To inform the spirits of the deceased in heaven. Liang Zheng's righteous speech made everyone present almost vomit. No one is a fool, so everyone knows the truth behind this. However, even though I knew it, I could do nothing about it. There is no evidence. This is a dead end specifically targeting the Liu family. I'm going to beat you to death. Liu Chengcheng wanted to get angry again, but was stopped by Liu Yangyang. She shook her head slightly. Liu Chengcheng struggled a bit, but couldn't break free. Girl, don't worry. Even if your father, uncle, and grandfather are in jail, I will take good care of you. I will definitely take good care of you. Liang Zheng said with a smile that all men understand. Take care of your mother. Liu Chengcheng was about to start scolding, but was stopped by Liu Hongwei. Are you naive enough to think that you could defeat my Liu family with just these? Liu Hongwei said with a gloomy face. No, no, no. The Liu family was founded by old man Liu Yun. It has grown to become a giant in the Magic City. These alone are certainly not enough to completely uproot you. Oh, what else do you rely on? Tell me everything. Liu Hongwei said lightly. Brother Liu, you're wrong again. Liang Zheng said with a smile. You're not my support. Everything you're going through today can only be said to be a case of self-destruction. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked too. What good can these young people of the Liu family learn from elders like you? Liang Zheng looked at Liu Qingfeng and other second-generation descendants of the Liu family. Chapter 40, Where the Soul is, Home is. Seeing Liang Zheng's gaze falling on them, the second-generation rich people lost their souls in an instant. The collapse of City-State Number 1 and the account book incident have implicated Liu Hongwei, Liu Tianlan, and even old man Liu Yun. The pillars of the Liu family have been wiped out. They were already extremely frightened, and now, seeing Liang Zheng aiming at them, they were almost scared to death. You are so cruel that you don't even let these children go. Liu Hongwei's pupils shrank. If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again in the spring breeze. Brother Liu, don't you understand this truth? Liang Zheng sneered and changed the subject. But, Brother Liu, you have wronged me this time. In fact, the ones we wanted to bring down from the beginning were just you old guys. As for these youngsters, we don't even take them seriously. I'm going to tell you something you don't want to hear, old man. Liang Zheng pointed at Liu Qingfeng and the others. Without you old fellas, the Liu family will just be at our mercy with just these useless guys. Liu Hongwei, Liu Tianlan, Liu Yun, and others fell silent at the same time. It's not obvious on weekdays, but judging from today's situation, none of these guys are really useful. Although we are too lazy to deal with them, they brought this upon themselves, so we can't be blamed. Liang Zheng suddenly said. What do you mean? Old man Liu Yun thought of a possibility, and his face changed. As expected of an old man, his reaction is truly extraordinary. Liang Zheng nodded. I'm afraid the old man doesn't know yet. You youngsters are so arrogant on a daily basis. Relying on your old man Liu's reputation, you act so recklessly. I don't know how many people have been harmed by this. We just asked around, and a large amount of evidence was sent to us. Uncle Liu, would you like to take a look? As he spoke, Liang Zheng took out a stack of information and handed it over. Lu Yun took it and looked at it. The more he looked at it, the colder his expression became, and the darker it became. What else do you have to say? Lu Yun put away the information, his face gloomy, looking at Lu Qingfeng and others. Grandpa, spare my life. Grandpa, spare my life. Seeing that Lu Yun was really angry, Lu Qingfeng knelt down on the ground trembling, with fear written all over his face. Have mercy, Lu Yun chuckled. From beginning to end, no matter how Liang Zheng attacked, even when he heard about the collapse of City-State Number 1, old man Lu Yun was able to remain absolutely calm. But at this moment, he was angry. What followed was that his aura seemed to have weakened a lot in an instant. At this moment, he looks more like an old man in his twilight years. I enjoy state treatment and founded the Lu family. I originally just wanted to do my best to train you so that you can repay society on my behalf. But you, relying on my reputation, oppress the people and even dare to forcibly abduct women. You are truly rebellious. This was followed by a violent coughing fit. Grandpa, Grandpa, seeing that the situation was not right, the two sisters Lu Yangyang and Lu Changsheng hurried forward, one on the left and one on the right, to support Lu Yun. Grandpa, you must save me. Grandpa, I don't want to be arrested. Grandpa, there must be a way, right? A group of second-generation rich people were still crying and begging for mercy. A bunch of bastards. Lu Hongwei and Lu Tianlan couldn't help it, so they rushed forward and kicked Lu Qingfeng and others a few times, causing them to roll on the ground. Men of the Lu family shed blood, not tears. From now on, if anyone dares to say another word, I will kill him right now. Lu Tianlan was full of murderous intent. After being frightened by Lu Tianlan, Lu Qingfeng and others finally calmed down. Plop, plop. After dealing with Lu Qingfeng and others, Lu Hongwei and Lu Tianlan all knelt in front of Lu Yun. Father, we failed to discipline our children properly and raise these rebellious children. This has brought shame upon the Lu family's reputation. Please punish us. Alas, Lu Yun sighed as he looked at his two sons kneeling in front of him, a hint of relief flashing in his dim eyes. You are all good children, Tianlan. Lu Yun looked at Lu Tianlan. You have been obedient and strict with yourself since childhood. I am very satisfied with you. As for Hongwei, Lu Yun sighed. You've suffered so much over the years. You weren't cut out for business, but I've forced you to be the head of the family. Ultimately, the responsibility for your current misfortune lies with me. And you, Lu Yun looked at Lu Qingfeng and others. You don't need to beg for mercy from me. I can't save you. There will naturally be someone dedicated to punishing you for the mistakes you've made. Think back to when we were at war. People died every day. Families were torn apart every day. Just like the Lu family, it's gone, so it's gone. Although he said so, the loneliness on Lu Yun's face was so clearly visible. No, Lu Yangyang said. Grandpa, the Lu family will exist forever. Today, the Lu family may have suffered a heavy blow, but the soul of the Lu family is still there. Today, I, Lu Yangyang, swear to the heavens that as long as I live, the soul of the Lu family is there, and the Lu family will never fall. And me, Grandpa, don't worry, the two of us sisters will definitely support the entire Lu family. Evil will never prevail over good. When you come out, what we lost today, we will definitely win back with profit one day. Lu Qingqing's firm voice echoed in the banquet hall. What a pair of heroines. Looking at the sisters Lu Yangyang and Lu Changsheng standing upright, all the bigwigs on the scene nodded. It's a pity that I'm a little too naive and everything is too idealistic. In this world, you can't accomplish anything just by relying on ideals and fighting spirit. In the eyes of everyone, once the Lu family fell, it would be a problem for these two sisters to survive in this demon city, let alone take revenge. As for Lu Hongwei and Lu Yun coming out, everything is a foregone conclusion. What's the use? TSK, TSK, TSK. You have backbone. I admire you. Don't worry, our goal is just to bring down these old guys. As for you, Liang Zheng looked at Lu Changsheng and her sister. I still say the same thing. As long as you follow me obediently, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. In fact, you will even live a better life than you do now. He received 2 loud slaps in response. The two sisters stand on the left and the right, and they cooperate with each other so well. Liang was so proud of himself that he had no guard at all. His already swollen face instantly became even thicker. He really has become a big pig head. Okay, just wait for me. I will never let you go. The severe pain made Liang Zheng roar continuously. But this guy was really scared and stayed away from the two sisters. And you, Liang Zheng looked at Lu Qingfeng and the others. Do you want to live? Chapter 41. Forsaking One's Ancestors. Survive. Lu Qingfeng and others had already given up hope. After all, only family members know their own business. Even if they don't get shot, they will probably be sentenced to life imprisonment for the mistakes they have made. But listening to Liang Zheng's words now, it seems that there is still room for recovery? That's right. Liang Zheng looked at Lu Qingfeng and the others. As long as you help me do two things, these evidences will never appear. What's the matter? Although they knew instinctively that Liang Zheng would not say anything good, the desire to survive still made the second-generation rich kid speak. Very good. Even knows the times, is a hero. Liang Zheng was obviously very satisfied with the performance of Lu Qingfeng and others. First, after these old guys go in, you will continue to control the entire Lu family, but the shares must be transferred to our name. Good God. In an instant, Liang Zheng's evil ambitions were exposed. Although Lu Yun, Lu Hongwei, and others were imprisoned, they have been running the Lu family for so many years, and there must be many people loyal to them. If these people really made trouble, it would be a big trouble for them. In the end, he not only didn't gain any advantage, but also made a bunch of enemies. But if Lu Qingfeng and others took action, it would be completely different. After all, these people are the rightful successors of the Lu family. With them taking the lead, there will naturally be fewer voices of opposition. Then Liang Zheng and the people behind him can control the equity, sit back, and reap the benefits. This is no longer about wanting to overthrow the Lu family, but about wanting to swallow up the entire Lu family's century-long achievements. Although Lu Qingfeng and others were hopeless, he could still hear Liang Zheng's thoughts, and he looked hesitant for a moment. If I agree to this, I will truly become a traitor and a disgrace to the family. Why would you hesitate? One gets to eat for free, and the other, even though he becomes our puppet, still has the superficial glory and wealth. Okay, I promise you. Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and nodded. You unfilial son, I will kill you now. Lu Hongwei roared, wanting to rush over and strangle Lu Qingfeng to death, but was stopped by Lu Tianlan beside him. Dad, I don't want to die. Dad, didn't you say that? Only when people are alive can there be hope. As the only hope of our Lu family, I must find a way to keep myself alive first. Don't worry, when the time is right, I will definitely rebuild the Lu family. Lu Qingfeng was talking nonsense that he himself didn't believe. Bullshit. Lu Hongwei was obviously angry. We agree to. Seeing that, Lu Qingfeng nodded. The rest of the second-generation rich nodded one after another. They were very naive in their thinking. Since Lu Qingfeng had already agreed, even if they didn't agree, it wouldn't change the overall situation. It's better to agree. That's right. Liang Zheng nodded. I'm very satisfied with you. As long as you agree to this second thing, I promise that your wrongdoings will never be known to anyone. Uncle Liang, please speak. Lu Qingfeng forced a smile, his expression a bit flattering. If Lu Hongwei wanted to strangle Lu Qingfeng to death just now, then at this moment, when he saw Lu Qingfeng kneeling and licking Liang Zheng like this, Lu Hongwei changed his mind. He wanted to strangle himself. How the hell did you do your job back then? Do you have eyes? How could you give birth to such a thing? Haha, you're pretty good. Liang Zheng was obviously very pleased with Lu Qingfeng's flattery. Of course, Lu Hongwei's dying expression made him enjoy it even more. Brother Lu, you really raised a good son. Fuck, Lu Hongwei cursed. Is this the second thing? Liang Zheng glanced at the furious Lu Hongwei, then glanced at Lu Yun, who was sitting there, with a sneer in his eyes. I want you to personally report and expose the crimes of these old guys. What? When these words came out, everyone on the field was stunned. After reacting, he looked at Liang Zheng with eyes full of awe. This is really poisonous. Kill people and destroy their hearts. Lu Qingfeng and others were also confused. What's this? This is called killing relatives for the greater good. This is called eliminating harm for the people, Liang Zhengxie said with a smile. Also, although this account book incident, including the collapse of City-State No. 1, was led by these old guys, you are still members of the Lu family. If you really want to investigate, you will definitely be implicated. Only if you personally report these old guys, and we intervene, can we completely remove you. We agree, since he has already betrayed his family. What does it matter if he betrays his father and grandfather? You are not human at all. You are even worse than animals. Lu Changsheng cursed angrily. Shut up, you little girl. You know nothing. Since he had made the decision, Lu Qingfeng just went for it. You only know how to show off your courage for a moment. What do you know? If we don't agree, you will know what will be waiting for us. Once we are finished, the Lu family will be completely finished too. Only when you are alive can you have hope. My father gave birth to me, my grandfather raised me. They're all going to die anyway, so what difference does it make at whose hands? They might as well use their last remaining warmth to help me. Isn't that what should be done? Isn't this what a family's cohesion is? Everyone looked at Lu Qingfeng in front of them and was at a loss for words. Being so shameless is unprecedented and will never be repeated. Okay. Liang Zheng was also stunned. Looking at Lu Qingfeng in front of him, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Don't worry, you will soon know how correct your decision is. Thank you, Mr. Liang. I remember that there are a few bottles of fine wine stored in the warehouse behind this old man who has collected it for many years. Anyway, it will take some time for the police to get here. How about I take them out and Mr. Liang can drink while waiting? Lu Qingfeng nodded and bowed. I'll go. A group of second-generation rich people started fighting over this opportunity to flatter each other. Liang Zheng laughed wildly. Frame. The next second, without any warning, Liang Zheng flew out in a dog-eating shit posture. He was sprawled across a dining table, his swollen face slammed directly into a large bowl of hot soup. The next second, a shrill scream was heard. Who is it? Who the hell kicked me? Liang Zheng roared madly, ignoring the pain in his body. At this moment, Liang Zheng felt extremely frustrated. This is the second time today. Every time he was beaten, it was when he was at the peak of his life. This huge gap between heaven and hell was driving him crazy. I don't know. I didn't see it clearly. Qin Feng retracted his left leg calmly. Chapter 42. As long as I am unhappy, no one can have an easy life. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone on the scene became extremely strange, and the eyes they looked at Qin Feng showed a feeling of awe. What does it mean to tell lies with open eyes? That's exactly it. You've got guts, you brat. Liang Zheng's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Don't think you're a big shot just because you have Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu backing you up. Let me tell you in my eyes, you're nothing. As everyone was speaking, Liang Zheng pointed at Qin Feng and looked around. Everyone, don't be fooled by this brat. In fact, this brat has no background at all. He just got lucky and got the 7 stars conjunction and used sweet words to bluff Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu. In fact, this brat was still a worthless ant 3 days ago. He was even kicked out by the bride at his own wedding because he couldn't come up with a 100,000 yuan betrothal gift. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked, and all eyes were on Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Lu Changsheng was shocked and instinctively wanted to rush forward. As a man, Qin Feng must feel so embarrassed when such a humiliating past is exposed on the spot. Moreover, this whole thing had nothing to do with Qin Feng. He could have just stood by and watched, but he stood up for the Lu family. She couldn't just stand by and watch. However, as soon as Lu Changxing moved, he was stopped by Lu Yangyang. Don't worry, this little thing won't be difficult for him. Lu Yangyang's tone was full of confidence. Lu Changxing was stunned. Why are you so sure? Besides, how do you know he can do it? Look at his eyes. Lu Yangyang reminded. Following Lu Yangyang's reminder, Lu Changxing looked over, and the next second, she was stunned. Facing the questioning, mocking, and contemptuous looks of the crowd, as well as the laughter that rang out from time to time, Qin Feng's face was full of smiles from beginning to end. That look was calm and aloof. It's like a lonely king facing a group of ants around him. Qin Feng just stood there quietly. Watched quietly, slowly, without knowing when, the voices of laughter and mockery gradually disappeared. Somehow, under Qin Feng's gaze, they suddenly felt guilty and ashamed of themselves. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. So, the whole place was silent. Qin Feng looked at Liang Zheng and spoke slowly. I admit that what you said is true. So what are you going to do to me? Or in other words, what can you do to me? Damn it. Liang Zheng cursed in his heart. Being stared at by Qin Feng, the urge to escape came up again without warning. I don't know why this fear comes, but it is so real. In fact, with every second of delay, this fear will be magnified until it devour him completely. Come on, beat him up. With his last bit of will, Liang Zheng gave orders to Lu Qingfeng and others. You're just an ant. I will cripple you today. Let's see how you can be so arrogant. Yes, Lu Qingfeng and others who had completely evolved into lackeys, rushed towards Qin Feng without any hesitation. TSK, TSK, TSK. Facing the siege of a group of second-generation rich people, Qin Feng laughed even more evilly. He was even too lazy to look at Lu Qin Feng and others, but turned his gaze to Lu Yun. Old man, is this the Lu family's way of entertaining guests? Or, Qin Feng paused with a hint of doubt. The Lu family has actually disappeared a long time ago. I'm here as a guest today. As the head of the Lu family, are you going to just sit there and watch me get bullied? At that moment, the expressions of Lu Yun, Lu Hongwei, and Lu Tianlan turned extremely gloomy. This is the Lu family, but Lu Qin Feng and others obeyed the enemy's orders and attacked the Lu family's guests. This is simply a slap in their face. Stop it, Old Master Lu Yun roared. After all, he is a giant figure who has been dominating the Magic City for decades. Although Mr. Lu Yun has retreated to the rear in recent years, he still has supreme authority in the Lu family. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lu Qin Feng and others froze instantly. You dare to go against my words? Liang Zheng said gloomily. No. Lu Qin Feng and others shook their heads and were about to continue attacking. Someone come here, Lu Yun shouted. In an instant, a group of bodyguards who were originally responsible for protecting the Lu family's safety rushed out. There were more than 40 people, forming a huge crowd, standing in front of Qin Feng. I give this order in the name of the head of the Lu family. From now on, anyone who dares to displease me will be beaten to the ground. The Lu family is gone anyway. If I'm unhappy, no one else will be able to have a good life. At this moment, old man Lu Yun suddenly became more bandit-like, and in a trance, he seemed to have returned to the battlefield of that year. As soon as this group of bodyguards appeared, Lu Qin Feng and his group of second-generation rich kids were instantly frightened. Grandpa, don't be stubborn anymore. Give up and listen to Mr. Liang's words. Hand over Qin Feng. This will be your last bit of strength for your grandson. Lu Qin Feng said unwillingly. Go ahead, beat him up so that he can't talk anymore. Old Master Lu Yun's eyes fell, and he gave the order coldly. Yes. A group of bodyguards rushed forward without thinking. No, you can't, Before he could finish his begging for mercy, the rest of his words were replaced by a series of screams. More than a minute later, the wounded Lu Qin Feng lay on the ground, without even the strength to scream. Good fight, Lu Hongwei said, gritting his teeth. Who among you still wants to try? Lu Yun looked at the other second-generation rich people. The role model is lying right here on the ground. Who would dare to be the next one? For a moment, the second-generation rich kids returned to their turtle nature. Old man, well done. Qin Feng gave Lu Yun a thumbs up and then walked in front of Liang Zheng. What do you want to do? Looking at Qin Feng, who was so close to him, Liang Zheng's fear doubled. What do you think? Qin Feng chuckled. I'm warning you, don't mess around, Before Liang Zheng could finish his words, he was kicked out again by Qin Feng. It feels good to exercise after dinner. Qin Feng stretched out his body and showed a satisfied smile on his face, completely ignoring Liang Zheng, who was lying on the ground in a mess and wailing. Okay, now it's time to get down to business. As he spoke, Qin Feng straightened his clothes and walked in front of Lu Yun. At this moment, Qin Feng undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. Qin Feng's behavior is really too weird. They could not guess what Qin Feng wanted to do at this critical juncture. Old man, today is your 80th birthday. I left in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. How about I help your Lu family get through this crisis? What? As soon as Qin Feng said this, the scene exploded instantly. Chapter 43, The First Solution. Playing tricks. Liang Zheng sneered. They had no idea how long they had been preparing for this plan, and they had chosen such a critical point. As soon as the police arrive, none of Lu Yun, Lu Hongwei, and Lu Tianlan, the three pillars of the Lu family, will be able to escape. Old man, this guy's talking again? Qin Feng smiled and pointed at Liang Zheng and said to Lu Yun, No, you can't do this. As soon as Qin Feng opened his mouth, Liang Zheng knew that something bad was going to happen, but the words had already been spoken, and it was obviously too late to regret it now. A minute later, Liang Zheng and Lu Qin Feng lay together. My friend, you said that you have a way to help my Lu family survive this crisis. Is that true? After dealing with Liang Zheng, Lu Yun looked at Qin Feng with a serious face. The Lu family had cost him most of his life's work. If possible, how could he be willing to watch the Lu family end like this? Besides, what happened today was obviously a trap prepared by the enemy for a long time. Once I fall into it, what will happen to the other members of the Lu family? What about his two precious granddaughters? That's right, Mr. Qin. If you can resolve the crisis of my Lu family today, Lu Hongwei, will be very grateful. Lu Hongwei said on the side. Don't worry, now that I have stood up, there will naturally be a way. Qin Feng said lightly under the gaze of everyone. In fact, this situation is not difficult to break, and there are two ways to do it. Two options? Everyone was stunned. So many options? How come I can't think of any? Impossible. Liang Zheng instinctively wanted to refute, but as soon as he moved, he met Qin Feng's smiling eyes. Thinking about the tragic experience just now, he instantly became honest. Actually, you, old man, are only confused by this whole thing because you're involved in it. In fact, there's a huge loophole in this whole plan. Oh, what's the loophole? Everyone's curiosity was instantly piqued. The loophole lies in the timing. Qin Feng pointed out. This whole thing developed so quickly that it was obvious that someone had orchestrated it. Take the collapse of City-State Number 1, for example. There are many reasons why a building under construction could collapse. Perhaps there was a flaw in a production process, or perhaps the worker was careless and lazy during work. There are many reasons, but why did the police immediately attribute everything to poor quality of the building? And they even seized the company's account books almost as soon as the building collapsed. Obviously, someone must have reported this. Who is this person then? It must be the person behind this bastard. Lu Chengcheng pointed at Liang Zhengdao. That's right, Qin Feng nodded. Then the question arises, shouldn't a company's account books be kept in a very secret and secure place? Why did the police find the account books so easily in the first place when Brother Lu was not around? Crack! Qin Feng's words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly hitting Lu Hongwei on the head. Things happened so suddenly that he didn't have time to think about this problem. Why was the well-hidden account book so easily found? Qingming, it's you. Lu Hongwei looked at his butler, Lu Qingming, in disbelief. In the entire company, only you and I know where this account book is kept. Why did you betray me? Lu Hongwei found it hard to accept the facts before him. Lu Qingming was an orphan and was adopted by the Lu family since childhood. Because of his talent and intelligence, he was chosen by Lu Yun to assist him. They grew up together, developed together, and made a name for themselves in this magical city together. If the facts were not before him, Lu Hongwei would have suspected the entire Lu family, but would never have suspected Lu Qingming. Being stared at by Lu Hongwei, Lu Qingming obviously felt a little guilty. Of course it's because of money. Am I right? Qin Feng said together. That's right. Since it had come to this, Lu Qingming didn't bother to pretend anymore. It was me who forged the account book, and it was me who revealed the place where I hid it. By the way, let me tell you one more thing. At the bidding meeting last month, I was the one who leaked our deployment plan in advance. That's why you lost so completely. Why? Looking at Lu Qingming, who was a complete stranger in front of him, Lu Hongwei still murmured. Lu Hongwei, you are very good to me, but no matter what, I'm still just a dog raised by your Lu family. You treat me well, you trust me, but what good is that? When you get old and retire, what about me? Who will care about my life or death then? I can't just sit there and wait for death, so I have to think about myself. Boss Liang believed in me and found me. As long as I help him do all this, I can get 300 million. 300 million. I can't make that much money even if I work as a dog for 10 lifetimes. Tell me, why shouldn't I do it? This means that you admit that you did all this? Qin Feng interrupted. What should I admit? I didn't say anything just now. Besides, even if I did, what can you do to me? I was drunk just now, and what I said was nonsense, haha. Lu Qingming laughed triumphantly after taking off his disguise. And you, Lu Qingming stopped laughing and looked at Qin Feng. You are just a lowly ant, and you dare to go against us? You're simply courting death. After these three old guys go in, we will definitely treat you well, ha. Really? Qin Feng chuckled. Why do I feel like it's you who's about to go in? What do you mean? Looking at Qin Feng's eyes, Lu Qingming instinctively had a bad premonition. Nothing interesting. Qin Feng smiled. You are a smart person, so let me guess. What would a smart person do in this situation? You've betrayed the family that raised you and defected to the enemy camp. Furthermore, what you've done is so dangerous. If exposed, you'll definitely face imprisonment. Or what if the enemy abandons you after taking everything they have? Wouldn't you be left with nothing? So in order to obtain the greatest possible benefit, or to protect your personal safety, what would you do? You. Lu Qingming's expression began to become nervous at some point. I assume you'll definitely hold back and preserve the evidence of your collaboration with the enemy camp, right? You're talking nonsense. Lu Qingming retorted hastily. However, his trembling voice fully exposed his inner thoughts. Qin Feng ignored him directly. Where would you put such important evidence? Someone, Lu Hongwei was the first to react. Turn this bastard's house upside down. No matter what, you have to find the evidence for me. No need to go through so much trouble. Qin Feng called out to Lu Hongwei. Chapter 44. A sudden turn of events, a comeback. The evidence is with him. Qin Feng said. How is that possible? The moment Qin Feng opened his mouth, Lu Qingming collapsed to the ground, his face full of regret. A moment later, Lu Hongwei had a USB flash drive in his hand. There are 3 videos in total, which clearly express the entire plan to frame the Lu family. The Liang family, the Du family, the Zhua family, and the Lu family. Okay. Lu Hongwei gritted his teeth in hatred as he watched the content in the video. Especially for the Du family. He and the Du family's heir, Du Xianfeng, are close friends. He even extended a helping hand more than once when the other party encountered difficulties in business. Unexpectedly, this guy betrayed me as well. In just 1 hour, he was betrayed by 2 of his best friends. Lu Hongwei was going crazy. Taking a deep breath, Lu Hongwei tried his best to stay calm. No matter what, with this USB flash drive in hand, it is enough to prove the fact that the Lu family was framed. However, this city-state number 1 is a project under Lu Hongwei's name after all. Now that the project has gone wrong, although he was framed, I am afraid that Lu Hongwei will also be charged with the crime of poor supervision. Of course, compared to the entire Lu family being uprooted, this little thing can be almost ignored. If the other party is unkind, don't blame us for being unjust. In order to bring down our Lu family, the other party even killed 3 migrant workers. With these 3 videos in hand, I wonder how they can deal with it. Lu Hongwei said, I'm afraid this will disappoint you. Qin Feng smiled. What would you do if I told you that these 3 migrant workers volunteered to die? How is this possible? Everyone on the field instinctively couldn't believe it. Are there people who actively seek death? Why is it impossible? Qin Feng sneered. For a family with nothing but 4 walls and no food to eat, if one day someone tells you that if you die, I will give your family 1 million and let your wife, children, parents, and family all live a life of ease and comfort, will you die? This sentence made everyone silent. But they won't get away with it either. They can't escape the charge of inciting death. Maybe we have to stay in there for a while. Qin Feng added. Qin Feng, how do you know so much? Lu Changchang finally couldn't help but ask. In fact, this was also the doubt of the vast majority of people present. How do you know Lu Qingming will keep the evidence? How do you know that the evidence is on Lu Qingming? Also, how do you know that those 3 migrant workers volunteered to die? I guessed it. Qin Feng chuckled. Everyone was speechless. By the way, Qin Feng, Lu Hongwei suddenly said, you just said there was a second way, didn't you? Yes, this sentence instantly reminded everyone. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Qin Feng again. This time, there was no more mockery or contempt in everyone's eyes. Even though Qin Feng came from a humble background, his calmness and wisdom alone were enough to earn him a place in this demon city. This second method is actually simpler. As Qin Feng spoke, his eyes fell on Liang Zheng. Me? Liang Zheng was almost in despair at this moment. The situation that Liang Zheng thought he was sure to win was turned around by Qin Feng in just a few words. What Liang Zheng didn't expect was that the bastard Lu Qingming actually secretly recorded the video. Moreover, this video was surprisingly still in Lu Qingming's possession, and now it has fallen into Lu Hongwei's hands. Now, not only did the Lu family fail to be brought down, but they also implicated themselves and others. Liang Zheng almost went crazy when he thought about the fate he would face after returning, because he had not completed the mission this time. At this moment, seeing Qin Feng's eyes falling on him, he shuddered. That's right. Qin Feng nodded decisively. You are so smart. Damn it, I would rather be as stupid as a pig right now. Liang Zheng cursed in his heart. The key to the second method lies with Liang Zheng. In ancient times, when 2 armies fought, they would not kill messengers, but it's different now. The Lu family is now in a critical situation. As long as we can save the family, we will naturally use any method we can, right? Of course, Lu Hongwei nodded without hesitation. But what does this have to do with Liang Zheng? The old man is right. You're really not suited to business. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Hongwei. Think about it. Judging from what Liang Zheng just said, he must know the whole plan. We can directly torture this guy until he produces evidence that the enemy has framed us. After all, since the other party sent him here, he must be either one of the masterminds or just a pawn. If he's the mastermind, that's out of the question. If he's just a pawn, then based on today's actions, he must be given enough benefits. And these benefits are the decisive evidence. I see. Everyone suddenly realized. Liang Zheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qin Feng mentioned this plan at the last moment, which saved himself from physical pain. However, Liang Zheng was obviously too happy too early. Brother Liu, let's think about it again. Qin Feng had a strange smile on his face. What do you think? If we torture Liang Zheng to extract a confession, will he reveal the other crimes of those families? Yes. This sentence woke the dreamer up. The eyes of Lu Hongwei and others lit up instantly. After all, if everything goes as Qin Feng said, this USB flash drive alone can only discuss those families, but won't cause any serious damage. But if we could pry some decisive evidence of illegal activities of the four major families out of Liang Zheng's mouth, that would be a lot of fun. No, you can't do this. Liang Zheng was almost going crazy at this moment. He didn't expect that in the end, he still couldn't escape this disaster. Give up the meaningless resistance. You must believe that telling the truth is your best choice right now. Qin Feng chuckled. Besides, you have nowhere else to go now. Today's plan failed. Those four families will be furious. They will definitely take it out on you. Then you will be even worse off than you are now. If you confess honestly now, I will guarantee that you will be fine in the name of the Lu family. Liang Zheng looked a little hesitant. Get started. Lu Yun on the side added fuel to the fire. Liang Zheng shuddered. Wait a moment, Qin Feng said to stop him. You saw it too. If you don't confess, you'll get beaten. It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't think you can handle it. And let me tell you, if you don't cooperate with us, I'll tell everyone that you were one of us the whole time. Everything that just happened was a scene we rehearsed in advance. In fact, you told us this whole plan long ago. Chapter 45. My son is gone. I can only have another one. You're talking nonsense. Liang Zheng retorted hastily. Am I talking nonsense? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Not necessarily. Then tell me, your plan is so thorough and arranged so insidiously and viciously. If you hadn't informed me in advance, how would I have known about it? Do you really think I'm a god who can guess right at a glance? Could it be that what Qin Feng said is true? The people around him couldn't help but feel suspicious. After all, as Qin Feng said, if Liang Zheng was not from the Lu family, then how did Qin Feng know this in advance? Predicting the future? You must be kidding. Looking at Qin Feng with a sinister face in front of him, and then looking at the suspicious eyes around him, Liang Zheng was completely depressed. He understood that the moment Qin Feng opened his mouth, it no longer mattered whether he refuted or not. I admit it. I will cooperate with you. From Liang Zheng's mouth, Lu Hongwei successfully obtained a lot of evidence of the crimes of the four major families. Double happiness. When everything was done, smiles appeared on everyone's face again in the banquet hall, except Liang Zheng and Lu Qingming. That's great. We don't have to die anymore. Lu Qingfeng and his group of second-generation rich kids looked very happy. Including Lu Qingfeng, he no longer cared about the pain in his body and walked directly to Qin Feng with an excited look on his face. You are a good kid. You should follow me from now on. When I come to power, I will definitely make good use of you. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile. What does it have to do with you if I save the Lu family? Qin Feng pretended to be confused. The smile on Lu Qingfeng's face instantly became stiff. Including the other second-generation rich people, their eyes were stunned again. What do you mean? Lu Qingfeng tried his best to remain calm. My meaning is very simple. Qin Feng said, your father, uncle, and grandfather were framed. I helped them clear their grievances. What does this have to do with you? Your charges are all solid, with witnesses and evidence. What do you think I mean? Plop. Qin Feng's words directly extinguished the last bit of fantasy in Lu Qingfeng's heart. His body instantly lost all strength, and he collapsed to the ground. After a moment of distraction, Lu Qingfeng crawled directly to Lu Hongwei's feet. Father, save me. I don't want to die. I'm your biological son. You must save me. Get lost. Lu Hongwei gritted his teeth and kicked Lu Qingfeng away. From the moment you betrayed the Lu family, you are no longer a member of my Lu family. There is no beast like you in my Lu family. No. Seeing that his father was unreliable, Lu Qingfeng crawled to Lu Yun's side again. Grandpa, I'm your grandson. You'll be counting on me to take care of you in your old age. You can't just stand by and watch me die, Grandpa. That's right, Grandpa. You must save us. Blood is thicker than water. The other second-generation rich kids also cried bitterly. The scene was as desolate as it could be. These second-generation rich kids used all their strength to cry, and their cries were so earth-shattering and heartbreaking. It is so sad to hear it, and makes people cry when they see it. However, in this situation, everyone present was filled with disgust. They will never forget how decisive Lu Qingfeng and others were when they betrayed the Lu family, and how ugly they were when they licked Liang Zhengshi's ass. Being a human being like this is worse than being an animal. But perhaps Lu Qingfeng and the others also knew that this would be their last chance. They were all living in such a heartbreaking state that they almost had the urge to cry to death here. Master, Lu Qingfeng's mother, Lu Hongwei's wife, couldn't help but speak first. For the sake of Qingfeng being a child, please forgive him this time. I believe that after this ordeal, he will definitely change his ways. Yes, Dad, I will change. I will definitely change. Lu Qingfeng knelt at Lu Hongwei's feet, kowtowed, and begged for mercy. When I was a child, you taught me that it's okay to make mistakes, but after making a mistake, you must know how to repent. You must change your mistakes and turn over a new leaf. Dad, please give me another chance. But, looking at his wife and children in front of him, Lu Hongwei was obviously hesitant. Mr. Qin, how about? Lu Hongwei looked at Qingfeng tentatively. If you want to see the Lu family destroyed, go ahead. Qingfeng said lightly. What does Mr. Qin mean? Lu Hongwei asked doubtfully. Uncle, let me do it. Lu Yangyang stood up at this time. Tonight, thanks to Qingfeng's help, we not only crushed the conspiracy of the four major families, but also launched a small counterattack. Although the four major families are furious, they can't do anything to us. But it's different if you, Uncle, protect these people. Liang Zheng just said that the four major families clearly have a lot of evidence of these people's crimes. This is the only way they can retaliate against us. By then, not only will these people be unable to save us, but they will also implicate our Lu family. Moreover, Lu Changshang glanced at Lu Tianlan and said, Uncle, if you choose to protect these people, have you ever considered how my father will cope if things break out? These words made Lu Hongwei silent. As a high-ranking government official, Lu Tianlan has been fair and honest throughout his life. If he is implicated in this incident, although it is not a big deal, it will still be a stain. If you fail, there will be no hope of promotion in your lifetime. In this case, I am too selfish. But I only have this one son. Lu Hongwei said with a wry smile. Brother Lu, how old are you this year? Qingfeng suddenly asked. 48, what's wrong? Lu Hongwei was stunned and answered subconsciously. You're only 48 and you can't stand up? Qingfeng looked a little confused. What do you mean by standing up or not? She stopped talking halfway when she met Qingfeng's evil eyes. Lu Hongwei understood. Feelings are about standing up. I'm Fina. Lu Hongwei scolded with a smile. Although it is a bit embarrassing, men are never willing to admit defeat in this regard. That's it. Qingfeng spread his hands and pointed at Lu Qingfeng and the others. This guy is obviously a failure. You were young and inexperienced at the time, so I can forgive you. You've been through hundreds of battles, and your strength remains. Building on your failures, keep working hard, and you can just have another child, right? Said this, and Lu Hongwei's face turned black. Damn, what's the point of being proficient at this thing? What comes out is always garbage. It's completely independent of human will, okay? However, since things have come to this, Lu Hongwei can only accept this fact. Moreover, Qingfeng's words reminded Lu Hongwei. It may sound silly, but the worst that can happen is you can just have another child. It was such a quick decision. That's right. Qingfeng smiled when he saw Lu Hongwei's expression. Judging from the character of these guys, keeping them will sooner or later be a disaster. Without destruction, there is no construction. After destruction, there is construction. Congratulations. Bang. The door of the banquet hall was pushed open from the outside. The police are here. Chapter 46. Earned a little money, less than 600 million. What happens next will be much more logical. After explaining the whole story to the police and even presenting decisive witnesses and physical evidence, Lu Qingming, Liang Zheng, Lu Qingfeng, and other second-generation rich people were taken away directly. Of course, although Lu Hongwei has escaped suspicion, he is still the key figure in this whole incident, so the necessary records still need to be made. The music ended and the crowd dispersed. With the departure of Lu Hongwei and others, all the guests at the banquet also said goodbye. As for Qin Feng, he directly declined Lu Yun's invitation and left immediately. Just kidding. Xiaoqi is still waiting for me to come back to the hospital. Moreover, now that the house has been bought, it is time to get busy with the moving tomorrow. Qin Feng doesn't have so much free time to waste here. In the hospital, Qin Li was lying on the hospital bed, while Qin Yuan and Qin Qiqi were sitting on either side of him. The little girl was at the age when she was lively and active, and she kept talking about interesting things at school, which made Qin Li and his wife laugh. "Dad, you're finally here." The moment he saw Qin Feng, Xiaoqi cheered, rushed up, and leaped, hanging on Qin Feng's body like a koala. "Wow!" Qin Feng deliberately let out a strange cry while holding Xiaoqi in his arms. "How strange." "What's strange about that?" Xiaoqi poked his head out of Qin Feng's arms and looked at him puzzledly. "It's only been a dozen hours since we last met. How come my little Qi has become so beautiful again?" Qin Feng smiled brightly. "That's right." The little girl of this age had no idea what it meant to be low-key. When she heard Qin Feng's praise, her face was full of pride. "Dad, let me tell you I was awesome today. I bought food for my grandparents and told them jokes. They were so happy." The little girl hung on Qin Feng and kept showing off. "My Xiaoqi is great, well-behaved, sensible, considerate, and pretty. Oh my God, how can there be such a perfect woman in the world?" Qin Feng flattered her crazily without any shame. "The little girl is so flamboyant. Dad, I have to say, although you are average-looking and don't have any special abilities, you do have one big advantage. Do you know what it is?" Xiaoqi suddenly said mysteriously. "What?" Qin Feng was stunned. "That means you are honest enough," Xiaoqi said seriously. "Ah, such a brilliant stroke of genius," made Qin Feng laugh. "Okay, you two, father and daughter, stop praising each other. Isn't it embarrassing?" Qin Yuan scolded with a smile. "What's so shameful about telling the truth?" Qin Feng retorted. "That's right. Our teacher also said that we should be honest and good children." Qin Qiqi supported. "Okay." Qin Yuan was completely speechless. "Xiaofeng, I'll discuss this with your father," Qin Yuan suddenly said after the family chatted and laughed for a while. "Look, your father's injuries are almost healed now. How about we go home and get treatment? The main reason is that the treatment here is too expensive." Today, Qin Yuan overheard the nurse chatting nearby and learned that the basic treatment in the ward where Qin Li was staying would cost 5,000 yuan a day. This is still basic treatment, and miscellaneous examinations are not excluded. If you add in those inspections and so on, it's possible that there will be tens of thousands of people in a day. One day's income is enough to cover the total income of the old couple for half a year without eating or drinking. Although I know that Qin Feng is rich now, this is not the way he should spend money, right? "No," Qin Feng refused without thinking. "Let's stay here and we'll be discharged when we feel better." In his previous life, he had no money, which caused his father to become disabled for life and eventually passed away because of it. In this life, Qin Feng would never allow any accidents to happen again. "Silly child, you shouldn't be so wasteful even if you have money." Qin Yuan scolded with a smile. "The doctor said today that everything is almost healed. For the rest, we could just go home and slowly recuperate." "No," Qin Feng refused again. "It's almost good, but it's still not good, right? Just look at it here. My son has money now, so he can spend it as he pleases. Xiaofeng, I'm really fine now." Qin Li couldn't help but speak from his side. "Then let's run a race now. If you beat me, I will admit that you are really healed." Qin Feng smiled. Qin Li and his wife were speechless. "Dad, Mom, you have suffered so much for me over the past 20 years. Now it's time for me to repay you. I have money now, so you can just enjoy your life in peace." After joking, Qin Feng said seriously, "But it's 10,000 yuan a day." "It's okay, it's only 10,000 a day. I can handle it." Qin Feng's expression changed. "By the way, Mom and Dad, some things happened in the past 2 days, and the amount of my money has changed a bit." "What happened?" As soon as Qin Feng said this, Qin Li and his wife's expressions instantly became nervous. It's no wonder that the two elders are worried, as there are too many precedents. In recent years, with the continuous expansion of demolition, too many people have begun to indulge themselves after getting money. In the end, they not only spent all the demolition money, but also ended up in debt. Some even ended up in a dead end because of this. They were afraid that Qin Feng would follow the same path, mainly because, in the eyes of Qin Li and his wife, Qin Feng's money came too strangely and too easily. Qin Li and his wife panicked instantly when they thought that their child was about to embark on or had already embarked on a path of no return. Son, this money is earned by you, so your parents shouldn't interfere. But you must not gamble and don't believe those scams on the internet. Mom and dad are old. We don't ask you to be rich and powerful. We just hope you can be safe and sound. That will make us satisfied. Dad, Mom, what are you thinking about? Qin Feng was speechless when he saw the reaction of Qin Li and his wife. I didn't gamble, nor was I scammed. In fact, I bought some stocks these past 2 days and made a little money. Here's my stock account. As he spoke, Qin Feng logged into his account with his mobile phone and placed it in front of Qin Li and his wife. I want to see it too. Xiao Qi's little head, unwilling to be lonely, also squeezed over. What is buy and sell? What is a K-line chart? I don't understand it. Qin Li and his wife looked at the crooked lines in the account, their faces full of confusion. Finally, the old couple found the 3 words, total market value. At that moment, the old couple's eyes widened at the same time. Xiao Feng. After a long moment, Qin Li's voice, as if in a dream, rang out. I remember seeing only 80 million in your bank account balance a few days ago. Yes, what's wrong? Qin Feng was stunned. Then how does it become? That number seemed to require a lot of effort. Qin Li thought about it for a long time, but couldn't say it out loud. Grandpa, what are you talking about? What is this number? Why are there so many zeros? Xiaoqi's innocent voice sounded immediately afterwards. 580 million. Qin Li took a deep breath and spit out a terrifying number. Chapter 47. The calm before the storm. The crisis has just begun. How much is 580 million? Is it a lot? Xiaoqi still doesn't have a clear idea of numbers. Looking at the shocked expressions on his grandparents' faces, he asked curiously. Well, it's okay. Anyway, there shouldn't be any problem for my little princess to eat lollipops and play in the amusement park for the rest of her life. Qin Feng thought for a while and said, Wow, really? The little girl was obviously shocked by the huge surprise in front of her. That's great, Dad. I love you. Xiaoqi gave Qin Feng a sweet kiss on the face. Is it sweet? Sweet. Qin Feng nodded without hesitation. Would you like another one? Want? I want to eat lollipops and go to the amusement park this week. Xiaoqi said his wishful thinking. No problem. Kiss this side this time. Qin Feng nodded and stretched out his left cheek. Xiao Feng. After more than a minute, Qin Li and his wife finally came to their senses. We are old and our memory is not very good. I remember that when you came the day before yesterday, there was only 80 million in the account. Qin Li said. Yeah, what's wrong? Qin Feng said. It's only been 2 days. How did it become? The number seemed to have a mysterious magic, leaving Qin Li speechless again. Well, didn't I just say that I played with stocks these past 2 days and made a little money? Qin Feng explained. I played with stocks and made a little money? Qin Li and his wife looked dazed and kept muttering. Is this just making a little money? Okay, Mom and Dad, it's very late now. Go to bed first. Tomorrow, early tomorrow morning, I will tell you everything that happened in the past 2 days. No. Qin Li shook his head. My heart can't take it anymore. Tonight. Right now, you have to tell me. Okay. Seeing that Qin Li and his wife were determined not to sleep unless he explained clearly, Qin Feng also looked helpless. In the next hour, Qin Feng told the story of how he had encountered 13 consecutive daily limit increases in the stock market and his bet with Zhou Tong. I originally had 80 million. I invested 50 million in the stock market and earned a total of 320 million. Then I won all of Zhou Tong's 230 million. Adding the 30 million I had left in my account, the total was 580 million. By the way, didn't we sell our house in our hometown to those neighbors? I bought a house yesterday for 5 million. Qin Feng also talked about buying a house. Okay, now we can go to sleep. Go to sleep. It seems that I am really old. I haven't even slept yet, but I'm starting to have hallucinations. Qin Li said, shaking his head. Qin Feng's family of 4 are enjoying the joy of family. On the other hand, when Lu Hongwei finished taking the statement and returned home, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. In the Lu family's meeting room, Lu Yin, Lu Changsheng, Lu Yangyang, Lu Tianlan, and other important people had obviously been waiting here for a long time. Hongwei, tell me everything that happened after you met Qin Feng. Lu Yin said with bright eyes. Yes. Lu Hongwei did not dare to hide anything. He told everything from buying the 7-star beads on Quafu Street, to Lu Qingqing's death, to the original copy of the preface to the Lantern collection, to the matter of the Wenxiu Jubiozai auction house, to the cancellation of the demolition of my village and the downfall of the Jiang family. After Lu Hongwei finished speaking, The hall fell into deathly silence. It's fake, right? Lu Tianlan, the atheist, spoke slowly. I saw everything with my own eyes. Lu Hongwei said firmly. But this is too unbelievable. Lu Tianlan shook his head. Dad, Lu Hongwei looked at Lu Yun. This Qin Feng is definitely a genius. Weren't there people in ancient times who could predict the past, present, and future? Maybe Qin Feng is such a genius, including what happened tonight. If Qin Feng hadn't taken action, our Lu family would probably be on the verge of extinction now. Speaking of what happened tonight, the atmosphere in the entire hall stagnated again. After all, although the conspiracy of the four major families was crushed today and the Lu family was saved, all the younger generations of the Lu family were almost wiped out. The huge Lu family is facing the embarrassment of having no successors. Moreover, it is conceivable that such a big thing has happened, and it is impossible to keep it secret. Tomorrow, whether it is the collapse of City-State Number 1 or the arrest of the younger generation of the Lu family, news will spread quickly. Tomorrow, the Lu family will surely be greeted by an unprecedented storm. If we don't have a good time, the four major families will have an even worse time. Although this incident won't kill them, it will at least skin them alive. Lu Tianlan said coldly. Also, Qin Feng is right about one thing. Lu Tianlan looked at Lu Hongwei. The arrest of those Qin Feng kids is definitely a good thing for our Lu family. Otherwise, with the way those kids behave, who knows how much trouble they'll cause us in the future. Even if we can suppress everything, what about the future? In the future, the Lu family will definitely be doomed to destruction in their hands. Alas, I also understand this principle. Lu Hongwei said with a wry smile. Okay, now is not the time to think about these things. Our top priority right now is how to deal with the impending crisis. Lu Yun interrupted the two brothers and said, Yes. This word suddenly woke up the dreamer. Lu Tianlan and Lu Hongwei woke up at the same time. Now is not the time to think about these things. Tomorrow, when the news spreads, the power of public opinion will surely come like a violent storm. If we fail to respond in time, the situation may get out of control. Also, Lu Yangyang added, the four major families failed to join forces to attack the Lu family this time, and they suffered such a huge loss. They will definitely not give up, because although they will be seriously injured in this incident, based on the charges alone, they will only be imprisoned for a few days at most. The grudges between the two sides have been laid bare. Once the four major families recover, they will surely launch even more frantic revenge on us. By then, the unscrupulous four major families will only become even more terrifying. We must prepare in advance. That's right, we must prepare in advance. Everyone's face became serious. Everything has just begun, and the crisis of their Lu family has just arrived. They must go all out. After all, when four powerful forces no less powerful than the Lu family join forces, it is no joke. If you don't handle it well, you're doomed. By the way, Chung, why did you go to the stock exchange with Qin Feng today? Could it be that Qin Feng is still interested in stocks? Lu Hongwei suddenly changed the subject and looked at Lu Changqing. Uncle, what did you say? At this moment, Lu Qingqing's mind was full of Qin Feng's figure. If Lu Hongwei hadn't said it, Lu Changqing would not have known that the jade bracelet that Qin Feng had cheated from her actually contained the preface to the Lantern collection worth hundreds of millions. However, even though he knew the truth, Lu Changqing was not angry at all. The scene of Qin Feng turning the tide at the banquet tonight kept replaying in her mind, and her expression gradually became a little blurry. He didn't even hear a word of Lu Hongwei's questions. Chapter 48, 550 million, all in one stock. My beloved is a peerless hero. One day, at a moment that everyone is watching, he will come to marry me, wearing golden armor and riding on a rainbow cloud. As these words echoed in his mind, the somewhat blurry figure gradually became clearer, and finally, what appeared was Qin Feng's face. Incredibly clear. It was so clear that it made her soul throb. This is the second time he has saved me. Lu Changqing felt a sweet feeling in his heart. For the first time, because of Qin Feng, she was spared from the crisis of being insulted. This time, Qin Feng saved the entire Lu family. Sir, you saved my life. I have no way to repay you. If you don't abandon me, I will marry you. A line that often appears on TV suddenly rushed into Lu Qingqing's mind. Promise yourself to me. Promise yourself to me. These four words kept hitting Lu Qingqing's mind, making her whole body feel weak and powerless. Bad guy. Lu Changqing fell into his own fantasy. Chung Chung, Chang Chung. A voice finally pulled Lu Changcheng back from his fantasy. When Lu Changcheng returned to reality from virtuality, he broke out in a sweat. His face was so red that it seemed as if water was dripping out. He was gasping for breath. What's wrong? Facing everyone's puzzled gazes, Lu Changcheng lowered his head guiltily and said in a low voice, seeing that Lu Changcheng, who was always impetuous, now looked like a quail, everyone present was stunned. Changcheng, are you sick? Lu Tianlan asked worriedly. I'm fine. Lu Changcheng quickly shook his head and took another deep breath before finally calming down. By the way, uncle, what did you say just now? I was wondering what you and Qin Feng were doing at the stock exchange today. Seeing that Lu Changcheng was unwilling to answer and no one present was asking further questions, Lu Hongwei repeated the question. What can you do at the stock exchange? Buy stocks, of course. Lu Changcheng answered as if it was a matter of course, but the next second, Lu Changcheng became excited. Dad, Grandpa, Uncle, sister, guess what happened in the stock exchange hall this afternoon? What's the matter? Did you win money? Lu Yangyang teased. We hit the daily limit 13 times. Lu Changcheng didn't keep the audience in suspense and directly dropped this bombshell. How many? 13 times, limit up. Everyone present looked as if they had heard wrongly. Stop kidding. Lu Tianlan shook his head. 13 limit up days. Your dad has been playing the stock market for over 10 years, and he only caught one limit up, and he got scared off halfway through. You guys hit the limit up 13 times in one day. Are you kidding me? It's true. Seeing his father's disbelief, Lu Changcheng was clearly getting a little impatient. At that time, the entire trading hall was watching. 13 times the price went up to the limit, and not a single one fell. No way. From Lu Changcheng's eyes and expression, everyone realized that what Lu Changcheng said should be true. But isn't this too incredible? Changcheng, don't be anxious. Tell me exactly what happened this afternoon. Lu Hongwei was the first to accept this reality. After all, he had seen so many miraculous things happen to Qin Feng in the past 2 days that he was no longer surprised. Okay. Lu Changcheng nodded. After clearing his throat, Lu Changcheng started from the two of them entering the trading hall, to Wang Ming bringing Zhou Tong to cause trouble, to the two of them starting to gamble, and then to the final climax. You don't know. Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He bought, then immediately hit the limit, sold, and bought again. I don't know how to describe it to you. That feeling, my heart almost beat out of my chest. I will never forget that scene in my life. Then Qin Feng used 50 million to win 320 million directly. I bet less, only 10 million, and only made 50 million. If I had known earlier, I would have bet it all. There was a hint of regret in Lu Qingqing's tone. By the way, Qin Feng won a total of 268 points from Zhou Tong, directly winning all of Zhou Tong's net worth of over 200 million. Lu Changcheng finished speaking. The hall was dead silent. Dad, you've seen a lot, but have you ever seen such a genius? Lu Hongwei looked at his father with a dull look in his eyes. I haven't seen it. Lu Yan nodded honestly. This Qin Feng is not simple. Lu Yan made the final conclusion. The more he experienced, the more Lu Yan could understand how terrifying Qin Feng was. That's right, although that guy's a bit of a jerk, he still has some real skills. Lu Changcheng responded from the side with an unconcealable smile on his face. It seems to have a sense of showing off. However, everyone present was still immersed in the powerful shock created by Qin Feng and did not notice Lu Qingqing's abnormality. By the way, Changcheng, you said that Qin Feng bought another stock at the end, right? Lu Hongwei suddenly reacted. Yeah, what's wrong? Lu Changcheng asked in confusion. All in, Lu Hongwei asked again. Including what I won from Zhou Tong. It seems the total is 550 million. Plop. When this number came out, everyone present almost fell to their knees in fright. 550 million, all in on one stock. This is no longer brave and fearless. It is simply audacious and insane. 550 million. If you lose 1 point, that would be 5 million. The total value of the entire Lu family is only a few billion, and at most less than 2 billion. It was equivalent to Qin Feng directly taking 1/3 of the Lu family and betting all in on a stock. Quick, find that stock for me. Lu Hongwei directly brought a computer and logged into the stock trading interface. Forehead. When seeing that Lu Changcheng chose Yegang shares, everyone present who knew a little about stocks looked as if they had seen a ghost. Changcheng, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Lu Tianlan asked doubtfully. Chung Chung, are you hallucinating because you're too tired? Lu Hongwei also asked with concern. Or let's call Qin Feng. This is Lu Yun. This is it. There is absolutely no mistake. Lu Changcheng insisted. In order to shut everyone up, Lu Changcheng directly switched to his own trading account. When everyone saw that Lu Changcheng directly placed a bet of more than 60 million on Yegong shares, they finally shut up. Judging from Qin Feng's actions this afternoon, he actually dared to go all in on 600 million for this stock, which means that this stock must have extraordinary potential. But next, a group of people buried their heads and worked hard to sort out the stock from its trends to its components, development prospects, and policies. There is no sign of this stock soaring. Dad, when the stock market closed today, Qin Feng's neighbors came to make trouble, and when Chu and I took action to solve the problem. At that time, Qin Feng said he would give me 2 fortunes. Lu Hongwei said slowly. You mean this stock is the opportunity Qin Feng gave to our Lu family? Lu Yun reacted quickly and said, Yes, I believe him. Lu Hongwei nodded heavily. Chapter 49, From Hunter to Prey, From Heaven to Hell. I think we can take a gamble. How much liquid capital does our Lu family have now? Just go all in. Based on today's situation, there's a very high probability that this stock will hit the daily limit tomorrow. If we invest 100 million, it will be 120 million by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. If we invest 200 million, it will be 240 million. But everyone on the field looked hesitant. Hongwei, you have to know that what happened tonight will definitely have a huge impact on our Lu family. Whether it is to stabilize the situation or develop allies to fight against the attacks of the 4 major families, we need a lot of money to turn over. Lu Yun brought up the current situation of the family. Understand. Lu Hongwei nodded. Of course he understood what Lu Yun meant. In fact, even he was a little hesitant. His intuition told him that following Qin Feng would be a sure win. But reality constrained him. After all, stocks are a form of gambling. Although Qin Feng can win once, twice, or even 13 times in a row, he may not necessarily win the next time. Qin Feng can fail, but the Lu family cannot afford to fail. Especially at this critical juncture, the more you are short of money, the more you cannot afford failure. Every penny the Lu family has must be spent wisely. How about this? We use 1/3 of the funds to buy stocks, and the remaining 2/3 to run the family. At the critical moment, Lu Yangyang came up with an idea. That's good. Lu Hongwei was also obviously relieved. Only then did he realize that he had been soaked in cold sweat all over his body. Looking around, the other people didn't look much better than him. This gamble was unprecedented, considering their extensive experience over the years. Okay, this matter is settled. Hongwei, tomorrow you go and invite all the families that have good relations with us to come and fight against the alliance of the 4 major families. The strength of our Lu family alone is far from enough. As for my old bones, I will help you stabilize the company first. You know, in order to train the younger generations of the Lu family, Lu Qinfeng and others have been holding important positions in Hongwei Construction Company while starting their own businesses over the years. Now that these people have all gone in, if they're not controlled, the entire company will be in chaos in an instant. Originally, Lu Yin shouldn't have come forward, but Lu Hongwei was also responsible for contacting many families, and Lu Tianlan was really not good at running a company. Grandpa, let me go. At the critical moment, Lu Yangyang stood up. Yang. Looking at Lu Yangyang in front of him, Lu Yun's expression changed. Lu Yun naturally had no doubt about his granddaughter's ability. Just in terms of her keenness for business opportunities, she was much better than Lu Hongwei. If Lu Yangyang wasn't a girl, the position of family heir would never have fallen on the head of that loser Lu Qingfeng. The current situation is urgent. I have been away from the business world for a long time, so my understanding and control of the company is naturally not as good as Lu Yangyang's. Okay, Yangyang, I'll leave it to you for the next few days. Lu Yun made the decision. By the way, tomorrow night, if possible, invite Qin Feng over again. I have a hunch that the breakthrough point in this battle against the 4 major families may still lie in Qin Feng. At the end of this impromptu meeting, Grandpa Lu Yun added another sentence. That night, it was not just the Lu family that had trouble sleeping. A few hundred meters away from the Lu family, in a detached villa, 4 middle-aged men were having an exquisite and luxurious dinner. If Lu Hongwei was here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that these 4 middle-aged men were the leaders of the 4 major families, Liang, Du, Zhua, and Lu, who almost caused the Lu family to collapse. At this moment, the The four of them were drinking champagne and eating snacks, and women who were dressed exquisitely and economically were serving them from time to time. The night and the beauty have a unique flavor. I really want to see Liu Hongwei's expression now. I think he must be very angry. Zhou Songxing, the head of the Zhou family, took a sip of champagne and smiled. Oomph. He relies on his father's reputation and never takes me seriously. I want to see how he can be so arrogant in front of me after tomorrow. Duc Xianfeng snorted de coldly. Don't be impatient. The good show has just begun. After tonight, the Liu family will be ours. By then, it will be easy for you to deal with him, right? Liang Dong, the head of the Liang family, said with a smile. Look, the police are finally here. Liu Dachuan, the head of the Liu family, who had been enjoying the service of a beautiful woman, suddenly exclaimed. Hearing the sound, the four of them stood up at the same time and looked out through the glass window. Damn, this big drama led by the four of them is finally reaching its climax. God knows how long they have been waiting for this moment. The three of them even bought this villa specifically in order to be the first to see the miserable state of Liu Hongwei and others. In it, everything is settled. From today on, the Liu family will become history. Come on, today is the day of the Liu family's fall, and it is also the day of our rise. Come, cheers. For goblets clinked together. The four people's faces were full of smiles and anticipation. My body began to tremble with excitement. 1 minute has passed. 2 minutes have passed. 5 minutes have passed. The scene that the four people expected, Liu Hongwei and others being detained and taken away, never happened. Why haven't you come out yet? Do Liu Hongwei and others dare to openly resist? Liu Dachuan frowned. Wouldn't it be better if you resisted? Your crime would be even more serious. Liang Dong sneered. If you're bored, why don't we try to guess who will be escorted out first? Another 5 minutes passed, just when the four people's patience was about to be completely exhausted. It's out, it's out. Liu Dachuan was the first to exclaim. Damn, is it finally coming? The four of them looked again. Oh, what's going on? When they saw Liu Qingming and Liang Zheng being escorted out first, the four of them were stunned at the same time. Did you get the wrong script? However, they were all powerful figures who had been in the business world for most of their lives. After just a moment of confusion, the four of them came to the same conclusion at the same time. The plan failed. Where exactly is the loophole? The four people were puzzled. Bang! At this moment, the door of the villa was suddenly opened from the outside. A group of police officers walked straight up to the four people. Liang Dong, Zhou Songxing, Liu Dachuan, and Du Xianfeng. The four of you are suspected of commercial infringement and harming the lives of others. Please come with us. At that moment, the four people's faces suddenly darkened. From hunter to prey in an instant. From great joy to great sorrow. This huge gap made it difficult for the four of them to bear it for a while. Why? How could this happen? Duc Xianfeng yelled. The relationship between the other three and the Liu family was not very good to begin with, so the failure of this plan had little impact on them. But he is different. Chapter 50, let's get started. He is Liu Hongwei's best friend. Judging from the current situation, Liu Hongwei obviously already knew that he was the one who had stabbed him in the back. With Liu Hongwei's character, he will definitely take revenge on himself. Although his Du family is considered a top-tier family, it is obviously inferior to the Liu family. Otherwise, he would not have to pretend to be a grandson in front of Liu Hongwei for so many years. Once Liu Hongwei takes revenge, Du Xianfeng didn't dare to think further. Sir, please cooperate with us. Otherwise, we will take compulsory measures against you. Facing Du Xianfeng's yelling, the police officer said lightly. In a word, Du Xianfeng became completely honest. Even if the Liu family can escape today's disaster, what can it do? Even if the four of us join forces, how can we be afraid of him? Since fighting secretly doesn't work, then let's do it openly and crush him head on. I want to see how long the Liu family can last. Liang Dong sneered. That's right. If the four of us join forces, who can be our opponent? We will crush him head on and kill him. Liu Dachuan said with a gloomy expression. The four of them were all furious. The main thing is that this matter is too disgusting. They were here originally to watch Liu Hongwei and others being arrested, but Liu Hongwei was fine, but they were arrested. Don't you think it's disgusting? The next day, early in the morning, a series of news exploded in the Magic City. City number 1 collapsed, killing 3 migrant workers. It seems that this was due to the Liu family's fault for cutting corners in the construction. However, before everyone could condemn the Liu family, more news came out. The collapse of City number 1, including the death of 3 migrant workers, was actually a conspiracy set up by 4 families: the Liang family, the Du family, the Lu family, and the Zhou family. For a time, public opinion began to point the finger at the 4 major families again. Soon after, the mistakes made by Lu Qingfeng and others were also spread. For a moment, the entire demon city began to surge secretly. Countless major forces also took notice and made preparations in secret. They knew very well in their hearts that no matter who was right or wrong in what happened last night, the grudge between the 4 major families and the Lu family had been laid out in the open, and only one of the 2 sides could survive. The 4 major families here have joined forces and are clearly superior in strength. But who dares to say that the Lu family has no reinforcements? After all, Mr. Liu Yin didn't run his business in Shanghai for decades for nothing. 2 behemoths face off head-on. The entire demon city is likely to fall into turmoil for those small families and small forces. As the saying goes, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the pond will suffer. What if they are dragged into the struggle between the 2 major forces and even reduced to ashes? Wouldn't they cry to death? Of course, there's no need for those giants to be so nervous. All they have to do is sit back and watch the show. Of course, if the opportunity arises, they wouldn't mind reaping the benefits. Brother, I'm so sorry. I have to go on a business trip today. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get back. Doo-doo. Wait a minute, damn it. Hearing the sound of the signal being interrupted from the other end of the phone, Lu Hongwei cursed fiercely. So far, he has visited 5 major forces with which he had good relations and even good cooperation, and he wants to unite to fight against the 4 major families. But what Lu Hongwei never expected was that the bosses of these 5 forces either said they were busy or were about to go on a business trip. There was even one of Lu Yun's former disciples who, unable to refuse, pretended to faint. Damn it, when they were taking advantage of me, they were all so happy to help me. But now that things are going bad, they all run away faster than rabbits. Lu Hongwei kept swearing. Brother, don't worry, let's think of other ways. Wen Chu persuaded from the side. Wen Chu rushed over early in the morning. After hearing the whole story, he stood on Lu Hongwei's side without hesitation. Forget it, I don't want to think about this terrible thing for the time being. As he spoke, Lu Hongwei took out his mobile phone and opened the stock trading interface. Directly go to the interface of Yegon Company, Ltd. I looked at the time, 9:25. At this time, the price of Yegon shares was 8.31. Today's market showed an overall upward trend. Whether it was the Shanghai Composite Index, the Shenzhen Composite Index, or the Chinext Index, they all showed a clear trend of opening higher. At this time, there were still 5 minutes before the actual opening, but the Shanghai Composite Index had already risen by 1.3%. The Shenzhen Component Index had risen by 0.8%, and the Entrepreneurship Index had reached an astonishing 2.61%. Benefiting from this favorable situation, individual stocks have soared one after another. A casual glance. Sichuan Pharmaceutical plus 1.8%. Zhengda plus 2.1%. Matai shares plus 3.7%. A thriving situation. Looking at Yegang shares again, they're lying there quietly, neither rising nor falling, giving people a feeling that everything in the world has nothing to do with me. The comment section of Yegang Company Limited is even more lively. I earn money from smelting steel and make steel flowers, but I don't take a penny home. Cut the meat immediately. Cut the meat right away. If I don't, I'm a dog. I switched to Matai shares yesterday. Yesterday, Yegang lost 2 points less, and today Matai made an extra 3 points. It was an easy 5 points gain. It's amazing. All in, Lu Hongwei gritted his teeth, pointed his finger, and went all in 200 million. The 200 million yuan was the Lu family's working capital, as well as his savings over the years, all of which were used to buy the property. I did it too. Wen Shu on the side did not hesitate and directly invested 200 million. Just as the 2 people completed the transaction, the market opened at 9:30. Brush. It's gone up, it's actually gone up. The moment the market opened, Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yegang shares, which had been motionless just now, seemed to take off like a rocket the moment the market opened, with a large positive line rising directly at 90 degrees. In just a dozen seconds, the stock price reached the daily limit, plus 20%. Oh my God! Oh my God! Based on their trust in Qin Feng, Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu were naturally fully prepared for this scene. However, the speed of this increase was a bit too fast. Just think about it. If they had hesitated just now, or waited until the market actually opened to buy, it would probably be too late. Now, in just a dozen seconds, he earned 40 million. It feels so good. On the street, the two big guys, Wen Chu and Lu Hongwei, were laughing like idiots. Okay, I got 40 million. I'll sell it when a market opens tomorrow. That's great, Wen Chu said with a smile. Wait a minute, Lu Hongwei suddenly said in shock. Do you think these mere 20 points are Mr. Qin's plan? You mean, the shares of Yegong will continue to rise? Wen Chu also reacted. I think it's very likely. What should I do? Should I continue? Just do it. At worst, I can pay you back. Wen Chu swung his fist vigorously. Having made the decision, the two of them couldn't wait for tomorrow to arrive. However, since they were big shots after all, they quickly adjusted their state and continued their journey of recruiting soldiers. While Lu Hongwei and his companion were busy, the two sisters Lu Changsheng and Lu Yangyang had already arrived at the hospital where Qin Feng's father was. Chapter 51, I can't stand it as long as you live better than me. Lu Yun, Lu Hongwei, and Lu Tianlan still underestimated Lu Yangyang's ability. As everyone expected, when Lu Yangyang arrived at the company, the whole company was in chaos, with all kinds of rumors flying around. In addition, Lu Hongwei's absence made people even more panicked. However, it only took Lu Yangyang 2 hours to completely stabilize the situation. He drastically promoted several employees who had performed well before to replace the positions of Lu Qingfeng and others. After giving all the employees a boost of motivation and completing the company's tasks, Lu Yangyang reunited with Lu Changqing. Because Qin Feng's hometown house had been sold, and the two of them didn't know that Qin Feng had bought a new house, they could only come to the hospital to wait for Qin Feng. In the back garden of the hospital, this is a place specially designed for patients to take a leisurely walk. Old man, how about we go out for a walk together after you are completely well? Qin Yuan supported Qin Li and sat on the bench in the garden. Turn around. Qin Li was stunned. What's wrong? You don't want to. Qin Yuan frowned. Tell me, since we got married, you haven't taken me out for a trip once. Now that our son has made it big, what's wrong with us going out for a walk? That's a good idea, Qin Li said, but I have to wait until my injuries are completely healed. Otherwise, I won't feel safe going out with a beauty like you. You old man, why haven't I seen you be so sweet-mouthed before? Qin Yuan scolded with a smile. You used to be young and strong with great self-control, but now you are old, and you are getting prettier day by day. I am worried. If I don't give you some love potion, what if you run away to someone else? Qin Li pretended to be very worried. Run away, damn it. Qin Yuan hit Qin Li. Without the pressure and burden of life, the old couple felt much more relaxed, as if they had returned to their youth in an instant. They snuggled together, quietly enjoying this happy moment. Hey, isn't this loud, Qin? Why are you running here instead of staying in your VIP ward? A harsh voice sounded. At some point, a group of old men and women in their 50s and 60s appeared in front of Qin Li and his wife. What a coincidence! Seeing these people appear, Qin Li and his wife looked a little unnatural. These old men and women in front of him were all patients who had been in the same ward with Qin Li. Perhaps because they shared the same illness, they got along quite well with each other. But since Qin Feng's value skyrocketed and Lu Hongwei stepped in to move Qin Li to the VIP ward, the attitudes of these patients suddenly took a 180-degree turn. When we meet, we are either sarcastic or pretend to ignore each other. Typical of someone who can't stand seeing others do better than him. After hitting a few snags, Qin Li and his wife simply gave up looking for them. But who would have thought that the weather was so good today, and I came here to relax, and I actually met these people again. Ignore them. Qin Li's face turned cold, and he said softly, Oh, this person has a lot of money, and his vision is extraordinary. How can we servants be worthy of your attention? Before Qin Yuan could say anything, an old lady's sarcastic voice sounded over there. That's right. One person spoke up, and the others began to ridicule him mercilessly. Rich people all stay in VIP wards and enjoy top-notch treatment. How can we compare? How can a public place like this be suitable for a wealthy family like you? Don't let the air we exhale pollute your bodies. A group of people had suppressed their emotions for a long time, and at this moment, they were venting them madly. This is a public place. Why can't we come? Even the clay man was a little angry, and Qin Li couldn't help but start to refute. That's right. How did we, the old couple, offend you? Why are you targeting us? Qin Yuan, who has always been kind to others, couldn't help but replied with a heavy breath. How have you offended us? Why are you so rich? An old lady shouted. Yes, we are all poor. Why do you suddenly become rich? Another old man shouted. We were pretty nice to you before, but how did you repay us? Your son is so rich now. If you don't ask for a share of your money, you should at least cover our medical expenses, right? But what about you? You just left without a word. Is that how you behave? That's right. Without saying too much, we should give each family at least 1 million. Anyway, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for you guys right now. You are so shameless. Qin Li and his wife were almost furious. Are we shameless? A group of old men and women seemed to have found a way to vent their anger. Let me tell you, God is watching everything from above. Do you know why your son's first wife died in childbirth? And why his second wife broke off the engagement at the wedding? This is karma for both of you. If you ask me, what's the point of your son being rich? He's just a jinx, destined to be a bachelor his whole life. Keep all your money and take it into your coffin. You, seeing this group of unreasonable old men and women exposing Qin Feng's privacy directly in public, Qin Li and his wife were so angry that their faces turned blue. However, they had been kind to others all their lives and almost never fought with others. Now, facing this group of unreasonable things, they feel like a mouse pulling a turtle, not knowing where to start. However, at this moment, Chung Chung, stop looking, it's here. Just when Qin Li and his wife didn't know what to do, suddenly a pleasant voice came from afar. The voice was warm and delicate, like the spring breeze blowing through the willows, yet with a hint of tenacity. Following the sound, everyone was stunned. A woman in a light yellow gown walked towards the crowd with the sun behind her. The sunlight, shining on her, made her look more holy. That gentle smile seems to be able to melt the hardest ice in the world. But between those eyebrows, there's a kind of tenacity that makes people feel distressed. Beauty is like wine, refreshing. There is no doubt that the carefully dressed Lu Yangyang is definitely the most exquisite wine worth collecting and savoring. Everyone present was immersed in shock brought by Lu Yangyang's appearance. Here it comes. However, the shock of this beauty has not yet ended. Lu Chengsheng also appeared, lively and handsome, with a touch of childishness and a budding maturity. Her ponytail swayed in the breeze, making all the men present feel lighter. It was as if those strands of hair went straight into their bodies through their pores, wrapping them up completely. Chapter 52, I'm just showing off my wealth. What can you do to me? The appearance of Lu Yangyang and her sister was like a silencer installed at the scene, and everyone was frozen in time. Ignoring everyone, the two walked straight up to Qin Li and his wife. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I am Qin Feng's friend. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. He handed over the carefully prepared gift. Seeing that Lu Yangyang had taken the lead, Lu Chengsheng was not to be outdone. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I'm Qin Feng's girlfriend. My name is Lu Chengsheng. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Looking for us? One is a friend? One is a girlfriend? Qin Li and his wife looked at the two beauties in front of them and were a little overwhelmed for a moment. Auntie, you are so beautiful. No wonder you can give birth to such a good son like Qin Feng. Lu Yangyang smiled sweetly. Oh no, I'm too old. My daughter, you are really beautiful. Auntie is old. After a round of flattery, Qin Yuanyuan's face was as big as a flower. She took Lu Yangyang's hand and looked at Lu Yangyang's face from left to right. She was satisfied no matter how she looked at him. Auntie, you're not old at all. You are so beautiful that even I can't help but be moved by you. Lu Chengsheng held Qin Yuanyuan's other hand, not showing any weakness. Good, good, beautiful, beautiful. Qin Yuanyuan was so happy at this moment. Auntie, will Qin Feng come back? Lu Yangyang asked. The shock Qin Feng caused her the banquet was really too great. In addition to Qin Feng's mysterious ability to make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, what is more important is the feeling Qin Feng gave her. It was a feeling of regret that we met too late, as if he had been living for more than 20 years just to wait for Qin Feng to appear. And from Qin Feng's eyes, she understood that he had the same feelings as her. She had a feeling that the dream she longed for but could not obtain might be realized in Qin Feng's hands. Originally, it was Lu Qingqing's task to invite Qin Feng, but Lu Yangyang still came just to have an in-depth talk with Qin Feng face to face. Oh, Xiao Feng just bought a house, and he is moving today. How about I call him directly? Qin Yuanyuan reacted. No need, we don't have anything to do anyway, so let's just wait for him here. Lu Yangyang and Lu Chengsheng looked at each other and spoke at the same time. Next, two charming women surrounded Qin Li and his wife, one on the left and one on the right, flattering them and telling them the truth, making the old couple smile from ear to ear. Looking at the happy faces of Qin Li and his wife, Lu Changsheng and Lu Yangyang in front of them, the old man and the old woman who had been talking like crazy just now suddenly fell silent. There was embarrassment written all over everyone's face. They had just said that Qin Feng was unlucky and destined to be single for life, when two beautiful women, each with their own unique charm, came up to Qin Yuan. Could it be better not to give such a slap in the face so promptly? But he was used to being unreasonable after all, and seeing that he couldn't discuss Qin Li and his wife, he came up with another plan. Oh, the saying is true. Men become bad when they have money, and women become rich when they become bad. Lao Qin, I really envy you. Tell me, your son just made a fortune a few days ago, and in the blink of an eye, he found two such beautiful women to be his girlfriends. He is really lucky. Although he was smiling, the implicit meaning of his words was obviously that Lu Changsheng and Lu Yangyang were only interested in money and were with Qin Feng for it. Qin Yuan's face changed. Why are these bastards never going to stop? How can a clay man still have some temper? Auntie, there's no need to bother with these people. Lu Yangyang held Qin Yuan. She's been frail and sickly since childhood and has suffered a lot of cold stares and ridicule. She simply ignored this jumping clown. However, just because Lu Yangyang can ignore it doesn't mean that Lu Changsheng can do the same. Auntie, look at my memory. I was so busy talking. Come, this is our first meeting. I don't know what you two elders like, so I bought you 2 pieces of jade on my own initiative. Jade is good for health. I hope you two elders can live a long life. As she said this, she handed over 2 carefully selected Haitian jade pendants. As soon as the jade pendant appeared, it immediately triggered a series of exclamations. The whole body is purple, and it shines brightly in the sunlight. What is even more valuable is that these 2 jade pendants are completely integrated, and there is no sign of splicing. How can this aunt accept your gift, especially when it's so expensive? Qin Yuan quickly refused. It's not expensive at all. A jade pendant is only about 1 million. Lu Changsheng said casually. Not expensive? About 1 million? The faces of the old men and women became extremely ugly again. This Versailles is so obvious. Don't you think we're in this for the money? We'll show you off. About 1 million? No, that's too expensive. Even Qin Yuan was shocked. Auntie, don't make excuses. In fact, if it weren't for Qin Feng, I wouldn't be able to earn so much money. As they were talking, Lu Changsheng told Qin Feng how she and Qin Feng had won more than 50 million in one day in the stock exchange hall. More than 50 million a day? When this information came out, all the old men and women were so envious that their eyes turned green. It turns out that this old couple's son is so capable. Old Qin. The situation was deadlocked for more than a minute. The old lady who had been shouting the most fiercely before now came in front of Qin Li and his wife with her old face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. Look, the magic city is so big, and we can fit into the same ward. This is definitely fate, a great fate. How about this? We don't want your money anymore. How about letting my son stay with your son for a few days? Don't worry, we don't want your money. You just need to lend us tens of millions first. We will pay you back when we make enough money. First, you won't lose anything, and second, we'll make money too. Isn't that a win-win situation for everyone? Yes, and my son. A group of old men and women swarmed around. They completely forgot how they had just mocked and ridiculed Qin Li and his wife. Do you have any shame? Lu Changsheng was so angry that he laughed at the group of people in front of him. You take our money and invest in stocks, and if you make money, it's yours? What if you lose money? Why would there be compensation? A group of old men and women were stunned and laughed dryly. Who can predict the outcome of stock trading? What if you really lose money? Lu Changsheng asked again. If he loses, then he loses. His son is so rich. So what does it matter even if he loses a little? The old lady looked indifferent. Just pay it back. Lu Qingqing's tone suddenly turned cold. I'm telling you, first, whether we have money is our business and has nothing to do with you. Second, we can't and don't need to help you. Third, I'm very unhappy with you. Get out of my sight right now. Hey, you little girl, you think you're so great just because you have money? Do you believe I'll slap you in the face? The old lady rushed over with a domineering look on her face. You try to touch me? Lu Changsheng did not retreat at all. Chapter 53. Using power to suppress others' cool. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're old. Don't think you can just lie down on the ground and no one can do anything to you. I'm telling you, this trick of yours won't work on me. Now, immediately apologize to me. Otherwise, what can you do to us? A group of old men and women were fearless. I'm telling you, my father is a high-ranking government official in Shanghai, and my uncle is the chairman of the Hongwei Construction Group. I can't do anything to you, but believe it or not, if I just give you a call, your sons and your relatives will all be thrown out into the streets tomorrow. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. You can try it. I'll give you 3 seconds, one. Seeing that Lu Changcheng really started counting down, the old men and women panicked. In the past, they relied on their age to act recklessly. This time, they got together by chance in a hospital, committed crimes as a gang, and became the bullies of the hospital. No one could do anything about them. Unexpectedly, I met a tough guy today. If all their sons, daughters, and relatives were laid off because of them, that would be a lot of fun. As for the truthfulness of Lu Qingqing's words, are you kidding? She is so beautiful and can easily take out more than 60 million in pocket money. How can she be an ordinary person? 2. Just as they were hesitating, Lu Changsheng spoke again. 3. So the old men and women spoke reluctantly. Sorry, I'm old and can't hear you clearly. Lu Changsheng frowned. Pucci. Someone among the onlookers laughed out loud. All the old men and women's faces turned green. When have they ever been humiliated like this? In the past, they relied on their age to do whatever they wanted. Today, they encountered an even more unreasonable existence. I'm using my power to pressure you. What can you do to me? Although this trick is a bit harmful, it is undeniable that it is quite effective against these people. Sorry, we were wrong. The old men and women spoke much louder this time. Not bad, not bad. You admit your mistakes and correct them. You're still a good boy. Begin, go play. Lu Changcheng waved his hand. Good. A cheer came from the crowd. Well done, little girl. Enforce justice on behalf of heaven and eliminate harm for the people. A group of onlookers cheered crazily for Lu Changqing. It seemed that the people in this hospital had suffered a lot from these old men and women during this period of time. Amidst cheers, a group of old men and women left in shame. Well done. Qin Feng came back at some point, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Lu Changqing. Qin Feng, you're back. My grandfather invited you to dinner tonight and said he has something to discuss with you. As soon as he saw Qin Feng appear, Lu Changqing hurriedly stepped forward and took Qin Feng's arm, saying. Qin Feng frowned. He wanted to break free, but Lu Changcheng had finally gotten such an opportunity to declare his sovereignty. So how could he let Qin Feng break free so easily? He even held Qin Feng's arm tightly. In the eyes of Qin Li and his wife, this scene looked like a young couple flirting with each other. A smile appeared on his face. Because of Qin Li and his wife, Qin Feng did not struggle anymore, but instead set his eyes on Lu Yangyang. Let me talk to you, Lu Yangyang said. Good. Soon, there were only 3 people in the room. Qin Feng, Lu Yangyang, and Lu Changcheng. Lu Changcheng insisted on coming in. Qin Feng originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking about something, he nodded in agreement. Qin Feng, what do you want? Lu Yangyang, I want money, at least 200 million. Chun Feng, uk. The money will be transferred to your card in 3 days. Lu Yangyang, okay. Then, the 2 hands were held together. It's a pleasure to work with you. Is it over just like that? Lu Changcheng, who watched the meeting from beginning to end, blinked and looked at his watch. 23 seconds. This is a bit too fast. No one knew at that time that it was this seemingly trivial 23-second meeting that would create the most famous golden partnership in the world in the future. Today's meeting is also the beginning of a legendary group that will influence the direction of the world economy in the future. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you say. Lu Changcheng would not keep the questions in his heart, so he said it directly in front of the 2 of them. Also, sister, what on earth do you want to do with 200 million? 200 million. This is not just $2, but a full 200 million. Even for the Lu family, it is not an easy task to come up with this 200 million at once. Qin Feng didn't ask anything and just gave it to him directly. So straightforward, so trusting. You know, from last night until now, it has only been 24 hours. Qin Feng actually handed over 200 million to someone he had known for less than 24 hours so readily. Lu Changcheng felt like he was going crazy. I want money, I want to form a team, and I want to develop a drug that can completely cure cancer. Lu Yangyang said lightly. Sister, Lu Changcheng, who originally had many questions, was speechless for a moment. She knew very well how much Lu Yangyang had been carrying in his heart over the years. A long time ago, Lu Changqing discovered that Lu Yangyang was reading various books about cancer. Her room was filled with densely packed medicinal herbs in jars. No one agreed with her. After all, it was simply a fantasy for a layman who studied finance to cross the border and develop a problem that countless top medical experts in the world could not solve. Fortunately, she, Lu Yangyang, never needs recognition from others. No one believes in her. She has to rely on herself for everything. She longed to form a team, but for the sake of her family and its operation, she never spoke up. Finally, Qin Feng arrived. Lu Changcheng didn't know why Qin Feng was willing to help her. She wanted to know before, but now it doesn't matter anymore. This result is pretty good. From beginning to end, Qin Feng never told Lu Yangyang that the prescription and ratio of the cancer treatment medicine had already been deeply rooted in his mind. If he wanted, he could put the medicine in front of Lu Yangyang very quickly. However, Qin Feng would not do that. In Qin Feng's opinion, what he needs is a capable assistant. Lu Yangyang must rely on his own strength to overcome this hurdle. Only after he has become tempered into steel will he be qualified to become his partner. Okay, it's your turn. After finishing Lu Yangyang's business, Qin Feng's gaze fell on Lu Changcheng. Me? Lu Changcheng was stunned. How come you have a role to play? Remember what I told you before about my concept of love? You shameless bastard. Upon hearing this, Lu Changcheng's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt. Is this bastard trying to? Bastard. He didn't even choose a time when there was no one around to say it. It's so embarrassing. Hate it. Should I refuse? Or should I? Thinking of that result, Lu Changcheng's mouth suddenly became dry. Chapter 54. Better to die in honor than to live in disgrace. What do you want to do? Lu Changcheng was so nervous that he couldn't speak clearly. Especially when he mentioned the word do, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. There is an indescribable strangeness and uneasiness. You'd better stay away from me from now on. Qin Feng said. What? Lu Changcheng looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. This is so different from what I expected, isn't it? In one sentence, the evil that had just filled my mind disappeared in an instant. I will never get married again in this life. I didn't have any feelings for you before. If it was just for sex, it was still okay. But it's different now. Through these few days, I found that you are quite good, so I can't ruin you. Are you psychologically traumatized by your first 2 marriages? Lu Changcheng looked at Qin Feng with suspicion. There is a reason for this. Qin Feng nodded frankly. But there is one most important point that Qin Feng did not say. That's Xiaoqi. In his previous life, because of his bastard behavior, Xiaoqi suffered from Wang Meng's bullying and abuse, and was even sold as a commodity in the end. Later, after Qin Feng became rich, he spent countless time and money trying to find Xiaoqi, but it was always in vain. During those long decades, Qin Feng lived in deep self-blame day and night. In this life, Qin Feng would never allow Xiaoqi to suffer even the slightest bit of pain because of him. Am I beautiful? Lu Qingqing's voice came. Qin Feng was stunned. His eyes fell on Lu Qingqing's clean and flawless face, and he nodded honestly. Pretty, sexy. Lu Changcheng bent sideways, drawing a graceful arc, his eyes as clear as spring water. Sexy. Qin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. That's no problem. Lu Changcheng snapped his fingers. First, I'm still attractive to you. Second, you don't seem to have any health problems. That puts my mind at ease. Qin Feng, let me tell you, it's my right to like whoever I want, and it's also my right to pursue whoever I want. You have no right to interfere. Besides, Lu Changcheng looked Qin Feng up and down, her eyes provocative and presumptuous. I have never failed to get what I want. Whatever you want. Qin Feng was speechless in the face of Lu Qingqing's bold declaration of love. But Qin Feng didn't say anything else. Anyway, I have made my meaning clear. As for what choice Lu Changcheng will make, as Lu Changcheng said, it is none of my business. That's all I have to say. This is the maximum concession Qin Feng has made. If Lu Changcheng insists on harassing me again, Qin Feng is not a saint, and he cannot remain calm when a woman sits on his lap, especially such a sexy little wildcat. By then, Qin Feng will definitely not be polite. If he were to live his life over again, Qin Feng would never let himself down. Don't miss out on the beautiful woman who comes to your door. Little girl, how old are you? Can't you still have a little sense of shame as a girl? Lu Yangyang suddenly spoke and said to Lu Changcheng, Sister, I've grown up, and I'm not a child anymore. Lu Changcheng retorted with a somewhat unhappy tone. Big? Can it be bigger than mine? Can it be as sexy as me? Lu Yangyang did the same pose as Lu Changcheng just did. Gudong. This time, even Qin Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The moment when a holy angel suddenly transforms into a fairy is undoubtedly the most deadly temptation. At this moment, even Qin Feng could not contain the charm that Lu Yangyang released invisibly. As for Lu Changcheng, he was so envious that his eyes almost turned green. That night, Qin Feng came to the appointment. After some pleasantries, everyone got straight to the point. Hongwei, how did things go today? Lu Yin spoke. Don't mention it. Lu Hongwei, who was originally smiling, turned gloomy when he heard this. Dad, you don't know, when those people heard my name, they all ran away as if they were avoiding the plague, faster than rabbits. I've been running around all day, and, apart from the Wen family, no one is willing to lend a hand. Well, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. How could everyone present not understand this truth? However, when he heard Lu Hongwei's words, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's no wonder they do that, Lu Yun sighed. The Liang family, the Du family, the Zhua family, and the Lu family, except for the Du family, which is slightly weaker than our Lu family, any of the other three families should not be underestimated, especially the Liang family. To be honest, even without the support of the other three families, even if our Lu family was at its peak, we wouldn't be a match for the Liang family. Especially now, faced with a battle that's almost impossible to win, it's understandable that those people would retreat. After all, no one wants to see the foundation they've painstakingly built over decades destroyed. A bunch of short-sighted bastards, Lu Tianlong couldn't help but say. This time, the four major families joined forces without any warning. It was clearly premeditated. After they've dealt with our Lu family, they definitely won't let it go and will definitely attack other forces. Once the war starts, it's wishful thinking to stay out of it. Father is right, Lu Yangyang said. They may be very clear about this principle in their hearts, but after all, speculation is just speculation. Before it becomes a fact, they will always have a bit of luck in their hearts. Since no one is helping us, we have to rely on ourselves. Lu Yin said calmly. Even if we are destroyed, we must bite the enemy hard before we fall. Hongwei, you must personally attend tomorrow's bidding meeting. No matter what the cost, you must get that piece of land for me. A piece of vacant land will be auctioned at tomorrow's bidding meeting. That piece of vacant land is located in the core of the Lu family's industry. If it falls into the hands of the other party, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yes, Lu Hongwei's face was gloomy, and he looked as if he was going to burn his boats. Not only Lu Hongwei, but all the Lu family members present at the scene showed a tragic spirit of preferring to die in glory rather than live in disgrace. Excuse me, you call me here to watch you take the oath? Qin Feng touched his nose and spoke speechlessly. Svianot. All the members of the Lu family had black lines on their faces. How come you made it sound like a pyramid scheme when it was just a good mobilization meeting? Can we still have fun? The atmosphere of forging ahead and never turning back in everyone's heart was completely broken by Qin Feng's words. Mr. Qin, you. Lu Hongwei looked at Qin Feng with a distorted expression. Don't look at me. Didn't you call me here to ask me to help you come up with ideas and deal with this crisis? Qin Feng asked doubtfully. Mr. Qin means that you have a solution? Everyone present was a smart person, so they naturally understood the meaning of Qin Feng's words in an instant. All eyes were instantly focused on Qin Feng, with suspicion, nervousness, and unconcealable expectations in their eyes. You know, the clash between these top forces is a real fight, but it can't be solved with just a few tricks. Even though Qin Feng has great abilities, he is only one person after all. What kind of waves can he make? Of course, despite this, everyone still couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, it was Qin Feng who said this, a being that always creates miracles. Chapter 55, Strangling the Enemy's Vital Point. Yes, facing everyone's expectant gaze, Qin Feng nodded decisively. That one word instantly made everyone's gazes heated up. What method? Lu Hongwei was the first to speak. Wait, Qin Feng said lightly. Wait, everyone was stunned again. You mean, we can avoid this crisis by doing nothing? Lu Changqing looked at Qin Feng strangely. If it wasn't Qin Feng who said this, she would definitely think that he was a psychopath. Of course not doing nothing. Qin Feng shook his head. Brother Qin Feng, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us your solution right away. seeing Qin Feng's slow and deliberate manner. Even Lu Yongyang couldn't help himself. All right, before I tell you my plan, let me first confirm something with you. Among the 4 hostile families, how does the Liang family compare to the other 3? The Liang family? Although he didn't know what Qin Feng was up to, Lu Hongwei still answered honestly. They are very strong. Even if the other 3 families joined forces, they would only be able to fight the Liang family on equal terms at most. That's good. Qin Feng nodded. If my prediction is correct, in the next few days, the 4 major families will definitely crush the Lu family from all sides. What we have to do is to pretend to resist. Of course, even if it's fake, we must pretend it's real. The second thing, and the most important thing, brother, do you still remember the demolition of my hometown? Hometown demolition? Faced with Qin Feng's sudden change, Lu Hongwei was obviously a little unable to keep up with the rhythm and nodded after a moment. Of course I remember. The Zhang family originally planned to build a branch there, but after the Zhang family fell, no one was interested in that place anymore. Very good, then I'll start with the conclusion. Soon they will build a subway line in the Magic City, and this subway line will pass through Konoha Village. Really, as soon as Qin Feng said this, everyone present became excited. If this is true, then the Konoha Village, which no one cares about right now, is a real gold mine. If they could control it, the Lu family's power would definitely soar to a new level in a short period of time. But is this news reliable? Old Master Lu Yun has been running the business in the Magic City for decades, and his disciples are extremely well connected. Even he has not heard a single word about it. Is Qin Feng's information reliable? Absolutely reliable. Qin Feng nodded. Let's do it. After receiving Qin Feng's affirmative answer, everyone present became excited instantly. It was as if they had already seen countless banknotes flying towards them. But don't even think about it. It won't be long before the higher-ups make a decision, and the Liang family will take over this subway project. The ecstasy on everyone's face turned stiff. The ups and downs of life are so exciting. But the news hasn't come down yet. We can take control of the Konoha village before the Liang family does. Humph, this project was commissioned by the higher-ups. It's an opportunity, but also a challenge. If it's completed, there will naturally be great benefits. But what if it can't be completed? The Liang family absolutely cannot bear the consequences. So, when that time comes, if we control Konoha village, it will be equivalent to controlling the Liang family. At that time, if we tell them to go east, they will never dare to go west. They can only obey our orders. So that's it. After listening to Qin Feng's account of the whole process, everyone showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. I have to say, Qin Feng's move was very mean. It was a direct move to cut off the Liang family's financial support. This subway line project was originally an opportunity for the Liang family to achieve a surge in strength. But now, it has become their Achilles heel. As long as we control this vital point, we don't have to worry about the Liang family not surrendering. At this moment, they finally understood why Qin Feng made them wait. Wait until the 4 major families have played all their cards, and then give them a fatal blow when they think they have won. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but start looking forward to that day coming sooner. Are you still going to the bidding meeting tomorrow? Lu Hongwei asked. Go, why not? Qin Feng snorted coldly. Just let Cheng Cheng and Yang Yang go. Remember, put on a good show and act like you're going all out. Raise the price of that piece of land. If they want to strangle us, we'll slaughter them like pigs. In the end, we'll reveal our true colors. They'll have to return this land to us the same way they took it. And for free. Okay, let's do it. The 2 sisters looked impatient. Just in case something unexpected happens, I will go out early tomorrow morning and take over the Konoha village as soon as possible. Lu Hongwei said, well, the price doesn't need to be too expensive. 70 or 80,000 per household should be enough. Qin Feng said lightly. 700,000 or 800,000. Isn't that a little too little? Will the neighbors agree? Lu Hongwei felt a little unbelievable. According to the current demolition standards, a standard self-built house in the rural area will cost about 2 million yuan. Now Qin Feng has directly lowered the price to 800,000, which has directly eliminated 2/3 of the demand. Will the neighbors agree? Lu Hongwei had seen the shamelessness of those neighbors. When they saw money, they loved it more than seeing their own parents. They can't disagree. Qin Feng's eyes were a little cold. A few years ago, when the news of the demolition spread, those people were like crazy. In recent years, all kinds of extravagant things have been flying around. Basically, Every family has owed a lot of foreign debts, and they're just waiting for this demolition compensation to come in. Without this demolition compensation, it won't be long before they'll be begging on the streets. Let alone 800,000. Even if the price was lower, they would be eager to agree immediately. So that's how it is. Everyone nodded. If the truth is really as Qin Feng said, then the price of 800,000 per household is not impossible. But the price is a little too low. Thinking of this, Lu Hongwei couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic to Qin Feng's neighbors, especially those families who joined together to spend 1.4 million to buy Qin Feng's old house. He spent half his life savings, scraping together 1.4 million yuan, and bought a useless house. I'm already losing money. If I succeed in acquiring it with 800,000 yuan now, it would be equivalent to losing hundreds of thousands of yuan. But this is what they deserve. If they hadn't taken advantage of Qin Feng's family's financial hardship to add insult to injury, they wouldn't have fallen into the traps set by Qin Feng. Besides, through this period of time together, Lu Hongwei has figured out a little about Qin Feng's character. Qin Feng seems to be cold-blooded and keeps people at a distance. But in fact, he is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. If you are nice to him, he will return the favor to you. But if you want to plot against him, sorry, he will be your most terrible enemy. Chapter 56, Everything is ready. Just wait for the fish to bite. The next day, early in the morning, several people split up and acted according to the original plan. After a busy day, everyone gathered together again. How was the battle going? Qin Feng asked with a faint smile. Before he knew it, Qin Feng had become the leader of everyone present. Of course, the mission was successfully completed. Lu Changcheng said excitedly. You don't know how arrogant the representatives of the four major families were at the bidding meeting, yelling at us to surrender. If my sister hadn't stopped me, I would have taught them a lesson. Okay, let's talk about the conclusion. 200 million, Lu Yangyang took over. After we drove up the price several times, the representatives of the four major families finally bought the land for 200 million. 200 million bought us a piece of land, not bad. Qin Feng nodded and looked at Lu Hongwei and Wenchu, what about you? No problem. Lu Hongwei nodded. Mr. Qin, as you expected, the villagers of Konoha village are all overwhelmed by the debt issue. We showed up and just told them we wanted to buy the house. Before we even mentioned the price, everyone agreed. In the end, we acquired the entire Konoha village at a price of 750,000 per household. Here are the land deeds. As he spoke, Lu Hongwei took out a stack of land deeds. 750,000, 50,000 less than the plan amount. They sold their house for 750,000. They also sold the opportunity that made them rich overnight. Very good. Everyone performed very well today. Qin Feng said calmly. Now, Konoha village is in our hands. We are already invincible. However, in the next few days, everyone must not take it lightly. Either don't take action or make sure that the attack is fatal. Yes, a group of people's voices were filled with unconcealable excitement. The big net has been spread, and the next step is to wait for the fish to bite. By the way, Mr. Qin, there's one more thing I want to ask you. After finishing the business, Lu Hongwei and Wenchu looked at each other and finally couldn't help but speak. Should we sell our Yegong shares? God knows how nervous Lu Hongwei and Wenchu have been these past 2 days. If it weren't for the affairs of the four major families at the forefront of their minds, they would have probably spoken out long ago. Mainly because it's too scary. From the time they bought Yegong shares to now, a total of 2 trading days have passed. As a result, they experienced the 2 fastest and strangest daily limit increases in their lives. Every time before the market opens, no matter from which perspective, Yegong shares are in a half-dead state. But when the market opened, it was a completely different situation. Every time, the stock price hits the daily limit within 1 minute of opening. In 2 days, a huge profit of 40 points. He and Wenchu each invested 200 million yuan, and with a profit of 40 points, that would be 80 million yuan. In just 2 days, they made a net profit of 80 million. This speed of making money was something they had never dared to imagine before. No, 2 days is a bit too general. To be more precise, it should be 2 minutes. Every time it hits the daily limit within 1 minute after opening. It was like this for 2 days. This kind of stimulation and this kind of feeling made Wenchu and Lu Hongwei feel like they couldn't bear it. They are scared. As the saying goes, after a big rise, there will be a big fall. They are afraid of losing their money. Yes, a profit of 40 points in 2 days is good enough. Lu Changcheng echoed. What's the rush? Just keep holding it. Qin Feng said lightly. Oh, Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu looked at each other, with a mixture of excitement and sadness in their eyes. As expected, he is Qin Feng. Every move is extraordinary. 40 points in 2 days is not Qin Feng's goal. It seems that these anxious and exciting days will continue. What does it mean to be in pain and happy at the same time? This is it. That night, not only the Lu family, but also people in the other 3 places had trouble sleeping. How is this possible? This is simply unbelievable. Tian Jiming, owner of the Hongqiao Stock Exchange. Ishihara, the boss of Sino-Singapore Stock Exchange. Both of them have a net worth of at least 2 billion and are about to collapse these 2 days. On the night of Lu Yun's 80th birthday, they had originally invited Qin Feng to meet the next day. The purpose is naturally to make friends with and recruit Qin Feng, and use Qin Feng's abilities to further enhance the power of the two. However, on the second day, when the news of the 4 major families, including the Lu and Liang families, spread completely and affected the entire Magic City with an alarming momentum, the 2 bosses tacitly chose to cancel their original plans at the same time. After what happened last night, whether Qin Feng was willing or not, he was tied to the Lu family's chariot. And the gap between the Lu family and the 4 major families is so obvious. Although they avoided the conspiracy of the banquet, in the eyes of Tian Mingjie and Ishihara, the fate of the Lu family will not change. If they extended an olive branch to Qin Feng at this critical juncture, the 4 major families would inevitably think that they were colluding with the Lu family. It would be terrible if I were dragged into the center of the battle at that time. So, both of them tacitly chose to wait and see. But while watching the situation, the 2 of them simultaneously began to set their sights on the last stock Qin Feng chose before leaving, Yagang shares. Like Lu Hongwei and others, these 2 people tried every possible means, but still failed to determine what was special about Yagang Company, Ltd. But this stock, which seemed to have nothing unusual, hit 2 daily limits right under their noses. The 2 of them couldn't figure it out, and they could only sigh that Qin Feng's skills were superior. They were even more eager to make friends with Qin Feng, to take action or not to take action. The 2 bosses were faced with a difficult decision. A building in the center of Shanghai. This is the Liang family's base camp. Master, everything is going smoothly according to your plan. There is nothing unusual happening with the Du, Lu, and Zhuo families. A middle-aged man was reporting to Liang Dong. Very good. Keep a close eye on their every move and report to me at all times. Liang Dong said. A mere handful of trash actually dared to dream of being on par with my Liang family and living their dreams of greatness. After I've dealt with the Lu family and further devoured many other forces, I'll come back and deal with them. My Liang family not only wants to be the king of the Magic City, but also the king of the whole country. There was a hint of fanaticism in Liang Dong's eyes. Ring, 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 the phone rang. Liang Dong answered the phone. 5 minutes later. That's great, God is helping me. With a roar, Liang Dong kicked the antique vase worth millions in front of him away. The vase shattered into pieces. Millions were lost just like that, but Liang Dong didn't care at all. I didn't even bother to take a second look. Chapter 57. Someone invites you to dinner. Why not go? Master. Inside the room, the middle-aged man who looked like a butler showed curiosity on his face as he saw Liang Dong's excitement. The higher-ups are planning to build a subway in Shanghai, and the project has now fallen on our shoulders. Really, the middle-aged butler was also ecstatic. He also understood in his heart what this news meant to the Liang family. If it goes well, the Liang family's current power can at least double, and they can even expand nationwide. It seems that God is on my side. No one is going to be able to stop my Liang family from conquering the whole country. Liang Dong was obviously in high spirits at this time. Oh, right. Liang Dong finally calmed down after half an hour. 3 things. First, someone will send us the exact route of this subway line tomorrow. It's said to pass through a village. Once the information is confirmed, you'll take someone to buy that village for me. The price can be a bit higher, and it must be done quickly. Second, send an invitation to the Lu family. Tell them that I'm hosting a banquet in Royal Hall number 1 of Zixinla tomorrow, and ask them to be so kind as to attend. 3, find me 2 beauties. I'm in a good mood today and can't sleep without exercise. A series of orders were given. Invitation, banquet. Early in the morning, Lu Hongwei looked at the big red invitation in front of him with a strange expression. That's right. My master said that today is the day when the purple air comes from the east, so it's easy to hold a banquet. My master also said that opportunities are rare and will never come again. Master Lu, please come. After saying that, he left the invitation and went away. Bah, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. What's this about once missed opportunities never coming back? Isn't this just a roundabout way of saying that our Lu family will soon fall? Uncle, don't go. Are you giving him face? Lu Chengsheng said angrily. Mr. Qin, Liang Dong suddenly held a banquet at this time. Is there some kind of trap here? What kind of trap could it be? Qin Feng smiled and said, I guess the news of the construction of the subway line has been passed down. So that's it. Upon hearing this, everyone understood and couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Fortunately, they were one step ahead yesterday. I wonder what Liang Dong's expression would be when he found out that the entire village of Konoha had fallen into their hands. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel full of anticipation in their hearts. What about the banquet at noon today? Go, why not go? Qin Feng showed a puzzled expression on his face. Someone invited me to dinner. Why not go? Besides, Qin Feng said with a strange smile on his face, don't you think this is a very satisfying thing? Obviously, Liang Dong's purpose today is to show off. In that case, let's fulfill his wish. Let's praise him as much as we can today and let him show off through his heart's content. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. When he finds out tomorrow that the entire Konoha village has fallen into our hands and comes to us for help, I think the scene will be quite interesting. Looking at the sinister smile on Qin Feng's face, everyone present shuddered. I have to say, this trick of praising first and then rejecting is really vicious. They even began to feel some sympathy for Liang Dong. In that case, Mr. Qin, if you are free at noon today, let's go there together, Lu Hongwei said after pondering for a moment. Are you kidding me about the two of us? Qin Feng looked at Lu Hongwei with a strange expression. What? Is there any problem? Lu Hongwei asked puzzledly. The main thing is that the recent events have been bigger than the last and are beyond what Lu Hongwei can bear. Take the case of the 4 major families joining forces to commit this crime. If Qin Feng had not taken action, the Lu family would probably have been eaten to pieces without leaving any residue. Although Qin Feng has already stated that Liang Dong was just showing off at today's banquet. What if it was the Hongmin banquet? With Qin Feng around, Lu Hongwei at least feels a little safe. So the moment he decided to go on a date, he planned to bring Qin Feng along. The dignified patriarch of the Liang family specially hosted a banquet for us, and we only have 2 people go. Isn't that clearly showing that we look down on him? Be a kind person. Qin Feng taught earnestly. We all have to go. Not only that, spread the word and call all the Lu family members who are not working. Well, as for the excuse, just say everyone's been working hard lately, so today I'm going to give everyone a good treat. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Feng finished speaking, but there was no response for a long time. He looked over and saw Lu Hongwei, Lu Chengsheng, and others looking at him as if he were a monster. Qin Feng, you are so disgusting. Lu Chengsheng hesitated for a long time and said this. This time it was Qin Feng's turn to be speechless. Zuixinlu, Royal Hall Number 1. Liang Dong sat calmly in the main seat, with the finest incense beside him emitting a faint fragrance. A woman in Cheongsam was playing the eru with great concentration. Royal Hall Number 1 is located on the top floor of the 33rd floor of Zuixin Building. Standing by the window, it felt like the entire demon city was under my feet. It's almost there. It won't be long before I will be the only master here. Standing by the window, most of the demon city was in his sight. At this moment, Liang Dong was full of heroic spirit. Master, the Lu family is here. A voice came after a moment. Very good, bring them up. Liang Dong waved his hand. Sir, why don't you go down there yourself? There are too many of them. There was something weird in the voice. A lot of people. Liang Dong was stunned. What good is a lot of people? Could it be that the Lu family dares to openly cause trouble here? Could it be that the Lu family felt that resistance was hopeless, so they wanted to throw in the towel and take the opportunity to cause trouble? No. Anyway, sir, you'd better go down by yourself, said the trembling voice. Damn it. You can't even handle such a small thing. You're affecting my mood. I'll deal with you later. After cursing for a few times, Liang Dong stood up helplessly. After walking out of the elevator, Liang Dong was stunned when he saw the crowd of more than 100 people in front of him. Boss Liang, when I heard about your banquet, I didn't dare to delay at all. So I brought here all the people in our Lu family who have nothing to do today, just to show their support for you. Lu Hongwei shook Liang Dong's hand with a smile on his face. Ah, Liang Dong has not yet recovered from the strange scene in front of him. Boss Liang, don't worry. The brothers are very self-conscious. After saying that, Lu Hongwei turned around and spoke to the more than 100 Lu family members in front of him. Brothers, why don't you quickly thank Boss Liang for his hospitality? Thank you, Mr. Liang, for your hospitality. Thunder's cheers rang out. Okay, everyone, be more self-disciplined and don't cause trouble for Boss Liang. Find a seat for yourselves. As Lu Hongwei spoke, in less than a minute, the entire hall of Zuixinlu was filled with people in an instant. Chapter 58, I want to sick you to death. Boss Lu, after a while, Liang Dong finally reacted. He was about to speak with a strange look on his face when he was interrupted by Lu Hongwei. Boss Liang, just tell me how your brother is doing. You only need to say one word, and I will bring the entire Lu family here to support you. Just say that's enough, don't you think? Lu Hongwei said. Well, this is more than just considerate. It's so damn considerate. So much, so that at this moment, Liang Dong felt like strangling Lu Hongwei to death. However, something happened that made Liang Dong even more uncomfortable. Mr. Liang, you didn't tell me before that so many people would come. Many seats here were reserved a few days ago. Look, the lobby manager of Zuixinlu walked over and said, Zuixinlu is a well-known place in the entire Magic City and even the whole country. It is loved by wealthy people because of its fair prices and high quality. Some people even have to reserve a table a few days in advance just to have a meal here. The same is true today. But now, the entire hall was filled with people brought by Lu Hongwei, so that those who had originally reserved seats could only go to the counter to ask for an explanation. Not so many seats reserved. Before Liang Dong could say anything, Lu Hongwei spoke up, with a face full of apology. I'm sorry, Boss Liang. It seems like we haven't been considered enough. Since there isn't enough space, we won't make it difficult for you. How about we go first? We'll come back when we're free. I have to say that after Qin Feng's guidance last night, Lu Hongwei has obviously made great progress in disgusting people. This series of attacks left Liang Dong's face full of veins. Damn it, damn it. Liang Dong wanted to fight Lu Hongwei to the death at this moment. Does he dare to let Lu Hongwei go? What a joke. Lu Hongwei has made such a big scene. If he just walks away, Liang Dong will become the laughing stock of the entire Magic City tomorrow. Look at how poor you are. You can't even afford a meal. Therefore, although he was filled with hatred in his heart, Liang Dong had to force an ugly smile on the surface. Boss Lu, you're joking. Just as Boss Lu said, since I'm hosting a banquet, the more people come, the more face I give Liang Dong. As he spoke, Liang Dong looked at the lobby manager standing beside him and said, I'll take care of the entire Zuixinlu today. I'll compensate you for all your losses today. Okay then, I wish you a pleasant meal. Seeing that Liang Dong had said so much, the lobby manager tactfully took his leave. Royal Hall Number 1, on the top floor of Zuixin Tower. Chung Chung, Yang Yang, Mr. Qin, eat as much as you can. Don't be polite. Just treat this place as your own home. Boss Liang is not an outsider. Waiter, give me a few bottles of 1982 La Fight. Lu Hongwei greeted warmly. With Qin Feng's advance instructions, Lu Changsheng, Lu Yangyang and others did not show any courtesy and started working hard as soon as they sat down at the table. He looks like a person who is oblivious to the world outside and only cares about eating. Sister, this Australian lobster tastes great. Try it. Qin Feng, come here. Didn't you say you had some fried dough sticks this morning and your stomach felt a bit greasy? Here, have some 1982 La Fight to moisten your throat first. Uncle, this DeLong beef tastes just average. I'll give it to you. A group of key figures of the Lu family sat together, eating, drinking, laughing, and chatting, looking very happy. On the contrary, Liang Dong sat alone in the main seat, and no one paid any attention to him, as if he was an outsider. Boss Liang, why don't you eat? Don't be polite. Come and eat as much as you want. Lu Hongwei took a break from his busy schedule and greeted Liang Dong. Damn it, Liang Dong cursed in his heart again. At this point, he had to speak up. He had come here today to show off and discuss Lu Hongwei and the others. But given the current situation, if he didn't speak up, he wondered if he would be angered to death by this group of people. Boss Lu, although we are good friends at this point, as your elder brother, I have to give you a word of advice. Well, go ahead and talk. I am listening. Lu Hongwei didn't even raise his head as he kept swinging his knife at the big lobster in front of him. The veins on Liang Dong's face became more obviously ferocious. Boss Lu, a man of insight, is a wise man. The current situation is clear. Your Lu family is no match for us. No matter how hard you resist, it will be in vain and will only damage the harmony between us brothers. If you admit defeat now and hand over the Lu family's assets to us, I can arrange for you to have some idle positions in the company. The salary will definitely be negotiable. Let your mother go. Lu Changcheng blurted out this curse word almost without thinking, but was blocked by Qin Feng at the last moment. Boss Liang's proposal is quite good. If we continue to fight, we will only lose anyway. Rather than ending up with nothing, it's better to surrender now. Didn't Boss Liang say that he could give us some sinecures? Although we won't become rich, at least our future life will be secure, right? Qin. Lu Changcheng looked at Qin Feng in confusion. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Liang Dong again. This young man is absolutely right. Liang Dong was about to speak when he was interrupted by Qin Feng again. Boss Liang, you just said we can ask for whatever salary we want, so I won't be polite. Actually, we don't ask for much. Look, there are 5 of us here, and each of us doesn't ask for much in monthly salary. 100 million per person is fine. As for those people below, I'll just give them 10 million per month. Don't worry, once we get our wages, we will definitely work hard. Qin Feng said it casually, but everyone present was terrified when they heard it. Damn, how dare you speak like that? It's not much, just 100 million per person. There are 5 people here. Lu Hongwei, Lu Changcheng, Lu Tianlan, Lu Yangyang, and Qin Feng. 1 month's salary is a full 500 million yuan. Adding the employees below, to make it a whole, there are 100 people, and each person earns 10 million, which means 1 billion a month. Adding it all together, that's 1.5 billion in wages per month. 1 month is enough to drain all the Liang family's working capital. 2 months is enough to make the Liang family completely bankrupt. Boss Liang, this request is not excessive, right? Qin Feng added lightly. Fuck you. Liang Dong almost vomited blood. Isn't this too much? This is simply murderous, isn't it? Pucci, before Liang Dong could react, Lu Changcheng and Lu Yangyang, 2 younger generations with less self-control, couldn't help laughing out loud. The silver bell-like laughter resounded throughout the box. Chapter 59, The Miserable Liang Dong. Enough. Liang Dong, who could no longer bear it, finally exploded. It seems that you are ready to make a last-ditch effort, right? In that case, don't blame us for being rude. Liang Dong sneered. I might as well tell you that starting tomorrow, we will launch an all-out attack on you. 1. Take away all your partners. 2. Cut off all your supply sources. 3. Poach all the people from your company. I want to see how long you can hold out like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Since you want to poach all our people, why not start with us first? As I said, 100 million per person per month. How about it? Lu Changcheng interrupted. Liang Dong, who was ferocious just now felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a dead mouse. He chose to ignore Lu Qingqing's words. Oh, I forgot to tell you that your city-state project number 1 has now fallen into our hands, along with that piece of land. What do you think I should do with it? How about just building a public restroom? Wouldn't that make things a lot more convenient for your employees? Building a toilet in the center of the Lu family's main industry. I am afraid that when the toilet is completed, the entire Lu family will become a laughingstock. At this moment, Liang Dong finally tasted the taste of a comeback. Don't blame me. I gave you a chance just now, but you just didn't live up to it. When your entire Lu family disappears completely, you will know how ridiculous your so-called death struggle today is. People sometimes need to face reality. By that time, you'll have nothing left, and I will take action against you again, haha. And you, Liang Dong turned his gaze to Qin Feng. You're Qin Feng, right? Even if you were as smart as a demon, what can you do? A mere ant dares to ruin my plan. After I deal with the Lu family, I will make sure you experience what it means to be unable to live or die. At this moment, Liang Dong finally tasted the taste of turning the tables. Even if you're sharp-tongued, what can you do? I'll crush you squarely and squarely. Even if you refuse to accept it, even if you're filled with immense resentment and anger, what can you do to me? Liang Dong's triumphant laughter echoed throughout the room. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Liang Dong stopped laughing. At this moment, he realized belatedly that the scene seemed a little too quiet. Looking around, there was no anger, no sadness, no despair in everyone's eyes looking at him, but instead a hint of pity and full of expectation. What's going on? Liang Dong was stunned and didn't wait for him to react. Come on, Qin Feng waved his fist at him. Come on, you will definitely succeed. Lu Yangyang gave a thumbs up. You are the best. Lu Changchang took a bite of the lobster and said incoherently, damn it, this is totally against the rules. In his imagination, facing his provocation, even if Lu Hongwei and others were not furious, they should be desperate and sad, right? In the scene before my eyes, Liang Dong was completely confused. The next hour was nothing less than a nightmare for Liang Dong. He tried to provoke, ridicule, and even defeat Qin Feng and others from various angles and detail. However, what made him helpless was that, faced with his various methods, Qin Feng and others initially gave him symbolic words of encouragement, but later chose to ignore him and began to feast on the food, talking to each other from time to time and laughing frequently. He simply treated Liang Dong as air. Finally, I don't know how long it took. I'm full. Qin Feng burped first. How's everyone's food? I'm full. Lu Chengsheng and others showed uncomfortable expressions as if they were overfed. Okay, Boss Liang, we're leaving. Thank you for your hospitality, and I wish you a happy life. After leaving these words, Qin Feng led everyone out of sight. Fuck. After Qin Feng and the others left, Liang Dong's anger, which he had suppressed for a long time, finally broke out completely. With a curse word, he kicked the chair in front of him away, then overturned the table and started smashing things around in the house. After Liang Dong calmed down, the lobby manager who had disappeared for a long time came in. Faced with the mess in the room, his expression didn't change at all. Hello, Mr. Liang. Your total spending is 9.82 million. Was it cash or card? What? Even though he was fully prepared to be ripped off, Liang Dong was still frightened by the huge amount of money for the meal. Why is it so expensive? Hello, sir. Every dish you have consumed has detailed data at the front desk. In addition, every item in this house was personally arranged by our boss, with a total value of 5 million. Of course, there's no detailed data, but if you have any objections, I'll report your situation, and our boss will explain it to you personally. No need. Liang Dong's pupil shrank slightly. Being able to build a Zuixinlu in the Magic City where every inch of land is valuable, and having it stand for so many years, the boss behind this Zuixinlu must be no ordinary person. What makes Liang Dong even more wary is that this Zuixinlu is just a branch. There are Zuixinlu in many first and second-tier cities, such as Beijing and Shenzhen. If the Liang family can be called a giant in Shanghai, then the boss behind Zuixinlu is definitely a big shot who could be ranked among the best in the whole country. If we really offend that big boss because of these 5 million, it will definitely be more trouble than it is worth. Oomph. I'll let you be proud for a few more days. It won't be long before I make you all kneel on the ground and beg me. When swiping the card, Liang Dong's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. Today I really ended up losing more than I gained. He originally wanted to show off and disgust Lu Hongwei and the others instantly, but who would have thought that instead of disgusting the others, he ended up being disgusted himself. Damn it, find me a few more students. Liang Dong's angry voice rang out that night. A sleepless night. The next day, Liang Dong fell ill. Due to excessive exhaustion, he spent most of the day in the emergency room before he barely recovered. Mr. Liang, your delivery is flowers from the Lu family. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Damn it, Liang Dong felt like he was about to collapse again. Revenge. I must take revenge. Liang Dong woke up again and roared madly. That is, from this day on, the Liang family, the Zhua family, the Lu family, and the Du family directly launched a full-scale counterattack against the Lu family. This is a cruel financial war. As Liang Dong said, their attack on the Lu family was all-round. In just 3 days, half of the Lu family's physical industries were paralyzed. Although the Lu family tried to resist during this process, everything was in vain in the face of absolute strength. Chapter 60 Liang Dong's Second Banquet. Despair, tremble, this is what you get for offending me. Liang Dong showed a smug smile on his face as he watched the businesses that originally belonged to the Lu family go bankrupt one after another or were transferred to his own name. Ding ling ling, the cell phone rang. Liang Dong took out his cell phone, and when he saw the familiar phone number on it, his breathing couldn't help but become heavier. The person on the other end of the phone was the person he sent to acquire Konoha Village. Finally done. From today on, my Liang family will soar into the sky. Liang Dong answered the phone while suppressing his inner excitement. Boss, something big has happened. As soon as the phone was connected, the voice on the other end made the smile on Liang Dong's face freeze. Stay calm. I've taught you so many times that you must stay calm when encountering things. Our Liang family will have a big stage in the future. If you continue to be so flustered, how can I be at ease to delegate power to you in the future? Liang Dong had a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Are those villagers asking for exorbitant prices? Didn't I tell you? Don't be blinded by the petty gains in front of you. Always look forward. As long as our Liang family wins this subway project, no one in the entire Magic City will be able to stop us. They're just a bunch of unsophisticated people who have never seen the world. How much can they ask for? 3 or 4 million at most. If they want it, just give it to them. Does our Liang family need this little money? At this moment, Liang Dong acted like a man who was rich enough to rival a country. No, boss, the entire village was bought out 3 days ago, came a voice from the other end of the phone. What the hell? Liang Dong, who had just advised his men to stay calm, shuddered when he heard this and almost dropped his phone. How could this happen? Could it be that someone leaked the news in advance? Liang Dong was suddenly confused. However, now is obviously not the time to think about this issue. No matter who it is, you must find that person for me immediately. No matter what the cost, you must buy the village back for me. Liang Dong made the decision instantly. Boss, this might be a bit difficult. It doesn't matter if it's difficult. I have to get that village for me, even if I have to spend a lot of money. Liang Dong said in a serious tone. This subway line is certainly the starting point for the Liang family's rise, but this is under the condition that it is done well. If it is not done well, the Liang family will have to consider whether they can withstand the anger of the higher-ups. Boss, the person who acquired my village is named Qin Feng, and the entire acquisition plan was personally handled by Lu Hongwei and Wen Shu. Crack! Liang Dong was dumbfounded. The phone fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. How could this happen? How could this happen? Liang Dong collapsed on the sofa as if he had lost his mind. The complacency and ambition he had felt in the past few days had long since disappeared. He knew very well what Qin Feng's control of Konoha village meant to him. It can be said that it has directly strangled his lifeline. But how did Qin Feng know this inside information? He had specifically investigated Qin Feng's background, and everything was just as Liang Zheng had said at the banquet. Qin Feng's ancestors for 3 generations were all farmers, so he had no background to speak of. Even though he was extremely intelligent, the construction of the subway line was a highly confidential matter, and he had no way of guessing it. Could it be that he really has the ability to predict the future? Thinking of the rumors about Qin Feng, Liang Dong's uneasiness in his heart continued to grow. An hour later, someone come here, Liang Dong said with a gloomy face. Send an invitation to the Lu family, saying that I'm hosting a banquet at Zuixinla tomorrow at noon, and ask them to come. When he said this, Liang Dong wanted to die. Damn it. The scene at the banquet 3 days ago kept appearing in his mind. It almost became his nightmare. Who would have thought that such a nightmare would have to happen again? Moreover, it was my own initiative. It's like knowing that someone's going to tease you, but not only can you not hide, you have to take the initiative to greet them with a smile. Do you feel aggrieved and uncomfortable? On the other hand, Qin Feng naturally knew the purpose of Liang Dong's invitation again, so he happily accepted it without saying anything. This time was different from the last time. This time, Liang Dong was waiting at the door of Zuixinla early. When he saw the huge crowd of more than 100 people, even though he was prepared, Liang Dong couldn't help but feel dizzy. He pinched his thigh hard to prevent himself from fainting, forced a bitter smile on his face, and greeted Liang Dong enthusiastically. Boss Liang, we meet again. Is it still the same old rules today? I understand. As soon as they met, Lu Hongwei didn't give Liang Dong any chance to speak. After 2 opening remarks, he waved his hand, and more than 100 employees under him rushed into the lobby of Zuixinlu. In an instant, it was full and full again. This familiar picture and scene made Liang Dong's blood boil, especially when he saw some employees even holding the packing bags directly. The veins on his face seemed to burst. I must endure it. Liang Dong followed, while constantly encouraging himself. It only took a short while. When Liang Dong entered the Royal Hall No. 1, all the members of the Lu family had returned to their seats and started drinking happily. Boss Liang, come on, come and sit down. Don't be polite. Lu Hongwei greeted Liang Dong warmly when he saw him appear. Okay. Liang Dong nodded with a smile, resisting the urge to bite his teeth. Without a doubt, it was another banquet that everyone enjoyed. Are you all full? Qin Feng asked after a long time. I'm full. Lu Chengsheng and others rubbed their round bellies. Let's go. Qin Feng waved his hand, and everyone prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Seeing that Qin Feng and others were about to leave, Liang Dong finally couldn't sit still anymore. To be honest, I called you all here today because I have a small matter to discuss with you, Liang Dong said with a shy smile. Tell me about it. Seeing the situation develop to this point, Qin Feng and others were too lazy to pretend. They squeezed themselves into the seats, crossed their legs, and looked at Liang Dong calmly. This look is as arrogant as it can be, and it deserves a beating as much as it deserves a beating. This scene is exactly the same as the one a few days ago. The past is gone, and things and people have changed. This huge gap made Liang Dong want to die. That's right. Liang Dong, calm down. Our Liang family is planning to set up a branch, and we even asked a master to calculate a location for us. What a coincidence. It happens to be the village you acquired a few days ago. Liang Dong lied with his eyes open. Chapter 61. Liang Dong holds a third banquet, cedes land, and pays compensation to apologize. At this time, Liang Dong still had a glimmer of hope, imagining that Qin Feng and others didn't know about the subway line. But as soon as he said it, Liang Dong knew he was wrong. Led by Qin Feng, everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. Last chance, speak nicely, Qin Feng said lightly. Damn, Liang Dong cursed in his heart, and his last bit of hope was completely shattered. Tell me, how can you transfer Konoha village to me? That's right. Qin Feng nodded with a smile. But since your Liang family, Lu family, Zhou family, and Du family are allied, even if we put forward conditions, you alone can't make up your mind. How about this? Tonight, you set up a table here, invite the other 3 families, and we can have a frank and honest talk. After saying that, Qin Feng didn't give Liang Dong any chance to speak and just left. Gao Liang Dong Guset again. How could he, being as cunning as he is, not know what Qin Feng meant? Now his life is in the hands of the other party. When the negotiation comes tonight, no matter what conditions Qin Feng proposes, he will have to nod his head with a pinch of his nose. This will inevitably affect the interests of the other 3 families. By then, this alliance will inevitably collapse. There is even a high possibility that the Liang family will offend the other 3 families because of this. Damn it. Although angry, he felt helpless. That night, Qin Feng, Lu Hongwei, and Lu Yangyang kept the appointment. When the 3 of them arrived, the patriarchs of the 4 major families had all arrived. Seeing Qin Feng's appearance, the patriarchs of the other 3 families, except Liang Dong, all showed hostility on their faces. After all, if it weren't for Qin Feng, the Lu family would have already become their prey. But because of Qin Feng, not only did the plan that had been prepared for a long time fail, but the 3 of them also had to stay in there for a whole day. This incident has almost become a laughing stock in the entire Magic City. Okay, everyone is here. Lao Yang, why did you ask us to come here tonight? Zhou Songxing from his Zhou family was the first to speak. Could it be that the Lu family wants to make peace? I don't think that's necessary. A centipede is still alive even after death. Since we have decided to take action, we will never give the enemy any chance to breathe, Du Xianfeng said coldly. As Lu Hongwei's former best friend, he now wants to completely destroy the Lu family the most. After all, once the Lu family recovers, it's hard to say what will happen to the other 3 families, but Lu Hongwei will definitely be the first to target him. Asshole! As soon as Du Xianfeng opened his mouth, Lu Hongwei couldn't sit still. I was really blind to make friends with a bastard like you. Oof. The business world is like a battlefield. Either you die or I live. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being too naive. Du Xianfeng sneered. You. Lu Hongwei was about to refute, but was interrupted by Qin Feng. Don't worry, he will cry soon. After being reminded by Qin Feng, Lu Hongwei finally regained his composure and looked at Du Xianfeng with an inexplicable smile on his face. Du Xianfeng felt a chill in his heart when he saw that look. Lao Yang, say something. What is your purpose in calling us here today? Lu Dachuan said lightly. I, stared at by the patriarchs of the 3 major families. Liang Dong suddenly found it difficult to speak. Let me say it, Qin Feng said lightly. To be honest, for a business tycoon that once had a fortune of 500 billion, today's scene is just like a child playing in the mud, boring and uninteresting. If it weren't for Lu Hongwei, Qin Feng wouldn't even bother to take a second look. At this moment, seeing Liang Dong's conflicted look, Qin Feng finally couldn't help it. It's not a big deal, let's make it short. Boss Liang and I had a brief discussion over the past 2 days and came to a few conclusions. 1. Within 1 day, return all the Lu family's resources and connections that you have previously robbed. Second, The piece of land you won at the bidding meeting will be transferred unconditionally to the Lu family. Third, this time the four families' joint attack has had a serious impact on the reputation of our Lu family. Therefore, you need compensation. Considering that we are all developing in the Magic City, we won't ask for much. 10 billion will be enough. I want this bastard to kneel down and kowtow to me and admit his mistake. Lu Hongwei pointed at Du Xianfeng and said, gritting his teeth. What? Qin Feng and Lu Hongwei's words instantly caused an uproar on the scene. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Dachuan, Du Xianfeng, and Zhui Songxing immediately triggered a series of laughter. Are you guys crazy? Now you have lost all ability to resist. Your destruction is inevitable, and you still want us to cede land, pay compensation, and apologize. Lu Dachuan sneered. Although you have made a little name for yourself by relying on your father, it seems now that you are nothing but a waste. Zhui Songxing looked at Lu Hongwei with contempt in his eyes. You still want me to kneel down and apologize? Du Xianfeng went even further. Since you've said so much, I'll also be honest with you. Considering our past friendship, after your Lu family is destroyed, I will leave you a job cleaning toilets in my company. I guarantee you won't starve to death. But the prerequisite is that you kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times, and then call me Grandpa 100 times. The three patriarchs were furious. I can agree to the first two conditions, but isn't this 1 billion in compensation and asking boss due to apologize a bit too much? A gloomy voice suddenly sounded. What? As soon as these words came out, the three clan leaders were stunned for a moment. After they reacted, they looked at Liang Dong with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Lao Yang, were you sick yesterday and your mind is confused? Now we have all the advantages and the Lu family is about to be destroyed. Why should we admit defeat? Duc Xiaofeng question. I have my reasons for making this decision. There's no need to explain it to you. It would have been fine if Du Xianfeng hadn't mentioned his illness last night, but as soon as he mentioned it, Liang Dong's expression became noticeably gloomier. Boss Liang, it was you who proposed the alliance in the first place. Now that we are about to achieve victory, you suddenly want to quit? Are you kidding me? Lu Dachuan said with a gloomy face. Boss Liang, you need to give us an explanation for this matter. Zhui Songxing said coldly. The three of them stared at Liang Dong intently. If they were not afraid of the Liang family's strength, they would have gone up and fought Liang Dong to the death. Damn, I don't know how much energy and money they have spent on this family war during this period of time. After all, if you want to dig away the connections and resources that originally belonged to the Lu family, you have to spend real money, including bribing Lu Qingming. Now, it's finally time to reap the fruits of victory, and you suddenly tell us you don't want to play anymore? It would be fine if I didn't play, but I also wanted to spit out all the benefits I'd gained during this period of time. Isn't this just teasing people? Seeing the internal strife among the four major families, Qin Feng, Lu Hongwei, and Lu Yangyang became outsiders. They sat aside, cracking melon seeds and watching the show with a smile. Chapter 62, No Choice, you have to agree. I, Liang Dong, don't need to report to anyone when I do things. Liang Dong said with a stiff upper lip. The main thing is that there is no way to explain this. The main reason is that the subway line issue is too big. If these three major families know the inside story, they will inevitably get involved, and then things will only get worse. Okay. The three family heads were almost mad with anger at Liang Dong. They exchanged glances and said, all right, since your Liang family has no intention of fighting again, then what does it matter if you're gone? We've got the Lu family for sure. No. Liang Dong spoke again. You can't touch the Lu family. Liang Dong, don't go too far. The three clan leaders roared in unison. You have money and you are willful. If you don't want to play, we won't stop you. Now you don't want to play and you won't let us play. This is too much. In short, you can't touch the Lu family. Anyone who does will be an enemy of our Liang family. Today you have to agree whether you agree or not. If you don't agree, you have to think about whether you can afford the combined efforts of the Liang and Lu families. This one sentence instantly extinguished the anger of the three clan leaders. Originally, if the three families joined forces, they could at most tie with the Liang family. What if the Lu family is included? If they really start fighting, the current Lu family will be the same as them tomorrow. Okay, Liang Dong, you're really brave. I, Lu Dachuan, will remember this account today. Lu Dachuan spoke first with a gloomy expression. Although Zhui Songxing and Du Xianfeng on the side did not say anything, their equally angry and murderous eyes were not concealed at all. Faced with this scene, Liang Dong was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Everything in front of you has to give way to any subway line. Seeing that he had dealt with the three clan leaders, Liang Dong looked at Qin Feng. Okay, let's continue the discussion. I still say the same thing. I can agree to the first two conditions, but the last two are impossible. This is my bottom line. No wonder Liang Dong didn't agree. It was really because Qin Feng's asking price was too high. Although their Liang family was powerful, its total value today was only about 4 billion. If 10 billion is taken out at once, half of the Liang family's industry will be paralyzed. And making Du Xianfeng kneel down is even more difficult. Although the Du family's power is not as great as his Liang family, it is still considered a big boss. Kneeling down to someone is a great humiliation. Mr. Liang, please don't refuse so firmly. As the saying goes, if you have green mountains, you won't be short of firewood. Besides, isn't the so-called bottom line meant for people to trample on? You, Liang Dong glared at Qin Feng angrily. Mr. Liang, I'll give you 5 minutes. I think it would be better for you to make a phone call to discuss it. Qin Feng said softly. Liang Dong's expression was shocked. He looked at Qin Feng deeply, but in the end he said nothing. He walked out of the private room and came to a remote corner. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Is it done? I spent a lot of effort to get this opportunity for you. A voice came from the other side. Cousin, something unexpected happened. The village was acquired by someone else in advance. Liang Dong carefully told him about Qin Feng's situation. You piece of crap. You can't even do such a small thing. You're such a fucking piece of crap. Someone on the other end of the phone roared angrily. As the cousin of the person on the other end of the phone, Liang Dong could only smile cautiously and didn't even dare to interrupt the other party's scolding. It is hard to imagine that Liang Dong, who could shake the earth with just a stomp of his feet in Shanghai, would one day appear so servile in front of another person. After cursing for more than a minute, the anger on the other end of the phone finally eased a little. Promise him. But Liang Dong was interrupted just as he was about to speak. I said agree to it. Isn't it just 10 billion? Here, no matter what conditions he puts forward, you must agree to it. The construction of this subway line involves far more things than you can imagine. If it doesn't work out, not only you, but also me will be implicated. Promise him that after I'm done with the things at hand, I will go and meet that Qin Feng in person. Does he really think that my Liang family's things are easy to take? Whatever he took from us today, I will make him pay it back 10-fold or 100-fold. Yes. With the assurance from the other end of the phone, Liang Dong finally made up his mind. It seems that everything is about to end. Qin Feng snapped his fingers and said as he looked at Liang Dong walking in with a gloomy face. I agree to all 4 of your conditions. No. Before Qin Feng could speak, Du Xianfeng beside him could no longer sit still. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to spit out what he had eaten, he could still bear it. But asking him to kneel down and kowtow to Lu Hongwei to admit his mistake was absolutely impossible. You have no right to refuse, Liang Dong said coldly. I've made this clear today. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize, and this matter will be completely over. If you don't apologize, then wait for the Du family to be destroyed. Du Xianfeng stared at Liang Dong intently. From Liang Dong's eyes, he knew that Liang Dong was serious this time. Again, if he doesn't agree, today's Lu family will be tomorrow's Du family. The only difference is that the Lu family somehow got a chance to turn things around. The Du family's foundation is far inferior to that of the Lu family. Once they are targeted, there is only one word: death. Anger, unbearableness, helplessness, and hatred made Du Xianfeng's body tremble violently. After a stalemate of more than a minute, Du Xianfeng finally made a decision. Plop! Du Xianfeng knelt directly at Lu Hongwei's feet. I was wrong. Please forgive me. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Hongwei to react, Du Xianfeng kowtowed 3 times. Alas, looking at his old friend kneeling at his feet, Lu Hongwei somehow felt that the hatred in his heart suddenly disappeared in an instant. He even had a feeling of reflection, wondering if he had gone too far. Qin Feng rolled his eyes helplessly when he noticed Lu Hongwei's reaction. This guy is really hopeless. Business war is like a battlefield. It's either you die or I live. If they hadn't caught Liang Dong's vital point this time, their fate would have been even worse than that of the Du family. Who will pity them then? As the head of a family, especially when the lives of hundreds of people are at stake, everyone can be soft-hearted, but Lu Hongwei must never be. Moreover, Qin Feng can be 100% sure that after today, if the Liu family continues to be powerful, it will be fine. But once the Liu family declines and the Du family finds an opportunity, Du Xianfeng will definitely not hesitate to completely eradicate the Liu family, to wash away today's shame. Okay, since we have almost finished discussing everything, we will take our leave first. You guys can chat slowly. Qin Feng gave Lu Hongwei and Lu Chengsheng a wink, and the three of them left the private room. As for the specific details of compensation and who should pay how much, let them discuss it themselves. As the three of them left the box, Lu Hongwei's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 63, A Bet of 500 million. Lu Hongwei took out his phone, and it was Wen Chu calling. After answering the phone, "Brother, I was just hesitating whether to call you. There's a good..." Before Lu Hongwei could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wen Chu. "Brother, something big has happened." "What happened?" Lu Hongwei was stunned, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. "Alas, I can't explain it clearly right now. Where are you? I'll go find you now." "Oh, right. Mr. Qin is with you, right?" "Here." Lu Hongwei reported his location while still feeling puzzled. 10 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class carrying Wen Chu appeared in front of them. "Brother, what happened?" Lu Hongwei couldn't help but ask when he saw Wen Chu appear. "Are you trying to talk about the Kong Group's challenge to Jubiozai?" Qin Feng asked. "Mr. Qin, you are so amazing that you can even predict this?" Wen Chu looked at Qin Feng in shock. "Fuck your predictions. This has already become the #1 trending search." Qin Feng cursed and laughed as he showed his mobile phone. Sure enough, there was a title at the top of the hot search list. Breaking news. Kang's group suddenly issued a challenge to Jubiozai, a bet of over 500 million. The number of comments below the article continues to set new records. "Oh my god, the war between the Liu family and the four major families hasn't ended yet. Why is the Kong group fighting with Jubiozai again? 500 million is at stake. Damn it, I'm only making $200 a day. How long will it take me to earn 500 million? Everything has a cause and an effect." Brothers, according to the spies out front, the reason the Kong group suddenly sent out this letter of challenge in the middle of the night is because just an hour ago, Wen Chu, the young master of Jubiozai, and his fiancée, Kong Qing, the young master of the Kong group, were caught in bed together at a hotel. Unhappy about being cuckolded, Kong Qing was so furious that he made this shocking bet. "Holy crap, is this real? Any pictures? Any videos? Let me check the size." It turned out that since the last time the Kong group failed to frame Wen Chu, they were defeated by Wen Chu with evidence and suffered a great loss, which also affected the reputation of the entire Kong group. In addition, in recent days, Jubiozai has used the original copy of Lanting Su to directly attract a large number of collectors and has almost arbitrarily taken away the vast majority of Kong Group's customers. If it continues like this, the Kong Group will go bankrupt in no time. After 2 or 3 days of silence, the Kong Group faced this challenge. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, the Kong Group will hold an exhibition. It's said that there will be over 1,000 exhibits, including Emperor Qianlong's authentic painting of Songyang Hanbai II, a Changhua Doucai chicken cup, and a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain painting of Giguzi descending the mountain. Not only that, the Kong Group has also announced that all venues will be open tomorrow, providing free services to collectors. No handling fees will be charged for buying or selling. And the Kong Group is using these 3 amazing treasures as a bet to challenge our Jubiozai. The limit is 3 hours, and each family has to invest 10 million. Whoever buys the most valuable antique within these 3 hours wins. If they lose, they will give us these 3 antiques. If we lose, we will have to hand over the original copy of a Lanting preface to them. Fuck, isn't this obviously cheating? After hearing the whole story, Lu Hongwei was furious. All the items in the exhibition have been handled by them. I'm afraid they have already verified which ones are real and which ones are fake countless times. We can't fight back. This is clearly a trap. Once you jump in, you can't get out. Lu Hongwei snorted coldly. I'm afraid we can't refuse the challenge. Lu Yangyang frowned and said, "Uncle, look." Lu Yangyang opened the internet and saw information about the bet everywhere. The entire internet is talking about this right now. If we don't respond, wouldn't that indirectly prove to everyone that we're afraid of the Kong Group? Wouldn't that also prove that our appraisers aren't as good as the Kong Group? Auctioneers are most concerned with reputation. Once collectors feel you're no longer good enough, you're not far from being truly undone. Those onlookers don't care whether this bet is fair or not. They only care about the outcome. If we don't accept the challenge, it means we're cowards, afraid, and admitting defeat. The Kong group is using the power of public opinion to force us to fight. But you can't jump into a fire pit even though you know it's a fire pit, right? Lu Hongwei frowned. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, Wen Chu's cell phone rang. The phone is connected. The smug laugh of Kong Qing, the young master of Kong group, came from the other end of the phone. How about it, Mr. Wen? Are you interested in coming over to play tomorrow? I heard that you just replaced a group of chief appraisers a few days ago. I think they must be very powerful. Fuck. Wen que curse directly. As soon as Kong Qing opened his mouth, he rubbed salt into Wen Chu's wounds. It was an absolute shame that the 4 chief appraisers of Jubiozai betrayed them together. Now Kong Qing brought up the old matter again, which was clearly a provocation. Oh, you're angry already. Let me tell you one more thing. You don't know. In order to let Master Wen have a good time, my men and I have really cultivated Yang Lulu for a while, huh? Fuck. The veins on Wen Chu's face were about to burst. Haha. By the way, when you come tomorrow, remember to bring Qin Feng with you. Tomorrow, I will teach him a lesson on what a dog is and what a human is. After saying that, Kong Qing hung up the phone without waiting for Wen Chu to react. Bang! The next second, Wen Chu smashed the phone to pieces. Brother, don't be provoked by him. You can't go to the gambling game tomorrow. If you don't go, even if your reputation is temporarily damaged, it won't harm the overall situation. The overall situation is the most important. Lu Hongwei said, Why not go? Qin Feng said lightly. When Qin Feng said this, everyone present was stunned. Mr. Qin, Wen Chu was about to speak. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Since the Kong group wants to play, let's play with them. Originally, Qin Feng didn't intend to argue with Kong Qing, but now that the war has come to him, how can he not fight? You know, Qin Feng's achievements in treasure appraisal in his previous life were no less than those of the world's top appraisers. More importantly, in a memory of the previous life, the Yuan blue and white porcelain of Guguzi going down the mountain has always been collected by that old friend. Given the old friend's strange temper, how could he possibly sell it? In other words, what Kong Group has now is definitely a fake. They prepared for the exhibition with great fanfare and carried out the gambling with great fanfare, but in the end, what they bought at a high price turned out to be a fake. If I reveal it at the exhibition, the scene will be very interesting. Okay, Wen Chu, who was already feeling very aggrieved, was instantly cheered up after receiving Qin Feng's assurance. Although he didn't know how Qin Feng would turn the situation around when it was completely unfavorable to his side, based on his trust in Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng said it was okay, then it must be okay. Fuck him. Wen Chu waved his fist vigorously. After saying goodbye to a few people, Qin Feng returned to the hospital. Although they bought a new house with fine decoration, it still needed some minor modifications. Therefore, Qin Feng and Xiao Qi still stayed in the hospital these days. As a VVIP ward, the ward is over 100 square meters, which is more than enough to accommodate Qin Feng's family of 4. Chapter 64, I'll give you $5. Please spend it sparingly. My beautiful and lovely Xiaoqi, Daddy is back. Qin Feng walked into the ward with a smile. Oomph. Facing Qin Feng's greeting, the usually well-behaved and cute Qin Chi acted out of character this time, pouting and turning her back to Qin Feng. Hey, who is so brave as to mess with my little princess? Tell Dad, and he will deal with him. Qin Feng came in front of Xiaoqi and asked with a shameless face. It's you. Xiaoqi pointed at Qin Feng angrily. Do you know I've been waiting for you for a long time? Qin Feng was stunned. This little girl has been waiting for you since school was over, and she even mysteriously said she had prepared a big gift for you. But you didn't come back after waiting for a long time. Qin Yuan on the side explained with a smile. Wow, I'm so happy. My Xiaoqi actually prepared a gift for Daddy. I was wondering why the weather is so good today. Why are the flowers so fragrant? Why is my little princess so pretty? Come, Daddy will reward you with a sweet kiss. As he said that, Qin Feng opened his big mouth and pushed Qin Chi directly. It stinks. Qin Chi wiped her face in disgust. That's right, let the stinky dad smell the fragrance of Xiaoqi. Qin Feng said with a shameless smile. Okay, I forgive you. This won't happen again. Qin Chi couldn't resist Qin Feng's sugar-coated bullet and hugged Qin Feng's neck. I have to. Qin Feng patted his chest loudly. So what gift did my little princess prepare for her father? Qin Feng asked. I won't tell you. You will know tomorrow. In short, you will definitely be satisfied. Qin Chi said mysteriously. Okay. Qin Feng put on a helpless look, which made Xiao Qi laugh triumphantly again. On the hospital bed, seeing Qin Feng and Xiao Qi looking so happy, Qin Yuan and Qin Li also showed warm smiles on their faces. The next day, when Lu Hongwei and when Chu saw Qin Feng appear with Xiao Qi in his arms, a hint of confusion appeared on their faces. This girl said yesterday that she prepared a gift for me. To repay her, I must take her out to play for a day today. I thought that since today is Saturday and there's nothing big to do, I brought her here. Qin Feng explained with a smile. Uncles, you two are so handsome. Xiao Qi poked his head out from Qin Feng's arms and spoke with a smile. In a word, Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu were so happy that they were overjoyed. Second-generation rich people like them have money and status, and they can get whatever they want. But this face is the only one that cannot be changed. Qin Chi-Chi's praise touched their hearts directly. The little girl is so cute and sweet-mouthed. What's her name? Lu Hongwei touched Qin Chi-Chi's head and said with a smile. My name is Qin Chi-Chi. I am 5 years old this year. Uncle can call me Xiao Qi. Qin Chi-Chi counted on her fingers for a long time and said, Xiao Qi is so great. Lu Hongwei said as he took out a jade pendant from his arms. My dear little beauty, since this is our first meeting, I don't have anything good to give you. I'll just give you this jade pendant as a little toy. Lu Hongwei bought this jade pendant from a Tibetan for more than 1 million yuan. It was blessed by a high monk and is said to have the mysterious power to turn misfortune into good fortune. Oh, thank you, uncle. Xiao Qi took the jade pendant listlessly and put it in his pocket, obviously not thinking much of it. Xiao Qi, don't underestimate this jade pendant. It can also allow you to go to the amusement park for a lifetime and eat endless lollipops. Looking at the embarrassed Lu Hongwei, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile and come to the rescue. Really, as soon as Qin Feng said this, Xiao Qi instantly became energetic. Thank you, uncle. You were so kind to me. Looking at Xiao Qi's expression changing so quickly, Lu Hongwei was stunned for a while. But the one who was even more embarrassed was Wen Chu, because after thanking Lu Hongwei, Xiao Qi stared straight at him. That look was filled with anticipation and longing. His big eyes blinked, as if saying, Uncle, it's your turn. Wen Chu searched all his pockets, but found nothing except his cell phone and a few cards. This may be the rebellious nature in people's bones. The more things a family has, the less they like them. Wen Chu's family is engaged in treasure appraisal and collection, so this guy has never been interested in antiques and jewelry. This also led to the embarrassing situation in front of us. You guys, Wen Chu, who was forced into a corner, extended his evil hands to the appraisers behind him. Do you have anything interesting on you? Take it out. However, Wen Chu was soon disappointed. These appraisers who were over 50 years old also had nothing in their hands except the equipment needed for appraisal. Wen Chu was so embarrassed that he almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. Uncle, you're so pitiful. Xiao Qi was originally a little unhappy that Wen Chu didn't give him a gift, but when he saw that Wen Chu only had a mobile phone and a few cards on him, Xiao Qi's eyes were instantly filled with sympathy. I didn't expect my uncle to be so poor. The next second, Xiao Qi seemed to have made some important decision. He reached into his pocket and after a moment, took out a $5 bill. Uncle, here are $5 for you. You must spend it frugally. Ha! Qin Feng and Lu Hongwei on the side laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their waists. As for Wen Chu, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Little white rabbit, white and white. Qin Feng carried Xiao Qi on his shoulders and sang nursery rhymes as he walked. Wherever the father and daughter passed, they left a string of laughter. Behind him were Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu, who looked as if they had seen a ghost. In the past, Qin Feng had always given them the impression of being decisive, cold, and ruthless, but at this moment, Qin Feng showed an unprecedented warmth. A moment later, Kong Group arrived. At this time, the outside of the exhibition hall was already crowded with people. Countless individual collectors set up temporary stalls outside the exhibition hall and are now selling their works frantically. Wow, Xiao Qi had never seen such a lively scene. All those strange and bizarre little objects and gadgets attracted her eyes. As soon as Qin Feng put her down, the little girl rushed out. Dad, I want this. Dad, I want that. Dad. Here I come. Here I come. Qin Feng followed behind Qin Chi-Chi and bought everything that Xiao Qi liked. In a short while, Qin Feng had 20 or 30 more small objects in his hands. Hey, isn't this Master Lu and Master Wen? Just when the little guy was having fun, a sarcastic voice sounded. Kong Qing brought a group of people to the front of the few people. Chapter 65, Are You Teaching Me a Lesson? As the organizer of this exhibition, Kong Qing must be the focus today. Following Kong Qing's gaze, many people also noticed Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu. Seeing that Wen Chu actually came, many bigwigs who knew the inside story couldn't help but sigh. It's true that he is young and frivolous. Young people are impulsive after all. The price of impulsiveness is also extremely shocking. I didn't expect you to actually come. Kong Qing looked at Wen Chu, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Someone gave me money. Why shouldn't I come? Wen Chu asked without showing any weakness. Very good. It seems that I underestimated you before. Since you were so confident, do you dare to bet a little bigger? As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers were in an uproar again. Want to gamble even bigger? Is 500 million still small? How to bet? It has to be said that after experiencing a series of things with Qin Feng, Wen Chu's confidence in Qin Feng has reached a blind level. Seeing that Kong Qing was about to increase his bet, he followed without hesitation. Okay. Kong Qing was very happy. The bet this time is simple. Whoever loses will kneel on the ground and kowtow to the other person 10 times. How about that? Okay. Wen Kunu did. Very good. Seeing Wen Chu nod, Kong Qing seemed to have seen the other party kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. He looked at Lu Hongwei standing beside him. Hey, isn't this Boss Lu? Don't you have to thank me? What do you mean? Lu Hongwei said lightly. Look, I have so many big guys here today. If one of them is temporarily depressed, maybe he would be willing to help your Lu family. Tell me, I have created such a good opportunity for you. Shouldn't you thank me properly? Of course, you can cling to me, but I have to be frank with you. Don't try to be so fussy and shameless. You're ruining our mood. You're looking for death. Lu Hongwei was immediately furious. Wow, you're angry. I'm so scared. Kong Qing pretended to be scared. Put away your tricks. You used to have your father backing you up, so you were considered the top guy. Now your Lu family is almost completely ruined, and you still think you're a piece of cake. Of course, Kong Qing changed the subject. If Boss Lu is willing to pay a little price, maybe I can help you out and give you some money for your journey while you're down and out. What do you want? Lu Hongwei's expression gradually became dangerous. Not so good, Kong Qing said with a sinister smile. As long as you bring your 2 little nieces over to lend me to play with for a while, I will help you, of course, accept this person. Kong Qing pointed at Qin Feng. He did not hide his hatred for Qin Feng at all. It is because of you, a beast who is worse than an ant, that the plan that my Kong family has prepared for a long time has failed. You are so brave. Aren't you relying on the Lu and Wen families to support you? Now, the Lu family is finished, and the Wen family is not far from being finished. I don't think anyone can save you. I will definitely let you know the consequences of offending me. Mr. Qin, so you are here. I have been looking for you for a long time. As soon as Kong Qing finished speaking, a figure rushed over panting and nodded to Qin Feng. After seeing the identity of the person in front of him, Kong Qing was completely stunned. He stretched his neck, stared with his eyes wide open, looking as if he had seen a ghost. It's you. Qin Feng looked at Tian, Jiaming in front of him, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Mr. Qin, I said I would treat you to a meal. Did you forget? Tian, Jiaming laughed. Boss Tian, you. Kong Qing came back to his senses and looked at Tian, Jiaming, with an ugly expression. He had just said that he wanted to see who could save Qin Feng, but Tian Jiaming jumped out right after. Wasn't this a slap in his face in public? Mr. Qin is my friend. I came over to say hello. Nephew Kong, you shouldn't mind, right? Tian Jiaming said with a hint of meaning. What he meant was, I will protect Qin Feng, you can't touch him. Kong Qing, who has been in the business world for so many years, could naturally understand this meaning. Boss Tian, are you really going to stand up for this beast? Kong Qing said with a grim expression. Money can make anyone powerful. When it comes to influence in Shanghai, Tian Jiaming is even more influential than his Kong group. If Tian Jiaming was really determined to protect Qin Feng, he really couldn't do anything to Qin Feng. But Kong Qing couldn't figure it out. Why would Qin Feng, a mere ant, cause Tian Jiaming to do everything he could to protect him? You know, Qin Feng's current situation is that he is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Protecting Qin Feng is equivalent to directly offending the 4 major family alliances of the Liang family, the Lu family, the Zhua family, and the Du family, and now his Kong group is added. But Tian Jiaming still did it. In fact, what Kong Qing didn't know was that Tian Jiaming had put a lot of effort into making this decision. After all, Qin Feng's situation is there. Once he is protected, It is equivalent to putting Hongqiao Securities Exchange at the center of the vortex. But after thinking it over again and again, Tian Jiming still did it. It's nothing, it's just a choice. He was shocked by Qin Feng's amazing ability of hitting the daily limit 13 times in one day. What's even more frightening is that Qin Feng finally chose Yegang Company, Ltd. In the past 3 days, the 3 daily limit increases of Yegang shares almost overturned Tian Jiming's values. He had a feeling that there might be a bigger surprise hidden in Qin Feng. Among the crowd of onlookers, Ishihara looked at Tian Jiming's figure. In fact, if Tian Jiming had not rushed out first, Ishihara would have almost lost control. However, when he saw Tian Jiming rushing out, Ishihara was obviously relieved. He finally doesn't have to make this difficult choice. At this moment, faced with the choice of whether it was worth protecting Qin Feng, he obviously chose the latter. And this choice today became Ishihara's biggest regret in his life for many years to come. It doesn't matter whether I step forward or not. I've said that Mr. Qin is my friend. When a friend is in trouble, of course I have to help, Tian Jiming said lightly. Okay. Kong Qin was so angry that he could hardly speak. I hope Boss Tian doesn't regret his choice. Are you teaching me a lesson? Tian Jiming's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Damn it, I'm talking to you in a nice tone, but you really think you're a piece of cake. Even your father has to be polite in front of me. How dare you? A second-generation rich man who can't even hold the position of young master. Teach me a lesson. I dare not. Seeing Tian Jiming getting angry, Kong Qin came to his senses instantly. The current situation of his Kong group is not good either. At this juncture, if he offends Tian Jiming again, it will be like adding insult to injury. Dad, this bowl is so beautiful. When Kong Qin was hesitating about how to apologize, Xiao Qi suddenly came running over with a gray ceramic bowl in his hand. Behind Xiao Qi was an angry merchant vendor. Chapter 66, Even God Wants to Get You. Whose naughty kid is this? He's not tied up at home, but is let out to bite. The vendor hadn't finished his words when he saw Xiao Qi rushing into Qin Feng's arms. He was stunned. The next second, I almost collapsed on the ground in fright. Just kidding, these big guys in front of me. Any one of them is a big shot-level figure who can make the whole Magic City tremble with just a stomp of his feet. This little girl turned out to be one of theirs. The vendor almost cried when he thought about the curse words he had just said. Dad, this bowl is so beautiful. The simple Xiao Qi didn't notice the strange atmosphere on the scene at all. He nestled in Qin Feng's arms and raised the pottery bowl in his hand in front of Qin Feng, like offering a treasure. Of course, what my Xiao Qi chooses is extraordinary. Qin Feng started to praise without thinking, but when Qin Feng saw the bowl in Xiao Qi's hand, he was stunned for a moment. Dad, what's wrong with you? Don't you like it? Looking at the motionless Qin Feng, Xiao Qi pouted and said cautiously, I like it. How can I not like it? Qin Feng reacted and responded quickly. I didn't expect this thing to appear here. Although he looked calm on the surface, Qin Feng's heart was actually in turmoil. He never imagined that the object Xiao Qi picked up from the street stall would be this. It turned out that Qin Feng was thinking of visiting the exhibition hall today to see if he could find any good stuff. If so, he would take a gamble. If not, he would directly expose the fact that the yuan blue and white porcelain of Giguzi going down the mountain was a fake, thus ruining the exhibition. But when Qin Feng saw the pottery bowl, he knew that he had won the bet today. It seems that even God wants to deal with Kong Qin. He looked at the vendor and asked, How much is this? When Qin Feng moved, the eyes of Lu Hongwei, Wen Chu, Kong Qin, Tian Jiming, and the other big guys who were watching the excitement around him instantly shifted to the small vendor. Plop! The small vendor, who had never seen so many big guys since he was born, knelt down immediately. No, I don't want money. He didn't even dare to look at Qin Feng. Still want money? Life is more important now. Xiao Qi took your things without paying. It's her fault. I'll buy this bowl. Name your price. Qin Feng said lightly. Although Qin Feng is cold-blooded and ruthless, he will not bully the weak. Besides, it was Xiao Qi who was wrong first. 10. No. 50,000 will be fine. The vendor carefully reported a number. 100,000 is 100,000. I'll transfer the money to you. Qin Feng nodded. A moment later, the transaction was completed. And in this moment, it's already 10 o'clock. At this time, Kong Qin had completely regained his composure. Now that the arrow is on the string, this is not the time to hesitate. Now that the Liu family is in decline, it is the best opportunity to deal with the one family in one fell swoop. As for Qin Feng, Let him live a little longer for the time being. Kong Qing still doesn't believe that Tian Jiming can protect Qin Feng for a while, but can he protect him for a lifetime? Wen Shu, the time has come. If you have no objection, the bet. Kong Qing just started to speak, but was interrupted by Qin Feng. Can I also participate in this gambling game? Qin Feng said with a smile. Being kind to your enemies means being cruel to yourself. Kong Qing has tried to target him time and again, which clearly means he is his enemy. Qin Feng will never be polite to his enemies. Wow! Qin Feng's words instantly caused an uproar. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with the same eyes as they had just looked at Wen Shu. Shabby one. Even Qin Feng is more stupid than Wen Shu. Knowing it was a trap, Wen Shu was still easier to deal with, but being forced to this point, he had no choice but to fight back. But you, Qin Feng, jumped into the pit for no reason. If this isn't stupid, what is it? Mr. Qin. Tian Jiming also looked at Qin Feng speechlessly. At this moment, he even began to regret his previous choice. Under such tremendous pressure, could it be that the person I chose in the end was actually a shabby? Don't worry, since I said this, I am sure of winning. Qin Feng said lightly. Okay. Seeing that Qin Feng said so, what else could Tian Jiming say? On the other side, seeing Qin Feng's confident look, Kong Qing couldn't help but feel suspicious. Although he hated Qin Feng to death in his heart, he had to admit that Qin Feng was the number one person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him, who is penniless, to be appreciated by so many people at the same time. As smart as Qin Feng is, it is impossible for him not to know that this is a trap and a conspiracy. But he still jumped in. Could it be that he has something to rely on? Humph! We have appraised every piece of the collection here countless times. No matter how powerful his skills are, it will be useless today. Could it be that this guy is trying to trick me? A thought rushed into Kong Qing's mind. Could it be that this guy knows he's bound to lose this battle today, but has no choice but to participate? So he's using this tactic of advancing to retreat, trying to make me flinch so he can escape unscathed? It must be like this. Kong Qing made a judgment in his heart. Kong Qing really couldn't think of a reason for losing. I originally thought that with Tian Jiming's protection, I could let you live for a while longer, but since you're looking for death yourself, you can't blame me. Having made up his mind, Kong Qing looked at Qin Feng. How do you want to bet? Well, I'm poor. I can't compare to you big guys who start with 500 million, so I'll just bet 30 million. Oh, and those 10 ringing heads, count them as my share too. Most of his fortune of 550 million yuan was invested in Yegong shares, and now he only has about 30 million yuan left in his hands. Still poor, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he said this. If Qin Feng's words were heard by outsiders, they would probably spit in Qin Feng's face. Do you have any shame? Damn it, it's only been a week since you found the bargain, and now you've made a fortune. You've gone from being penniless to having a net worth of nearly 600 million, and you're still crying poor. In 1 week, he made 600 million. Even robbing money can't be that fast, right? No, I'm afraid it's not 600 million now. You know, since Qin Feng invested 550 million yuan in Yegong shares until today, including today, there have been 4 waves of limit up. With a capital of 550 million and a daily limit increase of 20%, it has now become 1.14 billion, plus the 30 million Qin Feng currently has. Wow, in just 7 days, Qin Feng went from being a penniless pauper to a tycoon with a net worth of 1.2 billion. This speed of making money is absolutely unprecedented and will never be repeated. Okay, I'll take it. After being certain that Qin Feng was bluffing, Kong Qing did not hesitate at all when facing Qin Feng's fate. Chapter 67 Treasure Appraisal. However, Kong Qing's decisiveness broke through the defense in the next second. I'll also bet 30 million. Lu Hongwei suddenly said. When saying this, Lu Hongwei couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Damn it, if the 4 major family alliance hadn't forced the Lu family, causing the Lu family to be seriously short of funds during this period, would I have only bet this mere 30 million? When Lu Hongwei said this, everyone was dumbfounded again. Qin Feng is not enough. And here comes another one? No. The next second, everyone reacted. It would be understandable if Qin Feng was just stupid and fell into Kong Qing's trap. But Lu Hongwei is an old fox who has been in this business for more than 10 years. Is it possible that he can't even see this small trap? Could it be that this group of people really have someone to rely on? Damn it. Kong Qing naturally thought of what everyone else was thinking. At this moment, for some reason, he suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. He even began to unconsciously calculate how much money he would have to pay if he lost the bet. The Changhua Doucai chicken cup, the yuan blue and white porcelain of Giguzi going down the mountain, and the authentic Songyang Hanbai, too, by Emperor Qianlong are worth more than 500 million. Adding the 30 million each from Qinfeng and Lu Hongwei, the total is definitely more than 600 million. You know, the total assets of his Kong group is only more than 1 billion. Previously, because the plan to frame the one family failed, they were instead tricked and even got involved in a lawsuit. During this process, the Kong family spent a lot of money to build connections. In addition, during this period, the sudden appearance of the original copy of Lanting Su directly and forcefully seized nearly 99% of the auction house business in Shanghai. It can be said that in recent times, the Kong family has been in a state of only spending and no income. If I lose another 600 million, Kong Qing didn't even dare to think about the consequences. At this moment, he even had the urge to turn around and run away without caring about anything. I took it. Kong Qing finally made the decision. As the saying goes, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. There was no turning back for him now. Soon, the three of them signed at the notary office, and then all the bets were kept at the notary office. The gambling begins. Everything happened just as everyone had guessed. As soon as the gambling game started, several appraisers from Kong Group acted quickly and quickly selected several targets. In contrast, there are several appraisers at Jubiozai. There are thousands of antiques, and they need to browse through them roughly, select the more valuable ones, and then authenticate their authenticity. Finally, they have to keep the overall price within 10 million. Not to mention the distance. Just browsing through the whole thing took me more than an hour. Then comes identification, which is also the most time-consuming. After all, identifying antiques is no joke. You know, as time goes by to this day, countless antiques have been passed down. But what is certain is that the number of counterfeits entering the market is at least 10 times or even more than the genuine ones. In such a crucial occasion, it would be fine if the antiques selected were of lower value than the other party. But if a few fakes were accidentally selected, it would really damage the reputation of Jubiozai. Every appraiser at Jubiozai is under tremendous pressure when making appraisals. On the side, Lu Hongwei, Wen Chu, and even Tian Jiaming didn't dare to make a sound. Although Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu have full confidence in Qin Feng, the facts are now before their eyes. As long as Qin Feng's trump card is not revealed, they can't help but be nervous. As for Qin Feng, well, this guy acted like nothing happened and took Xiaoqi around the entire exhibition hall, buying some random gadgets from time to time, making the little girl laugh. I'll let you laugh. Let me see how long you can be so proud. Kong Qing sneered at the situation in front of him. Finally, time's up. Everyone was shocked when the notary spoke. The time to select treasures has come, and now it's time to truly reveal the real purpose. According to regulations, personnel from both parties need to introduce the antiques they have selected one by one, and then a third-party appraiser will authenticate the authenticity and determine the value. Let's start with Kong Group. The result was no surprise. The three antiques selected by Kong Group were all authentic, and their market price was more than 3 times their purchase price, especially the third antique. On the surface, it is just a golden Nanmu wood carving placed in the homes of princes and ministers of the Qing dynasty. The purchase cost a total of 3 million. But what no one expected was that this golden Nanmu wood carving worth 3 million was just a box. When it was pried open from the middle along the crack, there was actually a jade pendant inside. Oh my God, I didn't expect there would be a hidden world inside this wood carving. Look at this piece of jade. It's completely transparent and integrated. There's even flowing light flowing through it. It's truly a priceless treasure. 10 million. I'll pay it right away. Finally, after negotiation, the jade pendant was sold at a high price of 15 million. Something bought for 3 million became worth 15 million in the blink of an eye. Such huge profits made even the bigwigs present at the scene couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. After the final discussion, the three antiques of Kong Group were worth a staggering 35 million. A capital of 10 million was exchanged for 35 million, which is definitely a big bargain. We're sure to win. Kong Qing shouted to Qin Feng and others with a hint of pride. It's your turn. Mr. Qin, everyone in their family knows their own business. Not only Wen Chu, but all the bigwigs present know very well that the few treasures selected by Jubiozai even if they are all authentic, are definitely not worth more than 35 million. After all, how can you compare to someone else's careful selection at the last minute when cramming? In other words, the ending is already determined? No pity. Facing Wen Chu's pleading eyes, Qin Feng put Xiao Qi down from his shoulders and said, Xiao Qi, be good and let Daddy play with the pottery bowl in your hand. Daddy will perform a magic trick for you, okay? Okay, let's perform magic. Let's perform magic. Xiao Qi, who was addicted to playing, was a little reluctant at first, but when he heard Qin Feng say that he wanted to perform magic, he immediately cheered. Taking the pottery bowl from Xiao Qi's hand, Qin Feng walked straight towards the notary office. This is the treasure that I selected from Zhubiao Zai. What? As soon as Qin Feng said this, everyone was dumbfounded. After they reacted, they looked at Qin Feng as if he was an idiot. Ah! Kong Qing on the side laughed so hard that tears almost came out. Oh my god, this is killing me. He was acting like he was rich just now. I thought he had something to rely on, but it turns out it's just a broken bowl that a little brat used to play with. If a broken bowl played by a little brat beats your Kong group, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing for you? Qin Feng said lightly. With just one sentence, Kong Qing's face turned ashen. Chapter 68. Treasures covered in dust for thousands of years, suddenly blooming in splendor. Are you sure you want to use this for gambling? Originally, the notary was not in a position to speak, but the main reason was that the bowl Qin Feng took out was really too shabby. Isn't gambling with this thing just like giving yourself away? That's why the notary asked again, out of concern. Sure, Qin Feng nodded. Okay. Since Qin Feng nodded, the notaries had nothing more to say and immediately began to appraise the pottery bowl. Judging from the craftsmanship and the patterns on it, this is indeed a pottery bowl from the Ming Dynasty. However, the workmanship is too crude, it must be a faux craft. Moreover, there's a clear crack on it, which greatly reduces the price of this pottery bowl. If I were to estimate its value, 150,000 should be a reasonable market price. After a few minutes, the notary slowly spoke. Not bad. An item worth 100,000 yuan was sold for 150,000 yuan in a blink of an eye. That's a 50% profit. It's a huge bargain. Congratulations. Kong Qing's voice was filled with unconcealable pride. But unfortunately, you lost this bet. The original copy of the Lanting Su will now belong to my Kong group. Thank you for keeping it safe during this period. Mr. Qin. Wen Chu looked at Qin Feng with an apologetic look. You know, the owner of the original copy of Lanting Su is Qin Feng. He only rented it for 1 month, but now, because of the grudge between him and Kong Qing, Qin Feng suffered heavy losses. The original copy of the preface to the Lanting collection is a rare find. This kid is a little too arrogant after all. A group of big men looked at Qin Feng and sighed. Some brains, but too impulsive and aggressive. Wait a minute. Just when everyone thought the ending was decided, Qin Feng spoke. Who said you won? Kong Qing was stunned for a moment, then laughed even more wildly. What? Can't stand losing? Want to default on your debt? Mr. Qin, are you insulting us? Several notaries spoke with cold faces. They just announced the appraisal results in front of everyone, and Qin Feng is now refusing to acknowledge it. Isn't that a clear questioning of their authority? You know, in such an occasion, being able to be asked to serve as notaries itself shows that they are extraordinary. Not to mention far away, in the field of antique appraisal, they are well known throughout the country. Now, he's being questioned by a young man in his 20s who has no idea of the immensity of the world. Of course, I don't dare to doubt the strength of the experts. However, as the saying goes, people make mistakes and horses stumble. To be on the safe side, I advise the experts to take another look. Qin Feng said lightly. Wen Chu, is this what you mean too? A notary looked at Wen Chu. At that moment, Wen Chu broke out in a cold sweat. Are you kidding? These notaries are absolutely top-notch figures in the field of antique appraisal. If you really piss them off with their prestige in the antique field, they will cause a lot of trouble for the entire Wen family if they wave their arms. Mr. Qin, Xiao Qi, watch carefully. Daddy is here to perform magic for you. Seeing that the notaries were acting as if they were worth 2.5 million, Qin Feng was too lazy to persuade them anymore and shouted directly to Xiao Qi, who was standing beside him. The moment he opened his mouth, Qin Feng, in full view of everyone, took the ceramic bowl in his hand and smashed it onto the table next to the notary. Click! A sound. The pottery bowl shattered with a sound. The outer skin fell off, revealing a small bronze bowl. There's actually another world? Everyone was stunned. Yes, you can see through the disguise on the outside of this pottery bowl. It seems that you are indeed capable. But now it seems that you will be disappointed. The value of this copper bowl may be higher than that of the pottery bowl, but it is only worth a few 100,000 at best. You can't beat me after all. Kong Qing obviously did not miss any opportunity to attack Qin Feng. Hiss! Unlike Kong Qing, the angry notaries looked at the copper bowl in Qin Feng's hand and seemed to remember something. Did you notice the pattern on the copper bowl? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Hey, now that you mention it, I seem to have the same feeling. Damn, where on earth have I seen this before? Why do I feel so inexplicably excited? It's strange. This time, Qin Feng did not give everyone time to react. He picked up the tablecloth on the table and gently wiped it on the copper bowl. Shoo! In an instant, dazzling golden light shot out. The dazzling golden light made it impossible for everyone around to open their eyes. That is, when everything calmed down, everyone looked at Qin Feng's hand. A golden bowl lay in Qin Feng's hand. The patterns on it are so mysterious and noble. Having been covered in dust for thousands of years has not only failed to cover this treasure in dust, but has instead increased its mystery and nobility. No one would have thought that inside the pottery bowl that looked like a child's toy, there was actually a golden bowl hidden. Without saying anything else, just considering its own value, it is probably more than 500,000. Humph. So what even if it's a golden bowl? Today, it's nothing. Kong Qing complained out of habit. However, what no one expected was that before Kong Qing could finish his words, a notary walked directly in front of Kong Qing and slapped him in the face without any warning. Shut up. After the slap, not only Kong Qing was stunned, but all the big guys who saw this scene were stunned. What's going on? Everyone looked confused. However, the notary could no longer care about that. The treasure has a spirit and must not be desecrated. After yelling at Kong Qing, the notary walked directly in front of Qin Feng, his expression completely different from the arrogant one just now. Can you let me see it? The word "it" shocked all the knowledgeable people around. Antiques, also known as curios, as the name suggests, are things in people's hands that are used for appreciation, entertainment, and play. However, there's a consensus in the antique world that treasures have spirits. Those top treasures all possess extraordinary spirituality, and those treasures can no longer be measured by antiques. It's a work of art, enough to illuminate the entire river of time. Obviously, in the eyes of the notary, this golden bowl has reached the level of a work of art. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze towards the golden bowl changed instantly. Sure, Qin Feng seemed indifferent and handed the golden bowl over casually. The notary took it carefully with both hands, his expression as if he was on a pilgrimage. He looked extremely serious, as if he wanted to see every line on it clearly. Turn the bowl upside down and wait until you see the golden words on the bottom of the bowl. His body shook again, and then he couldn't help but began to tremble. It's not a wasted life. It's not a wasted life. The notary muttered a few words, and then carefully returned the bowl to Qin Feng's hands. Oldie, what exactly is it? A notary asked. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing stopped. Chapter 69, The Legendary Treasure Bowl. I have to say that after Lao He's performance, everyone's curiosity has been completely piqued. Facing everyone's gaze, Lao He took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress his inner excitement, but obviously he failed. Take another deep breath. This golden bowl is the legendary cornucopia. Boom! One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The three words cornucopia seem to possess a magical power. In an instant, everyone's consciousness could not help but penetrate the years and return to that magnificent era. In that era, a godlike figure emerged. Liu Bowen is known as the incarnation of Wincuxing. Liu Bowen accepted 2 disciples and gave each of them 2 treasures to choose from. One of them chose the precious sword, and with this sword, he established the great Ming dynasty. This man was called Zhu Chongba, who later became Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. Another person chose the treasure bowl. With the help of this treasure bowl, he went from being a poor boy from the countryside to a wealthy businessman who was as rich as a country. This man's name is Shun Wansan. When everyone thought that this was a treasure trove that could make a person as rich as a country, their expressions towards the treasure changed. In the entire antique world, the value of this treasure pot is different from other antiques. After all, no matter how priceless other antique toys are, they're just antiques. But this treasure pot can make people rich. This alone makes it impossible to resist its charm. This is the legendary cornucopia. If I could touch it, maybe my luck would turn tomorrow. You know, shit. This cornucopia is said to make money. If you put $100 in, you'll get $200 out tomorrow. Doesn't that mean there's endless money to spend? For a moment, the emotions of the onlookers were completely blown away. Even the big guys who just came here to watch the fun couldn't sit still anymore. Businessmen, especially those who have achieved their level in the business field, believe in the legendary fate very much. This treasure chest is more tempting to them than to others. Mr. He, could it be that you have made a mistake? Do you want to take another closer look? Amidst the excitement, Kong Qing spoke with an extremely grim expression. Bah! As soon as Kong Qing said this, he was slapped in the face by Hilao again. Asshole, I dare to guarantee with my head that this is definitely the legendary treasure pot. Yes, yes, yes. Kong Qing was not Qin Feng after all. Facing the furious Mr. He didn't dare to talk back. Mr. He, how much is this treasure bowl worth? At this moment, Kong Qing undoubtedly felt extremely regretful. You have to know that this is the base camp of his Kong family. Those vendors who come here to set up stalls naturally have obtained the consent of their Kong family. In other words, the collectibles and toys sold by these vendors have all been professionally authenticated by them. On the one hand, it is naturally to pick up the leaks, and on the other hand, it is also to eliminate any hope of Wenchu winning. But who would have thought that they actually misjudged this legendary treasure bowl? When Kong Qing thought about how the fat meat that was right at his mouth not only slipped away, but even ended up in the enemy's mouth, he wanted to tear his own appraisers apart. It's just you bastards. You didn't make a move earlier or later, but you made a move at the most critical moment. However, at this moment, Kong Qing still had a 1,000th chance of luck in his heart. This treasure bowl may be very famous, but what if it is not worth much? Asshole, son of a bitch. Rubbish. However, what Kong Qing didn't expect was that as soon as he said this, he stirred up a hornet's nest. Several notaries looked at him with eyes filled with anger. Such a legendary treasure, yet you actually measure it with money? You are desecrating the treasure. Damn it, Kong Qing, who was almost drowned in spit, wanted to die. However, these notaries did not speak, but a group of bigwigs on the side solved Kong Qing's doubts. In an instant, the last bit of hope in Kong Qing's heart disappeared. Mr. Qing, I want this treasure bowl. I'm asking for 50 million yuan. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers immediately let out a series of gasps. Oh my god, the opening price is 50 million. In the eyes of these big guys, money is not money. However, everything has just begun. I'll pay 60 million, Mr. Qing. Give me this treasure bowl. I'll give you 70 million, 80 million, 90 million. I'll give you 100 million. In just 1 minute, the price of the treasure bowl soared from 50 million to 100 million at rocket speed. Even so, the big guy showed no sign of stopping. The final price briefly stopped at 150 million. Ignoring the big guys with fiery eyes, Qin Feng looked at the crumbling Kong Qing. You lose. No, it's not like that. It shouldn't be like this. Kong Qing was completely confused at this moment. It can be said that the scene before him has exceeded his imagination. He never thought that despite the favorable conditions of time, place, and people, he would still be defeated. Because he was 100% confident in this bet, he never thought that he would lose. But now he lost. Not only did he lose 3 antiques with a total value of over 500 million yuan, the Changlok Dotsai Chicken Cup, Emperor Qianlong's Songyang Hanbai II, and the Yuan blue and white porcelain of Giguzi going down the mountain. He also lost 30 million to Qin Feng and Lu Hongwei each. By the way, Qin Feng, Lu Hongwei, and Wenchu also kowtowed 10 times each. More importantly, after the backlash from framing Wenchu last time, the reputation of their Kong family had already declined a lot. I was planning to use this gambling game and exhibition to make a comeback. Who would have thought that I would lose? For a moment, Kong Qing didn't know what to do. The huge gap made him a little dazed. He looked at Qin Feng, then at the notaries, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. It's you? You must be in the same group. This is all a trap set by you. The winner is obviously me. Give me back my cornucopia. As he said that, Kong Qing rushed towards Qin Feng. Enough! There was a sudden angry shout, and a figure blocked Kong Qing's way. Dad looked at the figure in front of him, and Kong Qing was stunned for a moment. The person in front of him was the real person in charge of the Kong group, and Kong Qing's father, Kong Wu Wei. Losing is losing, it's no big deal. Kong Wu-wei said calmly. You win this bet. Chapter 70, since we are enemies, let's beat them to death. I won. When Kong Wu-wei admitted defeat, the most excited person on the field was Wen Chu. After this battle, Kong Group's strength plummeted, and in a short period of time, it was no longer able to compete with Jubiozai. At least in the next 5 or even 10 years, his Jubiozai will be the only dominant company in the entire Magic City. The impact of this will be immeasurable. It's just a small bet. I hope it won't affect your mood as an exhibitor. As the saying goes, guests are welcome. Today, no matter you buy or sell here, we won't charge any handling fees. I hope you all have fun. Ching, entertain the guests. Kong Wu-wei said in a raised voice. Yes. Although Kong Qing's face looked a little ugly at the moment, he finally regained some composure and responded immediately after hearing the words. I have to say that old people are still the wisest. From the time Kong Wu-wei appeared until now, his few words, seemingly plain and ordinary, have invisibly minimized the impact of this gambling game on the Kong family. In a trance, it even gives people an illusion that the gambling game just now had never happened. However, Kong Wu-wei wanted to put an end to this gambling game, but Qin Feng did not agree to let them go so easily. Wait a minute, did you forget something? Swish! Qin Feng said this, and the onlookers who were originally preparing to disperse gathered around him again in an instant. Everyone's face is filled with expectation and desire. Could it be possible that such a big drama has a sequel? It's a pity that I didn't bring any sunflower seeds or soda. You. Seeing Qin Feng, the culprit, speak, Kong Qing couldn't help it. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Kong Wu-wei. Kong Wu-wei narrowed his eyes slightly. Nephew Qin, what do you mean by this? At that moment, a powerful aura burst out from Kong Wu-wei's body. The aura was so fierce that even when Chu and Lu Hongwei, who were standing next to Qin Feng, had an urge to flee. Qin Feng, however, remained indifferent. Your son lost the bet. According to the rules, he should kowtow 10 times to each of us 3. At that moment, Kong Wu-wei's aura suddenly surged a lot. My dear nephew, please forgive me when you can. Leave me a way out today so that we can meet again in the future. Or does my nephew want to fight to the death with my Kong group? What the old man said is a bit ridiculous. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Even if I let you go today, do you think you will let me go in the future? I'm afraid not. We're all enemies anyway, so why should I show you any mercy? You. Kong Wu-wei took a deep breath. If a son is not well educated, it is the fault of his father. I owe you 3 a bet. How about letting this old man pay it off for you? Uncle Kong can't do that. Upon hearing this, Wen Chu and Lu Hongwei broke out in cold sweat. Kong Wu-wei is almost the same age as his father Lu Yun. If he kowtows, and the news gets out tomorrow, both of them will be spit upon by everyone. You let your elders kowtow to you. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? However, Lu Hongwei and Wen Chu were a step slow after all. Faced with Kong Wu-wei's retreat to advance, Qin Feng agreed very readily. All right, this sentence is also acceptable. Everyone present was dumbfounded, including Kong Wu-wei. The calmness and composure on that face was instantly broken. Originally, he wanted to use the tactic of retreating to advance to force Qin Feng and others to give up kowtowing. But who would have thought that Qin Feng would not buy it at all? Just one sentence will do, and put him in an awkward situation. An old man who is almost 80 years old kowtows to a young man in his 20s. Qin Feng certainly doesn't dare to accept it, but does he dare to kowtow? I'm afraid that if he knocks his head down, his reputation in this life will be thrown to the ground. For a moment, Kong Wu-wei, an old fox who had been in the business world for decades, was completely overwhelmed by Qin Feng. I don't know what to do. I admire Uncle Kang's spirit of taking the blame for his son. Okay, to show my respect for you, your son owes us 30 kowtows. You only need to pay us back 15, but you must be sincere. Qin Feng said as if he was deeply moved. Goddamn sincere. At this moment, Kong Wu-wei, who has been stable for most of his life, even has an urge to fight Qin Feng to the death regardless of everything. Father, Kong Qing said reluctantly, you unfilial son, kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Kong Wu-wei seized the opportunity and hit Kong Qing in the knee with his crutches. Plop. Kong Qing fell to his knees. Dad. Kong Qing looked at his father in surprise. Qing, a real man, should take responsibility for his actions. I kowtow. Kong Wu-wei said this with righteous indignation. But this time, for the first time, he did not dare to look his son in the eye. So shameful. Oh, Although Kong Qing knew in his heart that he had been tricked by his father, he had already knelt down and the matter was done. It was too late to say anything. Let's knock. Kowtow 30 times honestly. Are you satisfied, nephew? Kong Wei asked with a grim face. Not very satisfied. Qin Feng smacked his lips. At that moment, the eyes of everyone around almost popped out, including those big eyes. When they looked at Qin Feng, they all had a feeling of looking up to a mountain. You are so brave. Can't you see that this old man is almost at the limit of his patience? Damn it. Kong Wei felt like he was about to be pissed off to death by Qin Feng. Damn, anyone could tell that what he said was just a polite remark, and he was just trying to save face. I just wanted to take advantage of the situation, but you wanted to kill me? Dad. Kong Qing also looked at his father with an unhappy face. Were you pretending to be? It turns out that you're not the one who kowtows. Damn it. But forget it. It's my fault that I, the Prime Minister, can hold a boat in my stomach. Just as Kong Wei was about to force his son to kowtow a few more times, Qin Feng changed the subject. Swish, Kong Qing stood up and prepared to leave. He was completely afraid of Qin Feng. He no longer cared about the place or not. He just wanted to stay away from this bastard. It's best if we never have any contact with each other again. However, as the saying goes, what you fear will come to you. By the way, there are 2 more things. Qin Feng suddenly said. What's the matter? Although Kong Wei was unwilling in his heart, as the host after all, he had to respond with a pinch of his nose. According to the bet, the Changwat Do Tsai Chicken Cup, Emperor Qianlong's Songyang Hanbai II, and the Yuan Dynasty Blue and White Porcelain of Giguzi descending the mountain are already ours, right? I might as well tell you that I'm not very fond of Giguzi. Therefore, I don't plan to keep this Giguzi, Shashan Yuan Blue and White Porcelain. How about I sell it to you? Sell it to us? Kong Qing and Kong Wui's expressions changed. This is a good thing. Qin Feng had taken away the 3 most precious antiques of their Kong group all at once, and they were just worried that they had no money to weigh them down. Qin Feng's move solved their urgent problem. However, the father and son looked at each other at this moment, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Could Qin Feng be so kind? Chapter 71. Congratulations. You bought another fake. What? You don't want it? If you don't want it, forget it. Seeing Kong Wei and his son showing hesitation, Qin Feng said directly, Wait a minute, we want it. Kong Wei made a prompt decision and made the final decision. Even if there is some conspiracy, he has to admit it. He must get the Yuan Blue and White Porcelain that Giguzi went down the mountain. This may be the only facade of Kong Group in the future. Name your price. Great. Qin Feng snapped his fingers and was about to speak when Wen Chu beside him couldn't sit still anymore. Mr. Chino, as a qualified businessman, Wen Chu is not like Lu Hongwei. He knows very well that if you don't get rid of the roots of the problem, there will be endless troubles. In order to purchase these 3 antiques, Kong Group had already spent nearly 500 million. Now that they have lost the bet, it is equivalent to losing 500 million. Add to that the bets from Qin Feng and Lu Hongwei, and another 60 million will be added. And holding such a large exhibition will certainly cost a lot of money. By this calculation, the amount of money spent by Kong Group during this period is at least 600 million. It's equivalent to emptying out almost half of the family's assets. The strength of the Kong Group is bound to plummet, and now is the perfect time to completely defeat it. But if Qin Feng sells this Giguzi, Shashan, Yuan Blue, and White Porcelain to Kong Group, it will be equivalent to giving Kong Group a chance to breathe. After all, although the Giguzi going down the mountain Yuan Blue and White Porcelain is not as famous as the cornucopia, its value is not inferior at all, and it may even slightly surpass it. After all, before this, the cornucopia only existed in legends. Even if someone wanted to set a price for it, they had to have the real thing. Not to mention the distant future, if the news that Qin Feng owns the cornucopia gets out, or if Qin Feng plans to auction the cornucopia, I'm afraid the bigwigs all over the world will go crazy. By then, the price of this treasure pot will probably exceed everyone's imagination. Now, if this Yuan Blue and White Porcelain of Giguzi going down a mountain really falls into the hands of Kong Group, it will probably bring a lot of popularity to Kong Group. What if the Kong Group can use this to survive this disaster? Don't worry. Qin Feng gave Wen Chu a meaningful look. Brother, it's better for us not to interfere with the decision made by Mr. Qin. Lu Hongwei on the side also gave appropriate advice. Wen Chu's eyes kept moving across Qin Feng and Lu Hongwei's faces. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he stood aside obediently. 200 million. Qin Feng stretched out 2 fingers towards Kong Wei. Why did he go and rob? Kong Qing got angry instantly. You know, when they acquired the Gaguzzi Shishan Yuan blue and white porcelain, they only spent 150 million yuan, and now, in the blink of an eye, Qin Feng dared to ask for 200 million yuan. My dear nephew, this price is a bit high, isn't it? Kong Wuwei was very calm and spoke lightly. Hi. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Perhaps the value of this antique itself is indeed more than 200 million. But to judge the value of a treasure, we must not only start from the treasure itself, but also from the value it possessed at the time. Perhaps to other big guys, he's indeed not worth 200 million, but for the current Kong group? To put it bluntly, Qin Feng looked at the Kong father and son. If I were you, let alone 200 million, even if it was 300 million, I would take it without hesitation. Kong Wuwei fell silent. Qin Feng was right. This treasure might be the only treasure they could show off for a long time, and it was also their last fig leaf. Okay, I want it. Kong Wuwei nodded. After a moment, the transaction was completed. There are another 200 million in Qin Feng's account. By the way, Mr. Kong, to thank you for your support, I'd like to give you a little extra advice. In the future, when buying antiques, especially those worth hundreds of millions, be sure to keep your eyes open to avoid being deceived. What do you mean? Kong Wuwei, who had just received a large blue and white porcelain jar and had no time to catch his breath. His face changed instantly when he heard Qin Feng's words. It's nothing. I just want to tell you that this large Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain jar with the pattern of Gaguzzi going down the mountain is actually a fake. Qin Feng said softly. Wow, a stone stirs up 1,000 waves. As soon as Qin Feng said this, the onlookers exploded instantly. After reacting, everyone's eyes instantly fell on Kong Wuwei and his son. Bang! As soon as Qin Feng said this, Kong Wuwei felt a black screen in front of his eyes. His feet became unstable, and he almost fainted. Fortunately, Kong Qing was quick to support him. Father, Kong Qing said anxiously. That's okay. Kong Wuwei tried his best to calm down and looked at Qin Feng. My dear nephew, this joke is not funny at all. This Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain was personally appraised by several chief appraisers of my Kong group. There is absolutely no way it can be wrong. Although he spoke with determination, Kong Wuwei's heart actually began to tremble. Really, this news is terrible. The prestigious Kong group spent a huge amount of money to acquire it and even held an exhibition for it, intending to use the antique as the face of the Kong group. But it turned out to be a fake. If this were true, the Kong group's remaining reputation would probably be wiped out in an instant. This exhibition and even the entire Kong group will become a complete joke. What a joke. What you have appraised must be correct. Then what's going on with this treasure bowl? Qin Feng raised the treasure bowl in his hand. At that moment, the expressions of all the people in Kong group changed. And this time, Qin Feng didn't give them any chance to refute. In fact, this Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain depicting Gaguzzi going down the mountain has reached the pinnacle of craftsmanship and aging. Even top antique appraisers would make a wrong judgment without knowing the details. However, no matter how closely this blue and white porcelain jar is imitated, it has a fatal weakness that cannot be erased. Perhaps the creator of this fake is not even aware of this weakness. What weakness? Asked the rough guy Lu Hongwei. It's the glaze. Glaze. Everyone was stunned. That's right. Qin Feng nodded. The authentic blue and white jar uses a glaze called sumoliking. This glaze, also known as sumoliking and sunaboking, is a blue and white pigment imported from Persia. Most blue and white porcelains from Jingdezhen in the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties use this pigment. It is characterized by a rich and vibrant color and black, rust-like spots. Chemical analysis shows that the material contains low manganese and high iron content. Later, as the times changed, the technology for making glazes also continued to change, but the glaze used in this fake is Zhuming glaze. There's almost no significant difference in color between finished products made with Zhuming material and sumoliking. Furthermore, antiques undergo various oxidation and erosion processes during their circulation, making the difference even more difficult to discern. Chapter 72. Even robbing money is not so fast. But the content of manganese in these two glazes cannot be changed in any way. Qin Feng said loudly. That's true, said a notary holding the special documents he had consulted. Mr. Kong, do you mind if we conduct further appraisal on this large blue and white porcelain jar? The notary said to Kong Wuwei. In fact, at this point in time, whether Kong Wuwei agreed or disagreed, answered or not, it didn't matter much. But Kong Wu certainly couldn't give up just like that. Of course, as someone who has been dealing with antiques for half my life, I can guarantee with my life that this large blue and white porcelain jar is absolutely authentic. Even if you, Mr. He, don't ask me to do so, I will find an expert to conduct a second appraisal. The treasure has a spirit. I must give it justice. Kong Wu's words were so powerful. In fact, this is exactly where his brilliance lies. If he admitted defeat at this moment, there would be no room for maneuver, and their Kong group would probably be on the verge of extinction. At this moment, he refused to let go, leaving a glimmer of hope. At worst, I could just spend some money to shut these notaries up afterwards. Nephew Qin, didn't you just say there were two things? What's the second thing? Tell me. In order to prove his absolute confidence, Kong Wu actually took the initiative to find Qin Feng. Is this the second thing? Qin Feng looked at Kong Wu. Although the other party hid it very well, Qin Feng could still see through the hatred hidden in the other party's heart at a glance. Just like a hibernating poisonous snake, it appears harmless to humans and animals, but when you let your guard down, it will suddenly jump out and give you a fatal blow. Qin Feng always kills such opponents without mercy. It's not a big deal, Qin Feng said with a strange look in his eyes. I'm just performing a trick for everyone. Another magic trick? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but gasp. OMG, what on earth is Qin Feng trying to do? The first time he performed a magic trick, he turned a broken pottery bowl worth 150,000 yuan into a treasure pot worth over 100 million yuan. Now this guy is going to perform another magic trick? When he saw Qin Feng walking straight to Emperor Qianlong's Sonyang Hanbai too. No way. A terrifying guess emerged in everyone's mind. Mr. Qin, could it be that this Sonyang Hanbai too is also fake? Lu Hongwei couldn't help but ask. When saying this, Lu Hongwei couldn't help but glance at Kong Wu again. This look was filled with doubts about Qin Feng. Since it is fake, why not sell it directly to the Kong family together with the large yuan blue and white porcelain jar? Kong Wu and his son, who understood Lu Hongwei's eyes, almost fainted from anger. This Sonyang Hanbai too is real, Qin Feng said. Oh, when Lu Hongwei heard that it was true, he became even more discouraged. Uncle, your Kong group should have special tools for removing and mounting books. Can you lend them to me? Qin Feng said to Kong Wu. Of course. Even though he was so angry that his teeth were itching, Kong Wu still had to pretend to be magnanimous at this moment. Soon, all the tools are ready. In full view of the crowd, Qin Feng began to unframe the Sonyang Hanbai, two worth 80 million yuan. What is Qin Feng doing? Looking at Qin Feng's actions, Lu Hongwei became even more confused. In fact, this was not only Lu Hongwei's doubt, but also the doubt of the vast majority of people present. Didn't you just say it yourself? This thing is authentic, so why bother unmounting it now? However, only those true appraisal masters suddenly had a crazy idea in their minds after seeing Qin Feng's action. Could it be? Finally, the mounting is completed. This, after seeing the situation in front of them, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Oh my god, this is incredible. This Sonyang Hanbai too is indeed true. But no one expected that there was another world beneath the Hanbai too in Sonyang. It actually contains the authentic work, Spring Breeze Wine Cup by Tang Bohu, the first of the four great talents of the Ming Dynasty. I didn't expect it to be Tang Bohu's painting of a wine cup in the Spring Breeze. This is incredible. Oldie murmured. What happened today was a huge turning point for him. First, I saw the legendary treasure bowl. Then there's clearly the authentic work, Sonyang Hanbai 2 by Emperor Qianlong. And at the end, there is actually the authentic work, Spring Breeze Wine Cup 2 by Tang Bohu hidden in it. Mr. He, how much is this original worth? Lu Hongwei asked in the spirit of asking if he didn't understand. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's ears pricked up. Thanks to Stephen Chow's film Flirting Scholar, Tang Bohu has become extremely popular not only in China, but also abroad. Immeasurable. After a long silence, Mr. He uttered four words. Damn it. After waiting for a long time, they were left in vain. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Mr. He obviously felt the change in everyone's emotions. He was silent for a moment and then continued. Even though they are both authentic Tang Bohu works, the prices are different. As far as I know, in 1989, at Christie's auction house, Tang Bohu's authentic work, Quiet Mountain, Long Day, was sold for a staggering price of 500 million. Beautiful knife. Mr. He added two more words. Oh my god, Before everyone could react to the shocking price of 500 million, they were stunned by the two words beautiful knife. That Mr. He said. 500 million, beautiful knife. What concept? Oh my god, for a billion, a voice exclaimed. As soon as this number came out, everyone on the field felt dizzy. The richest people in this field are people like Tian Jieming, whose total net worth is only 3 billion. Such a big shot, with all his wealth, can't even afford to buy a painting. Thinking of this, everyone looked at the Spring Breeze wine cup picture lying quietly on the table, and the heat in their eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Mystery seemed to realize that everyone had misunderstood him, and he quickly explained, then Quiet Mountain, Long Day is one of the best works of Tang Bohu that have survived. After that, in 1990, Tang Bohu's Moon Spring picture was auctioned for 56 million yuan, while Ancient Trees, Bamboos and Rocks, Bamboo in the Rain and the Scroll Changning picture were sold for 10 million yuan, 28 million yuan, and 65 million yuan respectively. Based on these conclusions, the price of this Spring Breeze wine cup picture should be around 70 million. Old, he said in one breath, looking at Qin Feng with unconcealable envy in his eyes. The scene was completely silent. 70 million beautiful knives. That's more than 500 million. First, there was the priceless treasure pot, and now this Spring Breeze wine cup picture, worth more than 500 million, has popped up. This kind of money grabbing can't be so cruel, right? Chapter 73, Cornucopia and Lollipop. Mr. Qin, I am completely convinced. Tian Jieming's face was full of admiration. But, Mr. Qin, how did you figure out that there was something else hidden in this Songyang Hanbeitu? And how did you find a treasure bowl? In fact, this was not just Tian Jieming's doubt, but also the doubt of everyone present. The fact that Qin Feng was able to identify the yuan blue and white porcelain of Giguzi going down the mountain as a fake could be attributed to the slight difference in the glaze. But how did Qin Feng discover the secret behind the Songyang Hanbeitu and the cornucopia? Intuition. Qin Feng spoke, lightly facing everyone's inquiring gazes. Qin Feng was naturally very clear about the mystery behind this. But first, he didn't need to explain to these people. Second, Qin Feng needs to create his own sense of mystery. Only when others can't figure you out will they not dare to touch you. This is also the way of survival that Qin Feng figured out in his previous life. Always keep a secret and a trump card. What? Intuition. Everyone was shocked by Qin Feng's answer. Did they dare to demolish the Songyang Hanbai too? A painting of Emperor Qianlong worth 80 million yuan. Just because of a hunch? What if their hunch was wrong? Wouldn't that 80 million yuan have been wasted? But seeing that Qin Feng was unwilling to say more, everyone naturally did not want to force him. Mr. Qin, do you think you can sell this treasure bowl to me? Of course, I will not let you down with the price. I'll give you 200 million. Sell it to me for 200 million. Tian Jieming said shamelessly. Mr. Qin, I'll give you 220 million. Mr. Qin, I'll give you 240 million. Seeing Tian Jieming speak, the big guys started a new round of crazy bidding. The price of the cornucopia is constantly rising. Of course, there are also a small number of people asking about the Changhua Doucai chicken cup and the Spring Breeze wine cup picture. Everyone. Qin Feng waved his arm, and the scene instantly quieted down. Thank you all for your kindness. I have decided to deposit this Changhua Doucai chicken cup and the Spring Breeze wine cup at Jubiozai. These two items will appear at the next Jubiozai auction. As for this cornucopia, Qin Feng bent down and held Xiao Qi in his arms. Xiao Qi held the treasure bowl tightly in his two little hands, staring at everyone seriously. He was afraid that everyone would steal his treasure. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you all, Qin Feng said, cupping his hands. This treasure bowl was bought by my Xiao Qi, so it should be left to my Xiao Qi to handle. I have no right to interfere. You mean as long as the girl agrees, you have no objection? Someone asked in disbelief. The main thing is that the value of this treasure pot is there. Would Qin Feng actually give it to a child to handle it? I'm afraid not. Of course, as long as it is a decision made by my little princess, I will definitely follow it. Qin Feng nodded. Okay, little girl, a big man squeezed in front of Xiao Qi and said, as long as you give me this bowl, I will give you 1 million. How about it? No. Xiao Qi turned his head away, looking unhappy. Bah, you even have the nerve to cheat a child. How shameless. You want to buy this treasure pot for 1 million. You are really blind. A female boss couldn't help but say. After saying that, she looked at Xiao Qi with a smile on her face. What a beautiful little girl, sister will spend 230 million to buy this bowl, okay? Grandma, honestly, you can't lie. You are so old, and you still let me call you sister. How shameless. Xiaoqi said seriously. Uh, the big boss was about to lose her temper when someone called her old in front of her. But when she saw Qin Feng looking at her coldly, she reacted instantly and left in disappointment. Then 4 or 5 more big guys came out, but that's how kids are. The more you want something in her hand, the more treasure it will be to her. These big guys ultimately returned empty-handed. During this process, I don't know what Wen Chu was thinking about. He suddenly rushed out, and when he came back, he was holding a bunch of lollipops in his hands. It piled up in front of Xiaoqi like a small mountain. Uncle, can we switch? Before Wen Chu could speak, Xiaoqi on the opposite side spoke with drool and a flattering look on his face. Is it that simple? The big guys who returned empty-handed looked at the lollipops that cost less than 100 yuan and wanted to die. Damn, why are you acting so big and powerful in front of kid? Since you want to coax a child, you naturally have to find the right position. What do kids love to eat? Of course, it's candy. Not to mention $100, even $10,000 or $100,000 in the eyes of these big guys, it is not worth mentioning. Apparently, they missed their only chance to get the cornucopia. Okay, it's yours. Qin Feng threw the treasure bowl directly into Wen Chu's arms. Mr. Qin, Wen Chu was startled. After reacting, he quickly explained, "You've done enough good to my Jubiozai. I'm still worried about how to repay you. I absolutely cannot accept this treasure bowl." I was just joking with Xiaoqi. Wen Chu knew very well in his heart that if it weren't for Qin Feng, they would have been faced with a crushing defeat today. Not only did he win a great victory, but Qin Feng even announced in front of everyone that the Changhua Doucai Chicken Cup and the Spring Phoenix Wine Cup picture would appear at the next auction of Jubiozai. What was the purpose? Of course, he wanted to use these two treasures to attract more people to his treasure house. Under the current circumstances, the decline of the Kong Group is almost a foregone conclusion. If at this juncture, Jubiozai can successfully hold a sufficiently grand auction, then everything will be settled. Wen Chu knew all of this clearly. I'm not kidding you. Qin Feng shook his head. I said this thing was made by my Xiaoqi. I won't ask about it. Since he gave it to you, it's yours. Wen Chu was speechless after hearing these words. On the other side, Kong Wuwei and Kong Qing seemed to have been completely forgotten by everyone. Looking at the exhibition that originally belonged to their Kong group, the two hosts now seemed to have become dispensable figures. The hatred between Kong and his son for Qin Feng has almost reached its peak. Father, veins popped out on Kong Qing's face. He had been pampered since childhood and had everything he wanted. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Don't worry, they won't be so proud for long. Kong Wuwei's eyes flashed coldly. The Liu family has been targeted by the 4 major families, and they won't be able to jump around for a few more days. By then, only the Wen family will be left. I can use a little trick to get rid of them. It will be a piece of cake. What we lost today, we will get back double one day. Kong Wuwei thought to himself. His greatest characteristic is his tolerance. Endure, endure, until the enemy reveals a flaw, then pounce on it fiercely and bite it. Just as Kong Wuwei finished his thought, several figures walked in side by side. When he saw these people appear, Kong Wuwei's eyes suddenly burst into a brilliant light. Chapter 74, A Grand Apology. The 4 people in front of him were none other than the patriarchs of the 4 major families of the Liu Alliance. Liang Dong, Liu Dachuan, Zhou Songxing, and Du Xianfeng. These 4 people came together. Could it be that they are here for a final showdown with the Liu family? Kong Wuwei thought. At present, the friendship between Liu Hongwei and Wen Chu, who are the same person as him, is almost known to everyone. Take the present moment, for example. When the Liu family was isolated and helpless, only the Wen family stood up. If the 4 major alliances really want to have a final showdown with the Liu family, the Wen family will inevitably be implicated. Thinking of this, Kong Wuwei became even more excited. Son, the good show is about to begin. Kong Wuwei signaled Kong Qing beside him to watch carefully. At the same time, the rest of the people also discovered the figures of the 4 clan leaders. The mood that had just been quiet suddenly became excited. Although Qin Feng's series of fancy moves just now made them very satisfied, they also felt very unbalanced. There's even a lot of jealousy that cannot be concealed. We are all human beings. Why is there such a big difference between us? How could Qin Feng's daughter make a treasure pot out of a broken bowl? How could Qin Feng make the Spring Breeze wine cup picture worth more than 500 million yuan from the Sonyang Hanbai picture? Why are they still struggling to earn $100 every day? But Qin Feng has already made hundreds of millions in just a few hours. This strong imbalance made their eyes towards Qin Feng filled with strong hostility. Now that the four clan leaders have appeared, it is obvious that they are here to cause trouble for the Liu family. Since Qin Feng and the Liu family are in the same group, he is bound to suffer. So cool. Brother, Mr. Qin. The moment when Chu saw Liang Dong and others appear, his face changed. At this time, he didn't know that Qin Feng, Liu Hongwei, and others had already reached an agreement with the four major families. Don't worry, it's okay, Qin Feng said lightly. The four clan leaders marched straight in and came directly in front of Qin Feng. Wherever he went, people gave way, including those big guys. Obviously, in front of the alliance of the four major families that is now showing its strength, even as powerful as they are, they have to temporarily avoid it. The four big guys, Liang Dong, Lu Dachuan, Zhou Songxing, and Du Xianfeng, stood side by side, each of them with a solemn expression on their face. The scene suddenly became silent without anyone noticing. No one dared to make a sound. Standing there quietly, his face full of complexity and excitement. Perhaps, from today onwards, the Liu family, which has been glorious for decades, will disappear from the sky. Finally, Liang Dong took a step forward slowly. Here it comes. Everyone's heart instantly rose to their throat. At this moment of everyone's attention, Liang Dong, who attracted everyone's attention, bowed deeply to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. Everyone was stunned by Liang Dong's strange action. What's going on? Shouldn't these two people be like enemies meeting and be extremely jealous of each other? Damn it, it must be a ghost. Kong Wuwei, who was expecting the four clan leaders to make trouble, was also confused. Could it be that I'm really old and I'm even having hallucinations? Kong Wuwei slammed the crutch in his hand to the ground. Hey, it really doesn't hurt. It seems it was just an illusion. Dad, you poked me. Kong Qing next to him grimaced in pain. Obviously, everyone was stunned by what Liang Dong and his three companions did. However, what was even more unbelievable was yet to come. Mr. Qin, Brother Liu, in front of everyone today, I once again apologize to you for my stupid behavior over the past few days. To make up for my mistake, this is the property we snatched from you these past few days. Now we return it to its rightful owner. This is the title deed to the land that was tendered a few days ago. It can be transferred to you free of charge. Of course, these aren't enough to make up for our mistakes, but we will do our best. Here's 1 billion in compensation. Please accept it. Finally, Liang Dong handed over another check for 10 billion. It has to be said that Liang Dong at this moment has lowered his posture to the limit. The scene was deathly silent, and everyone was at a loss as to what to do after Liang Dong's move. Liu Hongwei and Wen Chu on the side were filled with ecstasy. Even Liu Hongwei is the same. Although he already knew the result in advance, he still couldn't help but be ecstatic when he saw the Liu family's property recovered and the billion-dollar check. With that piece of land and these 10 billion, the Liu family's power will surely make a huge leap forward. Only Qin Feng, from beginning to end, no matter whether the atmosphere on the field was noisy or quiet, his eyes were so calm. In the independent field, yet detached from the world. Hearing Liang Dong's words at this moment, he glanced at the compensation, and then his eyes fell on Liang Dong. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Boss Liang is really calculating. Liang Dong's body shook, and he forced himself to stay calm. I don't understand what Mr. Qin means. I came here this time to sincerely apologize. Really? Qin Feng asked. After saying that, he just looked at Liang Dong quietly. His eyes were calm, but underneath that calmness, there was a condescending gaze. Being stared at like this, Liang Dong suddenly felt so insignificant. His so-called conspiracy was simply a dead end in front of Qin Feng and was not worth mentioning. More importantly, being stared at like that, Liang Dong suddenly felt like he was being stripped naked in the dead of winter. There are no more secrets in my body, including my thoughts. An indescribable fear grew from the bottom of my heart and began to spread throughout my body at an alarming speed. After a moment, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze. Liang Dong breathed a sigh of relief. The whole process took only 20 seconds, and he actually felt almost exhausted. The reason you chose to apologize in front of so many people is, on the one hand, because you're afraid we'll regret it later, and on the other hand, you want to make us a target of public criticism, right? You've got the public psychology down pat. You could have easily won, You could have completely wiped out the Liu family, yet you suddenly gave up. Not only did you give up, you even ceded land and paid compensation, and even apologized in front of countless people. There must be a reason for this. And what could be the reason? The public will certainly assume that the Liu family must be hiding some trump card, which is why you four major families are so compromising. What kind of trump card do you have that would make you four major families so scared? If other forces in the same demon city come into conflict with the Liu family, how will they face the Liu family and the trump card they have hidden? The unknown is always the most dangerous. Every faction is wary of the Liu family. Over time, the Liu family will inevitably become the target of public criticism. And during this process, facing the humble apologies of the patriarchs of your four major families. If Brother Liu gets a little carried away, he will ignore your trap. Am I right? Chapter 75, The Liu Family's Post-Investigation Meeting. That was close. Liu Hongwei, who was slow to react, finally reacted after listening to Qin Feng's analysis. In fact, Qin Feng's guess was absolutely correct. Faced with such a humble apology from Liang Dong and others, even Liu Hongwei couldn't help but feel proud, so much so that he didn't even think about the conspiracy hidden behind Liang Dong's move. If Qin Feng had not pointed it out at this moment, once the consequences Qin Feng mentioned happened, the Liu family would not be facing the alliance of the four major families. Instead, all the forces in the entire demon city joined together to attack. Even if the four major forces joined forces to attack this time, if Qin Feng had not seized the Liang family's handle beforehand, they would probably have been almost finished by now. The four major forces couldn't even handle it, so if all the forces in the entire demon city attacked together, Liu Hongwei didn't even dare to think about the consequences. When Liu Hongwei thought about how this old guy Liang Dong had quietly dug such a big hole for the Liu family, his expression instantly became dangerous. Mr. Qin, why don't you just reveal the news and discuss this old man to death? No. Liang Dong panicked when he heard it. The development of the matter to this point has already made his cousin very unhappy. If Qin Feng reveals the matter of the subway line again, the other big guys will definitely not miss this opportunity to make a fortune. Maybe he will rush in. If the entire situation develops in an uncontrollable direction again, the consequences that await Liang Dong will be too dire. Why don't you just apologize honestly? Why do you have to be so cunning? At this moment, Liang Dong wanted to slap himself to death. Boss Liu, Mr. Qin, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Liang Dong, who had regained consciousness, began to apologize repeatedly. This time, there was even a bit of humility and begging for mercy. Qin Feng looked at him quietly. At this moment, Liang Dong didn't dare to make a sound. He knew that at this moment, his life and death might be controlled by Qin Feng. For a long time, it seemed like a century to Liang Dong. Qin Feng suddenly laughed. At another 200 million. Bang! Liang Dong almost fainted again. Although other people may not understand it very well. How could he not understand it? Obviously, if they want to put this matter behind them, they have to add another 200 million in compensation. Everything will be done as you say, sir. Liang Dong gritted his teeth and nodded. A moment later, let's go back and divide the spoils. Qin Feng held the excited Xiao Qi in his arms and left with Liu Hongwei and Wen Shu, leaving behind endless admiring and amazed gazes. Liu Family Hall. After a brief discussion, Liang Dong gave 1 billion in cash compensation and a check for 200 million, totaling 1.2 billion. Qin Feng, Liu Hongwei, and Wen Shu each received 400 million. Originally, Qin Feng didn't plan to take a penny. After all, in this series of plans, he didn't contribute any money or effort. At best, he just talked and gave some advice. But he couldn't resist the repeated pushes from Liu Hongwei and Wen Shu. According to the two men, their two families were able to survive the disaster this time, thanks to Qin Feng, and they have never been able to repay him. These 400 million can be regarded as their thank you gift. After trying to refuse in vain, Qin Feng had no choice but to accept it. Then there are those 3 legendary antiques. According to Qin Feng, since Xiao Qi has given the treasure bowl to Wen Shu, it belongs to Wen Shu. In addition, there is also the Changhua Do Tsai chicken cup and Tang Bohu's Spring Breeze wine cup picture. After discussion, it was put on the auction held by Jubi Ozai 7 days later. After everything is discussed, everyone, old man Liu Yun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. This time, my Liu family was able to survive this disaster entirely thanks to the help of Brother Qin Feng. I would like to thank you in advance. Uncle Liu, you're too polite. Qin Feng said. However, Lu Yun's face turned serious. This disaster also exposed some problems in my Lu family. Having said this, the expressions of everyone on the field suddenly became serious. Magnificent! Here, Lu Hongwei stood up with a sad look on his face. As the current head of the Lu family, you didn't even know the enemy had tampered with the account books. Furthermore, you were completely unaware of the shoddy workmanship of your subordinates on such a large project as City-State Number 1. You bear the lion's share of the responsibility for this disaster. Yes, Lu Hongwei nodded. Also, after the catastrophe, as the head of the family, you didn't have the absolute power to control the overall situation and enhance the cohesion of the family. As a result, the enemy later poached many of our Lu family's key talents. Secondly, after the disaster occurred, you failed to implement effective defensive measures, causing the situation to escalate further and nearly leading to irreversible consequences. You are also to blame in this regard. Yes, Lu Hongwei looked very sad. Although you're the head of the family, you are still a member of my Lu family. Merits should be rewarded, and mistakes should be punished. From today on, I will remove you from your position as the helmsman of the Lu family. Really? Lu Hongwei, who had originally looked dejected, looked up instantly after hearing this, and his eyes were full of ecstasy when he looked at Mr. Lu Yun. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Dad, you can't go back on your word. That's great, Dad. I love you. At this moment, Lu Hongwei, to put it simply, was as happy as a fool. Looking at Lu Hongwei's expression, Qin Feng was speechless. This guy is really hopeless. You know, in other families, brothers would fight tooth and nail for the position of family head, but the Lu family is different. Whether it is Lu Hongwei or Lu Tianlan, they are not interested in the position of head of the family at all. This is the Lu family's luck, as they avoided the fate of fratricide. But it is also the misfortune of the Lu family. Such a big family, but there is no one who can inherit the family business. Lu Yun was almost mad to death by Lu Hongwei's reaction. With the attitude of out of sight, out of mind, Mr. Lu Yun simply ignored Lu Hongwei, paused for a moment, and continued. The third question is about the education of the younger generation of my Lu family. In a word, whether it was Lu Tianlan or Lu Hongwei, who was as happy as an idiot the last second, they all wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The performance of Lu Qingfeng and others during this disaster was a great shame and humiliation for the entire Lu family. I don't want to say more about this issue. You can take care of your children yourselves. There was a hint of sadness in Mr. Lu Yun's tone. When people reach old age, it is the time to enjoy family happiness, but now almost all the younger generations of the Lu family, except Lu Yangyang and Lu Changsheng, have gone to jail. The Lu family's incense supply was cut off. It's hard not to feel disappointed. Chapter 76, She is Mine. Grandpa, don't be sad, you still have us. Lu Yangyang said softly. That's right, we will always be with you. Lu Changsheng also leaned next to Lu Yun and said, Okay. Looking at the two well-behaved granddaughters in front of him, tears flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. In the past few days, although my Lu family has suffered unprecedented disasters and lost many talents, more importantly, my Lu family has discovered two more outstanding talents. More outstanding talents? Who? Lu Changcheng asked puzzledly. Qin Feng smiled slightly and said nothing. It's you two, Lu Yun said to Lu Changcheng and Lu Yangyang. You two performed very well this time. After the disaster, Yang Yang stepped forward and immediately stabilized the emotions of everyone in the company family, preventing the situation from getting completely out of control. And Cheng Cheng, too. You have protected the Lu family's last remaining pride and dignity at a critical moment. As an important member of the family, you may not know anything, but you must always bear in mind the family's honor and dignity. If you lose these 2 points, the family will be gone. Today, our Lu family has survived this disaster. This is a great, joyous occasion, but a family cannot be without a leader for even a day. Today, Brother Qin Feng is here to bear witness. In front of everyone, I declare that Lu Yangyang will be the next head of our Lu family. Grandpa, Lu Yangyang looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. Yangyang, Lu Yun said, looking at his precious granddaughter. Over the years, because you're a girl, Grandpa has always disapproved of your involvement in family affairs. I'm sorry for putting you in such a difficult position. Grandpa, Lu Yangyang's eyes were filled with tears without him noticing. Because she has been weak and sickly since childhood, she has been loved and pitied by everyone. Everyone carefully protects her, gives in to her, and their eyes are full of heartache when they look at her. But I never agreed. Even though she later showed great talent in family management, she was still blocked by family members on the grounds that girls were not allowed to participate in family meetings. At this moment, she finally got the recognition of her family, and the grievances she had suffered over the years could no longer be suppressed. Yang, Lu Tianlon walked to Lu Yangyang's side. Dad! With a cry of pain, Lu Yangyang rushed into Lu Tianlon's arms and burst into tears. It was as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered over the years. After a long time, Lu Yangyang's emotions finally returned to normal. Grandpa, thank you for your recognition, but what? Lu Yun was stunned. But she can't be the head of your Lu family. A voice interrupted. Of course it's Qin Feng. Why? Everyone looked at Qin Feng, who suddenly spoke in confusion. Only Lu Changsheng, who knew the agreement between Qin Feng and Lu Yangyang, felt something in his heart, as if he had guessed something. Because she's mine. Facing everyone's gaze, Qin Feng said lightly. Boom! One stone caused 1,000 waves. Everyone was stunned by Qin Feng's words. His people? What's going on? Could it be that these two people got together quietly? A series of inquiring gazes were cast on Qin Feng and Lu Yangyang. Even Lu Changsheng is no exception. Could it be that these two people developed a relationship beyond friendship while I was away? Lu Qingqing's little head was a little confused. After these few days, Lu Changsheng had already made clear her feelings for Qin Feng. In addition to being busy with family affairs these days, Lu Changsheng has been focusing more on how to take down Qin Feng. Originally, Lu Changsheng was full of confidence. After all, when a girl chases a boy, it's easy for him to succeed. Besides, this girl is so beautiful. Could it be that his sister had already gotten there before he could even make a move? At this moment, Lu Changsheng was stunned. It must be like this. If their relationship wasn't too close, how could Qin Feng trust Lu Yangyang so much and even say he would give her 200 million in startup capital when they had only met a few times? We're all one family now, so giving money is just like giving from the left hand to the right hand, right? The more he thought about it, the closer he felt to the truth and the more panicked he became. However, before Lu Changsheng had the chance to question Qin Feng, someone got there first. You bastard. Lu Tianlon rushed to Qin Feng like an angry lion and grabbed Qin Feng's collar. You bastard, how dare you? Yang Yang is weak and can't withstand such severe torture. What if something happens to him? Dad. A series of clearly pointed words made Lu Yangyang's face instantly red as a monkey's butt, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Let my dad go, you bad guy, let my dad go. Shout Chi squeezed in and tried to rescue Qin Feng from Lu Tianlon's hands. Faced with everyone's abnormal reactions, Qin Feng was stunned at first, and then suddenly reacted. It seems that what I said just now was indeed a bit evil. At this moment, Qin Feng's face couldn't help but feel hot. He moved his body slightly, broke free from Lu Tianlon's hands, bent down, and picked up Xiaoqi. Be good, Xiaoqi, this uncle is joking with daddy. Really? Xiaoqi looked at Lu Tianlon suspiciously, and when he saw that the other party had no urge to attack again, he finally felt relieved. He looked at Qin Feng. Dad, are you really with that sister? No. Qin Feng's answer was unusually straightforward this time. Everyone, Qin Feng explained to the crowd. What I mean is that Lu Yangyang has agreed to work with me, so you should choose someone else to be the head of the Lu family. Mr. Qin, are you ready to create your own power? Lu Hongwei asked excitedly. I guess so, Qin Feng nodded. Yang Yang is planning to set up a research department to study drugs to combat cancer. Once the drug is successfully developed, she will be responsible for its promotion and sales. By then, the whole world will be changed by it, so she will naturally have no time to manage the family. Are you so sure that Yang Yang will succeed in developing it? Lu Hongwei looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. The same goes for everyone else on the field. Let's not even talk about Yang Yang being a newbie. Can Yang Yang succeed in overcoming this problem that countless top medical experts around the world can't solve? According to probability theory, the probability of success is almost zero. But from Qin Feng's tone, it seems that it will definitely be successfully developed. After all, we've already started thinking about promotion and sales. Just because no one succeeds doesn't mean we won't succeed. I believe in her. Qin Feng said. The voice is not loud, but it has an unparalleled firmness and confidence. Lu Yangyang looked at Qin Feng quietly. At this moment, she only felt full of happiness. What even she herself was not sure about was that Qin Feng believed in her so much. I believe in myself too. Lu Yangyang smiled and stretched out his left hand towards Qin Feng. Chapter 77. Your mission is to give birth to a child. Give me money. Okay. Qin Feng handed the check for 200 million he had just received to Lu Yangyang. 200 million. Everyone was shocked again. Mr. Qin. Lu Hongwei's voice trembled a little. Even if you support Yang Yang's research, isn't 200 million a bit too much to ask for right at the beginning? Uncle, you don't understand. Lu Yangyang frowned and retorted. Medical research, especially research on a drug that has never been seen before, requires the use of the most advanced medical equipment and the most precise research and measurements. Any slight deviation could lead to completely different results. Furthermore, since we're going to conduct research, we naturally have to choose a construction site, build a factory, purchase equipment and medicinal materials, and also hire the world's top medical experts. Those medical experts are all so overconfident. The price of hiring them is absolutely astronomical. I'm not sure if these 200 million can sustain us for a year. 200 million a year? The three old guys, Lu Hongwei, Lu Tianlan, and Lu Yun, looked at each other and suddenly felt like they were abandoned by the times. It took their Lu family decades of development to reach their current level of over $1 billion in assets. Even during the heyday of the Lu family, the annual net profit was only around 100 million yuan. But now, Lu Yangyang's medical research can earn 200 million yuan a year. Moreover, it may not be enough. Don't worry, if you don't have money, just come to me. If I don't have anything else, I have plenty of money. Qin Feng said with rare generosity. If someone else said this extremely pretentious remark, they would have been drowned by the spit of Lu Hongwei and others. But it was Qin Feng who said this. They had no way to refute it. After all, what Qin Feng said seemed to be true. There was once a very pretentious person who said something extremely annoying. Set a small goal first and make 100 million. But what about Qin Feng? Just today, counting the Spring Breeze wine cup picture, the treasure bowl, and the 400 million in stolen money, Qin Feng alone made nearly 1 billion in one day. Perhaps only a big shot like Qin Feng can afford such huge medical expenses for Lu Yangyang. From this perspective, Lu Yangyang is indeed better off following Qin Feng than me being the patriarch of a small family in Shanghai. But apart from Yangyang, who else can take the position of the head of the family? Lu Yin was a little worried. Why not let Cheng do it? Qin Feng suggested. Didn't this girl study financial management abroad? It's a perfect match for her major, right? But Lu Yin seemed a little hesitant. Dad, just let Cheng try. No matter how bad Cheng is, can he be worse than me? Lu Hongwei was afraid that the old man would let him be the head of the family again. So he quickly jumped out to support him. It was just support, but what Lu Hongwei said almost made the old man want to strangle him to death. Grandpa, I want to try it. Lu Cheng suddenly spoke. The little girl at this moment had a serious look on her face. Why? Why does my sister get everyone's approval? Why would Qin Feng find Lu Yangyang to start a business together instead of finding me? Obviously, in the eyes of everyone, she is not as good as her sister. You look down on me, but I just want to prove that I can do it. Lu Cheng thought very clearly. She liked Qin Feng and wanted to be with Qin Feng, so she had to keep up with him. At the very least, you should stand in the same position as the other party. One day, I will prove to everyone that I, Lu Cheng, am no worse than anyone else. Okay. Lu Yin finally made the decision. Come on, Cheng, Uncle believes in you. Lu Hongwei waved his fist at Lu Cheng excitedly. Looking at that annoying smile on his face, everyone present had the urge to hold him down and beat him up. By the way, old man, you seem to have forgotten something very important. Looking at Lu Hongwei, Qin Feng suddenly had an idea. What's the matter? Everyone was stunned. Because of this incident, the younger generation of the Lu family was basically wiped out. Although Yang and Cheng are holding up the family now, it is not a long-term solution. If we want the Lu family to develop in the long run, we must find another way. As he spoke, Qin Feng looked at Lu Hongwei meaningfully. Shit. Stared at by Qin Feng, Lu Hongwei shuddered and prepared to run away as soon as he realized what was happening. Stop. Hongwei, Qin Feng is right. The bloodline of our Lu family cannot be cut off. Tianlan holds an important position and cannot be distracted. You have already resigned and have nothing to do. You should work harder and try to add a few more children to the family. 3 or 5 are not too many. 7 or 8 are not too few. In short, the more the better. Qin Feng fanned the flames. Grandpa, Lu Hongwei's face was distorted. I don't care what you do. I want to see results within 3 months. Lu Yin put an end to the matter with just one sentence. Brother Qin Feng, it's getting late. Why don't you stay here tonight and have a celebration banquet? Ignoring Lu Hongwei's resentful look, Lu Yun said to Qin Feng. No, my father has something to do tonight and can't stay here. Before Qin Feng finished speaking, the girl Xiaoqi spoke first. Yes, I have something to do tonight. Although he didn't know what his daughter was up to, Qin Feng still chose to follow Xiaoqi's words. Is that so? Okay then. Lu Yun nodded. After leaving the Lu family's gate, Qin Feng received a call from Tian Jiming before he had time to say anything. After leaving Kong Group, Tian Jiming wisely chose to say goodbye temporarily. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Qin Feng and the Lu family will definitely make a summary of what has happened during this period. Maybe some family secrets will be involved. It's not appropriate for an outsider like him to follow along. So he found a reason to leave early. Although the person is gone, Tian Jiming's heart is still moved by Qin Feng. Whether it was Qin Feng's 13 daily limit increases at the Hongqiao Stock Exchange and the subsequent events at Yegong, or the scene where he turned the tide after facing such a desperate situation at the Lu family base, or Qin Feng's miraculous ability to pick up bargains at the Kong Group today, they all deeply shocked him. He urgently wanted to have a deconversation with Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, do you have time tonight? I want to have a good chat with you. Tian Jiming said. Qin Feng glanced at Xiaoqi on his shoulder and said, I'm sorry, Boss Tian. I have something to do tonight. How about tomorrow at noon? Okay. Tian Jiming nodded repeatedly. I'll treat you at noon tomorrow. I wonder if Mr. Qin likes Chinese food, Western food, or... Boss Tian, just be casual. Qin Feng said with a smile. Okay then, I'll wait for you at the Brilliant Hotel tomorrow. Chapter 78, An Unexpected Gift. Although the Guanghui Hotel is not as famous as Zuixinlu, it is still one of the best in Shanghai. The most important thing is that the Guanghui Hotel was invested and built by Tian Jiming. Discussing things on your own turf is not only convenient, but also highly confidential. No problem. Qin Feng nodded. Okay, my little princess. What gift have you prepared for Dad? Can you tell me now? After sending Tian Jiming away, Qin Feng looked at Xiaoqi and said with a doting look on his face, Don't ask for now. Just follow me and you will know then. Qin Shiqi pulled Qin Feng into a private room in a coffee shop with a mysterious look on her face. A woman, sitting there alone. The woman was in her 20s, looked dignified, intellectual, and easygoing. Looking at this woman, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with thought. Where have I seen this woman before? Hello, Dichirsu. Before Qin Feng could react, Xiaoqi threw himself into the woman's arms as she called out. It turned out to be her. Qin Feng showed a look of sudden enlightenment. This woman is Xiaoqi's current teacher, Su Yunhua. I had met her once before during the Children's Day event last year, but I had just arrived at school when I received a call from Wang Ming. I left in a hurry before I could participate in the school's Children's Day activities. Therefore, I didn't have a deep impression of Su Yunhua. But what is going on? Having lived 2 lives, Qin Feng was also confused by the scene before him. Dad, come here and sit here. Before Qin Feng could react, Xiaoqi ran back and pulled Qin Feng to sit directly next to Su Yunhua. Dad, let me introduce you. This is Teacher Su, the teacher who loves Xiaoqi the most. Teacher, this is my most beloved father, Qin Feng. Both Qin Feng and Su Yunhua were confused by Xiaoqi's actions. Hello, Teacher Su. Hello. After the two of them exchanged stiff greetings, the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Dad, there's such a beautiful woman sitting in front of you. How come you don't have any eyesight at all? Why don't you pour tea and cut fruit quickly? You're such a grown-up, and you still need me to teach you. Seeing that the situation was at a stalemate, Xiaoqi said angrily. Okay. Qin Feng poured the tea with an embarrassed look on his face. Thank you. No need. Su Yunhua was about to refuse when Xiaoqi spoke. Teacher Su, this is the first time I've seen my dad pour tea for a girl. It seems my dad has a good impression of you. Puff. As soon as these words came out, the tea that Qin Feng had just poured into his mouth sprayed out. At this moment, if Qin Feng didn't understand what Xiaoqi was doing, he would be as stupid as a pig. This little girl is actually looking for a partner for herself. And it was found on my teacher's head. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's forehead was full of black lines again. Dad, you can't be so rude. Seeing Qin Feng lose his composure, Xiao Qi pouted, took out a tissue, and wiped Qin Feng's mouth while saying, "Teacher Su, my dad is really a good person. Not only is he handsome, but he's also a family man. He doesn't smoke or drink. After getting married, he hands over his monthly salary on time. Apart from not liking to wash his feet, everything else is good." Puff. Qin Feng spat out another mouthful of tea. Just praise it. How can you not love pedicure and still get it done? Xiao Qi, stop making trouble. Qin Feng grabbed Xiao Qi, who was chattering, and said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Dad, you're already grown up. You should learn to take the initiative and stop being shy. You have to fight for your own happiness. As your daughter, I can only help you so far." After saying that, without giving Qin Feng any time to react, he broke free from Qin Feng's arms. "I'm going to play outside for a while. From now on, it's just the two of you." "Oh, Dad, Teacher Su likes to eat oranges and she peels them. As your daughter, I can only help you up to this point. Come on." After saying that, close the door and leave. How can I express my love? My heart hurts so much. The lingering love song sounded without warning. The lights in the room automatically switched to 7 colors in an instant. Qin Feng and Su Yunhua sat together. Both of them looked indescribably awkward. After a long cough sound, Qin Feng spoke first. Teacher Su, I'm sorry. Xiao Qi said she had prepared a surprise for me yesterday, but I didn't know." Qin Feng swore that in his 2 lives, he had never been as embarrassed as he was now. "I don't know either." Su Yunhua blushed slightly and forced herself to calm down, because Xiao Qi said that he had just moved, and he took the initiative to choose this place to meet. "In fact, I'm here for a home visit. Xiao Qi hasn't handed in her homework for a week. She won't tell me anything when I ask her. I'm worried, so I came here to ask what's going on." I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. I think from today onwards, Xiao Qi should hand his homework on time." Qin Feng said embarrassedly. How could he not know in his heart that the reason why Xiao Qi didn't hand his homework was because of this home visit? Create an opportunity for yourself and Su Yunhua to meet alone. Yeah, Su Yunhua obviously thought of this, and her face turned a little redder, but the next second, Su Yunhua seemed to think of something, and her expression became more serious. "But Xiao Qi's father, I need to remind you that Xiao Qi is a smart child, but smart children often make people feel distressed. I've heard about what happened to you recently. Adult matters always have some impact on children. Even though Xiao Qi won't tell you, I still hope you can learn more." Qin Feng was stunned. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have never thought about these things. These days, Xiao Qi has been in front of me with an optimistic look, which has caused me to ignore whether Xiao Qi is really happy. "Thank you, teacher. I'll remember it and pay attention to it next time." Qin Feng said in a deep voice after taking a deep breath. "That's good. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Su Yunhua said goodbye. "I send you." After seeing Su Yunhua off, Qin Feng took a walk and finally found Qin Chi in the back garden of the coffee shop. The small body squatted in a corner of the garden, with its head lowered, not knowing what it was fiddling with. In order to give Qin Chi a surprise, Qin Feng quietly moved over, bent down, and was about to speak when he glanced at her, and his figure froze instantly. Xiao Qi held a wooden stick in his hand and painted carefully in the mud. Qin Feng was so familiar with the figure in the painting. It was actually me. Chapter 79, Choosing Me, is the best decision in your life. The little girl drew so seriously, and the drawing turned out so realistic. After drawing Qin Feng, he started drawing himself. A moment later, a little man appeared. What surprised Qin Feng was that the next second, Xiao Qi directly wiped the little man away. "No, it's too far away from Dad." Muttering, Xiao Qi started to paint again. This time, he painted the little man directly into the arms of Qin Feng's portrait. "Xiao Qi will always love Daddy. Xiao Qi will be with Daddy forever." Looking at the portrait, Qin Chi smiled sweetly. Qin Feng's eyes couldn't help but become moist. Living his life over again, he vowed to make up for all his regrets and make Xiao Qi happy forever. But now that I have material conditions, I have ignored Xiao Qi's true feelings. On the other side, Xiao Qi is still painting. She just tilted her head and thought for a moment. Another woman was drawn next to Qin Feng. "Dad works so hard. I want to find him a wife. This woman must love Daddy as much as Xiao Qi does, huh?" Xiao Qi hesitated, then added, "It's best not to bully Xiao Qi." At that moment, after living 2 lives, Qin Feng suddenly felt like crying. Better not bully Xiao Qi. What does this mean? This shows that in Xiao Qi's young mind, Her own happiness is above hers. What matters is that you live a good life, even if she doesn't live a good life. At this moment, Qin Feng belatedly recalled the past, including his previous life. I have never heard Xiaoqi say anything about Wang Ming. Not a single word. Oh. Qin Feng wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Hearing the noise behind him, Xiaoqi was obviously startled. He turned around and saw Qin Feng, and the smile on his face instantly became as bright as fireworks. Dad! The little girl rushed into Qin Feng's arms, hugged Qin Feng's neck tightly, first kissed Qin Feng on the face, then stuck her head out and asked belatedly, "Where's Teacher Sue?" "She's gone back." Qin Feng hugged Xiaoqi, and his heart was instantly filled with something called happiness. Going back? So soon? Xiaoqi was stunned and held Qin Feng's cheeks with both hands. "Dad, what's going on? Did you catch him? Teacher Sue is the best teacher in our school. She is more than qualified for you. Dad, you must seize this opportunity. If you miss it, you will never get it again. Having you in this life is enough for Dad," Qin Feng said softly. "Really?" Xiaoqi's expression was obviously a little excited, but the next second, she suppressed it. "This won't do. The great Qin Chi-Chi's father, can't even find a wife. If this gets out, won't I, Qin Chi-Chi, be very embarrassed?" "Okay, it's not your turn to worry about, Dad. It's still early, and I guess your grandparents haven't eaten yet. How about we go have a seafood dinner together? And, if Dad remembers correctly, our Magic City Lantern Festival is going to start tonight. Let's go and have fun, okay?" "Really? That's great. I want to eat lobster, ride the roller coaster, and buy some colorful lanterns." After all, he was just a child. As soon as Qin Feng opened his mouth, he immediately diverted Xiaoqi's attention. That night, Qin Feng played with Xiaoqi until 11 o'clock in the evening. In the end, Xiaoqi even fell asleep on Qin Feng's body. "Xiaofeng, why don't you just put Xiaoqi on the bed?" Qin Yuan said from the side. "Mom, no need. Let me hold you for a while longer." Qin Feng spoke softly, his voice gentle, for fear of startling Xiaoqi. No words all night. Qin Feng slept with Xiaoqi in his arms all night. That night, Qin Feng did not close his eyes, and many scenes from his past and present lives kept replaying in his mind. The next day, Qin Feng first bought breakfast for the family, then sent Xiaoqi to school, and then returned to the hospital to chat with his parents about family matters. They chatted until nearly 11 o'clock before Qin Feng came out of the hospital and took a taxi to the Guanghui Hotel. "Mr. Qin, you are finally here." The moment Qin Feng got out of the car, Tian Jiming came to greet him from afar. This scene attracted countless people's attention. After all, as the owner of one of the best hotels in Shanghai and also the owner of the Hongqiao Stock Exchange, Tian Jiming is definitely a well-known figure in Shanghai. Such a big shot actually took the initiative to greet a young man in his 20s. What's even more bizarre is that the young man actually got out of the taxi. The combination of these two events is so weird. The two of them ignored everyone's gazes and went straight to the hotel's top suite. "Mr. Qin," Tian Jiming handed the menu to Qin Feng like a lackey. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and ordered a few dishes. "Serve the food and enjoy." After eating and drinking, Qin Feng half leaned back in his chair and said, "Mr. Tian, I know why you chose me. Before we get down to business, I can tell you clearly that choosing me yesterday might be the best decision you've ever made in your life. And this decision will save you from a disaster." Disaster? Tian Jiming's face changed. He had specifically investigated everything that had happened to Qin Feng during this period and had a deep understanding of Qin Feng's ingenuity. When Tian Jiming heard Qin Feng say that something was going to happen to him, he panicked instantly. "Mr. Qin, at 2:50 this afternoon, a knife-wielding criminal will burst into the Hongqiao Stock Exchange Hall. If we don't stop him, it will be a living hell." Qin Feng spoke slowly. This is exactly what happened in Qin Feng's previous life. The gangster rushed into the Hongqiao Stock Exchange Hall with a knife and started slashing people without warning. Because the incident happened suddenly, the security guards in the hall did not react at all. By the time they reacted, more than a dozen people had already fallen in a pool of blood. That day, 6 people died. At that time, this case shocked the entire Magic City and was classified as a major case. Although the murderer was eventually executed, the Hongqiao Stock Exchange was still greatly affected. The entire exchange was ordered to undergo renovations for a month due to security issues. There is also Tian Jiming, who was jointly sued by the families of the victims. The lawsuit lasted for half a year. After this incident, the Hongqiao Stock Exchange began to go downhill. After all, a place where people have died is somewhat unlucky, especially when it comes to stock trading, which relies 30% on strength and 70% on luck. Finally, after struggling for more than a year, the Hongqiao Stock Exchange, which had been glorious for a long time, finally closed down. As for Tian Jiaming, his whereabouts have been lost since then, and he has disappeared without a trace. Chapter 80. Mr. Qin, you're simply amazing. 250. Tian Jiaming's expression changed. It's 250, and there are only 10 minutes left before the stock market closes. And these last 10 minutes are also the period with the highest trading volume. Needless to say, the stock exchange must be crowded with investors at this moment. If someone really attacked with a knife, Tian Jiaming didn't even dare to think about it. I looked at my watch. It was 2:30. 20 minutes left. What if there's a traffic jam on the way? Tian Jiaming's heart was trembling. What the hell? Without any hesitation, Tian Jiaming stood up and rushed out while taking out his cell phone and dialing a number. Hello, boss. The lobby manager of the Hongqiao Stock Exchange just answered the phone. Stop talking nonsense. Are you at the exchange now? Tian Jiaming interrupted the other party directly. Yes. The lobby manager was obviously confused. Well, a knife-wielding gangster will soon rush into our exchange. You should immediately gather all the security guards in the store. Having said this, Tian Jiaming paused. I don't seem to know the specific appearance of a knife-wielding attacker. Do I have to control all the suspicious men in the hall? He's in his early 30s, about 1.7 meters tall. Most importantly, he has a frantic demeanor, so he should be easy to spot. But remember, you must apprehend him the moment he enters the exchange. Try to minimize panic and accidents. Qin Feng's voice came. Tian Jiaming was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Did you hear that? Pay attention. Yes. After hearing about the knife-wielding gangster, the lobby manager's voice became more serious. Everyone, assemble. Before the call was hung up, the lobby manager's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Qin. As soon as he hung up the phone, Tian Jiaming rushed to the door of Guanghui Hotel and opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz. Let's go and take a look. Qin Feng got into the car, and the next second, the car rushed out like a wild horse. However, as the saying goes, what you fear will come to you. Unfortunately, Tian Jiaming encountered a traffic jam, and the journey that should have taken only 10 minutes took more than 30 minutes. By the time the two arrived, everything seemed to be coming to an end. The stockholders in the exchange, with a look of curiosity on their faces, are evacuating in an orderly manner. Several policemen are carrying out the final cleanup. Boss, you're finally here. Seeing Tian Jiaming and Qin Feng coming, the lobby manager hurriedly came forward to greet them. Boss, you don't know, it was really thrilling just now. That man was a lunatic, charging in with a knife in hand. If you hadn't given the order in advance, and the brothers hadn't been guarding the door the entire time, even if they had been a second slower, the situation would have been irreversible. Before Tian Jiaming could speak, the lobby manager started talking like pouring beans. Is anyone injured? Tian Jiaming asked the most crucial question. No customers were injured, but a security guard was hit by the tip of that bastard's knife. The injury is not serious, and he has been sent to the hospital. Okay, now I feel relieved. Hearing this, Tian Jiaming finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was a kind of relief for surviving a disaster. Although the matter has been resolved, he still can't help but feel scared. Taking a deep breath, Tian Jiaming said, Have you found out the identity of the criminal? I found out. The lobby manager was obviously quite capable. Although only a dozen minutes had passed since the incident, he had already collected as much information as possible. That man's name is Wu Liang. He started trading stocks 2 years ago and opened an account at our exchange. However, he has little experience in stock trading. The more he trades, the more he loses. Recently, he even borrowed a large sum of money from outsiders, including the money he had saved for a new house, a total of 800,000 yuan, and poured it directly into the stock market. This guy is really unlucky. The market has been generally upward these past few days. There are over 4,000 stocks in the entire stock market, and 3,500 of them are rising. Only a few hundred are falling. But the stock he bought just kept falling, hitting the daily limit for 3 consecutive days. Yesterday, the listed company behind the stock was even accused of tax fraud, and the company immediately shut down its stock. With such a big incident, I'm afraid it won't be recovered for a while. It's like $1 million has been wasted. Now that boy's wife has taken the child back to her parents' home and is clamoring for a divorce. When he was forced into a corner, he started to go crazy. Waste garbage. After hearing the whole story, Tian Jiming cursed fiercely. I have been struggling for so many years and finally climbed to my current position. If I were to fail because of a gambler, wouldn't I be more wrong than Do-e? But anyway, I managed to escape this disaster. Coming back to his senses, he said, "You performed well today. I will inform the finance department later. Starting from today, all security guards will have their wages doubled if you are included." Also, Tian Jiming was obviously frightened. "From today on, you must watch me carefully. We can be defeated by our competitors, but we can't be played to death by these gamblers who are worse than trash." Yes, the lobby manager was instantly ecstatic when he heard that his salary would be doubled. After dealing with the follow-up matters, Tian Jiming turned his gaze to Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, you are simply amazing. I don't know how to express my gratitude to you. In short, from today on, you are my great benefactor, Tian Jiming. I will be there whenever you say a word." Tian Jiming said to Qin Feng. "It's just a piece of cake," Qin Feng said lightly. For him, it was a simple task, but for me, it changed my life. The two chatted for a while. "Mr. Qin, I have a question for you." Tian Jiming hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't help but speak. "If I hadn't stood on your side yesterday, would you still help me today?" "Brother Tian, what you said is a bit redundant. There is no if in the world. Besides, your assumption is not true at all." Qin Feng said, "If you didn't stand by me yesterday, it only means one thing. You don't trust me at all. If you don't trust me, then what difference does it make whether I say it or not?" Tian Jiming was stunned. It seemed to be true. He shook his head and stopped delving into the issue. "Mr. Qin, I wonder if you're free this afternoon? Otherwise, let's find a place to continue chatting," Tian Jiming said. This encounter also gave Tian Jiming a thorough understanding of Qin Feng's abilities. In this case, cooperation between the two should be put on the agenda. Nothing big happened. Qin Feng thought for a while. Chapter 81: Zhou Tong's Revenge. Now the affairs of the Lu and Wen families have basically come to an end. How it will develop next, and to what extent it can develop, is not something you can control. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. I can help them temporarily, but I can't help them forever. And Lu Yangyang, the money has been given, and from now on, Qin Feng will leave her alone, and everything depends on herself. Although there are bound to be bumps and bruises in this process, this is also a necessary process for Lu Yangyang's growth. "Well, I just have something I want to ask you, sir," Tian Jiming said. This meeting was much more casual. The two of them simply found a room in the back hall of the Hongqiao Stock Exchange. "Bring a pot of tea, and from now on, no one is allowed to enter this room without my order." Tian Jiming gave a simple order. The entire chat process lasted for an entire afternoon. During this period, Tian Jiming briefly talked about his history of making a fortune and elaborated on his understanding and insights into the stock market. After all, if you want to cooperate, you must have a sufficient understanding of each other. Tian Jiming has obviously fully felt Qin Feng's awesomeness, and what Tian Jiming has to do now is to prove his own worth to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, on the other hand, acted more like a listener, occasionally putting forward his own opinions, which were often very insightful. It made Tian Jiming suddenly enlightened. Just as the two were chatting, a figure came up to Liang Dong. "It's you?" Liang Dong showed a hint of surprise when he saw the person in front of him, but the next second, it was replaced by disdain. "Come here, kick him out." Liang Dong's face was gloomy. Although the title deed to Konoha village is already in his hands, if nothing unexpected happens, the subway line is almost certain to be his. But Liang Dong still couldn't be happy. Mainly for this subway line, the Liang family has paid too much. Let's talk about the 1.2 billion in compensation first. Although Liang Dong used a tough attitude to drag the other three families to take the blame, those three families are not made of clay after all. After all, he was in the wrong in this matter, so Liang Dong couldn't push the three major families too hard. Even a rabbit bites when it is anxious. If we really push those three families into a corner and they all fight to the death, then things will be serious. Therefore, after negotiations, the Liang family paid a total of 600 million yuan out of the 1.2 billion yuan in compensation. The other three families each received 200 million. This is just the beginning. In addition, in this war with the Lu family, the Liang family also invested a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, including 200 million yuan spent on bidding for the land, and the money spent on poaching a group of elites from the Lu family. All these added up to almost 400 million. In other words, in just these few days, the Liang family spent nearly 1 billion yuan. 10 billion. That's one-third of the Liang family's wealth. Today, this incident seems to have passed, but because a large amount of working capital was used up, the Liang family's current situation is definitely not much better than the Liu family, and may even be worse. Fully half of the industry is in the process of waiting for delivery. Although the subway line fell into his hands, most of the profits went to his cousin, and in the end, all he got was a little bit of profit. Even if it is repaired, the final profit is estimated to be at most 500 to 600 million yuan. Moreover, before that, I have to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to build the subway line. And these are all initial investments. It can be said that the Liang family is now extremely short of money. Ever since the news of the ceasefire with the Liu family spread yesterday, countless calls have been coming in every second, some asking for money, others asking for money. Liang Dong's head almost exploded. In view of this, it would be strange if Liang Dong's mood could be better. I'm here to help Mr. Liang solve his problem, Zhou Tong said with a smile. That's right, the person who appeared here at this moment was actually Zhou Tong. However, Zhou Tong at this time obviously no longer had his previous charm. Ever since Qin Feng bankrupted him last time, all his glory and wealth disappeared in an instant. Not only that, those enemies he had offended before also began to show up and cause trouble for him after hearing the news. To this day, Zhou Tong is like a rat crossing the street, living his life in hiding. However, to make matters worse, just 2 days ago, Zhou Tong was unfortunately diagnosed with AIDS. It can be said that the emergence of AIDS has become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhou Tong has completely turned evil. As expected, he put all the blame on Qin Feng. In his opinion, if it weren't for Qin Feng, he would still be the rising star in Shanghai, the stock god. But it was Qin Feng. A gambling game directly kicked him from heaven to the 18th level of hell. He wants revenge. He wants Qin Feng to pay a heavy price. So he found Liang Dong. Just you. Liang Dong looked at Zhou Tong with eyes as if he was looking at a pile of dog shit on the ground. I can help you kill Qin Feng, Zhou Tong said coldly. Liang Dong's pupils shrank instantly. What did you say? I don't understand you. Liang Dong pretended to be calm. Really? Zhou Tong said calmly. A mere ant has brought the once powerful Liang family to this state. Doesn't Mr. Liang want revenge? What are you going to do? Seeing that Zhou Tong had said so much, Liang Dong was too lazy to hide it, and said with a fierce gleam in his eyes, I don't need to tell you what I'm going to do. The only thing I can guarantee is that as long as Mr. Liang is willing, I guarantee that Qin Feng won't see the sun tomorrow. Moreover, even if the truth is revealed in the future and someone investigates, Mr. Liang will definitely not be implicated. Zhou Tongdao said, Why should I believe you? Liang Dong said lightly, Just because I dare to risk my life. Zhou Tong said coldly. He looked at Liang Dong and said, Mr. Liang, I'm different from you. You have a Liang family behind you, and you have a big family and a lot of wealth. You need to consider a lot before doing anything. But I'm Zhou Tong, a lonely man with only one life left. I'll fight anyone who doesn't let me live a good life. Qin Feng has caused me to be in this state today. I will not be a human being if I don't kill him. Zhou Tong's tone was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that it was he who forced Qin Feng to gamble. Moreover, AIDS was caused by his own overly unrestrained lifestyle. It's all my own fault that this outcome happened. I made a full plan. After I kill Qin Feng, I'll go abroad and never come back to this damn place again. Chapter 82. The crisis is approaching. Tell me your conditions. Liang Dong remained calm. 50 million. Zhou Tong stretched out his hand. As long as you give me 50 million, I promise to help you get rid of Qin Feng. Moreover, even if the police track you down, I will never implicate you. You really dare to speak? Liang Dong sneered. Mr. Liang, Zhou Tong said, his expression unchanged. We both have to admit that Qin Feng is a freak. With all due respect, I don't think you can be his opponent. This time, he has caused the Liang family to suffer huge losses and humiliation. What about next time? You're using 50 million to get rid of a serious threat. This deal is absolutely worth it. This time, Liang Dong was silent for more than a minute. Sorry, I still can't cooperate with you. Liang Dong said, in the business world, victory and defeat are commonplace. Qin Feng's victory this time was entirely due to luck. Besides, even if I lose, I won't resort to such illegal means. As he spoke, Liang Dong looked at Zhou Tong and said, Zhou Tong, to be honest, I have always admired you. Seeing you fall to this point today, I am also very sad. If you don't mind, I am willing to personally sponsor you 50 million. I hope you can rebuild your glory. When saying this, Liang Dong stared at Zhou Tong with a strange and inexplicable look on his face. Just as Zhou Tong said, Zhou Tong, had a miserable life and would be dead if he died, but Liang Dong, was different. Liang Dong is responsible for the survival of more than 100 people in the Liang family. If possible, he would never leave any handle for others. If I had agreed to Zhou Tong's conditions just now, if Zhou Tong was sincere in cooperating with me and really wanted to kill Qin Feng, then it would be easy to deal with. But what if it's not? What if Zhou Tong just wanted to cheat him? What if Zhou Tong has a recording device on him now? Once he records the conversation between the two, it would be fine if Qin Feng is fine in the future. But if Qin Feng is in trouble, he will definitely be the first person to be suspected, being pulled out to block the gun. Moreover, in Zhou Tong's hands, this recording is like a time bomb that may explode at any time. Of course, the above is just possibility, but Liang Dong will not take any risks. Liang Dong's meaning was very clear. I don't agree with you assassinating Qin Feng, but I admire you and will give you this 50 million in startup capital. As for what you did with this startup capital, it has nothing to do with me. Even if something happens in the future, it can't be blamed on me. Thank you very much, Boss Liang. How could Zhou Tong not know the twists and turns in this matter? But he naturally wouldn't expose Liang Dong. After all, his purpose was to make money. Moreover, he really wanted to kill Qin Feng. As long as he can achieve these two goals, everything else is completely unimportant to him now. 5 minutes later, Zhou Tong left leisurely with a check for 50 million yuan. After leaving, Zhou Tong did not immediately look for someone to start a fight, but turned around and found Kong Wuwei and Kong Qing, the father and son. Same rhetoric, same methods. Half an hour later, Zhou Tong had another check for 50 million in his arms. After that, Zhou Tong visited the Liu, Zhua, and Du families respectively, and got another 30 million from each family. I didn't expect the plan to be implemented so smoothly. Looking at the check for 190 million in his hand, Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with fiery desire. If Zhou Tong hadn't contracted AIDS, he might have really run away with the 200 million yuan. After all, Liang Dong and others said that these were sponsored to him for free. Even if he did not admit it, Liang Dong and others could not do anything to him. With these 200 million, he can definitely make a comeback in a very short time. But now it's different. He has AIDS, and his life is on the countdown. His only thought now is revenge. Zhou Tong first transferred all 190 million to his overseas bank account, and then made a phone call. Hongqiao Stock Exchange, in a private room in the back hall. Mr. Qin, I wonder what you think about the current stock market. After introducing himself, Tian Jiming finally got to the point. The future will be an era where everyone will trade stocks. Qin Feng said. Oh, why do you make such a conclusion, Mr. Qin? Seeing Qin Feng's assertion, Tian Jiming couldn't help but ask. This is still Tian Jiming. If it were someone else, they would definitely laugh at Qin Feng for bragging. At the beginning of the 20th century, economic construction was progressing steadily, and people were gradually transitioning from having enough food to eat, warm clothes to wear, and a bed to having a good meal, a good sleep, and a good fun. But the wandering and turbulence of the past years are still full of their memories. When it comes to money, most people prefer to keep it at home or in their own hands. Past experiences have taught them that only with money can they cope with all changes. As for stock trading, for most people, it is more like a game for the rich. What's even more ridiculous is that in the eyes of the vast majority of ordinary people in our country, stock trading is equivalent to gambling. It is a lazy behavior of taking shortcuts, not striving for progress, and just waiting for pie to fall from the sky. However, even in such circumstances, Qin Feng dared to assert that the future will usher in an era of stock trading for all. Why? That's not important. Qin Feng shook his head. The only thing I can tell you is that the next few decades will be a golden period for our country's rapid economic growth. How to seize the opportunity and quickly cash in beforehand is what you and I should be thinking about now. Besides, since you've chosen this line of work, you should trust your choice. Hesitation will only lead to complete failure. Yes, I've learned my lesson, Tian Jiming said with a guilty look on his face. What we need to do now is to attract more people to open accounts on our exchange and trade stocks. Please give me some advice, sir, Tian Jiming said respectfully. Everyone in the world follows blindly. How to attract people to open accounts and trade stocks is actually very simple. As long as we make them feel that they can make money, they will follow us. Tomorrow, arrange some people to quietly spread some news in Shanghai. It's probably about someone who made a fortune in the stock market, bought a house in a month, got married, and has a mistress and a mistress. Or, let's say someone was originally a poor loser, but by investing in stocks, he became a millionaire in just 1 year. These details must be true. The more truthful, the better. The more truthful, the more people will believe it. Once they envy, desire, and can't help themselves, our plan will be successful. And this is just the first step of our plan. Next, we need to conduct comprehensive big data coverage. We need to collect as much data as possible about the daily stock trading activity of these target users. Every week or month, we'll select the group with the highest returns and conduct a full-scale publicity campaign. People in the world are blindly following and blind. Their eyes will always chase those who make money, while subconsciously ignoring those who lose everything. Everyone who enters the stock market has a hope in their heart. If others can make money, then I can too. Chapter 83, Humans Can't Do It, but I can. Those who have opened accounts and made money are our walking advertisements. Promoting them will naturally attract more people in. Of course, if you've decided to make a name for yourself in this industry, you have to have your own unique characteristics. Otherwise, if you work so hard to lure people into your trap and they just open an account at another stock exchange, wouldn't all your efforts be in vain? Then what is our characteristic? As Qin Feng spoke, Tian Jiming felt that a brand new world was slowly opening before his eyes. It was a world he had never been exposed to. It makes people curious, unable to resist the urge to get involved, and unable to resist getting excited and crazy about it. The only feature of stock trading is making money. Our hallmark is making money. Let users who open accounts with us make money. That's our specialty. But Tian Jiming looked embarrassed. This is the truth, he understands it, but the stock market itself is accompanied by many risks. Even he cannot guarantee that he can make money every time. Even he cannot avoid the fate of cutting losses and leaving the market. Why do you say with certainty that you can help others make money? Don't let the boasting end up in losses. How are you going to explain to the shareholders? I can, Qin Feng said lightly. Just 2 short words, without a beginning or an end, but they made Tian Jiming's body tremble violently. Of course, he understood the meaning behind the 2 words Qin Feng. The stock market is ever-changing, and no one can always be victorious. But I can. At this moment, Qin Feng exuded an unparalleled self-confidence and an aura of a god who was high above and in control of everything. Humans can't do it, but I can. Influenced by Qin Feng's momentum, even Tian Jiming couldn't help but get excited. Okay, Mr. Qin, I'm going to do it with you. I'll do whatever you say. Tian Jiming roared. Don't worry. I still say that choosing me will be the best decision you will make in your life. What I just told you is just the beginning. Next, I want you to quickly set up a fund company and then take it public. Fund? Tian Jiming was stunned. For Tian Jiming, the boss of a securities company, the term fund is certainly familiar to him. In fact, in my country, the first relatively standardized investment fund was established in 1992 and listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange in 1993, which triggered quite a craze at the time. However, some drawbacks and imperfections in the later development of the fund gradually became apparent, and eventually this earliest fund company in my country ended in failure. It was precisely because of the collapse of this securities company that Tian Jiming had the opportunity to rise to prominence. After that securities company went public, its total valuation even reached a staggering $10 billion during the heyday of the stock market, but it still went bankrupt. Now, Qin Feng asked him to run a fund. Isn't this clearly jumping into the fire pit? I know what you're hesitating about, but I still say the same thing. The future will be an era where everyone will be investing in stocks. People's pace of life will be faster, and most of them won't have the extra time to manage their stocks. But they can't just keep their money at home, so investing in funds is their only option. Mr. Qin, I will do whatever you say. Tian Jiming took a deep breath, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He even felt like he was crazy. Just because of Qin Feng's few words, he dared to make such a big bet. It went wrong, and decades of hard work went to waste. Don't worry, you have to take it one step at a time, and eat your meal one bite at a time. Take your time. What you need to do now is to attract more people to open accounts with us. We can deal with the rest later. After saying that, Qin Feng looked at the sky. By the way, Tomorrow you can tell the stockholders who come to the stock exchange that Guangtai coal stock will rise by 5 points. Guangtai coal, 5 points. Tian Jiming was confused again. He is also familiar with Guangtai coal, but according to the news in the past few days, the company behind this stock has not had any special news recently. But now, before the market opens, you dare to say that it will definitely go up. Tian Jiming was surprised that the market could predict an increase, but he could still accept it. But wasn't it a bit too amazing that he could even predict the percentage points? Of course, although he was shocked, Tian Jiming chose to accept it the next second. Just kidding. Everything that happened to Qin Feng during this period of time was so mysterious and incredible that even TV dramas didn't dare to shoot it like this. But what was the result? Qin Feng's decisions are often the most correct. Okay, it's getting late today, I should go. We can talk about other things later. Qin Feng stood up. Xiaoqi should be out of school by now, so he has to get there on time, otherwise this little girl will start acting coquettishly. Thinking of the little girl pouting and looking cute, a smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Mr. Qin, I don't have anything to do tonight anyway. If you don't mind, I'd like to go with you. Tian Jiming said with a shameless face. Tian Jiming naturally knew Qin Feng's background and what he would do at this point in time. If he follows Qin Feng and tries to please Xiaoqi and even Qin Feng's parents, wouldn't the relationship between the two sides become closer? Whatever you want. How could Qin Feng not see Tian Jiming's cunning intentions? He rolled his eyes at him and said, okay. Seeing Qin Feng agreed, Tian Jiming was as happy as a millionaire. From the back hall to his car, Tian Jiming's image of a lackey really shocked many people. But the next second, Tian Jiming was no longer excited. The rear tire of his Mercedes-Benz was punctured at some point. Mr. Qin, Tian Jiming looked embarrassed. How about, let's wait a little longer and I'll ask someone to drive my other car over. Tian Jiming said embarrassedly. As a man worth billions, it is impossible for him to have only one car. No need to go through so much trouble. I could just take a taxi. As he spoke, Qin Feng stopped the taxi and the two of them got in. Go to the Red Sun Kindergarten. Qin Feng announced the name of Xiaoqi's school. By the way, regarding stock leverage, what's the maximum leverage you can give me? As the car was moving, Qin Feng suddenly spoke. 50 times, Tian Jiming said. Only 50 times? Qin Feng was obviously disappointed. In the near future, an unprecedented storm will hit the futures market. If it goes well, the funds you have now will soar tenfold or even 100-fold. Compared with that opportunity, what Qin Feng is doing now is just a small matter. Forget it, 50 times is 50 times. Qin Feng comforted himself and did not dwell on this issue any further. Time passes slowly. Hey, master, this doesn't seem to be the way to the Red Sun Kindergarten. Tian Jiming suddenly asked in confusion while walking. Chapter 84, is your knife swift enough? Of course, because this is the way to the king of hell. A voice suddenly sounded, and at the same time, two knives were placed on the necks of Qin Feng and Tian Jiming. Be honest, otherwise my knife won't have eyes. Brother, let's talk it over nicely. If you want money, I have plenty of it. Tian Jiming, who was dreaming of getting rich just a second ago, was almost scared to death. While begging for mercy, he took out his wallet and spilled tens of thousands of dollars inside. Bah, you want to get rid of me with just tens of thousands of dollars? Are you getting rid of a beggar? Damn! The man was in his 30s, with a face full of flesh. He snatched the wallet and slapped Tian Jiming in the face. The boss of the Hongxiao Stock Exchange, a man with a net worth of billions, seemed to be worthless in front of this man. Yes, brother, I was wrong. I have money. Otherwise, let me out of the car and I will take it for you now. I will give you 500,000, no, 1 million, as long as you let me go. Tian Jiming kept begging for mercy. Fuck, you're really rich. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and slapped Tian Jiming in the face again. But do you really think I'm stupid? If I let you go, I'll be the one who will be in trouble tomorrow. Brother, don't worry, I definitely won't call the police. Before Tian Jiming could finish his words, he was covered by a shrill scream. Just as Tian Jiming was begging for mercy, the middle-aged man stabbed Tian Jiming's thigh with a knife. Blood gushed out instantly. The intense pain caused Tian Jiming's face to twist in an instant. You keep chattering away. It's so annoying. Damn it, from now on, if you dare to say one more word, I will stab you again. The middle-aged man threatened with a gloomy face. This one sentence, coupled with the severe pain in his leg, made Tian Jiming feel the approach of death in an instant. The fear of death made him clench his teeth and not dare to make a sound. That's how you behave. The middle-aged man looked at Tian Jieming's miserable appearance, obviously very proud. I thought people worth billions were all impressive figures, but damn, in front of me, they're as cowardly as dogs. Curly, don't go too far. We are still in the city. If someone gets killed, it will be difficult to deal with, the taxi driver reminded. Understand. Although the curly-haired man looked disapproving, he finally gave up on Tian Jieming and turned his gaze to Qin Feng. Boy, however, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Qin Feng. 5 minutes left. Curly-haired man looked puzzled upon hearing this. The knife you stabbed just now hit him near the aorta. Although it didn't pierce the artery, it definitely injured him. Judging from the current amount of bleeding, if he can't be bandaged and the bleeding can't be stopped in time, he will die from excessive blood loss in 5 minutes at most. Qin Feng said lightly. Is this true? Curly and the driver were both stunned. Are you fucking scaring me? The next second, Curly pointed the knife at Qin Feng's face. You could take a gamble. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Curly with an indifferent look. That look seemed like looking at a dead person. Being stared at by this gaze, Curly felt a huge fear surrounding him. It was like the gaze from the god of death. Curly shuddered. Before death, a person will have a last minute or more of lucidity. During that time, the person will not feel any physical pain, and the activity of the spirit and soul will reach a certain limit. Correspondingly, the fear of death will gradually subside. Therefore, at that time, people often do things that they would not dare to do under normal circumstances. We're driving at 110 miles per hour right now. If he starts making a scene in the car, it'll all depend on whether your knife is sharp enough. What do you mean? Curly asked subconsciously. The meaning is simple. If your knife is sharp enough, you can kill him with one blow before he starts causing trouble. It's a fatal blow, and maybe we can still save our lives. But if you can't kill him with one blow, and he really makes a fuss in this small space, we'll all be doomed. Qin Feng said. Gudong. Seeing Qin Feng speaking seriously, Curly and the driver swallowed at the same time. Ordinary people, even big shots like Tian Jieming, will instinctively feel fear when faced with sudden death. But what about Qin Feng? From just now until now, his face has always been so calm, including when he talked about Tian Jieming's death. He was also so calm. This kind of calmness, which seemed to be without a trace of human emotion, inexplicably caused the fear in Curly's heart to surge a lot. Time passes slowly. For more minutes. Qin Feng said lightly. Curly and the driver's bodies trembled slightly again. Just as Qin Feng said, we are in the downtown area now. If someone really dies, it will be difficult to deal with. Moreover, they're just younger brothers who earn little money from running errands. If anything really happens, the higher-ups will definitely push them out to take the blame first. It's all your fucking fault. I've always told you not to be impulsive, but you just wouldn't listen. The driver couldn't help but complain. Now that it's like this, what do you say we should do? Curly originally just wanted to show off his power, but now facing this situation, he was obviously a little panicked. 3 more minutes. Qin Feng's voice sounded again, and this time, there was a hint of a smile on Qin Feng's face. Mr. Qin, am I really going to die? Tian Jieming's weak voice spread in the small car. Yes. Qin Feng gave an accurate answer very seriously. Damn it. Curly and the driver cursed in their hearts at the same time. Are you thinking you're not dying fast enough or what? Can't you just fool around a bit? Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Qin Feng looked at Tian Jieming. Tian Jieming was stunned. What wish? He has been smart since he was young, and is an expert in both being a person and doing business. With the favorable conditions of the new century and his courage and determination to take risks, he has achieved such a fortune today. A bright future in life has opened up to him. At this moment, because of these 2 bastards in front of me, I was suddenly forced to end it. I think the strong hatred made Tian Jieming stand up all of a sudden, and his eyes looking at Curly hair were filled with deep hatred. How can we save him? Tian Jieming's action finally became the last straw that broke the camel's back, and Curly's hurried voice rang out. There is a clinic at the corner ahead. I need alcohol, bandages, gauze. Qin Feng listed a series of items. Chapter 85, The Fearful Curly. After some bandaging, the bleeding finally stopped. Curly, the driver, and Tian Jieming all breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because he had truly experienced death. The fear in Tian Jieming's heart had subsided a lot at some point. Mr. Qin, how many secrets are you still hiding? Tian Jieming leaned back in his seat and said to Qin Feng. Just now, he had lost so much blood that even he himself felt that he was really going to die. But after Qin Feng's efforts, he actually pulled him back from the brink of death. Moreover, looking at Qin Feng's bandaging skills, even professional doctors in large hospitals are no better than him. The business world is like a battlefield. Getting injured and bleeding is inevitable. If you don't even have this little means of healing, you can only blame yourself if you die. Qin Feng explained calmly. This is indeed the case. In his previous life, when he started his business, he had missed the opportune period of economic takeoff. Moreover, he had no money and no connections. Every step he took was like walking on thin ice, and every step was risking his life. In the early days of his business, he was sometimes attacked by his enemies, injured and bleeding, and could not afford to go to the hospital. So Qin Feng bandaged himself. Over time, I developed this skill. Shaking his head to get rid of those chaotic thoughts, Qin Feng took out his cell phone. What are you doing? Are you looking for death? Curly's face changed when he saw Qin Feng take out his cell phone. My daughter will be home from school soon, and I need to call her grandmother to pick her up. If I don't call and don't pick her up, then the news of my disappearance will definitely be revealed. Qin Feng said. It seems that's the truth. Curly and the driver looked at each other. I'm warning you, don't act rashly, don't say anything you shouldn't say, and don't call the police otherwise. Shut up, Qin Feng said lightly. Curly's words were directly blocked back. His face was gloomy and uncertain. He wanted to get angry, but seemed a little afraid of Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't care about that and dialed Qin Yuan's number on his own. Hey, Mom, I have something urgent tonight. Please go pick up Xiao Qi. Oh, and I won't be going home tonight. Xiao Qi will sleep with you guys tonight. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Qin Feng hung up the phone. Throughout the whole process, Qin Feng was so relaxed and calm. On the other hand, Curly looked nervous, fearing that Qin Feng was playing some tricks. After Qin Feng hung up the phone, Curly was obviously relieved. But before he could finish his breath, the next second, Qin Feng's phone rang again. Curly's face turned black. Should I answer it or not? Qin Feng held the phone and looked at Curly with a playful look on his face. Answer it, but don't play any tricks, Curly said coldly. The call was from Lu Qingqing's secretary. Mr. Qin, are you free tonight? Come and try to comfort the young lady. She's going crazy. It turned out that today, the Lu family officially announced the appointment of Lu Changsheng as the new head of the Lu family. As soon as the news came out, the entire Demon City was shocked. Although, as we entered the new century, the slogan of gender equality has been raised. But among those wealthy families, the idea of favoring boys over girls is still deeply rooted. You know, Lu Yun is already open-minded enough. But even so, someone with business talent like Lu Yangyang is still not qualified to participate in family meetings. But today, Lu Changsheng actually became the head of the Lu family. For a time, it attracted countless eyes and discussions. Could it be that the Lu family is completely empty-handed? It's actually the turn of a stinky little girl to be in charge. If she doesn't take the job, who will? You know, all the younger generations of the Lu family have been wiped out. Of the two remaining girls, one has cancer and is dying. And then there's Lu Hongwei, who is obviously a pile of mud. A hopeless Lu-a-do. The Lu family is completely empty. Don't forget, this little girl performed very well at Lu Yun's 80th birthday party. Moreover, old Master Lu Yun has been a successful man throughout his life. Although the Lu family is now lacking in talent, since Lu Yun chose her, maybe this little girl has some skills. And those other forces naturally became restless. Among them, many wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to severely step on the Lu family. Lu Qingqing's response to those who dare to cause trouble is like a collision between Mars and the Earth. I just found the one who is jumping around the most happily and started a family war. The so-called family war is about fighting. I'll fuck you regardless of everything. Until I kill you. Lu Changsheng said this and did this. In just half a day, he poached the main leaders of several other companies and poached many of their partners at high prices. Now the relationship between the two sides has become as hostile as fire and water. She did a good job. Tell her that since she has started to do it, she should do her best and make the other party beg for mercy, otherwise just kill them. After listening to the whole story, Qin Feng gave his conclusion. The secretary on the opposite side was obviously confused. The more it is at this time, the tougher our attitude should be. On the battlefield, the only reason why the enemy dare not touch you is that you are strong enough. Qin Feng explained lightly. The Lu family is now in a state of disrepair. If, at this time, facing the provocation of the enemy, the Liu family endures, then the fact that the Liu family's strength has declined will be confirmed. When faced with a toothless tiger, the enemy will not feel wronged or show mercy. The only thing they have to do is to eat the toothless tiger. Therefore, now the Liu family must and can only be tough. Those who want to act rashly must be told the facts that if they dare to act rashly, they must be prepared for crazy retaliation. Even if the tiger is weak, it can still easily kill a few ants. I understand. The secretary hung up the phone, seeming to understand. Curly breathed a sigh of relief again. Lingling, Qin Feng's phone rang again. Oh shit. At this moment, Curly felt like going crazy. Why did this call come at this time instead of earlier or later? And it's not over yet? Should I let him take the call? This is too exciting. What if Qin Feng leaks some important information while I'm not paying attention? Then we'll be finished, right? But not being allowed to answer the phone is even more unacceptable. As Qin Feng said, if I don't answer the phone, wouldn't it be obvious that something has happened? Hello. Qin Feng answered the phone calmly despite Curly's suicidal look. The call was from Wenchu. The gist of it is that the auction will be held at Jubiozai this Sunday, and the invitations have already been sent out. Because this auction will publicly sell Tang Bohu's Spring Breeze Wine Cup and Changhua Dotsai Chicken Cup, it has attracted not only the wealthy people in Shanghai, but also many bigwigs from all over the country. Chapter 86. Use the calmest tone to say the most pretentious words. The emergence of these big guys is definitely an opportunity for the development of Jubiozai. If we can establish good relations with these big guys, maybe Jubiozai can use this auction to expand its influence to other urban areas. When Chu called to invite Qin Feng to attend the auction. With Qin Feng's ability, although the Demon City is extraordinary, it is not his size after all. Qin Feng's goal is to compete across the country and even the world. If he could use this auction to get to know some big guys in advance, it would also facilitate Qin Feng's future development. Of course, on the other hand, I would like to ask Qin Feng if there is anything special that he needs to pay attention to. The big guys gathering at Jubiozai is both an opportunity and a challenge. If you accidentally offend a big boss, it might bring disaster to Jubiozai. Just wait and see, Qin Feng said lightly. When Chu was stunned. Wait and see? What's the meaning? When Chu keenly realized that these four simple words seemed to hide extremely important information, he savored slowly and carefully. At a certain moment, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I understand now. There's no need to deliberately court those big guys. As long as you're strong enough, cooperation will naturally come to you. After a moment, Qin Feng hung up the phone. After that, there were no more calls, and Curly's tense nerves finally relaxed. The car is driving fast. Halfway through, Qin Feng and Tian Jiming were blinded. The drive lasted more than an hour. When it was completely dark, the car stopped on a barren hill in the suburbs. Apparently, a dozen people had been waiting here for a while. When they saw the car stop, they hurried over to greet it. What the hell? Why is it so slow? Why is there one more person? A man with a scar said impatiently. Get out. Curly and the driver pushed Qin Feng and Tian Jiming out of the car. Brother, there was an accident on the way, which delayed us a bit. Moreover, these two have been together ever since you gave the order, and you asked us to take action before tonight, so we simply tied them both up together. Curly explained. All right, one more is enough. The scarred man waved his hand. Boss Zhou, come and see if this is the guy. It's you. Qin Feng had already taken off the cloth on his eyes and was looking at Zhou Tong in front of him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Didn't you expect that? I told you I wouldn't let you go. Zhou Tong looked at Qin Feng with a fierce smile. The next second, he turned his gaze to the scarred man. Brother, it's him. All right, since we got the right target, let's do it. Be quick and efficient. Pour sulfuric acid on the body and then dig a deep pit and bury it. Damn it. Hurry up and finish this. I have activities tonight. The scarred man curled his lips, and a hint of heat flashed in his eyes. He just had a beautiful college student yesterday, and she is said to be a virgin. Thinking about it, the scarred man is already a little impatient. With just one sentence, Tian Jiming shuddered again. Judging from the scarred man's behavior, he was obviously familiar with such things. Yes, several younger brothers surrounded him, waving machetes in their hands. The icy blade carried the unique chill of the night, and the air seemed to be filled with the breath of death. Zhou Tong looked at this scene excitedly. Mr. Qin, it seems that I can only make a fortune with you in the second half of my life. Tian Jiming said with a wry smile. Don't worry, we won't die, Qin Feng said lightly, his expression still as calm as ever. Fisk, you're about to die, and you still don't forget to brag, Zhou Tong said disdainfully. Qin Feng ignored Zhou Tong and looked at the scarred man. Before you do anything, can you let me say a few words? Interesting. The scarred man looked at Qin Feng with interest. I want to see what you have up your sleeve. Tell me, brother, this guy's a bit weird, or... Zhou Tong just opened his mouth and was interrupted by the scarred man. Shut up, or I'll chop you down too. In one word, Zhou Tong shut up completely. Do you know why Zhou Tong wants to kill me? Qin Feng asked a question. As soon as these words were spoken, many people on the scene instantly showed curiosity. These younger brothers have always been responsible for executing orders. They have no chance nor the power to know the reasons behind this. In their opinion, Qin Feng was going to die tonight anyway, so it was okay for him to hear some gossip before he died, because he made a bet with me a few days ago and lost 2.7 billion to me. Qin Feng said, This. As soon as these words were spoken, there were bursts of gasps in the arena. This number is really too shocking. As low-class people, they are naturally no strangers to gambling. Some of them are very good at it, and some even gamble away their houses, wives, and children. But at most they would lose tens or hundreds of thousands. This year Zhou Tong was really awesome. He made 2.7 billion in one go. Do you want to hear the specific details? Qin Feng's voice was a little tempting. Brother, Zhou Tong wanted to speak again. Shut the fuck up. The scarred man slapped Zhou Tong to the ground. Tell me about it, said the man with the scar, looking at Qin Feng. 2.7 billion a day. No one can resist the temptation. Even if I haven't experienced it myself, I'd love to hear the details. Okay. Qin Feng then told Zhou Tong everything that happened that day, from the moment he met him, to Zhou Tong's provocation, to the gambling game between the two of them. After that, nothing unexpected happened. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone's pupils were wide open. Even though they were just listening, they couldn't control their bodies from shaking violently. It was an excitement and shock that could not be concealed. 13 daily limit increases in one day. Even though many of them only have a vague understanding of stocks, they can roughly feel the amazing meaning behind this number. Haha, is it fake? After a while, the scarred man came back to his senses, looked at Qin Feng, and questioned. Zhou Tong is here. If you don't believe me, you can go ask him. Qin Feng nodded at Zhou Tong. It's true, although he didn't want to admit it. Zhou Tong had a nod. After all, this incident happened in public, and it could not be concealed at all if these people just investigated it. I initially invested 50 million yuan, and by the time the stock market closed, I had earned over 200 million yuan. Oh, right before this, I bought a sea clam for 1,000 yuan, and it opened a 7 stars bead worth 50 million. Later, a jade bracelet I bought revealed the world's best running script of the Lanting Preface, which is worth about 600 to 700 million. Oh, by the way, a few days ago, I found Shun Wansan's treasure bowl and Tang Boha's Spring Breeze wine cup at the Kong Group's auction. Together, they're worth a few hundred million, barely. Chapter 87, A New Emperor, a New Minister. At this moment, Qin Feng used the calmest tone and said the most pretentious words. And the effect is naturally great. Everyone was stunned by Qin Feng's series of incredible experiences. Fuck, boss, I'm a little envious. After a long time, a younger brother behind the scarred man said with a bitter face. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked as if they agreed with them. No wonder they are envious. You know, people in their line of work, although they look carefree on the surface, eating meat and drinking wine every day, they can have as much fun as they want. But only they themselves know that they're the ones who really have to put their heads on the line. You never know if you'll be finished in the next second, so of course you have to let go and have fun. Otherwise, if one day the person dies without spending all the money, wouldn't that be even more tragic? But when they find out that the happiness they fought for with their lives can earn wealth that they could never earn in their entire lives by doing the same thing, they become envious. If you can make money by having fun, who the hell would want to live on the edge of a knife? I'm not saying this to ask you to let me go. I just think you could keep me for another day. After all, the stock market opens tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe I can help you make a fortune. Tomorrow afternoon, when the stock market closes, you can make some money and then kill me. It won't be too late. The field seemed a little quiet for a moment. Brother, a younger brother, couldn't help but speak up. How about we kill him tomorrow? Yeah, boss, it's just a one-day delay, no big deal. At worst, we can just take turns watching over the two of them tonight. Even if they have extraordinary abilities, they won't be able to do anything special. A group of younger brothers spoke up one after another. After all, Qin Feng's experience just now was so fascinating. 13 daily limit increases in one day. They dare not even dream of it. If they can just hit the daily limit twice, it would probably be enough to make up for their hard work for a year. Don't worry, I've already called home, and I won't be going home tonight. So you don't have to worry that someone will call the police if I don't go home tonight. Qin Feng added fuel to the fire. Fuck, you guys wait here, I'll call the boss. The Scar Man took a deep breath, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. After saying that, the Scarred Man made a phone call and walked aside. A moment later, let's go, our boss wants to see you, the Scar Man said to Qin Feng. A moment later, the group finally arrived in front of an abandoned warehouse. Enter the warehouse and open a secret door. Suddenly, the view inside became clear. It turned out to be an elegant courtyard. In the hall, there's a group of big men sitting on both sides. Above the main seat, there were two chairs with a man and a woman sitting on them. It's actually them. Seeing this man and woman, a hint of enlightenment flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The Qinglong Gang, the largest underground gang in Shanghai. They control nearly 80% of the city's KTVs, nightclubs, and bars. The Qinglong Gang was founded over 20 years ago by Xiang Yong. Xiang Yong was born an orphan, but with his reckless spirit, he founded the Qinglong Gang. After 20 years of development, he has become the underground king of the entire Magic City. However, Xiang Yong has now retreated to the second line due to illness and handed over all the power in the gang to his daughter Xiang Qingqing and son-in-law Kuang Aiqing. Qin Feng rose from the Demon City in his previous life, so naturally he had a lot of dealings with this gang. The subsequent fate of the Qinglong Gang was extremely tragic. It turns out that although Kuang Aiqing is nominally the current boss of the Qinglong Gang, he is still somewhat unworthy of the title. The main reason is that this guy has not made any major contribution to the gang since joining it, but he easily ascended to the position of gang leader. It's hard to convince people. What's more important is that although Xiang Yong has nominally retreated to the second line, he still controls the decision-making power of major events in the gang, including Xiang Yong's daughter Xiang Qingqing. Her say in the gang is higher than Kuang Aiqing. In order to completely control the entire Qinglong Gang, Kuang Aiqing actually sent someone to secretly put a chronic poison in the medicine that Xiang Yong took every day. Xiang Yong was killed soon. After that, Kuang Aiqing directly sidelined Xiang Qingqing and completely seized power in the gang. However, before Kuang Aiqing could get comfortable in his position as the leader of the gang, he encountered the country's severe crackdown on gangs and evil. And during one of the crackdowns, the Qinglong Gang was wiped out. When his thoughts returned, the indifference on Qin Feng's face became even more obvious. At this time, Xiang Qingqing and Kuang Aiqing were still arguing on the main seat in front. Do you know that you're playing with fire? My father just warned us not long ago that we should be careful from now on, but you have created such a big mess for me in the blink of an eye. If things really get out of hand, I wonder how you will end up. Xiang Qingqing said with a grim face. Isn't this also for the good of our gang? Facing Xiang Qingqing's accusation, Kuang Aiqing said with a look of disapproval. It's impossible to expand the gang just by collecting a little protection money every day. Let me tell you, my father is old and has completely lost the ruthlessness of his youth. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before we are swallowed up by other gangs. Big sister, what the boss said makes sense. For those of us in this business, once we step in, there's no turning back. We can only keep moving forward. If we don't grow stronger, we will just be swallowed up by others. One person spoke up. That's right, big sister. No matter what, the boss is also thinking about the good of the gang. We're in a life or death business. If we don't give our men enough benefits, who would still work for us? You guys. Xiang Qingqing's face turned ashen with anger as he watched the gang's core members admonishing him. Are you planning to rebel? Big sister, you're going a bit too far, a figure said with a playful smile. We'll always remember the kindness the old gang leader has shown us. The gang will always be our home. However, a new emperor chooses new ministers. Now that the old gang leader has passed the position to Big Brother Kuang, we naturally have to obey Big Brother Kuang's orders. You guys. Xiang Qingqing was obviously about to get angry. All right, all of you stop talking. Kuang Aiqing advised. Qingqing's worries are not unreasonable. But Qingqing, now that things have happened, how about this? After we finish this order, I'll listen to you from now on, okay? Now that they've been captured, are we going to let them go? Okay, A trace of struggle flashed in Xiang Qingqing's eyes, but she finally chose to surrender. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. The person has been caught, and this deal has to be done. Seeing Xiang Qingqing surrender, Kuang Aiqing on the side had a hint of obvious pride on his face. Bring the people up. Chapter 88. I've seen arrogant people, but never seen such an arrogant one. At this moment, Kuang Aiqing had a pretentious look as if he was the king of the world. Following Kuang Aiqing's order, Qin Feng and Tian Jiming appeared in front of everyone. How dare you? You helped us when you saw us. The scarred man hadn't finished his words. Get out. Qin Feng kicked out without warning, kicking the scarred man into a rolling gourd, and then walked to the left on his own. Bang bang. 2 more kicks kicked the 2 gang members sitting there away, leaving 2 chairs empty in their place. Come here and take a break. Qin Feng sat on a chair and motioned Tian Jiming to come and sit down. Everyone was confused by Qin Feng's stroke of genius. Where did this freak come from? How come he doesn't even have the slightest awareness that he's a prisoner? I've seen arrogant ones. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Okay. Faced with Qin Feng's sudden action, Tian Jiming was almost scared to death. His brain froze instantly, and his body subconsciously moved over to sit on another chair. What are you still standing there for? Is this how you entertain guests? Hurry up and serve the tea. Qin Feng said to the stunned members of the Qinglong gang. You fucking. After a few breaths, the first ones to react were the 2 guys who were kicked by Qin Feng. They had ferocious faces, crawled up from the ground, and were ready to fight Qin Feng to the death. Qin Feng sat there calmly, just looking at Kuang Aiqing and Xiang Qingqing quietly. Stop. Kuang Aiqing and Xiang Qingqing spoke at the same time. Boss. The gang members looked at Kuang Aiqing with a frustrated look on their faces. Back off first, said Kuang Aiqing. Yes, those people retreated unwillingly. Originally, as the backbone of the Qinglong gang, they had special seats in this meeting hall, but now the seats were occupied by Qin Feng and Tian Jiming. For a while, they could only stand there. Serve the tea. Qin Feng spoke again. Bang! Tian Jiming beside him staggered and almost fell off the chair. At this time, his brain circuit finally returned to normal. Facing the ferocious eyes around him, Tian Jiming's face turned pale. You, serve him tea. Kuang Aiqing stopped the members who wanted to get angry and waved his hand. After a while, hot tea was served. Qin Feng picked it up and said, the tea has a light fragrance and is steaming hot. It is a good tea, but the tea set is a little rough. He shook it slightly, then tilted his head back and drank the tea in the cup. Average. After a while, Qin Feng gave an evaluation. Nima. With this sentence, the veins on the faces of most people on the field couldn't help but twitch violently. Okay, we've had our tea, and it's getting late, so let's cut to the chase. Qin Feng didn't give anyone a chance to speak, as if he was the master of the place. Tomorrow's market trend is average. Most stocks will show a downward trend. Making money will be difficult, so I'm only recommending 2 stocks. You won't make much money, just SOSO. They'll only rise by 30 points twice. 2 limit up days. 30 points. As soon as these words were spoken, many people on the scene showed expressions of doubt and excitement. Those who can appear here at this moment are basically the core members of the Qinglong gang. Before Qin Feng came here, they had already heard about Qin Feng's deeds. At this moment, facing Qin Feng's prediction, although there are some doubts, there is more excitement. 2 daily limit increases, a 30-point increase. If you invest 100,000 yuan, doesn't that mean you can earn at least 30,000 yuan tomorrow? 30,000 yuan for 2,000 years, even though they're the backbone of the Qinglong gang. However, since the beginning of the new century, the country has continuously increased its efforts to combat crime and eliminate evil, greatly squeezing their ways of making money. 30,000 yuan is enough to cover their income for several months. That's when you're risking your life. But now, I can earn 30,000 yuan by doing the same thing. It's hard not to be excited. For a moment, everyone on the field looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at a walking god of wealth. By the way, you 2, come here. Qin Feng motioned the 2 guys who were kicked away by him just now to come over. Come on, search me. Boss. The 2 men looked at Kuang Aiqing. When they saw the boss nod, they reluctantly stepped forward and searched Qin Feng and Tian Jiming carefully from head to toe, taking away anything that might have been used for communication. All right, now everyone can rest assured. Now, prepare a better room for the 2 of us. Also, my brother was stabbed by that bastard just now. Although I gave him a simple bandage, it's only a temporary solution. Send a doctor over here, quickly. Arrange for them. This time, without waiting for the younger brothers to look at him, Kwang Aiching said with a gloomy face. Yes. A younger brother nodded reluctantly and took Qin Feng and Tian jimming downstairs. When passing by Zhou Dong, by the way, let me give you a friendly reminder. Even though Zhou Tong was bankrupted by my victory, he was still able to hire you to kill me. If my deduction is correct, this person must have extorted a large sum of money from the Liang family, the other four major families, and the Kong group. The amount of this money is definitely far greater than the money he used to hire you to kill me. Also, maybe you don't know this yet, but Zhou Tong has AIDS. If you have nothing to do, stay away from him. Good luck. After saying that, Qin Feng smiled at Zhou Tong, left a blessing, and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Tong was stunned at first after all his secrets were exposed by Qin Feng in public. After he came to his senses, he wanted to run out, but it was too late. Two figures completely blocked his way. Bang! Zhou Tong suddenly collapsed to the ground, completely hopeless. Boss, is Qin Feng really that powerful? After dealing with Zhou Tong and prying out the remaining 140 million from him, several lackeys came up to Kwang Aiching and said, "We'll know tomorrow whether he's a god or not. If he really guesses it right, it's fine. I can give him a quick death. If he guesses wrong, A cold light flashed in Kwang Aiching's eyes. Obviously, Qin Feng's behavior in the hall just now made him very unhappy. The next day, 9:20, after breakfast, Qin Feng leisurely appeared in the meeting hall of the Qinglong gang with Tian Jimming. Everything on the field, whether people or objects, was basically the same as yesterday. Of course, there are still some slight differences. In general, there are two differences. First, there are two more chairs. Needless to say, these two chairs are naturally prepared for Qin Feng and Tian Jimming. Second, Zhou Tong is missing from the field. The moment they saw Qin Feng appear, everyone's eyes lit up with an excitement that could not be concealed. It seems that everyone is here. That's great. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Before the stock market opens, let me be frank. Chapter 89. When did making money become so easy? The stock market is changing rapidly. You must obey my instructions. Any losses caused by unauthorized actions will be at your own risk. Do you understand? No one objected, obviously agreeing with Qin Feng's words. Time passes slowly. The atmosphere on the field became a little tense without knowing when. Everyone was looking at the time eagerly, with a hint of anticipation and excitement in their eyes. 2 minutes left. 1 minute left. 10 seconds. Finally, 9:30, here we go. The stock market opens. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Qin Feng. Wait! Qin Feng uttered a word lightly. Wait! Everyone was stunned. How long do we have to wait? Just as he was about to ask, what Qin Feng had just said flashed through his mind. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he forced himself to hold them back. Time passes again. Whether it is the Shanghai Composite Index, the Luzhou Shenzhen Index, or the Chinext Index, after the initial high opening, they quickly fell. First, it broke through the 5-day moving average at the speed of a market crash, and then broke through the 10-day moving average without any hesitation. In just 10 minutes, the overall market index fell by 4 points. This terrifying rate of decline has made the gains of the past 3 months a joke. Correspondingly, individual stocks also began to fall continuously. The speed of the fall made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Oh my God, that was a close call. Dongye Petroleum was only a little red when it opened. Yesterday, that bastard Lao Ma was yelling that Dongye Petroleum would definitely hit the daily limit today, and he was clamoring for me to go all in with him. Damn, I'm so ashamed I didn't listen to him. Otherwise, I would have lost everything today. A henchman looked at the sharp drop in Dongye Petroleum's share price and said with fear, "Look at this, ZTE Consumer. It's even more exciting." ZTE Consumer has been very popular on the forums recently. In just 2 months, it has risen by nearly 50 points. Many experts even claim that ZTE Consumer will become the absolute leader in the consumer industry. Look at the data. Yesterday alone, there were no fewer than hundreds of thousands of retail investors who bought ZTE Consumer. But now it's also hit the limit down 20 points. I wonder how many people are going to jump off the building. Another person spoke up. Damn it, this is simply a scam. Did you notice that there are only over 4,000 stocks, and 3,600 of them are falling in value? Looking at those strings of green data, and then looking at the countless voices cursing on the forum, everyone in the field couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. Now is the time, Guangtai Coal, buy it. Qin Feng's voice came from afar. Everyone's expression was shocked, and they immediately found the Guangtai coal stock. Seeing this, everyone was stunned again. At this time, Guangtai coal had fallen 6.2% from the opening, and looking at the trend, the stock price had successively broken through the 5-day moving average, 10-day moving average, and 30-day moving average, showing a standard continuous downward trend. More importantly, many retail investors were affected by the terrifying drop in prices, and when they could no longer bear the enormous pressure, they began to panic sell. The total market value of Guangtai coal is declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you buy in at this time, isn't that obviously giving away money? On the side, Tian Jiming's eyes were also fixed on the main interface of Guangtai coal. Qin Feng said yesterday that Guangtai coal would rise by 5 points today. Now is the time to verify. Damn it. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. I'll buy it, a voice rang out. A figure poured in all the wealth he had accumulated over the years, a total of 100,000 yuan. I bought it too, another voice sounded. Someone took the lead, and within the next minute, many people began to place bets. At the same time, there are also some people who think they have some knowledge and choose to wait and see. After everyone placed their bets, Guangtai coal suddenly stopped falling. Then it began to rise slowly. At this time, the market index is still declining. The speed at which retail investors are selling is also accelerating. But Guangtai coal is still rising. In just over a minute, all the lost ground was recovered. The crazy speed of improvement made everyone stunned. However, it's not over yet. Amidst everyone's incredulous gazes, Guangtai coal continued to rise strongly, and in the blink of an eye it reached the plus 5% position. Okay, you can sell it now. Qin Feng's voice sounded again. With the experience just now, no one hesitated this time and simply chose to sell decisively. The whole process lasted less than 5 minutes. Oh my god, this is really exciting. In just less than 5 minutes, I actually made 11 points. Damn, 11,000. How many times do I have to collect protection fees to earn that much money? Hey, I made over 20,000 yuan. That's awesome. Zhang Wei, the only college graduate in my village, is said to be a senior executive in a state-owned enterprise after graduation, earning over 8,000 yuan a month. Look how proud he is. I made over 20,000 yuan in just 5 minutes. Pah, damn it. If I had known earlier, I would have just gone all in. I only bet $1,000 and only made a little over 100. Of course, those who make money are excited, but there are also those who doubt Qin Feng's level and do not choose to buy. I'm regretting it so much now. Oh my god, look at Guangtai coal. It seems like its price hasn't gone up since we sold it. It has remained at plus 5%. A henchman exclaimed. Everyone was stunned and looked over. Sure enough, as a result, my admiration for Qin Feng increased even more. Buy at the lowest point and sell at the highest point. The timing couldn't be better. This method is simply amazing. Another half an hour passed like this. Tianyi Horsebot, Qin Feng's voice sounded again. This time, everyone present did not hesitate at all and chose to go all in and buy, even though the stock has been falling for nearly a week. Even though this stock has been plagued by negative news for some time. Even though this stock had just been sold off by a major shareholder 2 days ago. However, everyone went all in without hesitation, and the facts did not disappoint them. Just 1 minute after everyone placed their bets, this software stock that was not favored by everyone suddenly started to rise. A strong upward attack directly reached the plus 6% position, and then it only paused for a few seconds before attacking strongly again. 2 minutes later, the stock price reached its upper limit, 20 points. Following Qin Feng's suggestion, everyone sold. This time, the scene seemed a little quiet. Everyone stood there stupidly, with a hint of excitement in their eyes, but more of it was a dreamlike feeling. Chapter 90, What to Do If You Suddenly Feel Reluctant to Kill.